2036, the aftermath. 2. Whether it was gold coins or antiques, they definitely could not be sold through normal auction channels. If they went to the black market, the price would be discounted. In addition, there would definitely be losses in the process of whitewashing such a large amount of money. According to Li Fu's plan, no matter how much these things were actually worth, he would transfer all of them to Xia Ruofei, and he would pay for the loss. This way, the Hong sect would not lose any money. Hearing that, Louis Hai hurriedly said, "Understood. Don't worry, Uncle. We'll take care of it." With Li Fu's words, this hot potato finally had a place to go. Although it would be troublesome to evaluate the price and find a safe channel to sell it, the Hong sect had been in Europe and the United States for so many years. It was still possible to do this. Li Fu told Louis Hai to keep it a secret from Xia Ruofei and then hung up the phone. Louis Hai put away his phone and said to Lu Jingfeng, "Uncle Li has spoken. He wants us to evaluate the price first, then apply for funds from the higher-ups and send it directly to Mr. Xia. What we need to do now is to figure out the value of this batch of property, and then find a suitable channel to exchange them for money. Uncle Li will take care of the rest." Lu Jingfeng also heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That's much easier." Xia Ruofei didn't know the result of the discussion between Li Fu and Louis Hai. After he returned to his room, he put the small gray box into the spirit map space. The white realm fox was still confined in a small space by him. Naturally, he didn't need to worry that the little guy would take away the precious realm stones. Of course, he was also rather wary of the realm fox's spatial talent, so he still instructed Xia Qing to inform him as soon as the little fellow showed any signs of escaping, so as not to let it waste these realm stones. Although Xia Ruofei wanted to let the spirit map space absorb the world stones directly, this was a foreign land after all. Moreover, with so many world stones absorbed, the space would probably level up again. It would be bad if there were any strange phenomena, so he decided to let the space absorb them when he returned home. After keeping the world stones, Xia Ruofei went to take a shower and went to bed. Although he had killed a few people that night, it did not affect his sleep. He still slept all the way until dawn. When he woke up, Xia Ruofei was also thinking about it. He did not know if it was because of the improvement in his cultivation that his respect for life seemed to have decreased a lot. He still remembered the first time he went on an actual combat mission. After he had personally killed a drug dealer, he could not eat for a week. Every time he closed his eyes, he would see the bullet hole in the drug dealer's forehead that was bleeding. Although he had killed the core members of the mafia last night, and every one of them deserved to die, he did not have any psychological trauma at all. This made Xia Ruofei a little uncomfortable. Just as he was sitting on the bench under the eaves in the backyard, staring at the light rain in the garden in a daze, a sweet voice came from behind him. "Mr. Xia, what are you thinking about?" Xia Ruofei turned around and realized that Monica was already behind him. Monica was wearing a long black down jacket, and her hot figure was wrapped in the down jacket. She was less sexy and attractive, but more cute. Looking at Monica's relaxed smile, Xia Ruofei felt that his hard work these few days had not been in vain. This trip to Italy was not in vain. He stood up with a smile and said, "I'm not thinking about anything. I'm just in a daze." "Monica, did you sleep well last night?" "Of course. This is the most peaceful sleep I've had in the past few months." Monica looked into Xia Ruofei's eyes and said sincerely, Xia, thank you. Xia Ruofei smiled and made room for Monica to sit down. The two of them sat side by side on a bench facing the garden. Monica, do you have any plans for the future? Xia Ruofei asked. Monica's face revealed a trace of astonishment as she said, I don't know. I grew up in Turin, and I have many good memories. However, this city has also left me with many bad memories, the Gelman family is history, Xia Ruofei said. If you're willing to stay in Turin, no one will cause you any trouble. No, Monica said. I think I need to think about it and ask Rousey for his opinion. Xia, can we stay for a few more days? Xia Ruofei shrugged. Of course. You can stay as long as you want. Thank you. Monica stood up and said, I'm going to see Rousey. There are no nurses here. I have to take care of him. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. Have you done a detailed examination of Rousey's condition? Is there any possibility of recovery? I've seen a lot of doctors over the years. This is the after effect of severe polio, which can only be improved through rehabilitation training. The possibility of a complete recovery is very low, Monica said sadly. Then, she quickly smiled and said, but Rousey is a very optimistic young man, and he's quite smart. Although he needs the help of a wheelchair, he can still take care of himself in most situations. I can tell. Xia Ruofei nodded. Then I'll head over first, goodbye. Monica said. Goodbye. After Monica left, Xia Ruofei said without looking back, Hi, come out. What are you hiding there for? Xia Ruofei had already noticed that Louis Hai was hiding behind them, but Monica was here just now, so he pretended not to know. Louis Hai walked out from the corner. With embarrassment, Mr. Xia, I saw that you were talking to Miss Grasso and was afraid to disturb you. Is there something you need? Xia Ruofei asked. It's like this. That Carlos woke up in the hospital. He wants to see Miss Grasso. We can't make the decision, so we have to ask you, Louis Hai said. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment before he remembered who exactly Carlos was. This old man isn't dead yet, he asked, raising his eyebrows. Louis Hai smiled embarrassedly. After all, he's a victim of the Gearman family. That's why when our brothers from the Hong sect left, they took him to the hospital for the sake of humanity, speaking of which. He had to thank old Gearman for beating him up so badly that the brothers from the Hong sect would take him down the mountain and help him inform the Grasso family to send him to the hospital. If he had really been imprisoned somewhere in the manor, he would have died in the explosion last night. This old man is quite lucky. Xia Ruofei said, he wants to see Monica? What are they trying to do? Yes, Louis Hai said, he said that he hoped Miss Grasso could take over the family. He's willing to give up his position as the family head and assist her with all his might. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said with a smile, this old man is quite smart. Obviously, he knew that the Gelman family was finished, and the underground kings of Turin would be the Chinese from last night. Monica was clearly very close to this Chinese mafia group. If he didn't say anything, Monica would have every reason to take revenge on him and the entire Grasso family based on the various suppression and restrictions he had placed on Monica and her brother in the past. A pure business family like them could easily crush the Gelman family, let alone this Chinese organization that was even more terrifying than the Gelman family. Therefore, it was wise for him to give up the position of the family leader to Monica. Maybe he could get her forgiveness. Under Monica's leadership, with the support of the Chinese, the family would be able to do well in Turin, and their business would grow. It had to be said that this old man had a good plan. 2037 Returning to the country. 1. I can't make the decision on this matter. Xia Ruofei said, we have to see if Monica is willing. How about this? I'll find a suitable opportunity to ask her. All right. Louis Hai said. He looked at the direction where Monica left and said with a smile, Mr. Xia, you're so nice to Ms. Grasso. In fact, Louis Hai had seen all the things that Xia Ruofei had done for Monica. But what puzzled him was that although Monica was grateful to Xia Ruofei and respected him, she didn't seem to admire him like a man and a woman. Could it be that a super awesome man like Mr. Xia still had girls he couldn't hit on? You're the one who talks too much. Xia Ruofei said, let's settle the Hong sect first. You'll be busy for a while from now on. Hee hee. Louis Hai smiled, it's all thanks to you, Mr. Xia. We won't be able to stay idle for a while. By the way, is there any reaction from the Glory Society? Xia Ruofei asked. Louis Hai said seriously, our brothers in the Italy Freemasonry are paying close attention to the movement of the Glorious Association. So far, they have not done anything unusual. According to our spies, the elder behind the Gelman family is very angry. He even proposed to take revenge on the Italian Freemasonry. Oh? What's the attitude of the Glory Society's higher ups? Xia Ruofei did not find it strange that the Hong sect had a mole in the Glorious Society. He was more concerned about the collective will of this huge mafia organization. After all, if it really turned into a full-scale conflict, Xia Ruofei would not be afraid of them. However, there would be casualties in the Hong sect. No matter how powerful Xia Ruofei was, he could not protect all the brothers in the Hong sect. Moreover, this kind of full-scale gang conflict in Italy and even all of Europe would definitely cause heavy casualties. Naturally, Xia Ruofei did not want to see such an outcome. Yes. Louis Hai smiled, the Glory Society isn't united. The old mafia family has many factions. It's hard to pass such a radical motion. Besides, we've only used the people from the Turin branch this time. It's a local competition, so the Glorious Association doesn't dare to expand the scope of the conflict. That's why the elder's proposal wasn't passed. That's good, Xia Ruofei heaved a sigh of relief. Louis Hai smiled, don't worry, Mr. Xia. At most, they will express their dissatisfaction to me and the headquarters of the Hong sect in North America. If they really want to start a full-scale war with us, those big noses won't dare to. Xia Ruofei nodded. We can't let our guard down. Ah Hai, you have to monitor the Glorious Association's movements closely. If there's anything unusual, inform me immediately. Yes. Louis Hai answered seriously. After lunch, Xia Ruofei called Monica over to the back garden and told her about the incident with Karas. He then asked, Monica, what do you think of this matter? Monica was silent for a long time before she said, Xia. I'm conflicted too. I've grown up in this family and have been in the truffle business. It's just that this family has left me with too many bad memories. I don't know if it's a good choice to go back. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I can see that you still have feelings for your family. No. I hate them. Monica retorted, ever since grandfather passed away, those carefree days have come to an end. Especially this time. Ruofei and I have been restricted by our family, and Kala even used Ruofei to threaten me. Xia Ruofei looked at Monica and said, I understand. But think about it from another perspective, you only hate Kala and those family members led by him. Can they represent the entire family? Monica's eyes revealed a hint of confusion as she said, I don't know. Only Uncle Muntley and Aunt Jessica stood up for me in this family crisis, but they have been marginalized. Actually, many of our clansmen are probably angry but don't dare to say anything. Xia Ruofei said, you can't expect everyone to be so selfless, but this is your family after all. Many of them are related to you by blood, some close and some distant. Xia Ruofei looked into Monica's eyes and said, Monica, I won't interfere with your decision, but I can tell you that if you return to the family, Kala will give up his position as the head of the family. The Hong sect will support you unconditionally, and you can easily control the family. Who I think is good to you, and who is not good to you, you should have a scale in your heart as to who's the majority that doesn't dare to speak out, and who's gloating over someone's misfortune when they're down. When you take control of the family, you can just drive those people who treat you and Ruofei badly out of the decision, making circle or even the family. For people like Uncle Montilai and Aunt Jessica, who will never leave you in times of need, you can totally put them in important positions. At that time, how the family operates will be up to you. I guarantee that no one will dare to say no. The confusion in Monica's eyes gradually disappeared. She was obviously moved by Xia Ruofei's suggestion. 2038 Returning to the country, 2. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I don't think you want the Truffle family, which has been passed down for so long, to fall from grace. Besides, if you go back, you can help people like Uncle Muntley and give them a better stage to show off. Of course, I will respect any decision you make. If you are not willing to return, I will send someone to speak to that Kala. Even if you want to continue to squeeze the living space of the Grasso family, there will be no problem. At this moment, a voice came from behind them, Monica. Let's go back. Monica turned around and saw that Ruofei had already arrived behind them. Monica quickly walked over and said, Ruofei, what are you doing here? The wind is strong outside, Monica, I heard everything Mr. Xia said to you just now. Ruofei said, I know what you're hesitating about. But I can tell you that I also want you to return to the family, but they did that to you. Monica frowned. Obviously, what she cared more about was that the family had once used Ruofei as a bargaining chip to make Monica hesitate and not even dare to escape. She was still brooding over this matter. Only by going back to take control of the family can we make those who have treated us badly pay the price. Ruofei said with a smile. Only when you go back will the clan be our clan, isn't it? Xia Ruofei stepped aside with a smile after Ruofei appeared, letting the siblings make their own decision. Monica fell into deep thought after hearing Ruofei's words. After a long while, she raised her head and said to Xia Ruofei, Mr. Xia, I've decided to listen to your suggestion and return to my family. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, okay. I'll get them to make the arrangements as soon as possible. 2 days later, Xia Ruofei and Louis Hai came to the Grasso family with Monica and her brother. Along with him was the heavily bandaged class. He had many fractures on his body, so it was naturally impossible for him to be discharged so soon. However, when he found out that Monica had decided to return to the family today, he still struggled to get people to carry him back. Many of the members of the Grao family had their own houses in Turin, but most of the direct descendants lived in a small manor in the southern suburbs of Turin. Some time ago, after the Moore family, which had just found a backer, was swallowed up by the German family, the members of the Grao family had always been in a state of panic. The events that had happened in the past few days had made the small number of people who had suppressed Monica and Rossi in various ways, or who had helped the evildoers, feel even more uneasy. Today, Monica, accompanied by the people of the Italy Hong sect, returned to the family with the attitude of a king. Everyone looked at her with a complicated expression. Carlos announced on the spot that Monica would take over the position of the head of the Grasso family from today. No one was surprised. The winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. This was an eternal truth. Since Monica had already made up her mind, she naturally wouldn't decline. She took the sapphire ring that symbolized the clan leader's power from Carlos' hand. Then, she took out a piece of paper and announced a series of personnel changes in the family. The faction led by Carlos was stripped of all their positions. Without exception. They were temporarily left to work at the most basic level in the family to see what would happen next. Of course, Monica did not kick them out directly, not because she was merciful. In fact, it was Xia Ruofei's suggestion to keep them in the family so that she could slowly investigate. Once she found out that they had embezzled money from the family's company, Monica would definitely not be soft-hearted and deal with them. With the threat of the Hong sect, these people didn't even have the thought of running away. They could only helplessly accept Monica's arrangement. When some people left the core, there would naturally be others who re-entered the decision-making circle. Like the Monterey couple that Monica had mentioned, she had entrusted them with important tasks. As Monica's assistant, Monty was in charge of many businesses that were originally firmly controlled by Carlos and the others. His wife, Jessica, was also in an important position and was in charge of the family's internal affairs. There were also some capable clansmen who had sympathized with Monica and her brother's experience and were promoted. Xia Ruofei and the others were there to support Monica. They did not express any opinions throughout the entire process. Just by standing there, they were already the biggest deterrence to them. Monica arranged everything in an orderly manner. The family's business had almost been cut off during this period of time, and it could be said that there were many things to be done now. Previously, she might have harbored some resentment in her heart, but after she got busy, she had forgotten about it. She just felt very fulfilled. Xia Ruofei waited for Monica to finish her business before walking over. He smiled and said, "Monica, you've made the right decision. Look. Now you're glowing." Monica said, a little embarrassed, "It's all thanks to your help." "Thank you." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "You don't have to be so polite. Since you're fine here, we'll go back. Ah Yong and Ah Hua will stay to help you. If there are any blind people who dare to go against you, tell them." When the members of the Grasso family saw the two burly men who represented the underground kings of Turin, they couldn't help but tremble. Monica said gratefully, "Thanks, Xia, I'll make arrangements for the two brothers from the Hong sect." "Thank you. Goodbye." Xia Ruofei said, "By the way, I might be returning to my country in 2 days. I hope that the next time we meet, you'll have already brought the Grasso family to greater heights." "Are you going back?" Monica's heart trembled for some reason. "Which day are you flying?" "I'll go to the airport to send you off." "No need. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, in Chinese words, "We'll meet again if we're fated." After saying that, Xia Ruofei waved to Monica and walked out of the door with Louis Hai and the others. Monica looked at Xia Ruofei's back as he walked further and further away. She felt an inexplicable sense of reluctance. When she was with Xia Ruofei, she always had a strange feeling. It was as if the two of them were very familiar, but this familiar feeling would suddenly disappear. I can't possibly have a good impression of him, right? It was impossible. I already have someone for Xia Xian. It's impossible for me to accommodate other men, Monica said. In her heart, this Xia was not the Xia Tian after the disguise. It was the Xia Ruofei in Monica's mind. Thinking of Xia Ruofei, Monica couldn't help but mock him. Could this Xia guy have forgotten about me? They hadn't been in contact for so long, and he didn't reply to the email she sent him last time. After a long while, Monica finally managed to calm down her complicated feelings. She continued to lead Monterey and the others to discuss the next step of the family's development plan. The next day, Xia Ruofei boarded a flight to Huaxia. After more than 10 hours of flight, Xia Ruofei had returned to the capital of Huaxia. He didn't inform anyone about his return from Italy. After leaving the Beijing International Airport, he took a taxi to a busy shopping mall in the city and found a bathroom to restore his original appearance. Then, he changed his clothes and put away his phone, watch, clothes, passport, and other things that he had used during his stay in Italy. He walked out of the bathroom, hailed a taxi at the entrance of the mall, and went straight to his courtyard house. In the car, Xia Ruofei turned on his phone. During his time in Italy, his original mobile phone had been turned off, mainly to prevent being located in Italy. As soon as he turned on his phone, he received an email notification. He opened it and saw that it was from Monica a few days ago. After reading the contents, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little dazed. 2039 A face full of confusion. 1. In fact, Xia Ruofei had already seen Monica's determination in the courtyard of Toll's villa that day. When he saw the email today, his heart was in turmoil. There was no doubt that Monica had written her last letter in that situation. Monica did not hide her passionate feelings for Xia Ruofei at all in the letter. She also sincerely asked Xia Ruofei to go to Italy to save her brother Rossi. It was equivalent to entrusting her child to her. Xia Ruofei stared at the phone screen for a long time. Suddenly, he raised his head and said, "Sir, please find a place to park." The taxi driver looked at Xia Ruofei in surprise and said, "This place is quite far from Luhai Lane." "I'm sorry, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. I won't go back for the time being," Xia Ruofei said. "All right," the taxi driver replied readily. He then found a temporary parking spot and slowly stopped the car. Xia Ruofei took out a 100 yuan note and handed it to the man. "Thank you, master." "There's no need to look." Then, he pushed the door open and got out of the car. Xia Ruofei stood on the streets of the capital. They had just parted ways, but he still missed Monica, who was far away in Italy. Xia Ruofei muttered to himself on the street. Monica mentioned in the email that her brother, Rossi, was under house arrest by the family, and naturally, she also mentioned Rossi's physical disability. In Xia Ruofei's eyes, this was an opportunity. In fact, when he was in Italy, Xia Ruofei already had the intention to save Rossi. However, he had appeared in Turin as Xia Tian and had only met Monica by chance. If the Hong Sek's attack on the Gilman family could be explained by the Hong Sek's own interests, then his action of treating Rousey's leg disease, which was the sequelae of polio, which was not effectively treated by modern medicine, was very abrupt. Initially, Xia Ruofei had planned to find a reason or pretend to ask about Monica's family. After returning to the country, he would then suggest to try treating Rousey after learning about his condition. Now that Monica had mentioned it in her email, Xia Ruofei did not need to go in circles. He thought for a while and called Monica. In a small manor in the southern suburbs of Turin, Monica was carefully reading the financial statements in her exclusive office. The first thing she would do after taking over the Giello family was to thoroughly check the accounts of several companies under the family. The core assets of the Greo family were these few companies, which were mainly engaged in truffle-related industries. Before this, it was naturally people who were absolutely loyal to Kulla who held the power of the company. Now that Monica was in power, the first thing she had to do was to firmly grasp these few companies in her hands. Controlling the financial lifeline was equivalent to controlling the entire family. In addition to sending her more trusted clansmen to take over the company, Monica also entrusted a third-party independent accounting firm to conduct a comprehensive investigation of the accounts of these family companies. The first purpose of doing so was naturally to find evidence of people from the original Kulla side embezzling positions and pocketing. On the other hand, they also hoped to clear up the company's accounts and solve all the problems left behind by history. Only then would everyone be able to travel with ease. So Monica was quite busy these few days. Even her younger brother, Rousey, who couldn't walk properly, couldn't stay idle. He was also helping Monica take care of many matters of the family. Monica looked at it very carefully, so much so that the phone on the desk rang a few times before she reacted. She frowned slightly. There had been too many calls for her in the past few days, and it was difficult for her to concentrate on her work. Most of these calls were for her instructions and reports. Monica had just taken over the family's overall affairs. She had to adopt a gentle attitude towards the family members, especially those who had taken the middle position in the matter between her and Rousey. Therefore, although Monica was a little unhappy, she still put down the financial statement in her hand and reached for her phone. When she saw the caller's name on her phone, her beautiful eyes suddenly exuded a strange light, and her heart beat faster. Monica's hands trembled as she swiped open the phone screen and answered the call. "Xia?" Monica said, with a trembling voice. She could not believe it. Xia Ruofei seemed to have disappeared for the past few days. He did not reply to her urgent help email at all. Sometimes, she even wondered if Xia Ruofei had deleted her contact information and did not even use the email address he left her. After all, even though she and Xia Ruofei had been together a few times, they had never confirmed their relationship as lovers. The two of them were more like each other's relief from loneliness and didn't have to take responsibility for each other. Even if Xia Ruofei disappeared from her life, it wouldn't be a surprise. Xia Ruofei's gentle voice came from the phone. "Monica, it's me." Monica's tears flowed down immediately. She didn't know how she had survived these days. She didn't dare to imagine what kind of tragic fate she would have faced if it wasn't for that young Chinese man who also had the surname Xia. Perhaps the best outcome would have been that she had successfully stabbed Tolls to death that day, and then had the time to commit suicide. 2040 A face full of confusion, too. "Monica, are you listening?" Xia Ruofei's voice was heard from the phone. I'm Here, Monica quickly said. I'm sorry. Xia Ruofei said, due to some special reasons, I didn't check my emails in time. I just saw your email. How's the situation on your side? Monica could feel Xia Ruofei's concern. She said, the most difficult stage has passed. Xia, don't worry, I'm safe now. Xia Ruofei pretended to heave a sigh of relief and said, that's good. That's good. I was scared to death when I saw your email, although Monica had guessed countless times that Xia Ruofei would not appear in front of her and had blamed Xia Ruofei countless times. Monica still felt warm in her heart at this moment. She smiled and said, I'm fine now. By the way, Xia. Did you know? The reason why I was able to turn the tide this time was all thanks to a fellow countryman of yours. My fellow countryman? Xia Ruofei asked, pretending to be curious as he tried to suppress his laughter. Yup. And he's also surnamed Xiao like you. Monica said excitedly, do you know? When I first saw him, I almost thought he was you. Do I look like him? Xia Ruofei asked. Actually, it doesn't look like it. Monica said, but that feeling was very strange. I almost mistook him for someone else a few times. Sometimes, that familiar feeling made it seem like that Mr. Xiao was you. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but secretly wipe his sweat. A woman's sixth sense was too scary. He was sure that his appearance, temperament, and even height had all changed. Even people who were very familiar with him would not easily connect the two identities together. Monica was naturally the same, but she always had a familiar feeling. This feeling was unclear. Perhaps it could only be explained by a woman's intuition. Xia Ruofei listened to Monica's vivid description of what had happened in the past few days. Although Xia Ruofei had experienced it personally and was very clear about everything, he still listened with great interest. Monica's excitement could even affect Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei didn't say anything. At this time, being a loyal listener was obviously the best choice. Finally, Monica finished. She asked, Xia, what I've been through these past few days, isn't it amazing? It's indeed magical. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, but I'm more afraid. I didn't expect you to be in such a dangerous situation. That Mr. Xia has helped you so much. You really have to thank him. If there's a chance next time, introduce me to him. Maybe we can become good friends. When Xia Ruofei said this, he more or less had a wicked sense of humor. As expected, Monica immediately said, Xia. That Mr. Xia said the same thing. It's almost exactly the same as what you said. You guys are so well coordinated. You really don't have any brothers who got separated from you when you were young? Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How is that possible? Then Xia Ruofei immediately changed the topic and said, Monica, I'm really sorry about this. I wasn't able to appear by your side when you needed me the most. At the same time, Xia Ruofei said in his heart, actually, I've already gone. It's just that for the sake of everyone's safety, I can only use another identity. I'm fine now. Monica consoled him. Then, she hesitated and said, Xia, if you have time, can you make a trip to Turin? I really miss you. Xia Ruofei replied without hesitation, of course, no problem. I was just about to talk to you about this. You were already prepared to come to Italy? Monica's mood instantly became better. I saw in your email that your brother, Rossi, has a sequela of polio, so he can only spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair, Xia Ruofei said. I hope to help him treat his illness. Monica said, Xia Ruofei's after effects are quite serious. I've taken him to see many doctors over the years. There are no effective drugs to treat the after effects of polio at the moment. He can only take rehabilitation training, but the effect is generally not very good, I know. Those are all Western medicine theories. Xia Ruofei said, actually, I'm a pretty good Chinese medicine practitioner. From a Chinese medicine perspective, Rossi's condition is caused by the heat and wind that has seeped into his meridians. Although it has left behind some serious side effects, if you stimulate the acupuncture points, with the help of medicine and massage, it should be able to improve greatly. Then, Xia Ruofei added, Western medicine and Chinese medicine are two completely different theoretical systems. You may not know much about Chinese medicine, but in fact, no. I believe you. Monica interrupted Xia Ruofei and said, Xia, come to Italy as soon as possible. I need you to, Monica's last sentence ignited the fire in Xia Ruofei's heart. These few days in Turin, he had been very close to Monica. Unfortunately, he had another identity and could not get close to her. Xia Ruofei had suppressed the fire in his heart for a long time. After hearing Monica's words, Xia Ruofei wished he could fly to Italy immediately. 2041 A confused look. 3. He took a deep breath and said, yes. It'll take some time to get the visa. So I'll come over as soon as possible. I'll wait for you. Monica said, and then gave him a kiss. Over the phone. Yeah. After Xia Ruofei hung up the phone, he hailed a taxi and headed to the courtyard in Luhai Lane. In the car, Xia Ruofei gave Zhao Yongjun a call. Brother Zhao, I'm back. Xia Ruofei said. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Zhao Yongjun let out a sigh of relief. You don't know how worried I was when you were out. If anything were to happen to you, I'd feel guilty for the rest of my life. Is it that serious? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I haven't seen you for a few days and you've learned how to be emotional? Get lost. Am I stirring up emotions? It's clearly a deep brotherly love, alright? Zhao Yongjun laughed and scolded, Ruofei, since you're back, I'll call Song Rui, Ho Liang, and the others tonight. I'm here to prepare for a game. Speaking of which, you haven't seen them for a long time. Let's not rush into this first. Xia Ruofei said, I'll be staying in Beijing for a few days. There will be plenty of opportunities to drink and chat. Big brother Zhao, I have something I need to trouble you with. Yo. And you're being so polite with me. Zhao Yongjun said, if you have anything to say, just say it. How come? You've learned to dawdle? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. I want to go to Italy. About the visa, wait. What did you just say? Zhao Yongjun interrupted Xia Ruofei. Is there something wrong with my ears, or did I just transmigrate? Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You didn't hear wrong. Xia Ruofei. I want to go to Italy. Since they were in a taxi, Xia Ruofei couldn't explain it too clearly, but how could Zhao Yongjun not react to it? Are you Fei? What's going on with you? Zhao Yongjun smiled bitterly and said, so you're going against Italy? I'll go out with a different identity, then another identity, and then another trip. It's a special case. Xia Ruofei said. And it's a safe trip. There won't be any problems. It's just that I'm in a hurry, so I'll need you to help me find someone for the visa. Hurry up. A few days ago, Zhao Yongjun had helped him with the same thing. Xia Ruofei naturally knew that Zhao Yongjun had this channel, so he didn't stand on ceremony with him. All right. I'll go and say hello. Zhao Yongjun said, brother, if you come here a few more times, the guy at the Italy embassy will definitely suspect that I'm a professional in getting visas. Why does this happen every 2 or 3 days? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Then I'll leave this matter to you. I'm a little tired after flying for more than 10 hours. Let's not get together today, tomorrow. I'll treat all the brothers to a big meal in the courtyard house. You said it. Zhao Yongjun said. I said it. When the time comes, I'll personally cook, and you'll have enough good wine and good food. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, let's drink till we're drunk. No one is allowed to leave early tomorrow. If you're drunk, just sleep in the guest room. I have a lot of rooms over there anyway. Xia Ruofei's words fell into the taxi driver's ears, and he could not help but glance at Xia Ruofei through the rearview mirror. It was mainly because Xia Ruofei's tone was too arrogant. In a place like the capital, saying that he had more rooms was definitely showing off his wealth. All right. Zhao Yongjun replied happily. After hanging up, Xia Ruofei was about to keep his phone when he received a new email notification. 2042 A Windfall, 1. Xia Ruofei opened the email and took a look. He couldn't help but gasp. If he wasn't still in the car, he would have cried out in surprise. It was an email from the bank he had opened an overseas account. The content was simple. 10 minutes ago, a sum of money had been wired into his account. The amount was 270 million. And the unit of measurement was euro. What was going on? A windfall? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but think to himself. He looked at the email carefully. The huge amount of money had been transferred in by a trading company called Lehman. It was an unfamiliar company name. Xia Ruofei was sure that he had never heard of this company before. However, this was normal. It was likely that this was a shell company set up in Cayman Islands as a tax-avoiding paradise. The real controller behind it couldn't be found just by looking at the company information. Who on earth had transferred such a large sum of money to him? Xia Ruofei was also puzzled. With such a large amount of money, it was impossible to have been transferred by mistake. First of all, it involved 200 to 300 million euros. The probability of a low-level mistake during the transfer was almost zero, and the bank had to confirm it repeatedly before the money was transferred. He thought about it but couldn't think of a clue. Sir, we've arrived. The taxi driver's voice brought Xia Ruofei back to her senses. She looked over and saw that the car had stopped at the entrance of the courtyard house in Luhai Lane. Oh. Thank you. Xia Ruofei said as he took out a 100 yuan bill from his wallet and handed it to the driver. After getting out of the car with his small suitcase, Xia Ruofei walked to the gate of the courtyard house and stood still. After a while, the iris recognition door lock opened automatically and Xia Ruofei pushed the door open and entered. Outside the door, the taxi driver turned his head and couldn't help but look at the magnificent Sihiyuan gate again. He thought to himself, this guy really wasn't bragging in the car just now. Other people really only had a lot of rooms. Such a large courtyard house in the central urban area must cost hundreds of millions. When Xia Ruofei entered the first courtyard, Wu Chang had already come out to welcome him. The security system of the entire courtyard house had been upgraded. There were many cameras installed on the four walls, and the access control system was also integrated. When the front door opened, Wu Chang was notified immediately. Although it did not open abnormally, he still checked the surveillance camera at once. Naturally, he realized that Xia Ruofei had returned and quickly came out to welcome him. "Boss, you're back." Wu Chang greeted as he took Xia Ruofei's luggage. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "How's the family these few days?" "Everything is normal," Wu Chang said. The two of them passed through the moon gate and arrived at the second courtyard where Xia Ruofei lived. Even though they had not stayed there for a few days, the yard was still spotless. Xia Ruofei pushed the door open and entered the house. He realized that the house was very clean and tidy. He did not inform them in advance that he was coming back today. It was obvious that Wu Chang, Wu Shouchuan, and Xia Xiaolan had worked very hard and were very meticulous. "Let's get Mrs. Wu to prepare something light for lunch." Xia Ruofei took off his coat and hung it on the coat rack as he said, "Buy more ingredients tomorrow. Brother Zhao and the others will come over for a small gathering." "All right." Wu Chang replied, "Boss, do you have any specific requirements for the ingredients? Pick the good ones. Don't be afraid of spending money." Xia Ruofei said, "Why don't we go to the Sam's Club to buy some? Try your best to pick our Paradise brand's ingredients. If the company doesn't have any products, just pick the best." "Understood." "All right." Wu Chang replied, "Then you should wash up and take a rest first. I'll call you when lunch is ready." Go." After Wu Chang left, Xia Ruofei took a bath and walked out of the bathroom, feeling refreshed. The heater in the house was on, and Xia Ruofei had almost fallen asleep in the jacuzzi. He had been busy and on the move for the past few years, so he could be considered to have stolen half a day of leisure. However, he was still thinking about the 270 million euros in his overseas account, so after soaking for a while, he got up, put on a bathrobe, and went back to his bedroom. While he was taking a bath, Xia Ruofei had thought about it and felt that there was something fishy about the money. Hence, he wanted to find out the background of Lyman Company first. After returning to the bedroom, Xia Ruofei was about to call Li Yifu and ask him to check on the direct line of Lyman Company. However, when he picked up his phone, he realized that he had a missed call. It was from Li Yifu. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not even think and called back. "Senior Granduncle." Li Yifu answered the phone in the shortest time possible, his attitude as respectful as ever. "Foster husband, you called me just now?" Xia Ruofei said, "Just in time. I have something to discuss with you." Li Yifu didn't have time to talk about his own matters and quickly said, "Marshal Granduncle, please give me your orders. This disciple will definitely do his best. It's not that serious." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Help me check the background of a company called Layman. Just now, a sum of money was inexplicably transferred into my account. It was from this company. I don't know what's going on." Hearing this, Li Yifu's tone suddenly became a little strange, or rather a little embarrassed. He said, "That Marshal Granduncle, Lehman was a shell company under the Hong sect. 2043 A windfall, 2, the Hong sect?" Xia Ruofei immediately raised his voice. "Adopted husband, tell me clearly. What's going on?" Why did the Hong sect transfer money to me? And it's 270 million euros. Yes, Li Yifu quickly said, great uncle. It's like this. A few days ago, when we were dealing with the Gearman family, didn't you find a treasure room in the manor? This amount of money, don't tell me that this money was exchanged for that batch of gold coins and jewelry? Xia Ruofei said. And almost 100 million euros in cash. He said. Li Yifu quickly added, the remaining 170 million yuan is almost the valuation of the jewelry. Isn't this just playing the zither randomly? Xia Ruofei frowned and said, I've already said that the wealth will be left for the Italy Freemasons as funds. Because of me, many of our brothers died that day. Li Yifu hurriedly explained, please forgive me, senior granduncle. I've asked around. The reason why the Gearman family was wiped out that day was all because of my granduncle's power. The Hong sect has already gotten a huge piece of land for free. Besides, you were the one who discovered the treasure room, so Hai and the others definitely wouldn't dare to take the money. Without waiting for Xia Ruofei to speak, Li Yifu continued, senior granduncle, the Hong sect has a comprehensive compensation system. We will compensate our brothers who died that night and those who are disabled. Don't worry about this. Besides, Hai and Jingfeng won't be leaving empty-handed after attacking the Gelman family. There are many valuable things in the matter, and they've already gotten a big bargain. We can't take this money anymore. I said I'd give it to them, so why wouldn't they dare to take it? Xia Ruofei said, this Hai is too much. He has to ask for instructions for everything. He doesn't have any courage at all. Yes, yes, yes. Li Yifu quickly chimed in and said, Grand Uncle, Master. Please understand our difficulties. It's not easy for us to deal with the wealth. Furthermore, it was the decision of the higher-ups of the Hong sect to convert all the jewelry and gold to cash. Please accept it. Xia Ruofei shook his head helplessly and said, all right. Since you're already here, I'll keep it. He also knew that an overseas organization like the Hong sect, with a long history, had accumulated a shocking amount of wealth over the years. It was even comparable to those giant enterprises that were worth tens of billions. In fact, the rich list had never reflected the true wealth ranking. There were many hidden rich people or low-key organizations in the world, and the wealth they controlled was even more than the world's richest people on the surface. To the Hong sect, 200 to 300 million euros was nothing. Since the Hong sect was so sincere, Xia Ruofei would not reject them. Moreover, from Li Yifu's point of view, Xia Ruofei had a deep relationship with the Hong sect. When the time was right in the future, he would just help the Hong sect. After Xia Ruofei relented, Li Yifu heaved a sigh of relief and said, thank you, Marshal Granduncle. Thank you, Senior Granduncle. Those who didn't know better would think that Xia Ruofei had transferred 270 million euros to the Hong sect. Why would Jianjia thank the person who gave the money, but the person who accepted the money looked like he was forced to do so? By the way, why were you looking for me just now? Xia Ruofei asked. Li Yifu said, somewhat embarrassed, Senior Granduncle, this disciple originally wanted to report to you about this sum of money, but it's fine now. Xia Ruofei said, okay, let's do this first. By the way, is there anything you don't understand about cultivation? Thank you for your concern, Senior Granduncle. Li Yifu was somewhat flattered. I'm still digesting the content that Senior Granduncle taught me last time. There's no problem. For now. All right. If there's anything you don't understand, don't practice blindly. You can come and ask me at any time, Xia Ruofei said. Yes. I understand, Li Yifu said gratefully. After hanging up, Xia Ruofei threw his phone on the bedside table. Then, he leaned against the headboard, put his hands behind his head, and stared at the ceiling. In a daze. He had thought that there was a strange story behind this huge sum of money. He didn't expect that it would be so simple after the mystery was revealed. In fact, Xia Ruofei should have thought about the wealth that he had taken out from the Gallman family's treasure vault long ago. However, he did not take it to heart, especially after he found more than half of the box of world stones. He focused almost all of his attention on the world stones. He didn't expect that after so many twists and turns, the wealth would still end up in his pocket. 270 million euros was equivalent to 2 to 3 billion Chinese dollars, which was more than the current assets of the Paradise Corporation. It had only been one night, and they had already gained so much from taking down a small mafia family. If they were to take down all the Italy mafia, how much money would they get? Xia Ruofei did not become greedy because of this. On the contrary, he became more alert. After having absolute power, it could be said that it was easy to obtain wealth. And it was precisely because it was too easy that many people would inevitably lose their way and walk the evil path. The Great Tao Sutra was a cultivation technique that was filled with righteousness. If Xia Ruofei's Tao heart was really covered in dust because of worldly wealth, then his cultivation would definitely be affected. In serious cases, he might even suffer a backlash, similar to the Qi deviation in martial arts. Xia Ruofei silently recited the Great Tao technique a few times and gradually calmed down. Then, he gave Song Wei a call and told her that he was in Beijing today. Ever since the two of them had that special cultivation experience, Song Wei had left an indelible mark in the depths of Xia Ruofei's heart. He could not tell if his feelings for Song Wei were deeper than his feelings for Ling Qingxue. However, he could be sure that since they had parted in the capital, his longing for Song Wei had deepened. Xia Ruofei thought that he would be able to see Song Wei today. To his surprise, Song Wei had gone to Guangdong province with her mentor 2 days ago. He heard that a Tang dynasty tomb had been destroyed by grave robbers, and they needed to go there to rescue and excavate it. Feeling extremely regretful, Xia Ruofei could only remind her to take care of her safety and then hung up the phone. Song Wei was not in the capital and Xia Ruofei felt bored. He wanted to get the visa as soon as possible with his identity. Then, he would go to Italy and help Monica's brother, Rousey, cure his leg. After that, he was ready to go back to Sanshan. After all, the company was building a pharmaceutical factory branch as well as the expansion of the farm and a lot of other things. He felt a little bad for being away from home for a long time and throwing all the work to Feng Jing and Dong Yun. Hence, Xia Ruofei gave Captain Lewin a call and told him that he had to fly to Italy in the next few days. He asked him to make preparations in advance. For international flights like this, not only did they have to apply for a route in advance, but the cabin crew also had to go through some procedures. After all, when they arrived in Italy, Xia Ruofei did not return home immediately, and the cabin crew could not stay on the plane all the time. They would have to enter the country too. Fortunately, most of the crew members were Chinese, American. So it was easy to go to Italy. After making the arrangements to leave the country, Xia Ruofei had some free time. He thought of the gray box that was still lying in the spirit map space and the world stones inside. Once this thought appeared, it immediately grew. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but take out the box from the space. 1, 2, 3. A total of 18 world stones. Not a single one was missing. After Xia Ruofei took out the world stone, he removed the restriction on the white fox. Then, he ignored the little fellow's protest and retracted his consciousness. He stood up and went over to lock all the doors and windows. Then, he drew the curtains tightly. Only then did he take out the spirit map scroll from his palm. He casually picked up a world stone and slowly moved it closer to Gupu's scroll. 2044 Evolution of the Rules _1 Under Xia Ruofei's control, the spirit map scroll emitted rays of light. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei had closed all the doors and windows tightly, and the curtains were drawn. He had also set up a small formation, so he did not have to worry about the strange phenomenon attracting the attention of others. A suction force came from the spirit map scroll and instantly devoured the entire world stone. The world stone seemed to have encountered an invisible vortex as it spun and flew towards the spirit map scroll. Then, it disappeared into thin air. Xia Ruofei's mind was still connected to the spirit map. He could clearly sense that the moment the world stone entered the spirit map space, all the essence of the stone was absorbed almost instantly, turning into traces of spatial power and fusing into the spirit map. Even the white realm fox, which had rushed over after sensing the aura of the realm stone, could not catch up with the speed of the absorption of the spirit map. By the time it arrived, it only saw that the realm stone had turned grayish, white, and its surface was filled with cracks. After losing the support of the spatial power, the world stone fell to the ground and shattered into many pieces. The white realm fox waved its front claws in frustration and squeaked a few times at the sky in the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei chuckled and picked up another realm stone from the box. The spirit map scroll greedily swallowed the realm stone. This time, the white realm fox was prepared. The moment the realm stone appeared in the spirit map space, it immediately pounced on it. Unfortunately, although it had successfully grabbed it, the realm stone was also absorbed in an instant. What it had grabbed was only an ordinary stone that had lost its essence. The third, the fourth, the fifth. Xia Ruofei could feel that the speed at which the spirit map was devouring the realm stone had slowed down. Hence, he used his spiritual power to speak to the white realm fox in the space. Little brat. That's enough. Let's stop for a while. With that, Xia Ruofei used his spatial power to imprison the little guy in mid-air. Xia Ruofei even shamelessly confined the white fox near the location where the realm stone appeared. He did not use the overlapping small spaces to completely confine it but only used spatial energy to bind it. In this way, the white fox could still move its limbs randomly, but its body could not move at all. The boundary stones appeared one by one within reach, but they were just a tiny bit away. The white boundary fox was so angry that its lungs were about to explode. If only it had lungs like humans. The last time it leveled up, the spirit map space still wasn't enough after absorbing 7 world stones. Later, Xia Ruofei even went to stone gambling and got a batch of jades, which allowed the spirit map space to break through the bottleneck and successfully level up. Hence, Xia Ruofei was mentally prepared. According to his observation, the difficulty of each space upgrade would increase. The last time he had leveled up twice, he had used 5 world stones. The first time, The second time, he had used 7 world stones, and it was still not enough. This time, Xia Ruofei felt that it would be normal to use up 10 world stones. In the beginning, Xia Ruofei did not feel anything when he sent the world stones one by one to the spirit map scroll. When the 10th world stone was quickly absorbed and the space still showed no signs of upgrading, Xia Ruofei could not help but feel apprehensive. Every single realm stone was extremely precious. This was because Xia Ruofei had yet to find any effective method to search for realm stones. Every time he found one, it was by chance. Although Xia Qing had told him that the White Realm Fox had an innate sensitivity to realm stones, and its sensing range was much further than the sensing array he had done previously, Xia Ruofei had never seen it before. It was as if it did not eat or drink in the space and would often be in a daze for a few days. He really couldn't see what kind of amazing ability it had. Moreover, Xia Ruofei had no idea how many world stones were in storage on Earth. This time, Xia Ruofei had obtained a total of 18 world stones. In the blink of an eye, more than half of them had been absorbed by the spirit map. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but mumble to himself, could it be that after using up all 18 world stones, the space can't be upgraded again? That would be too much. Although his heart was beating like a drum, Xia Ruofei did not hesitate at all. After the 10th world stone was absorbed, he immediately took out another world stone from the box and continued to feed it to the spirit map scroll. In any case, other than providing energy for the upgrade of the spirit map, the only use of these world stones was to be food for the realm fox. Comparing the two, Xia Ruofei basically did not need to answer the multiple-choice question. Of course, he would let the space absorb it. The realm fox didn't put in any effort at all, yet it still wanted to take advantage of this place for no reason? In its dreams, it did not matter if the space could be upgraded or how many world stones it had to absorb to upgrade. Anyway, the fate of these world stones was the same. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not bother to think about it anymore. 11, 12, 13. Xia Ruofei was almost numb. He felt that the spirit map was devouring the world stones as if they were jelly beans. One after another, he was not full at all. Finally, when the 14th world stone was about to be completely absorbed, Xia Ruofei, who had been paying attention to the spatial situation, clearly felt a wave of fluctuations in the laws of the entire space. It was as if it had been compressed to the extreme before suddenly erupting. Xia Ruofei was connected to the spirit map space by heart and blood, and his spiritual power cultivation was much higher than before. Hence, he could vaguely feel that the spatial rules of the spirit map world seemed to be in chaos at this moment. Even the White Realm Fox felt a trace of uneasiness and stopped its meaningless struggle. It was suspended in the air, quietly by the invisible force of the space. 2045 Evolution of the rules, too, of course, this trace of law disorder lasted for a very short time, almost an instant, and then the many laws in the spirit map space began to operate again. Xia Ruofei could feel that the rules of space and time in the spirit map world seemed to be clearer than before. Now, the upgrade of the space was not only an expansion of the area and an increase in the concentration of spiritual chi. Xia Ruofei vaguely felt that the space was becoming more and more real. It was a strange feeling. The spirit map space had always been there. By right, it would not give Xia Ruofei the feeling that it was illusionary. However, he could clearly sense the difference between this man-made space and the outside world, especially when he first obtained the space. Compared to the current space, there was a very obvious change. The spirit map space was getting closer and closer to the outside world. For example, when he first obtained the spatial zone, although the spiritual chi was rich, there was a sense of deathly stillness. Now, the changes to his senses were very obvious. When Xia Ruofei's mind stayed in the spatial zone, he could even feel the gentle breeze and the rippling of water. If the sky in the spatial zone also had sunrise and sunset, it would be no different from the outside world. This was an evolution of the rules. Perhaps every time the space leveled up, the rules of the spirit map world would evolve to different degrees. However, at that time, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power cultivation was not strong enough, and his connection with the space was not as close as it was now, so the feeling was not as obvious. This was the first time Xia Ruofei felt the internal rules of the space gradually being perfected. He closed his eyes slightly and silently felt it for a while. He felt that his understanding of the rules of space and the truth of the great Tao had improved a little. Xia Ruofei opened his eyes and looked at the box. There were still 4 world stones in the box, so it was definitely not enough to upgrade the space to another level. However, Xia Ruofei did not intend to keep them. The upgrade of the space was a process of changing from quantity to quality. Even if it could not change the quality of the space, it was at least a kind of accumulation of quantity. This way, if he could get more world stones next time, he would need fewer world stones to upgrade. Overall, it was the same. Hence, Xia Ruofei only muttered to himself for a moment before reaching out to pick up another realm stone and bringing it close to the spirit map. Although the space had just been upgraded, the spirit map scroll still did not reject the world stone. It absorbed the world stone in an instant. At this moment, the white realm fox, which was still confined in the air, could not help but squeak. Xia Ruofei used his mind to sense it with interest. This little guy seemed to be stopping him from continuing to let the space absorb the world stones. However, when it looked at the world stone, it realized that the essence contained within the world stone had already been completely absorbed. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said to the white fox, telepathically, "Leave a few for you? Give me a reason." Squeak. The white realm fox gestured with its hands and legs. Xia Ruofei could easily guess the white fox's intention. It wanted to help Xia Ruofei find the realm stone on the condition that it would eat 2 of them to satisfy its hunger. After all, it had been starving for a long time since they left the tomb. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I thought you didn't know how to be hungry. Since that's the case, you should hurry up and try to sense the world stone. If I can find it, I'll keep my promise and give you your share. You'll have food then, right?" The white realm fox squeaked and gestured a few more times, meaning that it was so hungry that its chest was sticking to its back. It had no strength to sense the location of the world stone, unless it ate 2 of them to recover its vitality. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "I like your shamelessness. Little guy, if you want to eat for free, you'd better give up this idea as soon as possible. Here, you must be paid according to your work. If you don't put in effort, you can't get anything in return." Xia Ruofei's mind swept over the dejected white fox and continued, "If you're not willing to cooperate, I naturally won't force you. Moreover, I won't drive you away. You can stay here to comprehend the spatial laws as long as you want. As for the matter of finding the world stone, since you can't help, then forget it. I'm not in a hurry anyway." After saying that, Xia Ruofei released the seal on the white fox. The little guy landed on the ground, got up, and waved its claws in the direction of the sky as if to show off. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. He had made a last-minute decision to not let the spirit map scroll absorb the remaining 3 world stones. With a thought, the 3 world stones and the box disappeared from the bedroom. The next moment, they appeared in the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei did not give the spirit map space an order to devour, and the space would not absorb the realm stones on its own. Hence, the realm stones could still be stored in the space, provided that Xia Ruofei's connection with the spirit map space was precise enough and he had precise control over the space. After the box containing the 3 realm stones entered the space, Xia Ruofei did not wait for the white realm fox to react. With a thought, he made use of the space rules to create a small space and wrapped the box up. When the white sector fox reached the box, it was immediately blocked by an invisible space membrane. To the white fox's despair, in just a few seconds, Xia Ruofei had stacked more than 20 small spaces on top of the box. The small spaces were connected to each other, protecting the box and the realm stone inside. With the white fox's current strength, even if it did not sleep or rest, it would still take a long time to crack all these small spaces. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei knew everything that was happening in the space like the back of his hand. Once he noticed that the white fox was destroying those small spaces, he only needed to think about it slightly and he would be able to build a solid space barrier again. The speed at which the realm fox broke through the spatial barrier was definitely not as fast as the speed at which Xia Ruofei set up the small space. Therefore, unless Xia Ruofei was willing, the white realm fox would never be able to touch the realm stones. Xia Ruofei smiled at the white fox and said, "Little guy, don't even think about causing any destruction in my space. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as being confined." The white realm fox also knew that a strong dragon could not suppress a snake in its own territory. In the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei could mobilize all resources. Even if someone with a higher cultivation than him was dragged into the space, it would be difficult to threaten him. Moreover, the white realm fox's cultivation was not high. It only had a deeper understanding of the rules of space. It could not defeat Xia Ruofei in the outside world, let alone in the space. How could he not bow his head when he was under the roof? Therefore, the white fox could only look at the gray box in a daze. It decided to hide far away and continue to comprehend the rules of space. At this moment, Xia Ruofei added, "As for the matter of cooperating to find the world stone, you can weigh the pros and cons yourself. Every word I say is a nail in the coffin. As long as I find the world stone with your help, I will definitely give it to you. You don't need to doubt this. In addition, if you're really famished, I can lend you 1 or 2 world stones to satisfy your hunger. It's not impossible." Hearing this, the white realm fox's spirit was lifted, and it squeaked a few times. "Let me finish first, I have a condition." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "First of all, I still need your help to find the location of the world stone. I have a sensing array here as well, but it's not as wide as your sensing range. So, if I follow your instructions, my induction array will also discover the existence of the realm stone. That will prove that you did not deceive me and that you did not slack off. By then, I don't mind giving you 2 realm stones in advance. How was it? Isn't this a good suggestion?" 2046, Personally Cooking. 1. The white realm fox tilted its head and thought for a while. It was very dissatisfied with Xia Ruofei's behavior of not letting the eagle go until he saw the rabbit. However, there was no other way. The initiative was in Xia Ruofei's hands. If it was like a few days ago, it would be able to comprehend new spatial laws every day and live a comfortable life. In any case, it was different from ordinary spirit beasts. It could eat 10 or 8 or even more world stones at a time, and it would not starve to death even if it did not eat for a long time. It was just that it was difficult for it to improve its cultivation. However, the situation was different now. Xia Ruofei was extremely lucky to have obtained so many realm stones. The realm fox could only watch helplessly as the realm stones were swallowed by the spirit map. Now, Xia Ruofei had deliberately placed the remaining 3 world stones right in front of it, but it could only see them, but not eat them. The temptation of the realm stone to the white realm fox was extremely great. If one were to compare it, it was equivalent to the temptation of an unparalleled delicacy to a glutton. The temptation would be more or less the same if it was magnified dozens of times. Once the appetite of the realm fox was stimulated, it would be difficult to suppress it. In the end, the little guy had no choice but to accept Xia Ruofei's suggestion. It waved its paws in dissatisfaction. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I'll be a little busy for the next few days. Be good and stay in the space. If you can sense the world stone, let me know. It's okay if you can tea. When I have time, we can travel around the world. I'll be up to you then." After talking to the white fox, Xia Ruofei wanted to go into the medium to feel the changes after the upgrade. However, he heard Wu Chang's footsteps coming from the backyard. He looked up at the clock on the wall and knew that lunch was ready. Therefore, he put away the spirit map scroll and waved his hand to remove the protective array. He then pushed open the door and walked out of the bedroom. "Boss, it's time to eat," Wu Chang quickly said as he turned the moon gate and saw Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Let's go. I haven't tasted your sister-in-law's cooking for a few days." Xia Ruofei and Wu Chang went to the backyard. Wu Shoujuan and Xiao Xiaolan quickly came up to greet them. Xia Ruofei greeted them warmly and then looked at Xiao Xiaolan. He asked with a smile, "Wu Chang, when are you and Xiaolan getting married?" Xiao Xiaolan's face immediately turned red. Wu Chang chuckled and said, "Boss, it won't be that fast. You're not young anymore, it's about time you get married." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Do you think that Sister Xiaolan is not good enough? You still want to wait and see?" "No, no, no," Wu Chang quickly replied. "Xiaolan is so beautiful. And it's my good fortune to be able to marry her. Why would I look down on her?" Hearing this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xiao Xiaolan's face was red with embarrassment as she glared at Wu Chang. Wu Shoujuan also laughed and said, "Boss Xia, Changzi listens to you the most. You should persuade him. This child is not enlightened." An elder sister-in-law was like a mother. Wu Shoujuan naturally hoped that her brother-in-law would get married soon. After all, he was not young anymore. Not to mention, Xia Xiaolan was one of the best girls in their hometown. Now that they were working under the same roof, it was a good opportunity to be in a favorable position. However, Wu Chang was a little slow in this aspect. The two of them did not progress very quickly, and Wu Shoujuan was also a little anxious. "Sister-in-law," Xiao Xiaolan shyly called out. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Wu Chang, Xiaolan, sister-in-law is right. You two are of the same age. It's time for you to start a family." Of course. It's still up to you to decide on your own relationship. We're just giving you a suggestion. I know. Boss. Wu Chang puffed out his chest and said. I'll work hard and propose to Xiao Lan when I have enough money. Brother Changzi, Xiao Lan hurriedly said, I'm not after your money. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Wu Chang. Did you hear that? Xiao Lan didn't make any requests of you. You still don't understand? Wu Chang couldn't help but laugh. Xia Ruofei continued, you guys can discuss this among yourselves. Wu Chang is my brother, and sister Xiaolan is from the same family as me. If you two get married, I'll take care of the car. After Wu Shoujuan heard this, she couldn't help but smile. After coming to Beijing to work, Wu Shoujuan felt that her brother-in-law had really met a noble person. Not only was the salary high, but the job was also very easy. He could also live in such a good courtyard. Even the rich people in Beijing could not live such a life. Now, Xia Ruofei even wanted to give a car to Wu Chang as a wedding gift. Such a boss was hard to find. Boss. Wu Chang quickly said. This gift is too generous, we don't dare to accept it. Besides, we're not even married yet. What's there that you guys don't dare to accept? Xia Ruofei said. Angrily, this matter is settled. Let's eat, let's eat. With that, Xia Ruofei walked into the dining room. Wu Chang and Xiaolan looked at each other. They were both embarrassed and quickly avoided eye contact. Xia Ruofei walked to the dining table and sat down. Then, he looked up at them and said, What are you guys doing? Come in and eat. Boss, we can just eat in the kitchen, Wu Shoujuan said quickly. Wu Chang, didn't I tell you? There aren't so many rules in my house. Xia Ruofei frowned and said, Everyone is equal. It's more lively to eat together. Isn't it a waste for me to eat such a large table of food alone? All of you, come over here. 2047, personally cooking, 2. After Xia Ruofei greeted them, Wu Chang finally persuaded Wu Shoujuan and Xiaolan to go into the dining room together. They sat down cautiously. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, That's right. In the future, unless there are too many guests and we can't sit down, this is how we usually eat. You're working for me, not the servants of the old society, so why are you all being divided into different classes? I know, boss. Wu Shoujuan said. Her heart felt warm. It felt great to be respected. She used to be a nanny in the county, eating and living at her employer's house. The feeling of living under someone else's roof was very obvious. Every time she ordered a few dishes in her own kitchen, her employer never asked her to serve them. Xia Ruofei saw that Wu Shoujuan and Xiaolan were a little restrained, so he laughed and chatted with them while eating. Slowly, they relaxed. They sat around and ate, and it was quite a happy and harmonious feeling. As Xia Ruofei had instructed them to make the food light, there were no greasy dishes for lunch. Wu Shoujuan's cooking was very good, and Xia Ruofei ate with relish. He could not help but give Wu Shoujuan a thumbs up. Wu Shoujuan was happy that her cooking skills had been recognized. She quickly advised Xia Ruofei to eat more. Xia Ruofei had just finished his lunch and was about to go for a walk in the front yard when he received a call from Zhao Yongjun. Big brother Zhao. Have you eaten? Xia Ruofei chuckled as he answered the call. I really didn't eat it. Zhao Yongjun said, You want to treat me to a meal? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, You're thinking Too much. I just wanted to tell you that I've already finished my meal. If you want to come over. For a free meal, it's too late now, damn. You're too stingy. Zhao Yongjun laughed and scolded, to think that I've been busy all this time for you. Oh, really? Have you settled the visa issue? Xia Ruofei quickly asked. You have a passport ready, right? Zhao Yongjun asked. Yes, yes. Xia Ruofei said. It was his first time in Hong Kong, so he had applied for a passport along with the pass. That's good. You can go to the embassy to get a visa in the afternoon. Go and find that person. Zhao Yongjun said, is the phone still there? I've saved it. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Brother Zhao is awesome. Don't praise me so hypocritically. You didn't even treat us to a meal, and you're so full of yourself. Zhao Yongjun said with a smile. Please. You must. Xia Ruofei said, let's do it tonight. Don't wait until tomorrow, call the few brothers over to my courtyard house, let's get drunk. I think you want to buy this meal as soon as possible so that you can go to Italy directly. Zhao Yongjun said. Xia Ruofei wasn't embarrassed that Zhao Yongjun had seen through his thoughts. He just laughed. I don't know what's so attractive about Italy that you can't even wait for a day, Zhao Yongjun said. Okay. Okay, you go and get your visa in the afternoon. I'll take care of them. We'll go by ourselves in the evening. All right. Xia Ruofei said happily. After hanging up the phone, he turned around and walked back to the backyard. Wu Shoujuan and Xia Xiaolan were cleaning up the mess, while Wu Cheng was washing his car in the yard. When they saw Xia Ruofei, they quickly stopped what they were doing and greeted him. Xia Ruofei said, Wu Cheng, sister. In-law, the meal tomorrow night has been changed to tonight. Go and prepare the ingredients in the afternoon. Can you make it in time? No problem. Wu Shoujuan said, half a day should be enough. All right. Wu Cheng. You drive her there. Xia Ruofei said, just do as I say, and pick the good ones. By the way, go to Walmart and see if there's any of our Paradise brand's Yangtze River beluga. If there is, buy a few back. All right. Wu Cheng replied in a straightforward manner. Xia Ruofei had previously left a card for Wu Cheng. Whether it was for gas, grocery shopping, or other expenses, he had used this card. This was similar to the company's public service card. Wu Cheng only needed to arrange the invoices and card swipe forms regularly and mail them back to the company's finance department to cancel out the accounts. After that, Xia Ruofei walked to the middle courtyard and called Captain Luan. He first asked Luan about the cruise situation and learned that they were all ready. He asked Luan and the crew to fly to Beijing today and get ready to fly directly to Turin, Italy the next day. After everything was arranged, Xia Ruofei saw that it was almost time, so he went to the alley and took a taxi to the Italy embassy. He already had the experience of applying for a visa using Xia Tian's identity, so he was very familiar with the process. Zhao Yongjin's acquaintance was also very helpful. He brought Xia Ruofei through the procedures quickly and successfully applied for the visa. Of course, he didn't know that this young man in front of him was the Xia Tian that Zhao Yongjin had introduced a few days ago. After getting the visa, Xia Ruofei took a cab and returned to Sihiyuan. The round trip took more than 2 hours. And most of the time was spent on the road. After he returned home, he did not go straight to the backyard, but went to the basement. There was a wine cellar here. Although the area had been reduced by half after the renovation, it was still quite large. Xia Ruofei was the only one who had access to the wine cellar's door. Hence, even Wu Chang did not know that there were only a few bottles of wine inside. All of Xia Ruofei's wine was stored in the spirit map space. There were many surveillance cameras in the courtyard house. Xia Ruofei's act of taking wine from the wine cellar was naturally a cover-up. Although the possibility of Wu Chang analyzing the surveillance video was extremely low, Xia Ruofei had already formed a habit of being cautious. Especially when it came to the core secret of the spirit map space. He never dared to relax. After staying in the wine cellar for a while, Xia Ruofei took out 10 bottles of the best drunken 8 Immortals white wine from the medium. Then, after some thought, he took out 2 bottles of Semillon white wine. Xia Ruofei packed the wine in a paper box and left the wine cellar with it. After locking the wine cellar's door, Xia Ruofei carried the box to the backyard. Wu Chang and Xia Xiaolan were busy preparing the ingredients under Wu Shouchuan's command. When Wu Chang saw Xia Ruofei, he quickly put down the knife in his hand and took the paper box. Just leave the wine in the restaurant, Xia Ruofei said. Yes, Wu Chang replied. Xia Ruofei strolled to the kitchen and laughed. Sister-in-law, you've worked hard. Wu Shouchuan wiped the sweat off her forehead with her sleeve and said with a smile, what's the trouble? Compared to the farm work we do in the village, this is nothing. Xia Xiaolan also nodded in agreement. Sister-in-law, let me take care of those Chinese perch. I promised my friend that I'd cook for you, said Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei had already caught a glimpse of the 3 Chinese perch in the tank. All right, Wu Shouchuan replied, this kind of fish is more common in the south. I really don't know what to cook to make it delicious. It'll be a waste if such an expensive fish is ruined. This afternoon, Wu Shouchuan and Wu Chang were shocked by the price of the Yangtze River pomfrets. These 3 small fish actually cost thousands of yuan. In total, they were only a catty, and they were frozen. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, then let me do it. Although my cooking skills are average, I do have some experience in making pomfrets. The first time Xia Ruofei had tasted the Chinese perch, it had been personally cooked by Lingji restaurant chef, Su Yu. After tasting it, Xia Ruofei was full of praise for the delicious taste. So he had specially asked Su Yu how to cook the Chinese perch. Although he couldn't make it to Su Yu's level, the ingredients were so good. If he made it according to Su Yu's method, the taste would definitely be quite good. Now, the production of pomfrets had also increased a little. They could produce about 3,500 catties a month. The selling price was basically maintained at more than 4,000 yuan per catty, and the supply was often in short supply. Wu Chang and Wu Shouchuan were very lucky to be able to buy pomfrets today. As Xia Ruofei spoke, he found an apron and put it on. He rolled up his sleeves and said, it's time to show my strength. Boss, can you teach me? Wu Shouchuan said with a smile. I can make it for you if you want to eat this kind of Chinese perch in the future. No problem. Xia Ruofei said, sister-in-law. Remember this. The first thing to do when cooking pomfrets is not to scrape off the fish scales. They are more delicious than the fish. 2048 Drinking and chatting merrily. 1. In fact, the cooking process of pomfret was not complicated. It could be steamed and steamed. In fact, top-grade ingredients did not have so many complicated procedures in cooking. The simple cooking process could highlight the taste of the ingredient itself. Xia Ruofei asked Wu Shoujuan to remove the gills and internal organs of the Chinese perch. After that, Xia Ruofei put the Chinese perch in boiling water to remove the fishy smell. Then, Xia Ruofei spread ham slices, mushroom slices, bamboo shoots and other auxiliary materials on the fish body. Then, he added the cooked lard, white sugar, refined salt, shrimp, cooking wine, chicken essence soup and other seasonings. After that, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's done. Later, we'll directly steam it in the steamer for 20 minutes and then it can be served directly on the table. Sister-in-law, just pay attention to the timing. Serve the steamer after the guests arrive." "It's that simple?" Wu Shoujuan asked in surprise. "Of course. Pomfrets are a top-tier delicacy, and they don't require so many complicated cooking techniques." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Then I'll leave this place to you?" "Good, good, good." Wu Shoujuan quickly said, "Boss, you can go." Xia Ruofei nodded and walked out of the kitchen. As he was walking out, he heard Wu Shoujuan muttering the keywords "steam it over a fire" and 20 minutes. He couldn't help but smile at Wu Shoujuan before leaving the kitchen. Zhao Yongjun and the others arrived very early. Xia Ruofei had just come out of the kitchen and sat down on the wicker chair under the eaves in the backyard to rest for a while when he heard Song Rui's noisy voice outside the door. "Are you Ruofei? Open the door, open the door." Xia Ruofei smiled as he stood up. He pressed a button on a control panel not far behind him and the door to the backyard opened. There were many control panels like this in the courtyard. Each panel had an LCD screen so that no matter where the owner was, he could easily see who the visitors were and control the opening and closing of the courtyard door. The 3 cars entered in a single file. Wu Chang quickly went over to direct the cars to park in the parking space on the side of the courtyard. Zhao Yongjun, Song Rui, Ho Liang, and the others all got out of the car. Xia Ruofei's group of brothers in the capital all came. Xia Ruofei was surprised to see Zhui Yi in the same car as Song Rui. Could it be that the two of them had finally made substantial progress? Xia Ruofei could not help but look at Song Rui and Zhui Yi. This was also a pair of jokers. Zhui Yi was a little insensitive when it came to relationships between men and women. Song Rui was so obvious to her. And everyone around her knew it, but she just treated Song Rui as her male best friend. Song Rui was once the #1 profligate young master in the capital. However, after meeting Zhui Yi, he had turned into an innocent young man. His ability to pursue girls had deteriorated to the negatives. The relationship between the two had always been at a very awkward distance. Even Xia Ruofei, Zhao Yongjun, and the others, who were outsiders, could not help but feel anxious for them. "Boss Xia, I'm here to freeload a meal. Any objections?" Zhui Yi asked, casually. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Why would I have any objections? I'm more than happy that beauty Xue is willing to do me a favor. As long as you're willing, you can come here every day." When Xia Ruofei said this, he could feel Song Rui's murderous gaze. He immediately changed his words. "I don't even mind you freeloading with Song Rui. Every day. You can talk." Zhui Yi said happily. Xia Ruofei greeted Zhao Yongjun, Ho Liang, Wei Jun, and the others one by one and led them into the dining room in the backyard. In the kitchen, Wu Shoujuan saw that the guests had arrived and immediately placed the Chinese perch that Xia Ruofei had prepared into the steamer and started to steam it. As for the other dishes, some of them were already being simmered and could be served at any time. Some of the ingredients had already been prepared and were about to be stir-fried. Xiaolan also went over to help, and the kitchen was in full swing. Wu Chang followed everyone to the restaurant and helped Xia Ruofei entertain the guests. After everyone had taken their seats, Wu Chang went to open the wine. Xia Ruofei smiled. I prepared a bottle of half-lan. It's for the ladies. The men will drink white. Is that okay? I'll listen to you. Song Ruwei said, we don't plan to leave today anyway. We can drink to our heart's content. No problem. We'll get drunk tonight. Suzy Xian also said with a smile. Straightforward. Xia Ruofei gave him a thumbs up and said to Wu Chang, all the men will use white wine. Give each of them a small jiahu and everyone will take their own wine. It's fair and just. All right. Xia Ruofei then looked at Zhui and asked, you're fine with drinking white wine, right? If you can't drink, I prepared some fruit juice. Drink some. You guys are all drinking, it's such a killjoy for me to drink juice alone. Zhui said. You're bold. Xia Ruofei complimented. Very quickly, everyone poured the wine and a few cold dishes were already placed on the table. Wu Chang then ran to the kitchen, and soon, 1 or 2 hot dishes were served. Xia Ruofei raised his glass and said, Come. It's rare for us brothers to be together again, and beauty Zhui is here to support us. Let's drink together. Cheers. Cheers. A burst of laughter came from the dining room. In the backyard. After eating for a while, Wu Chang served a large plate with the steamed kuan fish on it. Xia Ruofei immediately put down his chopsticks and said with a smile, Come. Everyone, try this dish. I made it myself. 2049 Drinking and chatting merrily. 2. Holy shit, kuan fish. Song Ruwei still knew what was good. He was the first to reach out with his chopsticks and pick up a piece of meat near the fish's belly. There were also large pieces of fish skin and scales, and he attentively placed it in Zhui's bowl. Try it. Song Ruwei said. This is a wild Chinese perch, and it's very hard to eat now. Right, don't lose the scales. This is the most delicious part of the Chinese perch. It's both nourishing and beautiful. After being steamed, the fish scales of the Chinese perch had all softened and turned into jelly. The taste of bamboo shoots, mushrooms, and other auxiliary materials had also seeped into the fish scales, making it quite delicious. Can the fish scales be eaten? Zhui looked at Song Ruwei in disbelief. You're not teasing me on purpose, are you? Song Ruwei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If this can't be eaten, can you keep it, Ruofei? You'll know when you try it. A fish like this would cost a few thousand yuan. You can't usually eat it, so expensive? Zhui couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air when she heard this. Her monthly salary was only 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. Even if she didn't eat or drink, it would only be enough to buy a fish like this? When Zhui thought of this, she couldn't help but think that comparisons are odious. Xia Ruofei laughed. The scales of Chinese perch are edible. Su Shi, a great writer in the Song dynasty, once called Chinese perch cherishing scale fish. Zhui nodded and said, yes. I still believe in Boss Xia's words. Song Ruwei almost hit the table with his head. Why didn't you believe me when I said it? Xia Ruofei just said it casually. And added suture in it. Why did you believe it so easily? Do you really think I have no credibility? Xia Ruofei held back his laughter and said, everyone, don't be so polite. Hurry up and try it. After taking a bite, Shui immediately said, it's too delicious. When Song Ruwei saw this, he quickly grabbed another piece of beluga and placed it in Shui's bowl, before Ho Liang. He said, if you like it, eat more. Shui was a little embarrassed as she said, don't give me any more food. We didn't eat much. Pomfrets were generally not big, and the three of them added up to less than 1 or 2 caddies. With so many people eating them together, if anyone ate more, there would definitely be people who couldn't eat it. It's okay, you can have my share. Song Ruwei said, casually. You're my brother. Shui said. Xia Ruofei almost laughed out loud. Song Ruwei had tried so hard for so long, but he still couldn't get rid of his brother's identity. After Zhao Yongjun, Su Zixian and the rest tried it, they were naturally full of praise. Ruofei, after our paradise gathering opens, Ling G's Buddha jumps over the wall and this steamed kuan fish must be our signature dishes. Zhao Yongjun said. These 2 delicacies were extremely attractive even to Zhao Yongjun and the others, who had high standards. Song Ruwei chimed in. And the drunken 8 immortals we're drinking today can't be bought in the market. It's best to get some of it too. We'll divide the members into several levels. Only the highest level members can enjoy this kind of drunken 8 immortals wine. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, hey. I didn't expect Xiao Ruwei to have improved so much. You're quite a business-minded person, Song Ruwei said proudly. I'm gifted, okay? It's just that I didn't learn it seriously in the past. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, don't worry. Although the production of drunken 8 immortals was extremely low, it wasn't a problem to supply a portion of it to the Peach Blossom Association. As for the Buddha jumps over the wall, even though the ingredients used were precious, they could be bought in the market. More than 10% of our Peach Blossom Company's monthly production of this Chongjiang Chinese perch is supplied to the Ling GF and B Group. When the time comes, the Peach Blossom Association's restaurants will definitely have this signature dish. That's great. Zhao Yongjun said happily, with just these 2 dishes, and the 8 immortals drunk that Xiao Ruwei mentioned, I'm afraid we'll be able to attract many more members. And the other projects we've designed are definitely top-notch in the entire Beijing, Tianjin region. Su Zixian smiled and said, our club is still under construction. Recently, many friends have been asking me when we will open the membership application, ha ha ha. Xia Ruofei raised his glass and said, then everyone should have a drink for the success of the Paradise Gathering. Cheers. Cheers. Xia Ruofei drank a glass of white wine and wiped his mouth with a small towel. Speaking of which, I haven't paid attention to our Paradise Gathering for a long time. How's the construction going? Song Ruwei said unhappily, you know that too. Leave us brothers in the capital and we'll work ourselves to death, while you go around the world to have fun. I heard from Brother Zhao that you're going to Italy? Official business. Official business. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Xiao Ruwei, although Ruofei didn't manage the specific matters, the Peach Blossom Association's project being able to get started smoothly is definitely due to his efforts. Zhao Yongjun said, we're familiar with Beijing. It's only right to do more. I understand, Song Ruwei said. But I'm so angry when I see this kid being free and unfettered all day. Xia Ruofei laughed bitterly. Xia Ruofei, you're only eating meat when you see a thief, but you're not getting beaten when you see a thief. I'm not free and easy. Wasn't he still extremely busy every day? Hundreds of people in the company are depending on me to make a living. Brother Xia is definitely showing off, Ho Liang said with a smile. Zhao Yongjun couldn't help but laugh. Ruofei, the club's construction is going very well, much faster than we expected. We expect it to be completed before the end of the year and start operations before the Spring Festival. There will definitely be no problem. It's much faster than I thought. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, thank you for your hard work. Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, the construction company is quite good, and it can't be done without Yi's strong support. She also participated in the entire design process, and many of the eye-catching designs were Yi's ideas. Xia Ruofei had also looked at the design plan, and the final draft was indeed stunning. He immediately smiled and said, then what are we waiting for? Let's give a toast to consultant Xue. Su Zixian and the others immediately responded, and everyone filled their glasses. Xue Yi was a little embarrassed as she said, I don't actually have a job, but you guys are paying me such a high salary. Song Ruwei had asked Xue Yi to be his consultant because he wanted to give her some extra income to help with the family. Otherwise, with a salary of 50,000 to 60,000 yuan in an institution, it would be hard for her to make ends meet in the capital. This club was built by a group of good friends, so the brothers naturally didn't mind giving them an extra salary. However, no one had expected Xue Yi to be so serious and responsible. She was very involved in the project and even provided many constructive suggestions, which was of great help to the design and construction of the club. Labor is the most glorious thing. You've worked hard, and we'll pay you. Isn't that normal? Xia Ruofei said, right, Xia Ruofei? Yes, yes, yes. Song Ruwei quickly replied. Come, let's all give a toast to Yi. Only then did Xue Yi clink her glass with everyone. Then, she very forthrightly downed a glass of half-lawn white wine. After putting down the glass, Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, by the way, Ruofei, the mushroom house that Xiangnan TV is working on is almost complete. Director Gao seems to want to start filming before the end of the year. The new season of A Life You Yearn For will be broadcast around the Spring Festival at the latest. You have to be prepared to be on the show. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly, you're all waiting to see a joke. President Feng is really too much, he's simply pushing a duck onto a rack. I think that's a good idea. Su Zixuan said, not only did you promote our Paradise Club and your company, but you also increased your exposure. You're now the living signboard of your company. Just your fans alone can increase the sales of your company by a lot. Xia Ruofei rolled his eyes and said, please, our company's products have always been in short supply. The only thing restricting our sales is our production capacity. I'll find someone to show off. We're caught off guard. Song Ruwei said, brothers, Xia Ruofei is so arrogant. Do you agree? I don't agree. Su Zixian and the others jeered. Then what should we do? Song Ruwei only wished for the world to be chaotic. Pour it on him. Su Zixuan and the others said in unison. Even Zhao Yongjun laughed and joined in. I'll come. I'm not afraid of you. Xia Ruofei said as he slammed the table. Another round of competition at the wine table began. 2050 brother, I can only help you this much. 1. The facts had proven that it was not wise to compete with a cultivator in drinking. Xia Ruofei did not even use his true energy to force the alcohol out of his body. His terrifying alcohol tolerance after the change in his physique was enough to knock them all out. Without any suspense, Zhao Yongjun mumbled, "Good wine." Satisfying, with a loud thud, he collapsed on the table. Only Xia Yi and Xia Ruofei were left in the dining room, fully awake. Xia Ruofei was slightly tipsy as he said to Xia Yi, "If you want to go back, I'll get Wu Chang to drive you back later. There's no problem with staying here for a night. There are many rooms in the house, so I'll let Wu Chang's girlfriend stay next to you." He was also worried that a girl like Xia Yi would be afraid of living in a foreign place. Xia Yi thought for a moment and said, "I think I'll go back. You reek of alcohol. You still have work tomorrow." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Deal. But you'll have to wait for a while. First, we have to settle these guys down." Xia Yi said, "It's fine. It's already so late. Don't let Wu Chang run back. And fourth, I'll just call a cab." "That won't do," Xia Ruofei said. "It's not safe for a girl to book a car online at this hour. If something really happens, Xia Ruofei will kill me." An unnatural expression appeared on Xia Yi's face, and she said, "What does it have to do with that guy?" Xia Ruofei chuckled, "You're just playing dumb. We outsiders can see clearly what Xia Ruofei's intentions are. No matter how slow you are, it's impossible that you can't feel it at all, right?" Then, Xia Ruofei patted Song Ruofei, who was like a pile of mud, and asked, loudly, "Right? Xia Ruofei?" Song Ruofei twisted a few times and said in a daze, "Who is it? Who wants to drink with me? Come." "Cheers." Xia Yi smiled bitterly as she looked at Song Ruofei. She sighed softly and said, "Ruofei, I didn't mean to keep Song Ruofei in suspense," he said. "So you don't have any feelings for him?" Xia Ruofei asked. "No," Xia Yi said without hesitation. Then, she immediately came back to her senses. Her pretty face heated up slightly as she lowered her head and said, "Song Ruofei is very concerned about me. I'm not made of mud, so how can I not feel anything at all?" Xia Ruofei had wanted to call Wu Chang in to help Zhao Yongjun and the others get to sleep in the guest rooms, but after hearing what he said, he was no longer in a hurry. He reached out to grab the bottle and poured Xia Yi a glass of Semelon. Xia Yi was the only one drinking this bottle tonight, and since she was a lady, Zhao Yongjun and the others wouldn't intentionally challenge her to a drinking contest, so there was still half a bottle left. Xia Ruofei also poured himself a cup of drunken eight immortals. Then, he raised his cup and gestured to Xia Yi, saying, "Let's have a drink first. If you don't mind, you can tell me what you're thinking." This matter was related to his good brother's lifelong happiness, so Xia Ruofei was naturally very concerned. It just so happened that Xia Yi had drunk a little today. If he could take the opportunity to ask her about her true thoughts, it would be a good thing for Song Ruofei. Xia Yi was rather bold when it came to drinking. She raised her glass at Xia Ruofei and downed it in one gulp. Then, Xia Yi sighed softly and said, "Ruofei, I'm more cautious when it comes to relationships. I know a little about Song Ruofei's family situation. I think the possibility of us ending up together is not high, so it's better not to start something that's destined to end without a result." Xia Ruofei sipped on his wine and did not interrupt Xia Yi. Since she had opened her mouth, Xue would naturally say what she had been keeping in her heart. She did not need Xia Ruofei to guide her. That's why I deliberately kept a certain distance from him, Xue continued. I even treated him like a good brother. I wanted him to back off in the face of difficulties. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. That's because you don't know Xia Ruofei well enough. Although he may seem a little boisterous and unreliable at times, once he gets serious, he will never give up easily. Xue nodded. I've been holding myself back from contacting him because I don't want to give him any hope. I don't want to keep him in suspense like this either. But he never seems to be discouraged, and he never gets impatient. Let me share my opinion. Xia Ruofei laughed. Xue immediately nodded and said, sure. I don't have anyone to talk to, not even Weiwei. After all, she's a relative of Song Ruofei. Actually, an outsider can't help you with matters of the heart. Xia Ruofei said, however, my personal opinion is that you are both still young. There is no need to suppress your current feelings for the future. Wasn't it more important to experience a true love that both sides had given their all to? Wasn't there a saying that was very popular now? It's called grasping the present. We're all young people in our 20s, so there's no need to act like an old man. What do you think? After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he looked at Xue with a smile. Xue's eyes revealed a hint of confusion as she said, I know you're right, but I've been educated to be more traditional since I was young. Isn't dating for marriage? If it's not for marriage, then what's the point of dating? 2051 brother, I can only help you this much, too. Dating without marriage in mind is considered being a hooligan? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, in terms of traditional values, this is not wrong. And I believe that most people with normal values don't think about breaking up in the future when they're in love, right? It was just that after a period of time together, she realized that the two of them had different personalities, living habits, and even values. That was why she chose to separate in the end. This kind of love can't be called being a hooligan. Right? Xue nodded. I'm not that extreme either. But Song Rui's situation is a little different. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, I understand. I'm probably under a lot of pressure when I'm with Song Ruofei, and this pressure mainly comes from his family, am I right? Xue nodded silently. Actually, she had heard most of Song Rui's family situation from Song Wei. She had also heard about the marriage arrangements of the younger generation in these big families, which was why she had hesitated for so long. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, it's not unreasonable to have such concerns. However, Xia Ruofei is a determined person. He won't give up easily once he's set his mind on something. You don't have to be so pessimistic about their future. Also, how much he can decide on his own marriage, in addition to his own determination, also depends on his achievements. This is also one of the reasons why he's working so hard now. Xue was slightly moved, and she nodded silently. Also, as his brother, I will support him unconditionally. Xia Ruofei said, although I can't say that I have much influence on the Song family, I can still help him. At this point, Xia Ruofei stood up and said, of course, as I said before, outsiders can't help in matters of the heart. The decision is still up to you. Just take it that I've had too much to drink and said a few words. Don't take it to heart. Xue said seriously, I understand. I will seriously consider it. Thank you, Ruofei. At that moment, the drunk Song Ruofei mumbled, I don't want to be your good brother. I never wanted to. Xue Yi's face heated up, and she said in a flustered manner, Ruofei, I'll be leaving first. Don't get someone to send me off. How can I do that? Xia Ruofei said and then shouted, Wu Chang. Strong martial arts. Wu Chang, who had been on standby not far away, immediately pushed the door open and said, You called for me, boss? Drive Xue Yi home. Be careful on the road. Xia Ruofei said. Yes. Wu Chang said, Miss Xue, this way please. Ruofei, you should help big brother Zhao and the others settle down first before sending me off, Xue Yi said hurriedly. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Don't worry. With me around, Song Ruofei won't sleep in the dining room. You can go back without worry. Xue Yi's face reddened, and she lowered her eyes. I don't care if he's dead or alive. After saying that, she left the dining room in a hurry. Xia Ruofei patted the unconscious Song Ruofei and said to himself, Xia Ruofei, this is all I can do for you. You'll have to rely on yourself for the rest. With that, he strode out of the restaurant and sent Xue Yi to her car. After waving goodbye, he turned around and left. Xia Ruofei held one person in each hand and carried the two of them to the front yard. Wu Shoujuan had already prepared the guest room in advance. The bedsheets were all new, and the smell of sunshine permeated through the room. Xia Ruofei made a few trips back and forth and sent Zhao Yongjun and the others to their respective guest rooms. The good thing about the drunken eight immortals was that even if one got drunk, they would not get drunk the next day. However, in order to prevent them from vomiting at night, Xia Ruofei used his true energy to force out a portion of the alcohol in their bodies. Of course, he didn't completely help them get rid of the alcohol. He still kept them in a dazed state, the kind that could sleep all the way until dawn. After settling down Zhao Yongjun and the others, Xia Ruofei returned to the master's yard to rest. Wu Shoujuan and Xia Xiaolan would take care of the mess in the backyard. Xia Ruofei used his genuine qi to dispel the alcohol in his body. He took a hot bath and went back to his room to take out spiritual crystals to cultivate for a while before going to bed to rest. The next morning, Xia Ruofei was woken up by Song Ruofei before he even got up. He realized that he was sleeping in the guest room. He had drunk too much last night and had no memory at all. He quickly ran to the middle courtyard to look for Xia Ruofei. Ruofei, where's Yi? Song Ruofei's loud voice could be heard from outside the alley. Naturally, Xia Ruofei was woken up. He put on his clothes helplessly and came out, saying, I went back last night. Don't worry, I asked Wu Chang to drive her home and only came back after she entered the house. Song Ruofei heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he asked nervously, by the way, brother, you didn't say anything last night, right? Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, It's all right. He only held the girl's hand and confessed about 17 or 18 times. Ah? Song Ruofei was shocked. Why didn't you stop me? Is Yi scared? 2052 brother, I can only help you this much. 3. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. All right. I was just scaring you. You're such a coward even when you're sober. Do you think you'll suddenly become a man after drinking? A little? Who's a coward? Who's a coward? Song Ruofei said, unconvinced. If you're not afraid, would Xue Yi still treat you as a brother? Xia Ruofei said, How long have you been here? Why is there no progress at all? I'm just enjoying the process of pursuing a girl, Xia Ruofei said. You don't even believe your own words. Do you? Xia Ruofei sneered. Hey. Don't tear down hard times, you know? Why are you bringing it up? Xia Ruofei was flustered and exasperated. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I'm just worried about you. Xia Ruofei, as your brother, I have to remind you that you should work harder. The lady is not completely uninterested in you. As a man, you should take the initiative sometimes. Did he tell you something yesterday? Xia Ruofei asked immediately. What did she say? To me? I didn't. Xia Ruofei yawned. She must have told you something. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said that. Xia Ruofei said, Ruofei, quickly tell your buddy. What did he say? I really didn't say anything. It's up to you. To believe or not. Xia Ruofei said. Then, Xia Ruofei shouted, Wuqiang, see if you're done earlier? I still have to go to the airport later. With that, Xia Ruofei strode towards the backyard. Xia Ruofei followed him and asked him questions, but Xia Ruofei refused to give in. It wasn't that he was deliberately keeping them in suspense, but it wasn't a good thing to have too many outsiders involved in matters of the heart, especially when Xia Ruofei and Xue were so close. It was the best choice to leave it for them to expose themselves. Hence, Xia Ruofei kept his mouth shut even after breakfast. He did not tell Xia Ruofei about what Xue had told him. However, Xia Ruofei was also a smart person. Xia Ruofei believed that he would also increase his offensive. As for whether it would succeed, it would depend on whether Xue had listened to his words last night and what decision she would make after listening to him. Anyway, no matter what Xue's decision was, the matter between her and Xia Ruofei would soon have a clear conclusion. Of course, Xia Ruofei hoped that this would be a good outcome. However, he had already done what he could. Now, he could only wish them well. Zhao Yongjun and the others finished their breakfast and left. Although Xia Ruofei wanted to ask Xia Ruofei, he knew that Xia Ruofei would not say anything even if he knew, so he had to leave first. Since Xia Ruofei wanted him to step up his attack, he would give it a try. Speaking of which, he had never confessed to Xue before. It seemed that he had to plan well and find a good time. Although Xia Ruofei often teased him, and the two of them often bickered, Xia Ruofei would never lie to him when it came to important matters. He would not harm him either. Xia Ruofei was very clear about this. After Zhao Yongjun and the others left, Xia Ruofei went back to his room to pack his luggage. Then, he asked Wu Chang to drive him to the airport. Luan's flight crew had flown from Sanshan to Beijing overnight. The international flight route to Turin had been applied for, and the estimated time of departure was around 10:30 in the morning. This time, Xia Ruofei was using his own identity to go abroad, so there was no need to hide. He directly asked Wu Chang to send him to an auxiliary building next to Terminal 2 of the Capital International Airport. The flight passage for the business jet was set in this auxiliary building. At 10:35 a.m., the Gulfstream G650 bus plane was allowed to enter the runway after an Airbus plane landed. After a slide to accelerate, the Gulfstream plane's streamlined body leaped lightly on the runway, drawing a beautiful arc and rushing into the rare blue sky in Beijing. 2053 Meeting Monica again. 1. This time, they didn't need to go to Germany for a transfer flight. The Gulfstream Plane's cruising speed was faster than ordinary commercial planes, so after more than 9 hours of flight, the plane entered the airspace of Turin and began to descend slowly. Moreover, the comfort of taking a luxury business jet was naturally not comparable to that of an ordinary flight. Even the first-class cabin was on a completely different level from a private business jet. Xia Ruofei even slept on the big bed in the luxurious bedroom in the back cabin for a short while during the journey. After he got up, he enjoyed the Western food and red wine that the flight attendant had carefully prepared. Then, he went to the cockpit to take a look. The plane had basically started to approach. The two pilots, who had been flying in shifts for more than 9 hours, were about to enter a relatively busy period again. Xia Ruofei naturally returned to the cabin and fastened his seat belt. About 20 minutes later, the Gulfstream G650 commercial plane landed smoothly on the runway. In general, this kind of long-distance flight would be equipped with 2 crew members, at least 3 to 4 people, so that they could take turns to rest. However, it was not so easy for the pilots of the commercial plane. Only 2 people cooperated with each other throughout the entire flight. Fortunately, the entire flight was less than 10 hours long. Although the 2 captains looked tired, they were in good condition. Moreover, their usual flight missions were many times easier than that of civil aviation pilots. Occasionally, they would have 1 or 2 relatively difficult flights, but they would not have any complaints. Xia Ruofei went to the cockpit to express his gratitude to the 2 captains and asked them to bring the crew to the hotel to rest. He would be waiting in Turin for the next few days in Italy. Xia Ruofei carried a simple suitcase and walked out of the cabin along the accommodation ladder. Then, he walked along the VIP passage and quickly passed the customs inspection. He walked out of the restricted area with light steps. Xia Ruofei looked towards the source of the voice. Among the people who were waiting to receive him, the blonde Monica's tall figure was so outstanding. She was jumping happily and waving at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei also smiled warmly. He dragged his small suitcase and quickened his pace. Monica. Xia Ruofei came to Monica and smiled. Long time no see. Monica's eyes were misty. She hugged Xia Ruofei tightly, without a word. This action also caused the 2 burly men behind Monica to reveal a hint of surprise. However, they did not dare to come forward and disturb Ying at this time. After all, Monica's words held enormous weight in the entire Grayo family. Her power was even greater than that of Kala. Monica might have acted like a little girl after Xia Ruofei's appearance, but in fact, she had shown her iron-handed methods in the past few days. Some family members who found evidence of corruption were all ruthlessly expelled from the family. A few insatiable people were even sent to prison. He had called the police in the name of his family's company, claiming that he had taken over his position. What awaited these guys would be jail time of different lengths. Monica used the power of the Hong sect in China to make a large-scale adjustment to the personnel of the family and supported a group of loyal subordinates. On the other hand, they dealt a heavy blow to the people of the original Kala faction. In just a few days, they had completely controlled the situation. Monica was no longer the helpless little woman from back then. She was the queen of the Grayo family in the true sense. Monica smelled the familiar scent on Xia Ruofei's body and mumbled, "It feels so good to see you again." "I thought I would never see you again in my life," he said. "In Europe." Goodbyes and reunions often occurred at airports and train stations. Everyone was used to hugging and kissing goodbye. The passengers who passed by the two of them all gave them kind smiles. Xia Ruofei patted Monica's back and laughed. Why would I? It's just that I was a little busy some time ago, so I'm here now, aren't I? Then, Xia Ruofei caressed Monica's hair and said softly, I really didn't know that you were in such a dangerous situation at that time. I wasn't able to appear by your side when you needed me the most. In my heart, no. Xia, no matter when, it's enough to see you. Monica said, it's all in the past. I'm fine now. Rousey is fine too. When Monica mentioned Rousey, Xia Ruofei immediately asked, by the way, where's your brother? I'd like to check his condition as soon as possible. Although Monica did not have much hope for treatment, Xia Ruofei could not wait to ask to treat Rousey the moment they met. This still made her feel warm inside. She wriggled out of Xia Ruofei's arms and said, the car is outside. I'll take you home. Rousey can't move, so I didn't take him out. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Xia Ruofei said, the treatment is more important. After he finished speaking, he walked out. Monica's two burly men had already helped Xia Ruofei with his luggage. The group walked through the airport hall and headed outside. A Bentley was parked quietly in the parking space outside the airport. The driver, who was wearing a suit and white gloves, was already waiting beside the car. When he saw Monica coming out, he quickly opened the door. 2054, meeting Monica again, too. Xia Ruofei and Monica sat in the car that had originally belonged to Kala. One of the men placed Xia Ruofei's luggage into the trunk and got into another black Mercedes-Benz. The other man sat in the passenger seat of the Bentley. The two cars started slowly, and the Mercedes-Benz led the way. They drove out of the airport one after the other and headed to the manor in the suburbs. Along the way, Monica was in high spirits as she introduced the buildings and historical sites along the way to Xia Ruofei. Although Xia Ruofei had just been to Turin not long ago, he still listened with great interest. The last time he was here, all he wanted was to solve Monica's problem. He didn't have the time to tour Doling City. Moreover, even if he knew the scenery like the back of his hand, having a hot beauty snuggling up to him and explaining it to him was in itself a pleasant sight. After they passed through the city, Monica shut her mouth and quietly leaned on Xia Ruofei. After they got into the car, Monica held Xia Ruofei's arm tightly and did not let go for a moment. After surviving the disaster, she seemed to have a new understanding of the meaning of life. She did not care if Xia Ruofei had a woman in Huaxia or if they could have a happy ending in the future. The only thing in her heart was to grasp the happiness in front of her. Xia Ruofei also felt Monica's attachment to him. He gently held Monica's delicate hand. Their heads were close together, feeling the long-awaited warmth. The cars drove into the Greo family's small manor one after another and slowly stopped in front of the largest house in the manor. The driver and the burly man in the front passenger seat quickly got out of the car and opened the doors on both sides. Xia Ruofei and Monica got off the car. Monica smiled and said, Xia, this is my home. I've grown up in this manor since I was a child. It's been more than 20 years, but it's still exactly the same as before. There's almost no change. This was the second time Xia Ruofei had come to the manor. The last time was a few days ago when he brought his brothers from the Turin branch to support Monica and witnessed Monica taking charge of The family. Of course, he still cooperated and pretended to be here for the first time, looking around with a trace of curiosity. Monica laughed and said, "Let's go. I'll show you around." Then, Monica held Xia Ruofei's arm and walked in. The exterior of the house looked a little old, and one could tell at a glance that it was an old building. In fact, there were many such ancient buildings in Europe that had been well preserved. Therefore, many Chinese people who traveled to Europe would feel that many places were not as prosperous as China's capital and Cheng, which were international metropolises. However, they could feel the strong cultural atmosphere. As Monica walked past with Xia Ruofei, people kept bowing to her and greeting her. It could be seen that Monica had established her own prestige in just a few days. Xia Ruofei was very happy to see this. He was filled with a sense of achievement. Although Monica and Rossi, as well as his brothers in the Hong sect, did not know that he was the Xia Tian who had led the Hong sect on a killing spree a few days ago, it did not affect the sense of achievement in his heart. The first floor was a tall hall with beautiful interior decoration and a strong European style. Two big men with Asian faces were sitting on the sofa. When they saw Monica walking in with a young man, they narrowed their eyes at the same time and stood up. They walked in front of the two men. One of them sized Xia Ruofei up and asked in Chinese, "A Chinese?" Xia Ruofei naturally recognized the two of them. One of them was called Ah Yong, and the other was called Ah Hua. A few days ago, he had incited the Hong sect's Turin branch to temporarily keep the two of them in the Grasso family. Of course, his purpose was to support Monica. Now that Xia Ruofei had come to Turin with his real identity, he had to pretend that he did not know the two. He revealed an expression of pleasant surprise and said, "Yup. You're Chinese too?" The big man nodded slightly and said indifferently, "I haven't asked for your name, sir." In the eyes of Ah Yong, Ah Hua, and even the brothers from the Hong sect's Turin branch, Monica and Mr. Xia were very close. Of course, Mr. Xia was referring to Xiaoying Luo, who had shown her strength a few days ago. When they saw Monica being so close to another young man, they naturally felt a little hostile. It was for Monica's sake that Mr. Xia went on a killing spree. He even used the power of the Hong sect's branch in Turin and paid a certain price. From their point of view, Mr. Xia had spared no effort, so he must be interested in Monica. After that night, Mr. Xia had become a very important figure in the eyes of the Hong sect members. Although this young man was from China, he was also Mr. Xia's love rival. Xia Ruofei smiled kindly and said, "I'm Xia Ruofei. He's Monica's boyfriend." Ah Yong's expression changed slightly when he heard that what he was afraid of really happened. Mr. Xia shouldn't have left in such a hurry. He had already done his best to help Monica. It was not easy for things to settle down and the dark clouds in the sky to disperse. It was the best time to launch a love attack. She didn't expect Mr. Xia to leave so suddenly. Look, her real boyfriend had appeared. It seemed like Mr. Xia's chances were slim. "Xia, these two are the people that the Hong sect sent to help me. This is Ah Yong, and this is Ah Hua. They're both elites of the Hong sect," Monica said. "Nice to meet you." Xia Ruofei had a warm smile on his face as he nodded. Although Ah Yong and Ah Hua had a faint hostility towards Xia Ruofei, they also knew that this was not something they could interfere with. Furthermore, Lu Jingfeng had specifically emphasized that the two of them were here to support the Grasso family. How could they overstep their boundaries in matters of love like this? So, the two of them looked at each other, nodded at Xia Ruofei in tacit understanding, and then ignored him. Xia, the two brothers from the Hong sect don't like to talk, please don't mind them. Monica explained softly. They've helped you so much, Xia. Ruofei chuckled. Why would I mind? Monica let out a sigh of relief. She nodded and said, let's go. I'll take you on a tour. Monica really brought Xia Ruofei around the place. She had grown up here, and there were many beautiful memories of her childhood. To her, this house naturally meant a lot, so she brought Xia Ruofei around the place. Finally, Monica brought Xia Ruofei to a bedroom upstairs. She pushed the door open and smiled. This is my room. Come in and take a look. Xia Ruofei nodded and followed Monica into the room. Monica closed the door with her feet. At the same time, she hugged Xia Ruofei and took the initiative to kiss him emotionally. Xia Ruofei had already held it in for many days. How could he resist such temptation? However, there was still a trace of rationality left in his heart, and he said vaguely, Monica, your brother is still waiting for me to treat him. He's been in a wheelchair for so many years, he doesn't mind sitting a little longer. Monica said vaguely, Xia, I'm the one who needs you more now. Monica's words completely ignited the fire that Xia Ruofei had been accumulating for many days. He seemed to have transformed into a beast driven by his instincts. He carried Monica by the waist and strode into the room. He threw Monica on the soft bed and pressed her down impatiently. 2055 Pretty Boy, 1. Xia Ruofei departed from Beijing at around 10 a.m. After a 10-hour flight, he arrived at around 10 p.m. Beijing time. However, due to the time difference, it was still around 3 p.m. in Turin. When he arrived at the Greo family's manor, it was not even 4 in the afternoon. When Xia Ruofei and Monica came out of the bedroom, the sky outside was starting to turn dark. The sun usually set around 9:00 in the evening in Turin. It was clear how crazy the two of them had been that afternoon. Monica's legs were still weak when she left the house. Even though Europeans had stronger physiques, she was still unable to withstand Xia Ruofei's storm of attacks. However, the physical fatigue could not hide the joy in her mind. This could be seen from Monica's beautiful face that was still flushed. Monica did not hide her relationship with Xia Ruofei at all. When they left the house, she held Xia Ruofei's arm tightly as if they were conjoined twins. She did not want to be separated for even a moment. The people from the Grasso family couldn't help but look at Xia Ruofei strangely. To them, this Asian man was most likely a pretty boy who lived off a woman. Xia Ruofei naturally did not care about how others looked at him. He was still smiling and calm. Is dinner ready? Monica raised her voice. Patriarch, dinner is ready. Please head to the dining hall. A few days ago, Monica had appointed Rodi as the family's butler. Rodi was the brother of Monica's cousin, Jessica. She had been working in the Greo family's business. Monica had entrusted Jessica with an important task. After Jessica took charge of the family's internal affairs, Rodi had also been transferred to the family as a butler. By the way, let's invite our two Chinese friends over for a meal. Monica ordered. Yes, Chief. Rodi said respectfully. Ah Yong and Ah Hua had been treated with great courtesy during their stay in the Glaso family. Monica had invited them to dinner because she considered that they were Xia Ruofei's Chinese compatriots. When they arrived at the restaurant, Monica led Xia Ruofei to the long table. Soon, Ah Yong and Ah Hua came to the dining room together. The faint hostility on their faces had long disappeared, replaced by unconcealable fear. The two came to the table and bowed slightly to Xia Ruofei and Monica. Hua said, "Mr. Xia, Miss Grayo, thank you for your kind invitation. We won't disturb you two from your meal." The two of them had come over to say hello. After Ah Hua said that, the two of them prepared to leave the restaurant. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "Let's sit down and eat. You don't have to be so formal." This. Hua hesitated. "Yes." Ah Yong quickly replied. "Then. I'll do as you say." Ah Hua also reacted and quickly said, "Thank you, Mr. Xia." After that, the two of them walked to the end of the long table and sat down, their postures very low. Xia Ruofei looked strangely at the two of them whose attitudes had changed. However, he did not say anything. He just smiled and asked Monica, "Oh right, where's your brother? Why didn't he come for dinner?" Before Monica could say anything, Rodi, the butler, said, "Sir, Rousey has his dinner at around 19 every day. He's already finished." Monica's face was slightly hot. She couldn't wait to meet her lover today and didn't even care about her brother's meal. "If that's the case, let's eat," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Monica nodded and gestured to Rodi. Rodi immediately made a gesture, and the servants immediately served the dishes that had been prepared. The dinner was obviously prepared carefully. It was not the Western food they often ate, but traditional Chinese food. However, they also used a separate eating system, and all the food was a small portion for each person. Xia Ruofei took a look and saw that there were home-cooked dishes like yuxiang shredded pork and mapo tofu. It was obvious that Monica had specially invited a Chinese food chef over after knowing that he was coming to Turin. "You're so considerate." Xia Ruofei smiled at Monica, then picked up the chopsticks that were specially prepared for them. He said to Ah Yong and Ah Hua, "Don't stand on ceremony. Let's eat." The two of them stood up at the same time and bowed, "Thank you, Mr. Xia." They did not dare to look at Xia Ruofei. Instead, they lowered their heads and focused on eating the delicious food in front of them. The atmosphere was a little strange. A few hours ago, when Ah Yong and Ah Hua saw Monica bring Xia Ruofei into her boudoir, their expressions became even more serious. They walked to the side and discussed in a low voice. They decided to call Louis Hai to report it. Having returned to Milan, Louis Hai became serious after receiving Hua's call. He asked about the details of Xia Ruofei's appearance and said, "Don't act rashly. I can't contact Mr. Xia right now, but I'll report this to Uncle Yi immediately. I'll have to ask him for instructions on how to deal with this." After hanging up the phone, Louis Hai immediately called Li Yifu, who was far away in the US. Although Xia Tian didn't express any special feelings for Monica, Louis Hai and the others had long regarded Monica as Xia Tian's woman. 2056, Pretty Boy _2 Xia Tian's performance in Turin had won over many brothers of the Hong sect, including Louis Hai. His strength that was beyond the limit of human beings made him a god in everyone's eyes. How could a woman of God be blasphemed? Therefore, as soon as the call was connected, Louis Hai couldn't wait to say, "Uncle Yi, there's an urgent situation here that I need to report to you." "What's wrong?" Li Yifu asked seriously. "Is there any movement from the Glory Society?" Ever since the Hong sect's branch in Turin destroyed the German family's base, the Hong sect had not dared to relax at all. They had been preparing for an all-out conflict with the Glory Society. Therefore, when Li Yifu heard Lu Hai's anxious voice, he thought of the Glory Society. No, no. Uncle. It has nothing to do with the Glory Society. Those guys didn't make any obvious moves, so they must have admitted defeat, Lu Hai said quickly, but this may be related to Mr. Xia. What? Li Yifu suddenly raised his voice. Then why don't you tell me quickly? Even though he had guessed that Glory was going to make a big move, Li Yifu had always maintained a calm attitude. After all, some worldly conflicts could hardly cause any waves in Li Yifu's heart. However, once Xia Ruofei was involved, Li Yifu would immediately become very nervous. It's like this. Didn't Mr. Xia save a woman from the Grasso family in Turin? The one called Monica. Before he left, he even specifically instructed us to send 2 of our brothers to the Grasso family to boost Monica's reputation and deter the people in their family who are ready to make trouble. Lu Hai said, we all think that Mr. Xia might have some feelings for Monica. Get to the point, Li Yifu said with a frown. When did you become a gossiper like a woman? Regardless of whether Xia Ruofei was interested in Monica or not, Li Yifu would not be able to guess it. Xia Ruofei was his senior granduncle. Could it be that Li Yifu still dared to guess all day long whether he was going to give him a grandmaster? Regarding Xia Ruofei's private life, even if Li Yifu had more guts, he would not dare to make wild guesses. Lu Hai smiled awkwardly. Uncle E, I can't avoid gossip when I report this to you today. Ah Hua just called me and told me that Monica picked up a young man from the airport today. The 2 of them are very close, and Monica directly took the young man to her room. He hasn't come out yet, what? Li Yifu immediately frowned. There's such a thing? He did not dare to speculate about Xia Ruofei's private life, but it did not mean that he could just watch his senior granduncle be cuckolded. If the granduncle, master, was cuckolded, then he, as his grandnephew, would also lose face. Hua wouldn't lie. Lu Hai said, he has done some preliminary investigation. That young man is also from Huaxia. Coincidentally, his family name is also Xia. Uncle E, what do you think we should do? That Monica has publicly betrayed Mr. Xia. Shouldn't we teach the Grasso family a lesson? Also, that pretty boy who seduced Monica, in my opinion, we should just grab him and throw him into the river. Wait, Li Yifu frowned slightly and asked, you just said that the young man's surname is also Xia? Yep. Lu Hai said casually, but he can't be compared with Mr. Xia at all. He's loose all over, and looks like a pretty boy who has drunk too much. What does he look like? Li Yifu asked urgently. Ah Hua had described the man that Monica brought back to Lu Hai. Therefore, even though Lu Hai had never met Xia Ruofei, he could copy Ah Hua's description and tell Li Yifu. Li Yifu suddenly asked, you guys must have found out the name of that young man, right? Is he called Xia Ruofei? Lu Hai opened his eyes wide in surprise. Uncle E, you're really a living god. Could it be that you can read fortunes? That pretty boy was called Xia Ruofei. Uncle, what should we do? Please give us some instructions. The thought of that pretty boy in Monica's room makes me feel uncomfortable. On the other end of the phone, Li Yifu raised his eyebrows and said coldly, Ah Hai, if you dare to say pretty boy again, do you believe that I'll fly to Milan immediately and skin you? Lu Hai quivered in fear, saying dazedly, Uncle E, did I say something wrong? Just point it out directly, don't be angry and harm. Your body, Li Yifu said unhappily, angry with you, you little rascal? Can I get over it? Cut the crap. Just pretend that today's incident didn't happen, What do you mean, Li Yifu said, that's not right. Immediately call the two boys in charge of the Grasso family and ask them to be more respectful to Xia. Mr. Ruofei. Don't show the slightest neglect. This, Louis Hai was dumbfounded, Uncle Yi, this, Xiao Bai. He has stolen Mr. Xiao's woman. Louis Hai almost said pretty boy out of habit, but he stopped himself. In time at the last moment. 2057, pretty boy _3, you know nothing. Li Yifu scolded him, who told you that Monica is Mr. Xiao's woman? Just do your own things, don't think about these gossips all day. Although Louis Hai couldn't figure it out, Li Yifu's words were the golden rule. Since the old man had spoken, Louis Hai naturally didn't dare to disobey, so he immediately said, I understand. Don't worry, uncle, I'll call the two boys right now, Li Yifu nodded. He thought for a while and said, Mr. Xia Ruofei's status is even more distinguished. You can understand it as Mr. Xia can only be considered his subordinate. So, hurry up and call those two kids, don't be stupid enough to offend the noble. Li Yifu knew very well that the Xia Tian from before was just Xia Ruofei changing his appearance. In this sense, Xia Ruofei's real identity was naturally more honorable than his previous identity that he had hidden. Not only did Xia Ruofei use the identity of Xia Tian to solve Monica's problem, but he also used his original identity to rush to Italy to meet Monica. It could be seen that Monica was very important to Xia Ruofei. In Li Yifu's heart, the Grayo family became even more important. He had decided that when Xia Ruofei returned, he would ask Louis Hai to increase the support and protection for the Grayo family, because the head of the Grayo family might be his other master's grandmother. Louis Hai heard that. He was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. In his opinion, Xia Tian was already a god-like figure. He did not expect that the pretty boy that Monica brought back had an even more distinguished identity. This was simply beyond his understanding. He came back to his senses and quickly said, Uncle Yi, I know. Then I won't talk to you anymore, I'll call Hua immediately. Louis Hai respectfully said goodbye to Li Yifu and then immediately called Hua. After being scolded by Li Yifu, he naturally wouldn't be polite to Hua either, scolding him directly in the face. After that, Louis Hai asked Hua to respect Xia Ruofei even more than Xia Tian. Although he did not tell Hua everything Li Yifu had said, he made it clear that Xia Ruofei's status was even higher than Mr. Xia's, and Li Yifu had personally confirmed it. After the phone call, Louis Hai stopped what he was doing and called several guards to drive to Turin from Milan. After answering the phone, Hua was stunned for a long time, then he conveyed Louis Hai's order to Yong. The two of them looked at each other in dismay. After a long while, they both showed a look of fear. When Xia Ruofei entered the room, they did not hide their hostility. Fortunately, they did not say anything too extreme. In general, their attitude was a little cold, but it was not completely irreparable. That was why the scene in the restaurant had happened. As Xia Ruofei ate, he looked at Yong and Hua, who were acting unnaturally. He had already understood what was going on. After dinner, Xia Ruofei walked past Hua and whispered, Tell your boss not to come to the Grasso family. Also, act naturally in front of Monica. I'm Xia Ruofei, who just came to Italy from China. I don't know you guys, nor do I have any relationship with you. Understand? Those who could be trusted by Louis Hai were not idiots. Hua understood Xia Ruofei's meaning at once and said, I understand. Don't worry, sir, we'll definitely follow your instructions. Xia Ruofei nodded and turned to smile at Monica. Monica, it's not too late yet. Take me to see your brother. I want to treat him as soon as possible. 2058, not welcomed. 1. Monica also felt the subtle change in Ah Yong and Ah Hua's attitude, but she was smart enough not to say anything. When she heard that Xia Ruofei was going to see Rossi, her heart skipped a beat. She smiled and nodded. All right, he's staying on the first floor. I'll take you there. Xia Ruofei nodded at Ah Yong and Ah Hua, then followed Monica to Luo's ice room. In a large bedroom on the first floor that faced south, Rossi was sitting in a wheelchair in a daze. He was naturally the first to know that his sister had brought back a young Chinese man. He even knew that Monica had brought the man into his boudoir as soon as she came back and didn't even come out during dinner time. What the two of them had done inside was self-evident. There was an inexplicable irritability in Rossi's heart, and Summer's face would always appear in front of him from time to time. Although he had not known that mysterious Chinese young man for long and was not familiar with him, he felt that Xia Tian was the best candidate for Monica's lover. Not this Chinese kid who had appeared out of nowhere. Even though he had heard from Rodi that the young man had come to Turin in a private jet, he was not afraid of the young man. So what if he had some money? His sister was now the head of the Greo family. Although the Greo family was not one of the top rich families in Europe, as a family that had been operating truffles for 100 years, their assets were quite rich. A private jet might be a luxury in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of the truly rich, it was just a means of transportation to improve efficiency. Furthermore, Monica was able to become the head of the Greo family all because of Xia Tian. Although Xia Tian did not express his admiration for Monica, Rossi and Louis Hai had the same feeling. He just did not say it out loud, but his actions had made it clear. Rossi knew his sister very well. Monica was very conservative when it came to personal relationships. As far as he knew, Monica had never had a boyfriend before. He once thought that his sister and Mr. Xia Tian were a golden couple. He didn't expect Monica to bring a man home directly and to be so eager. Just as Rosie was frowning and thinking about something, there was a light knock on the door. Rousey, it's me. Monica's voice came from outside the door. Can I come in? She's bringing that wild man to see me, Rousey thought to herself. He didn't respond to Monica immediately. Instead, he waited for Monica to knock on the door again before he slowly said, "Come in." The door's not locked. The door was pushed open, and Rousey looked up. Sure enough, the Chinese young man was walking into the room with Monica with a smile. In fact, in the eyes of many Europeans and Americans, Chinese people all looked similar. However, Rousey immediately felt that the Chinese man in front of him looked different from Mr. Xia Tian, whom he had met a few days ago. 2. Be honest, although Xia Ruofei was not considered handsome, he was not ugly either. In addition, after he had cultivated the Great Tao formula, he had unconsciously emitted a refined aura, which made him very approachable. However, perhaps it was because of his first impression, but no matter how he looked at Xia Ruofei, Rossi felt that Xia Ruofei was detestable. Especially when he saw Monica's face brimming with happiness. As her younger brother, He felt inexplicably irritated. Rousey, let me introduce you, this is, Monica said with a smile. Hey. Monica, I'm not interested in your boyfriend. Rousey said in a frivolous tone. Monica's smile froze. She turned to look at Xia Ruofei awkwardly. Xia Ruofei was not angry. He walked up to her with a smile and said, Rousey, let's get to know each other. I'm Xia Ruofei. I'm from China. Xia Ruofei spoke in Chinese, which surprised Luosi. He looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, You know I can speak Chinese? Xia Ruofei chuckled. I know that not only do you know Chinese, but you also know many other languages. You're not only a language genius, but you're also quite talented in business. Other than the fact that you can't move freely, you're better than most healthy people. Don't think that I'll accept you being with my sister, just because you praise me a little. Monica told you all this, right? Xia Ruofei laughed and nodded, Of course, I'm not a prophet. If Monica doesn't tell me, how can I know? In reality, Xia Ruofei did not need to ask Monica about this. It was just that Xia Ruofei knew Rousey quite well and expected that it would be difficult to get in touch with him. Hence, on the way back from the airport, Xia Ruofei deliberately led the topic to Rousey and asked Monica about this. Xia Ruofei saw that Luosi did not speak and continued with a smile, Rousey, it doesn't matter if you accept me or not. It's enough as long as Monica likes me, isn't it? Rousey snorted softly and said, I don't know what you've vetoed to her. Mr. Xia is so outstanding, but she's not moved at all. What's so good about you? Why would she like you? Logo, this is the end of part 1, and 2059 not welcomed. 2. Monica's face changed slightly. She scolded in a low voice, Rousey, don't spout nonsense. There's nothing going on between me and Mr. Xia Tian. Monica stole a glance at Xia Ruofei. She was worried that Xia Ruofei would be jealous. If the Mr. Xia Rousey was referring to was someone else, Xia Ruofei might have felt a little jealous. However, if it was Xia Tian, how could Xia Ruofei be jealous of him? He said in his heart, so my brother-in-law thinks that the other me is more suitable for her sister. He really had no taste. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Rousey, I'm not here to discuss your relationship with you today. Rousey, Monica quickly added, Xia came all the way from China to Turin just to treat your leg. Rosie's eyes widened and he looked at Monica for a long time before he said, Monica, are you sure you don't have a fever? Monica was a little embarrassed. In fact, she did not believe that Xia Ruofei could cure Rousey's leg. It was just that Xia Ruofei had come all the way here enthusiastically, and she really wanted to see him, so she did not stop him. However, this did not mean that she had much confidence in Xia Ruofei's medical skills. Rousey sighed and looked at Xia Ruofei. Are all the people with the surname Xia very powerful in China? Xia Ruofei didn't quite understand. He shrugged and asked, why do you say that? Up until now, I only know 2 Chinese people with the surname Xia. They're both quite capable. Rousey said seriously, Mr. Xia Tian's skills are even better than Spider-Man and Superman combined. As for you, Mr. Xia Ruofei, I'm amazed by your ability to pursue girls. Monica is a calm person. How did you make her fall for you and believe that you can cure the sequelae of polio? Xia Ruofei was stunned. For a moment, he smiled bitterly and said, can I take it as a compliment? Rosie shrugged and said, of course. In fact, I'm very inexperienced in this area. After all, not many girls are willing to date someone who's always in a wheelchair. Xia Ruofei thought to himself, I don't think that's a compliment. If this brat wasn't Monica's brother, if his hidden hostility wasn't because of his other self, Xia Ruofei would have left. Rousey, I don't need you to worry about my personal relationship, Monica said with a frown. I didn't come all the way from China just to hear your sarcasm. Xia Ruofei waved his hand to stop Monica from continuing. Then, he smiled at Rousey and said, Hey. A life without love is incomplete. Have you ever thought that if you can stand up, with your intelligence and wealth, there will be countless beautiful women throwing flirtatious looks at you, making you dizzy? Xia Ruofei only paused for a moment. Before Luosi could speak, he continued, I know that you've seen many doctors since you were a child, and there are many famous doctors among them, but those are all Western doctors. I believe you haven't tried Chinese medicine treatment, right? Chinese medicine? Rosie said with a frown. His Chinese was very fluent, so he was naturally familiar with Chinese culture. He shrugged and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Xia. I don't think my problem can be cured by drinking water boiled from tree roots and bark. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even a person with such good Chinese had such a huge prejudice against Chinese medicine. It could be seen that the demonic propaganda of European and American countries had a huge negative impact on Chinese culture and Chinese medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine is not a witch doctor, as some media say, he said seriously. It's also a systematic subject that has been passed down for thousands of years. Different from Western medicine, which treated headaches and feet, Chinese medicine focused on the balance of yin and yang and systematic conditioning. And I have to correct you on one point. Chinese medicine doesn't just use Chinese medicine to treat diseases. This theory also includes acupuncture, massage, and so on. Even the rehabilitation therapy methods in the Western field have been used by Chinese medicine masters hundreds of years ago. Xia, I'm sorry, Monica said apologetically. Rousey was rude, it's fine. He just doesn't know much about Chinese medicine. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. He was not angry with Rousey and continued, the Mr. Xia Tian you mentioned earlier is also Chinese. In your eyes, Eastern Huaxia is full of mystery. Xia Tian's combat strength is comparable to Spider-Man, so why can't the traditional Chinese medicine that has been passed down for thousands of years cure your leg? Xia Ruofei's mention of Xia Tian made Rosie slightly dazed. Xia Ruofei continued, Rousey, let me try. Even if it can't be cured, you won't lose anything, right? If I'm lucky enough to succeed, you'll be able to get rid of the wheelchair completely. Xia Ruofei used a bit of spiritual power and his voice was full of enchantment. Rousey could not help but follow Xia Ruofei's psychological suggestion and think about the beautiful life after he recovered his ability to walk and run. He nodded subconsciously. Monica was both surprised and happy. Xia Ruofei had a gentle smile on his face. He walked over and pushed Rousey's wheelchair to the table. Rousey, hold out your hand, I'll examine you, he said with a smile. 2060 not welcomed. 3. If it were not for the inexplicable hostility, Rousey would have been a very curious young man. Now that he had already nodded in agreement, he simply did not dwell on those things and began to develop an interest in the treatment methods of Chinese medicine. He stretched out his hand and placed it on the table. Xia Ruofei moved a stool over and sat down opposite Luosi. He reached out and felt Luo's ice pulse. After learning a few Chinese medicine books from the Jade Talisman of Inheritance, Xia Ruofei could easily solve most problems with his own medical skills, even if he did not use the petals of the spirit heart flower. Therefore, he was not bluffing when he took Ruofei's pulse. He was really using traditional Chinese medicine methods to check Ruofei's pulse. Of course, he also used a little bit of mental strength to ensure the accuracy of the examination. Xia Ruofei closed his eyes and checked carefully. After a while, he asked Luosi to use another hand to check on the man on the left and the woman on the right. In Chinese medicine, there was no such thing as this. A real Chinese medicine doctor would have to check the pulse with both hands. The results of the examination were similar to Xia Ruofei's previous deduction. The meridians in Ruofei's leg were severely blocked, and it was difficult for his qi and blood to circulate below his calf. "How's the situation?" Monica could not help but ask. "Ruofei's condition is relatively serious," Xia Ruofei said. "Of course," Ruofei said, a little disappointed. "I've seen countless doctors and done countless tests over the years, and they all gave me the same answer. This is almost the most serious sequelae of polio. It's very difficult to recover the feeling in the legs by medical means. It doesn't matter. We will think of a way in the future," Monica said. Xia Ruofei laughed. "I only said that the situation is serious. I didn't say that it can't be cured." "Xia, you really have a way?" Monica suddenly became alert. She knew that Xia Ruofei would not lie just to make her happy. As long as Xia Ruofei said that he could cure Ruofei, Monica would believe him without any hesitation. In comparison, Ruofei was much more rational. Or rather, he had not been optimistic about Xia Ruofei from the beginning, so he was not too disappointed. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Although it'll be tricky, it's not like there's no other way. How about this? We'll use acupuncture and physical therapy today, and I'll make a few more doses of medicine tomorrow. The effect should be more obvious." Then, Xia Ruofei looked at Monica and said, "Get someone to bring my luggage over." "All right." Monica quickly responded and quickly walked out of Ruofei's room. Xia Ruofei said to Ruofei, "Let me help you to the bed. You'll need to lie down for the acupuncture later, Mr. Xia. Can you really help my leg recover?" Ruofei asked, half believing and half doubting. He didn't dare to hope for a complete recovery. If he could even walk a few steps after treatment, it would be a huge surprise for him. Xia Ruofei smiled. "Ruofei, if I'm not wrong, you can't feel anything below your knee, right?" "Yes." Rosie nodded. "Then, I can tell you," Xia Ruofei said, "after today's acupuncture and massage treatment, your leg will regain some feeling. This should be considered effective, right?" 2061 effect with one shot. What? Ruofei's mouth opened into an O shape as he repeatedly said, "Mr. Xia, this is impossible. I'm not belittling Chinese medicine, it's just that this isn't scientific at all." If Xia Ruofei had said that he could regain some feeling in his leg after a stage of treatment, he might have been skeptical. However, how could he have done it with just one acupuncture treatment? If it could be so simple to restore the feeling in his leg, then this illness would not have left so many famous doctors helpless. In fact, Ruofei's leg disease was very serious. After he unfortunately contracted serious polio, although his fever subsided and he saved his life, he had no feeling below his knee since then. His leg was severely deformed. After so many years, even if he insisted on rehabilitation therapy, his leg muscles still inevitably atrophied. Rossi himself had almost given up hope. Now that he heard Xia Ruofei say that he could recover the feeling in his legs with one acupuncture session, his first reaction was disbelief. Over the years, he had experienced too many times the mental journey from hope to disappointment. Now, he was basically in despair. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "The entire Chinese medicine system is not scientific in the Western mainstream view. Rousey, won't we know in a while whether it's possible or not?" Rousey looked at Xia Ruofei deeply, took a deep breath and said, "Okay, then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Xia." Seeing Xia Ruofei's confident look, Rousey's emotions were unconsciously affected. A glimmer of hope began to appear in his heart. Anyway, it didn't matter if he tried it once. At most, it wouldn't have any effect. It wasn't the first time he had experienced such a process over the years. After a while, Monica personally dragged Xia Ruofei's small luggage into the room. She was a little surprised to see Rousey lying on the bed. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Did you bring the thing? Hurry up and bring it over." Monica handed the luggage to Xia Ruofei. He opened it and took out an exquisite box that had been prepared. When he opened the box, he saw a row of silver needles of different sizes on the side of the lid. Inside the box was a set of delicate tools for cupping, including a jar, mugwort, and so on. Xia Ruofei gestured for Rossi to take off his pants. Rossi was still a little embarrassed in front of his sister, but Monica went over to help him take off his pants quickly. Xia Ruofei carefully disinfected the silver needle with alcohol and sat down by the bed. He said to Rousey, "Today, we will mainly perform acupuncture on a few acupuncture points on your leg. Although these silver needles are very long and look a little scary, you won't feel any intense pain. So, don't be nervous. The more relaxed you are, the less pain you will feel." Rousey rubbed his nose. "I can't feel anything in my legs," he said. "You can prick me however you want." Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "You'll feel it soon." Then, Xia Ruofei turned to Monica and said, "Monica, if you're afraid, you can wait outside. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to Rosie." Monica looked at the trembling silver needle in Xia Ruofei's hand. She was a little scared when she thought about how long the needle was going to be inserted into Rossi's leg. However, she still said bravely, "No need. I'll just watch from the side." "Okay." Xia Ruofei didn't mind having someone by his side during the treatment. He didn't say anything more, and his eyes became very focused. His right hand shook slightly, and a silver needle accurately inserted into the youngling spring point diagonally below Rossi's knee. His movement was as fast as lightning. Monica even felt like she had blinked, and then the silver needle was already trembling slightly on Rossi's leg. Xia Ruofei had already found the right acupuncture points, so he did not hesitate at all. Very quickly, the second and third needles also found the corresponding acupuncture points. His acupuncture technique came from a long, lost traditional Chinese medicine book in the Jade Talisman of Inheritance. It was called Xing Lin San Shou. He didn't look for too many acupuncture points, and the technique was very special. If he used it with a small amount of true qi, the effect would be quite obvious. After inserting 3 needles, Xia Ruofei did not continue to take out needles from the box at the side. Instead, he took a deep breath and extended 2 fingers to gently twist the silver needles. Threads of true energy. invisible to the naked eye, followed the silver needles and entered Rossi's acupuncture points. Because there was no feeling in his leg, Rossi did not feel anything at first, as if the needle had been inserted into someone else's body. However, as Xia Ruofei started to channel his essential qi into the acupuncture points, Rossi also noticed something unusual. Unknowingly, he felt soreness, swelling, and numbness in the 3 parts where the needles were inserted. Although the feeling was not particularly obvious, it was very real. Rossi could even feel that the soreness was centered around the silver needle, radiating about 5 or 6 centimeters. He still could not feel the other parts of his body below his knee, but the soreness was becoming more and more obvious at the spot where the needle was inserted. Rossi couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air, revealing a shocked expression. He had lost feeling in his legs for more than 10 years. This was the first time he felt the existence of his legs after he fell ill. The feeling was very wonderful, and at the same time, it set off a great storm in his heart. Xia Ruofei wasn't lying. From the acupuncture to now, less than a minute had passed, and the effect he had mentioned before had already appeared. Rossi, do you feel uncomfortable? Monica asked, a little worried. No. Rossi quickly said, Monica. This feeling was great. It can't be any better. I can feel my legs, Xia Ruofei, who was focused on acupuncture, said without looking up, keep calm, don't move, it's best not to speak. Monica was also surprised and happy. She quickly said, yes. Rossi, do as Xia says. Don't move around, so as not to affect his treatment. All right, he said. Rossi whispered. From the moment Xia Ruofei walked into the room, Rossi was the most obedient. Now, he would do anything Xia Ruofei asked him to do without hesitation. Xia Ruofei continued to twist the silver needles, and wisps of true energy continued to stimulate Rossi's acupuncture points. In the second half of the acupuncture treatment, Xia Ruofei began to flick the ends of the silver needles with his fingers, and the 3 silver needles began to vibrate at different frequencies. The expression on Rossi's face also became more and more varied, because as the silver needle trembled, his soreness became more intense. He could even feel a hot flow being transmitted from the tip of the silver needle, making his lower leg feel like it was bathing in a hot spring. After a long time, Xia Ruofei waved his hand and removed the 3 silver needles at a very fast speed. Then, he slowly disinfected them with alcohol, wiped them clean, and put them back into the box one by one. Xia, are you done with the treatment? Monica asked. Xia Ruofei closed the box and nodded. Yes. The effect of this treatment should be pretty good. What do you think? Rossi. As Xia Ruofei spoke, he winked at Rossi and smiled. Of course. Rossi said excitedly. Mr. Xia, I haven't felt the existence of my legs for many years, and no doctor has ever been able to restore the feeling in my legs. You're the first one to succeed. Xia Ruofei smiled. It's not a big deal to feel your legs during acupuncture. When I remove the silver needles and you can still feel them, that will be the first step to success. Rossi reached out to touch his slightly deformed and shriveled calf and said, Mr. Xia, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel like I can feel my legs. It's just that the feeling is very weak, as if they're separated by several layers of pants, Xia Ruofei said with certainty. This is not an illusion, Rossi. Acupuncture is stimulating a few of your acupuncture points and clearing your meridians. From a Chinese medicine point of view, when your qi and blood flow is smooth, you will feel that your nerves are gradually recovering, Xia, Monica said excitedly, then you can continue treating Ruofei. Ruofei also nodded and said, Mr. Xia, I'm not afraid of pain. Please continue to treat me. Xia Ruofei chuckled. It's not a matter of whether you're afraid of pain or not. Acupuncture treatment requires a certain amount of time to let these acupuncture points recover their energy. If you don't control it, they will continue to overdraw and eventually harm the body. In addition, Xia Ruofei paused for a moment before he continued, today was only the first treatment, and there was no external or oral Chinese medicine, so the effect was not particularly ideal. I'll prepare the Chinese medicine tomorrow. After that, I'll use massage and acupuncture. The effect will definitely be very good. I'm looking forward to it. Ruofei said excitedly, I might not be able to sleep tonight. In fact, Ruofei was so excited that he was about to cry. His hands were almost constantly rubbing his two calves as if that was the only way he could really feel the hope of standing up. That won't do. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, the only way to guarantee the effect of tomorrow's treatment is to rest well. If your body is too weak, then many treatments can't be carried out simultaneously, I understand. Don't worry, Ruofei said. I'll force myself to sleep as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei nodded and stood up. He smiled and said, then I won't disturb you any longer. Rest early, good night. Good night, Mr. Xia, Ruofei said respectfully. After Xia Ruofei showed off his skills, Ruofei's attitude towards him had changed dramatically. After seeing that he had a chance to stand up again, Ruofei almost worshipped Xia Ruofei like a god. Monica also smiled and nodded at Ruofei. Then, she walked out of the bedroom with Xia Ruofei. As soon as they left, Xia Ruofei said, Monica, inform Ah Yong and Ah Hua to come and see me. I have something I need them to do. 2062 Reward, 1, okay, I'll take you to your room first. Monica said with a smile. Then, she glanced at Xia Ruofei flirtatiously. Don't lock the door after you see the two of them. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He asked, why? You've worked so hard to treat my brother, Monica said. As his sister, shouldn't I reward you? That's what you said, Xia Ruofei chuckled. Am I free to choose that position? Monica pouted and pinched Xia Ruofei's arm. Her face was red as she said, I'll go get Ah Yong and the others. After she finished speaking, she walked straight to the other end of the corridor. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, hey, you haven't brought me to my room yet. The one at the end of the corridor on the left, Monica said without turning her head. Xia Ruofei watched as Monica left with flirtatious steps. Then, he dragged his small suitcase and walked back to his room. After he returned to his room, he had just sat down for a while when there was a knock on the door. Come in, Xia Ruofei said loudly. Ah Yong and Ah Hua pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as they entered, the two bowed to Xia Ruofei respectfully and said, Mr. Xia, you were looking for us? Xia Ruofei nodded and pouted. Sit down. Thank you, Mr. Xia. Ah Yong and Ah Hua sat down on the sofa opposite Xia Ruofei, looking a little reserved. Xia Ruofei looked at the two of them and asked, your boss is here in Turin? Mr. Xia, brother hi, Ah Hua quickly stood up and said. Sit down and talk. Xia Ruofei said. Yes. Ah Hua sat down again and said, Brother Hai heard that Mr. Xia came to Turin, so he rushed over from Milan overnight. Xia Ruofei said, "Tell him not to come to the Grayo family. I don't want Monica to think that I have anything to do with the Hong sect." "Yes, we have contacted Brother Hai immediately after you gave us your instructions," Hua said respectfully. "He'll be staying at the Hong sect's Turin branch. He'll be at your command." Xia Ruofei nodded. He knew that Lui Hai must have reported it to Li Yifu, but he didn't know if Li Yifu would tell Lui Hai that Xia Tian and Xia Ruofei were the same person. According to Xia Ruofei's speculation, Li Yifu wouldn't. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Actually, I'll be fine here. I should be returning to China in a few days. Your brother Hai doesn't have to stay in Turin all the time. He can go back to Milan if he has something to do." "We'll let Big Brother Hai know," Hua replied. "There's something I need your help with." Xia Ruofei nodded. "Please give me your orders," Hua quickly said. "Is there any traditional Chinese medicine clinic in Turin?" Xia Ruofei asked. "There are." Hua thought for a moment and said, "The Chinese medicine in Huichun Hall, Lingji Hall, and Chinese Medicine Hall are all good. The doctors in charge of the hall are very good. Many local Chinese people often go to them for treatment." "Are their medicinal herbs authentic?" Xia Ruofei asked. After all, this was Europe. It was impossible for anyone to grow Chinese medicinal herbs. Therefore, foreign Chinese medicine clinics probably bought medicinal herbs from China. With tariffs and international shipping, the cost would be very high. This did not rule out the possibility that some unscrupulous merchants would buy inferior medicinal herbs. "Mr. Xia, Lingji Hall has a close relationship with the Hong sect and they have a good reputation. There should be no problem with the herbs." Hua said, "Whatever medicinal herbs you need, just leave it to us. Even if the Lingji Hall really has low-quality medicinal herbs, they would never dare to sell them to us." "That's true," Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I'll make a list. If possible, please prepare the medicinal herbs for me as soon as possible." "Yes." Hua said respectfully, "The medicinal herbs you need will be delivered tomorrow morning." It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. If the herbs could be delivered tomorrow morning, they must have prepared for it overnight. The clinic was almost closed at this time. However, for the Hong sect, it was easy to prepare a few sets of herbs at any time. Xia Ruofei nodded and grabbed a piece of paper from the table. He picked up his pen and listed more than 10 kinds of medicinal herbs, even noting down the amount of each herb. Then, Xia Ruofei passed the note to Hua and said, "That's it. We can relax on the time, but we must ensure the quality of the medicinal herbs." "Don't worry." Hua stood up and said, "If there's any problem with the medicinal herbs, I'll be the one to answer for it. Then I'll have to trouble you." Xia Ruofei said amiably, "That's all. You guys should go back and rest early." "Yes." Hua said, "Mr. Xia, we'll take our leave then." The taciturn Yong also said to Xia Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, good night." After they left Xia Ruofei's room, they immediately called Lui Hai and asked the Grasso family to fax the list of herbs that Xia Ruofei had written down. Liu Hai attached great importance to Xia Ruofei's request. He immediately asked Liu Jingfeng to call the manager of Lingji Hall. When the manager of Lingji Hall heard that it was Lui Hai, the boss of the Italy Freemasonry, who wanted to buy some medicinal materials, he dared not to delay. He hurriedly got out of bed and rushed to the Lingji Tang Chinese Medicine Hall. in person. On the way, he also called Medicine Master and woke him up. Half an hour later, the herbs that Xia Ruofei needed had been packed and labeled. They were then sent to the Hong sect's branch in Turin. Considering that the Hong sect needed a lot of these herbs, which were obviously not to be boiled and taken at once, the manager of Lingji Hall considerately prepared an exquisite scale to measure the weight of the herbs. At the same time, he also gave a clay stove and 3 clay pots to the Hong sect's branch in Turin. Liu Hai immediately arranged for someone to pack these herbs and tools into a box and told Liu Jingfeng to send them to the Grasso family's manor in the suburbs. If Xia Ruofei didn't emphasize twice that Liu Hai was not allowed to meet him at the Grasso family, Liu Hai would have sent him there personally. Although it was already midnight, the Grasso family did not dare to neglect the Hong sect's brother's visit. Their butler, Rodi, personally welcomed them. Liu Jingfeng didn't stay for long. He directly handed the things to his butler, Rodi, and told him to pass them to Ahua as soon as possible. Then, he took a deep look at the interior of the Grasso family's manor, got into the car, and left. When Ayong and Ahua received the box, Monica had already sneaked into Xia Ruofei's room. Both of them were at their most energetic age, and the afternoon's lingering was not really satisfying. Monica locked the door and immediately threw herself into Xia Ruofei's arms. The two of them hugged and kissed passionately. The endless spring in this luxurious room only reluctantly came to an end at 1 or 2 in the morning. Xia Ruofei was still full of energy and didn't look tired at all. Monica, on the other hand, was so tired that she felt like she was floating in the clouds. She had yet to recover from the strong impact on her senses. Xia, thank you. Monica muttered, I have never seen Rousey so happy. It was you who gave him a new light of hope in his life. Xia Ruofei gently kissed Monica's forehead and said, Monica, he's your brother. It's my duty to do anything for him. Besides, it's only within my power. Also, you and I should never say thank you to each other. That's too distant, I know. Monica was already surrounded by a thick sense of happiness. But I just want to thank you. Other than thanking you, I really don't know how to express my current feelings. There are many ways to thank someone, such as, Xia Ruofei chuckled. With that, Xia Ruofei's demonic claws began to move restlessly again. Monica was shocked and quickly said, God. Are you not tired at all? How could there be such a strong man? Xia Ruofei answered with his actions. Suddenly, the heart-shaking voice in the bedroom started to echo again. The next morning, Xia Ruofei and Monica were in bed for a long time before they reluctantly got out of bed and got dressed. It was already past 8 o'clock when the two of them finished washing up and walked out of the room. If Ling Qingxue and Xia Ruofei lived in such a big family and slept in the same room last night, even if they were tired from rolling around in the sheets the whole night, they would definitely wake up early and sneak back to their own room. However, European girls were different from traditional Chinese girls. Monica didn't care about these things. She was always open when she was with Xia Ruofei. After a night of hard work by Xia Ruofei, Monica, who had been nourished, was glowing. She held Xia Ruofei's arm and walked out of the room openly. When they arrived at the dining room, Luosi was already seated at the table. Ayong and Ahua were also there. They did not eat first and chose to wait for Xia Ruofei. When Xia Ruofei and Monica walked into the restaurant, Rousey immediately greeted them with a smile. Ah Yong and Ah Hua hurriedly stood up and greeted Xia Ruofei and Monica. Xia Ruofei nodded slightly and walked straight to the table to sit down. Mr. Xia, we've prepared everything you need. Hua stood up and said. So fast? You've worked hard. Xia Ruofei said happily, please bring the things to my room after we finish eating. All right. Ah Hua replied. Xia, what did you ask Mr. Hua to prepare? Monica asked. Curiously. It's the herbs I need for the next step of my treatment. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I'm not familiar with the place in Turin. Considering that Ah Yong and Ah Hua are Chinese, they might know where to buy the most authentic Chinese medicine, so I tried to ask them for help. I didn't expect them to be so efficient. It's beyond my expectations. 2063 Multi-Pronged Approach. 1. It's nothing. We're more familiar with the area, so it's best to leave this matter to us. Hua said humbly. Xia Ruofei had given instructions beforehand, so Hua did not dare to be too respectful. After breakfast, Ah Yong and Ah Hua brought the box that Lu Jingfeng had sent over the night before to Xia Ruofei's room. Then, the two of them politely said goodbye. Xia Ruofei opened the box and saw that the medicinal herbs were placed neatly inside. The tools for decocting the medicine were also available. He was very satisfied. He skillfully picked out the required Chinese medicinal herbs and put them into the earthenware pot. Then, he added water and began to boil them over the charcoal fire. He had checked the herbs, and they were all of the best quality. The Hong sect was quite reliable. Xia Ruofei's purpose of brewing Chinese medicine was not just to fool people. He used these Chinese medicinal herbs to make an ointment called muscle-relaxing and bone-strengthening ointment that was mentioned in Chinese medical books. This ointment was very effective in recovering meridians and bones. Moreover, the prescription had long been lost in the long river of history. It took a long time to make the ointment, mainly to ensure the efficacy of the medicine. Xia Ruofei used slow boiling with fire, hoping to force out the medicinal properties of the herbs. After about 2 hours, Xia Ruofei checked the herbs carefully and nodded in satisfaction. He poured the herbal soup into a soup bowl and threw away the dregs. The dregs had no more medicinal properties, and the essence was already in the soup. After washing the clay pot, Xia Ruofei poured the medicinal soup back into the clay pot and continued to simmer it over the charcoal fire. At the same time, he found the last medicinal herb from the box, crushed it, and poured it into the medicinal soup. He used a spoon to stir it continuously. This medicinal herb was like a catalyst. After mixing with the medicinal soup gradually began to become thick and finally formed a jelly-like state, about half the amount of the casserole. Xia Ruofei followed the instructions in the traditional Chinese medicine books and stirred the clay pot with a spoon. When he felt an obvious resistance, he took the clay pot from the charcoal stove. According to the normal process, as long as it was left to cool, the muscle and bone strengthening ointment would be completed. However, Xia Ruofei still had to add something to them. The petals of the spirit heart flower, which played a key role in healing, had not been added yet. Xia Ruofei had chosen to add the petals after the ointment had taken shape, because he was worried that it would affect the formation of the gel. After all, he did not understand why the soup would slowly coagulate after adding the last herb. With a thought, Xia Ruofei took out a spirit heart flower petal from the space. Once the petal touched the human body, it would be absorbed immediately. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not dare to touch it with his hands. He wrapped the petal with his spiritual power and put it in the clay pot. Then, Xia Ruofei took out a set of butane, butter, on 1 gloves from his space and put them on. This was to prevent his skin from coming into direct contact with the petals and ointment. Then, Xia Ruofei added a small amount of water. The petals of the spirit heart flower dissolved quickly when they came into contact with the water. Xia Ruofei picked up the spoon and stirred quickly. During the stirring process, the ingredients of the spirit heart flower petals naturally mixed evenly with the ointment. At the same time, it also accelerated the heat dissipation. After stirring for about 15 minutes, Xia Ruofei nodded in satisfaction. He tidied up the room and opened the windows to get some fresh air. He didn't want the room to be filled with the smell of Chinese medicine. When he slept, Xia Ruofei carried the clay pot with the ointment and walked out of the room. Monica had been near Xia Ruofei's room the entire time. She immediately walked up to him the moment he opened his door. "Xia, you've worked hard." Monica was touched when she saw the clay pot in Xia Ruofei's hands. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I'm not tired at all. Let's go." He continued to treat Rousey today. "I plan to use acupuncture and massage techniques, coupled with the ointment I just made. The effect should be much more obvious than yesterday." Monica nodded heavily. She did not know why, but her confidence in Xia Ruofei had suddenly increased a lot. Perhaps it was the immediate effect of the acupuncture yesterday that had shocked her. Monica followed Xia Ruofei to Rousey's room with anticipation. Rousey was sitting in a wheelchair, staring blankly at the flying birds outside the window. After hearing the knock on the door, Rousey came back to his senses and said in a clear voice, "Please enter." When he saw Xia Ruofei, Rousey immediately looked at him expectantly and greeted, "Mr. Xia." Last night, Xia Ruofei's acupuncture skills had completely won Rousey over. His attitude now was completely different from yesterday. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded at Luoshi. "How do you feel today?" "Very good," Rousey said excitedly. "I can feel that my legs are a little numb. When I touch them, my skin seems to feel something. It's not like before, where I can't feel anything even if I cut myself." Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "Rousey, don't get too excited. How can I not be excited?" Rousey said, "Mr. Xia, Chinese medicine is really amazing. It's just a few simple needles, and it actually has such a magical effect." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but criticize in his heart. What did he mean by a few simple needles? Even some Chinese medical masters might not be able to perform the acupuncture techniques he had used yesterday. Of course, it did not mean that Xia Ruofei's skills in Chinese medicine were better than those masters. The main thing was that the acupuncture techniques he used came from ancient Chinese medical books, most of which were lost. 2064 Multi-pronged approach. 2. Of course, Xia Ruofei would not correct Rossi's misunderstanding. He just smiled and said, "I'm saying that yesterday's acupuncture was only the beginning of loosening up your meridians. Today, I'll use a variety of techniques and medicine to treat you. If you're so excited about the little effect yesterday, then you'll be so excited that you won't be able to sleep in the days to come." "Xia," Monica said with a smile, "if he can really stand up again, I'm sure Rousey will be willing to go without sleep for a few days." "Of course," Rousey said excitedly. "Mr. Xia, let's start the treatment." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. He went forward to help Luosi up and let him lie on the bed. Jianjia called it help, but Luosi's legs could not exert any strength at all. Basically, he had put all the weight on Xia Ruofei. However, Xia Ruofei still managed to complete it easily. Xia Ruofei took out a silver needle and said while disinfecting it, "The acupuncture point for today's acupuncture is on the upper body. Ruofei, take off all your clothes on the upper body." "Mr. Xia," Ruofei said in surprise, "my problem is in my legs. Why did I have to do it on my upper body?" Of course, he was just curious and did not question Xia Ruofei's decision. When he asked the question, he had already started to unbutton his shirt. Monica came over and helped him take off his shirt. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "I told you yesterday that Western medicine treats headaches and feet pains. If it can't be cured, it's simply amputation and organ replacement. However, it's different. Traditional Chinese medicine focuses on the balance of yin and yang and treats the human body as a comprehensive system to regulate. So, it's not unusual to use acupuncture on the upper body to treat leg injuries. Chinese medicine is really unfathomable, Mr. Xia. I was really ignorant yesterday," said Rosie with a nod. Xia Ruofei smiled and motioned for Ruofei to lie down. Then, he picked up a silver needle with 2 fingers and moved as fast as lightning. Monica, who was at the side, only felt a blur in front of her eyes. A silver needle, as thin as a cow's hair, was stuck in Ruofei's chest. Ruofei did not feel much as he lay there, but Monica could see it clearly. The long silver needle had actually pierced a large portion of it. Most importantly, the silver needle was very thin, as if it would break if she was not careful. She had not seen Xia Ruofei use much strength, but he had easily pierced that much. Xia Ruofei's expression was very focused. His hands moved quickly and decisively. His eyes did not even blink. In the blink of an eye, he had inserted the silver needles into 5 acupuncture points. Then, he used the Xingling Sanzhou acupuncture technique and gently twisted the silver needle. Actually, it was a little scary to see so many silver needles being inserted, but Ruofei did not feel too much pain. The main reason was that most human nerves felt pain on the surface of the skin. The silver needles were thin and Xia Ruofei's technique was clean. Ruofei felt like he had been bitten by a mosquito. However, when Xia Ruofei started to perform the acupuncture technique, a warm current immediately came from the acupuncture points and flowed slowly along the meridians. It felt like bathing in a hot spring. It was so comfortable that Rosie almost cried out and even felt like falling asleep. Xia Ruofei twirled the silver needle as he said, "Ruofei, you should be feeling warm right now, and the part where the needle was inserted will feel a little sore. These are all normal reactions, so don't be nervous. If you feel any other discomfort, tell me immediately." "Got it," said Rosie, nodding. After about 30 minutes of acupuncture, Xia Ruofei kept the silver needles in a specific order. Monica hurriedly came forward and used a hot towel to wipe Xia Ruofei's forehead. Actually, Xia Ruofei was not sweating. She was just expressing her concern. Xia Ruofei smiled at Monica and said, "It's fine, I'm not tired." "Luosi, how do you feel now?" Xia Ruofei asked. "Mr. Xia," Ruofei said, "I feel a little warm in my legs, and a little itchy below my calves. Like many ants are crawling." "Mr. Xia, the feeling today is even stronger than yesterday." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "The channels and collaterals are cleared step by step." Naturally, the effect is getting better day by day. If you can feel the numbness and itchiness, it means that the purpose of the acupuncture has been achieved. That's great, Ruofei said excitedly. Although the itch wasn't very comfortable, it really made him feel the existence of his two legs. Xia Ruofei said, I'm going to massage the area below your knee. The process might be a little painful. You have to bear with it. If you really can't hold it in, it's fine if you scream out loud. We won't laugh at you, Xia Ruofei said as he rolled up Ruofei's pants to cooperate with the treatment. Ruofei had specially worn a pair of loose pants today so that he did not have to take off his pants awkwardly. Mr. Xia. I'm not afraid of pain, said Ruofei nonchalantly. What I'm most afraid of is not being able to feel any pain. That would simply make people Ruofei could not help but cry out in pain as Xia Ruofei had already started massaging his calf. The intense pain caused him to cry out subconsciously. Monica could not help but take a deep breath. Actually, she had seen everything clearly. Xia Ruofei did not seem to have used much strength and had only pressed down twice casually. She did not know why Ruofei had such a big reaction. Ruofei, are you okay? Monica asked worriedly. Ruofei gritted his teeth and said, I'm fine. This feeling is great. I haven't felt pain in my legs for many years. It's reminding me that my legs are still growing on my body. When Ruofei was speaking, Xia Ruofei did not stop massaging. He was very accurate in finding the acupuncture points. With the stimulation of a small amount of essential qi, the pain was actually very strong. However, after Ruofei was mentally prepared, he gritted his teeth and did not make a sound. Xia Ruofei said while massaging, don't talk so much. You can save your strength this way. Ruofei was in so much pain that the muscles on his face twitched, but he still squeezed out a smile and said, It's okay. I can take it. In fact, Ruofei's smile was a little sinister under the stimulation of the pain. Monica was even more worried. At the same time, her heart ached when she saw her brother in so much pain. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei did not massage for long. He stopped after about 10 minutes. At this moment, Ruofei's body looked as if it had been splashed with water. He was sweating a lot, and the sheets under him were wet. Mr. Xia. Is it over? He asked, panting. The most painful process has ended. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, there won't be much pain in the next treatment. Ruofei, your willpower is very strong. I'm more confident in healing your leg. Thank you, Ruofei said weakly. He had been enduring the pain and had consumed a lot of energy. Take a rest first. Next, we'll start applying the ointment, Xia Ruofei said as he stood up. He first went to the side and brought over the earthenware pot with the ointment and placed it on the stool next to Ruofei's bed. Then he took out a new pair of butaned gloves from his pocket, tore open the package, and slowly put them on. Then, Xia Ruofei grabbed a ball of ointment and applied it on Ruofei's leg. He said, after the acupuncture and massage, your channels and collaterals have been cleared up quite a bit. Now is the time when your qi and blood flow is at its smoothest, and you can better absorb the medicinal properties of the ointment. As he spoke, he spread the ointment evenly on Ruofei's leg. When the ointment touched his skin, Ruofei could not help but take a deep breath. 2065 meeting, 1. Seeing this, Monica couldn't help but ask worriedly, Ruofei, what's wrong? Does it hurt? Monica had never come into contact with Chinese medicine before. The strong smell of medicinal herbs emitted by the ointment was quite pungent to her. Now that she saw Ruofei's reaction, she subconsciously thought that the ointment was very strong and made Ruofei feel very painful. Ruofei raised his hand and waved it, saying, No, no. Monica doesn't hurt at all. On the contrary, it's simply too comfortable. Compared to the massage just now, it's like hell and heaven. After the ointment came into contact with Ruofei's skin, he immediately felt a cooling sensation. Especially after he had just experienced the painful massage process, this cool feeling made him feel like he was drinking sweet dew. He was so comfortable that he almost moaned. Xia Ruofei applied the ointment on Ruofei's calf seriously and said without turning his head, Monica, I just said that the next treatment process would not be painful. It seems that you don't believe me. This is really sad. Monica said, a little embarrassed, Xia. That's not what I meant. I was just too concerned about Ruofei. But my heart has been hurt, you have to compensate me. Xia Ruofei said deliberately, why don't we, yes. I'll listen to you. Monica did not wait for Xia Ruofei to finish and said hurriedly. Her younger brother was right beside her. If this guy said something explicit, she would really have no place to hide her face. You said it yourself. Xia Ruofei laughed. Monica glared at Xia Ruofei and said. Ruofei tactfully maintained his silence and even closed his eyes to recuperate. Of course, that slight cool feeling also made him relax. Closing his eyes to rest for a while at this time was simply too comfortable. After Xia Ruofei finished applying the ointment for Ruofei, he stood up and said, Monica, this ointment is very precious. Don't waste it. After saying that, he pretended to apply the remaining ointment on Monica's body. Monica's beautiful face turned pale. She laughed while stepping back and said, I don't want to. Xia Ruofei sighed and shook his head. You really don't know your stuff. With that, he turned around and applied the ointment on Ruofei's body. Ruofei didn't put on her clothes, and applied it directly on his chest and abdomen. It was very convenient. Hey! Xia, don't you dare bully my brother! Monica shouted. Without waiting for Xia Ruofei to speak, Ruofei quickly said, It's fine, it's fine. It's very comfortable to apply on your body. Did you hear that? Xia Ruofei said proudly, Luosi is the one who knows the best. Monica flattened her nose and said, as long as you can cure his leg, forget ointment, even if you take some kind of excrement and apply it on him, he won't have any objections. Hey, Monica, you're too disgusting. Ruofei cried out in dissatisfaction, and then laughed. But you're not wrong. Xia Ruofei had already used both of his hands to apply as much of the ointment as possible on Ruofei's body. He was not joking with Monica. The petals of the spirit heart flower were evenly mixed in the ointment. Such precious petals should not be wasted. Xia Ruofei took off his gloves and threw them into the trash can. Then, he said, all right. Ruofei, just leave the ointment here. Wash it off before you go to bed at night. You might have to eat your lunch in bed. No problem, I'll do as you say. Ruofei said readily. Xia Ruofei nodded and said to Monica, cover the rest of the ointment with a preservation film and store it in the refrigerator. The ointment he had made this time was enough to be used 3 to 4 times. Alright, leave it to me. Monica said, Xia, you've worked hard in the morning. Go back and rest for a while. I'll call you for lunch. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. He bade Luosi farewell and left the room. Xia Ruofei's plan was to treat Rossi once a day. He would split the components of a spirit heart flower petal into 3 to 4 days and let Rossi absorb them all. Supplemented by acupuncture, massage, and the medicinal effect of the ointment itself. The first stage of the treatment had basically come to an end. In reality, Xia Ruofei's current stock of spirit heart flower petals was relatively rich. If he used a few petals and let Luosi consume them all at once, there was a high chance that Luosi would recover immediately. However, in this case, it was far from being able to be explained by having excellent medical skills. It had even exceeded the scope of human understanding. To be safe, Xia Ruofei would rather take the trouble. Luosi's condition was relatively serious. According to Xia Ruofei's deduction, after using an entire spirit heart flower petal, in addition to his special acupuncture and massage techniques, Luosi's leg deformity should be able to be corrected. The nerves in his leg should also be able to recover, but after all, Rossi's leg muscles had atrophied. If he wanted to completely return to normal walking, he would need follow-up rehabilitation therapy, which could be completed by normal medical means. Hence, Xia Ruofei's mission would be considered complete if he could solve the problem that the medical experts were helpless against. In the afternoon, Monica had lunch with Xia Ruofei, while Rossi had lunch in his room while lying on the bed. 2066 meeting, 2. In fact, it was quite uncomfortable to lie in bed for an entire day. However, Rossi saw the real hope of standing up and did not take this little inconvenience to heart at all. Even if he were to lie down without moving, he would gladly endure it. This was because he could feel the slight coolness coming from his legs. The feeling in his legs was becoming more and more obvious, like a withered tree coming back to spring. This allowed his already despairing heart to gradually have a chance of survival. After lunch, Xia Ruofei smiled at Monica and said, Monica, I'm planning to go out in the afternoon. It's not easy to come to Italy, so I have to take a look at Turin's beautiful scenery. Otherwise, it'll be a pity. Monica said without thinking, okay. I'll go with you. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, don't go out. You've been with me for the past 2 days. You've just taken over the position of the family head. There must be a lot of things waiting for you. We've already delayed quite a lot of things these past 2 days. It's okay, I can work overtime at night to deal with it. Monica said, you're in Turin. Of course, I have to be a good guide for you. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, girls shouldn't stay up late. Besides, you have a more important task at night. How can you work overtime? Monica couldn't help but giggle. It's okay. I can work overtime after I finish the important task. Come on, you. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, who was the one who turned into a pile of mud last night? Monica's face heated up and she couldn't help but glance at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, all right. You can settle your work in the afternoon. You can take care of Rossi when he's at home. I'll get Ah Yong and Ah Hua to accompany me. We're all Chinese, so we have a common language. Monica pondered for a moment, then smiled and nodded. That's good too. All right. Just arrange a car for us. Xia Ruofei said, by the way. If Rossi feels any discomfort, you must contact me immediately. All right, Monica said. 10 minutes later, a Mercedes-Benz, arranged by Monica, slowly drove out of the manor. Xia Ruofei sat in the back seat. Ah Yong was driving, while Ah Hua, who was more talkative, sat in the passenger seat. After the car left the manor, Hua turned around and asked respectfully, Mr. Xia, where do you want to go first? Xia Ruofei said indifferently, we'll go to your place first. Isn't your boss here? I'm going to meet him. Understood, Hua said quickly. The car soon entered the city and arrived at the building where the Hong Sex branch was located. On the way there, Hua had already texted Louis Hai, so he was already waiting in the yard with Lu Jingfeng and some backbone members of the branch in Turin. Before the car stopped, Louis Hai walked up quickly and opened the back door for Xia Ruofei. Mr. Xia, hello, Louis Hai said with enthusiasm, welcome to Turin. Xia Ruofei had a gentle smile on his face as he asked, you must be Ah Hai? Last night, Xia Ruofei had talked to Li Yifu on the phone. He knew that Li Yifu just told the Italy Freemasons to respect him, but he didn't tell Lu Hai that Xia Ruofei and Xia Tian were the same person. Louis Hai was slightly stunned, and then asked, Mr. Xia, you know me? Xia Tian told me everything. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, thank you for the troubles of the Grayo family. I thank you on behalf of Monica. Since Li Yifu did not point it out and even said that Xia Tian could only be considered Mr. Xia Ruofei's subordinate, Xia Ruofei decided to carry out this persona to the end. It would make more sense. Sure enough, after hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Louis Hai immediately started to imagine why Mr. Xia had spared no effort for the sake of the Grayo family. Although he cared about Monica very much, he had never shown any intimate relationship with her. It turned out that everything he had done was instructed by Mr. Xia. In fact, Monica was Mr. Xia's woman. Everything could be explained in this way. Louis Hai broke out in a cold sweat when he analyzed the situation. He even reported this to Li Yifu and called him pretty boy. If Mr. Xia knew this. However, seeing Xia Ruofei's friendly attitude, he knew that Li Yifu had not told Xia Ruofei about it. So he felt a little more at ease. Louis Hai calmed down and said, you're welcome. In fact, the Hong sect stands to gain more from this. Let's benefit and win, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he turned his eyes to Lu Jingfeng and said with a gentle smile, this must be the person in charge of the Turin branch, Lu Jingfeng. Hello, Mr. Xia. Lu Jingfeng also quickly came forward to greet him. You've worked hard. Xia Ruofei nodded. After some small talk, Louis Hai and Louis Jingfeng welcomed Xia Ruofei in. They arrived at the small meeting room that Xia Ruofei was familiar with. Everyone took their seats. Xia Ruofei said, Ah Hai, Jingfeng, I hope that our relationship, including my relationship with Xia Tian, will be kept to ourselves. I don't want Monica to know about this, do you understand? Don't worry, we'll definitely keep our lips sealed. Louis Hai said, I've reminded Ah Yong and Ah Hua. They won't let it slip. Louis Hai didn't feel strange. He understood that Xia Ruofei didn't want Monica to know what he had done for her. It meant that Xia Ruofei had deep feelings for Monica and didn't want her to feel too much pressure. How's the situation in Turin? Xia Ruofei asked. Louis Hai said with a smile, I'll go back to Milan after this. Let Jingfeng report the situation. He has a more comprehensive grasp of it. After saying that, Lu Hai gestured to LV Jingfeng, who immediately said, "Okay, Mr. Xia." The German family was uprooted overnight, and the other forces in Turin were also shocked. Although the Nihilians also took the opportunity to seize some territory, most of it is under our control. The most powerful force in Turin is undoubtedly the Han sect. Lu Jingfeng was very excited. He took a sip of water and continued, "In the beginning, the police's actions were quite big. It was mainly because we had too many flowers that night, and half of the city was in chaos, so the police were more nervous. Although the underworld knows that we were the ones who did it that night, the police didn't have any evidence to directly accuse us, so they only increased the intensity of their patrols and dealt with some cases of street fighting and group trouble more seriously. We've already restrained our men in advance, so basically, we weren't affected." Xia Ruofei nodded. "It's good that you're fine. I was worried that the police in Turin would take special care of you. We're the biggest force in Turin, and we're Chinese. It's normal that we're being watched," Anfi said. Lu Jingfeng said indifferently, "It doesn't affect us much." "I'm relieved to hear that," Xia Ruofei said. "Since you've taken over the territory and assets of the Gilman family, I have to give you a few words of advice." "Please," Lu Hai said respectfully. "It turns out that you should never get involved in the heartless business of the Italy mafia," Xia Ruofei said sternly. "Drugs, firearms, and even the prostitution business may make money quickly, but it's beyond our principles. We don't care what other forces do, but not the Han sect." Li Yifu was one of the leaders of the Han sect. As Li Yifu's senior uncle and Xia Ruofei had helped the Han sect to conquer Turin, he felt that it was necessary to remind them. Lu Hai hurriedly said, "Mr. Xia, don't worry. Han sect has strict rules. We won't touch any of the businesses you mentioned. You can investigate as you wish, but if you find out that our Italy Freemasonry brothers have touched those businesses, you don't have to deal with them according to the sect rules. Just say the word and I'll chop them up myself." Lu Hai said with killing intent. Xia Ruofei smiled, "That's good. I'm just giving everyone a heads up." Even if he was making a living in the underworld, he had to have his own principles and bottom line. By the way, what was the reaction of the Glory Society? 2067 Returning the favor. 1. Lu Hai said, "There are no obvious movements against us for the time being. The Honorable Elder of the German family sent people to Dueling City and checked the German manor that had been blown to ruins. But he said nothing and went back to Sicily Island. We still have to be wary of their sudden attacks." Xia Ruofei said, "These mafia groups are cruel and merciless. They would definitely not remain silent after suffering a loss." "Mr. Xia, we didn't ask for help from other regions in Turin. This is the power struggle in Turin. The Glory Society won't dare to take the risk of a full-scale conflict." Lu Hai said. "A full-scale conflict is not worth it for them. It can be said that they will hurt others and hurt themselves. I don't think they are crazy to this extent." Xia Ruofei said, "But the family they were protecting was destroyed just like that. They can't just leave it at that, right? Maybe they don't dare to launch a large-scale attack on the Freemasons, but what if they only target some of the key figures in the Italy Freemasons?" Xia Ruofei glanced at Lu Hai and Lu Jingfeng, saying, "For example, the two of you. You can't possibly be under heavy protection forever, right? It's impossible to stay at home forever, right? By then, they only need one sniper bullet. Bang! Lui Hai and Lui Jingfeng couldn't help but shiver. What Xia Ruofei said was totally possible. The other core members of the Hong sect's branch in Turin also looked at each other. If the Glory Association really wanted to take revenge, they would be the first targets. Xia Ruofei smiled. It's also difficult to find evidence for such an assassination. By then, would the Hong sect take the risk of mutual destruction to launch a full-scale attack on the Glory Association? Besides, even if the Hong sect gathered all their forces and destroyed the Glory Association, what's the point? If you're all dead? Lui Hai said, Mr. Xia, we have considered this possibility. In fact, we have been very careful. Since we exterminated the Gelman family, we never go out alone. We always bring many people to protect us. Mr. Xia, Lu Jingfeng said with a smile, we've been living a life of bloodshed. If we really die under a sniper rifle, that's our fate. Xia Ruofei chuckled. It's good that you're on guard. I'm afraid that you don't take it seriously. And go to see the King of Hell without knowing it. Speaking of which, this is Europe. The King of Hell might not be able to control this place. You guys probably won't be able to see God, so let's see if you can see Satan. Liu Jingfeng, Liu Hai, and the others all laughed. Indeed, they did not take life and death too seriously. After all, in the underworld, even without the incident with the Gelman family, they had made many enemies over the years. There were many people who wanted to tear them into pieces. Isn't he still alive and well now? He just had to be careful. If he really fell for it, it was his fate. He couldn't blame anyone else. Xia Ruofei smiled. You guys did this to help me. That's why I can't do anything. After all, you're all my adopted husband's disciples. Hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Liu Hai and the others couldn't help but stare. They knew that this Mr. Xia was of noble status, but seeing him call Li Yifu's name so naturally, and as if it was only natural, they couldn't help feeling a surge of emotions. Li Yifu's position in the Hong sect was very high. Even the leader of the Hong sect respected him. He was also one of the leaders of the Hong sect. Judging from Mr. Xia's tone, he was at least on the same level as Li Yifu, and his status was even slightly higher than Li Yifu's. How could this not be shocking? Xia Ruofei smiled and looked around at the people in the meeting room. He took out a few jade pendants from his bag and said, come and get it. One for each person, everyone who sees it gets a share. Lui Hai looked at the jade pendant on the table curiously. The design of the jade pendant looked very ordinary and the jade used was not the rare imperial green, but just average. Why did Mr. Xia give each of us a jade pendant? Lui Hai muttered in his heart. What are you doing? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, come and get it. Do you want me to deliver them to you one by one? I wouldn't dare. Lui Hai said hurriedly. He walked to Xia Ruofei first and picked up a jade pendant. Thank you for your reward, Mr. Xia. No matter if the jade was valuable or not, Xia Ruofei's status was there. He had to be grateful for the gift from the bottom of his heart. Even if it was a screw, it was still giving him face. When Lu Jingfeng and the others saw this, they followed suit and walked over one by one, each holding a jade pendant. Xia Ruofei smiled as he watched everyone take out a jade pendant. Then, he glanced at the table and said, Yo. There was one more. That's just nice. Then, Xia Ruofei walked to Lui Hai and asked, Ah Hai, did you bring Agan? Lu Hai was confused by Xia Ruofei's thinking. They had just finished talking about the potential threat of the Glory Society, and then he changed the topic without any warning. He gave everyone a piece of jade that didn't look high end at all, and then immediately asked if he had a gun. These things seem to have nothing to do with each other, right? 2068 Returning the favor. 2. Lu Hai didn't dare to ask more, and said hurriedly, I brought it, do you want to use it? Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Lu Hai pulled out a gun from his waist without any hesitation. He grabbed the gun barrel and handed the handle to Xia Ruofei. Then, he took out a silencer from the holster and said with a smile, Mr. Xia, if you want to test the gun, I suggest you wear this. The police in Doling City have been on high alert recently, and the sound of gunfire might cause some trouble. All right. Xia Ruofei took the silencer with a smile and slowly put it on the muzzle. Xia Ruofei unloaded the clip, looked at it, and immediately loaded it again. Then, he skillfully pulled the trigger and loaded the first bullet into the chamber. Lu Hai and the others all fixed their eyes on Xia Ruofei, not knowing what he was up to. At this moment, Xia Ruofei, who was standing beside Lu Hai, suddenly raised his gun and aimed at his head. This sudden change shocked Lu Xingfeng and the rest. Their subconscious reaction was to take out their guns and point them at Xia Ruofei. Put down your guns. Lu Hai was calm. He glared at Lu Xingfeng and the others, saying, who gave you the courage to point a gun at Mr. Xia? But, Lu Xingfeng mumbled a few times, but still put down his gun resentfully. However, the way he looked at Xia Ruofei was no longer respectful. Instead, there was a trace of killing intent. After all, even though Xia Ruofei had a powerful background, he was not the leader of the Hong sect. Moreover, he was pointing a gun at his boss' head. How could the hot-blooded Lu Xingfeng have a good impression of Xia Ruofei? Xia Ruofei was still looking at Lu Hai with a smile, waiting to see his reaction. Facing the black muzzles, Lu Hai didn't show any fear, but said calmly, Mr. Xia, did I offend you in any way? If I've done anything wrong or offended you, please tell me. Even if I die, I can't be a muddled ghost. You didn't offend me, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. You didn't do anything wrong. It's just that I suddenly want to try this gun. After saying this, Xia Ruofei pulled the trigger without any hesitation before Lu Hai could react. Seeing Xia Ruofei's movement, Lu Hai's pupils contracted. He felt all the hair on his body stood up and was disheartened. At such a close distance, and it was aimed at the head, Lu Hai had no chance to dodge. He didn't even have time to blink his eyes. Lu Xingfeng and the others did not expect Xia Ruofei to shoot directly. They had already lowered their guns and could not react in time. All this happened in a flash. Under the sudden tension, it was as if time slowed down. Lu Hai even saw the weak flame coming out of the muzzle and the bullet flying toward the forehead. However, when Lu Hai was lamenting that he was a fool, a light flashed, and the bullet slowed down as if it had fallen into a swamp. The bullet was like a high-speed drill, constantly spinning forward. After it fell into the halo, although its speed slowed down for a moment, it still persevered in drilling. However, the resistance of the halo was too great. By the time the bullet came out, it had completely lost its speed. In the end, the bullet lost all its kinetic energy before it touched Lu Hai's forehead and fell to the floor. Lu Xingfeng's face was filled with anger and madness. When he saw this magical scene, his expression froze. The other core members of the Hong Sex branch in Turin were the same. They looked like they had seen a ghost. Of course, Louis Hai felt it the most directly. He could even see the bullet getting bigger and bigger in his field of vision because the speed of the bullet had been reduced too much, as if it was in slow motion. From despair to disbelief, Louis Hai's mood was like a roller coaster during the bullet's movement. He was stunned and didn't even notice that the bullet landed on his feet and then jumped up. The meeting room was silent. Everyone felt like they were in a dream. Xia Ruofei, who was the only one awake, chuckled and threw his gun on the conference table. This gun's performance is not bad. Louis Hai then came back to his senses, stammering, Mr. Xia, what? What is going on? Why would the bullet, take a look at that jade pendant? Xia Ruofei said indifferently. Louis Hai woke up from his dream and put his hand into his pocket. But the jade pendant was not the same as before. It had been broken into 5 or 6 pieces and lost its luster. Louis Hai was dumbfounded. After a long while, he asked excitedly, Mr. Xia, this jade pendant can resist gunshots? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, you've seen it. If a large, caliber sniper rifle were to shoot from a few hundred meters away, the effect would be similar to the previous one. However, this thing can only withstand one attack. Look, it shattered after one attack. Xia Ruofei could create this kind of basic protective array in minutes. Of course, its effect was not as good as the protective amulets he gave to little Huan and the others. It was basically a one-time use and was limited to conventional hot weapons. If he were unlucky enough to meet a cultivator, this level of protective array would not be able to withstand a single blow. Last night, Xia Ruofei had decided to meet Louis Hai and the others today. They had helped him a lot this time. Now that he realized that they might be in danger, he decided to make friends with them. If Louis Hai and the others were in danger of being assassinated by the Glory Society because they wanted to help him, Xia Ruofei would give them one more life and end this karma. Therefore, after Monica fell asleep from exhaustion, Xia Ruofei went to the washroom and spent a few minutes. He cut some jade pieces from the space and made them into these jade pendants. He was going to give them to Louis Hai and the others. Lu Jingfeng and the others also revealed looks of disbelief. They took out the jade pendant from their bodies in unison. They had never even heard of such a treasure, let alone seen it. However, Li Yifu had always been a legend in the Hong sect. His father, Li Jiuzhou, was even more legendary. There were many legends and proofs that Li Jiuzhou was the disciple of an immortal in the Hong sect. Therefore, Lu Jingfeng and the others were not unable to accept such a phenomenon that could not be explained by science. After all, they had Li Jiuzhou's legends as the foundation, and they had seen it with their own eyes today. Louis Hai's mood was even more complicated. On one hand, he felt that he had survived a disaster, but on the other hand, he wanted to cry but had no tears. You can just tell us directly, we will definitely believe you. Why do you have to be serious? Now, such a good life-saving weapon had completed its historical mission after proving its awesomeness. It had been completely reduced to a useless rock. Seeing the jade pendants in the hands of Liu Jingfeng and the others, Liu Hai couldn't help but wail in his heart, why? Why am I always the one getting hurt? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and scold, ah Hai, look at you. Wasn't there another one on the table? That's yours. Liu Hai seemed to come back to life. He rushed over and grabbed the jade pendant, holding it like a treasure, and giggled, "Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Xia. Remember to bring it with you, don't lose it. Also, this thing can only protect you once, so whatever happened in the past, you have to do it again. In the future, make sure to take good care of your safety." Xia Ruofei said indifferently. 2069 Rapid Recovery. 1. I understand, I understand. Liu Hai said hurriedly, "It's our last chance to save our lives, and it's a one-time thing. We won't use it unless we have no other choice." Xia Ruofei smiled. "You can't use it even if you want to. This thing is triggered passively. Once it works, it means that you've already brushed past death once." "Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Mr. Xia," Liu Hai said. "Thank you, Mr. Xia." Lu Jingfeng and the others also said in unison. This time, their gratitude came from the bottom of their hearts. Previously, they respected Xia Ruofei because of Li Yifu's repeated reminders, but it was more because of Xia Ruofei's identity. However, it was completely different now. This respect came from the bottom of their hearts. For people like them who lived on the edge of blood, such a jade pendant was no exaggeration to say that it was their second life. Hence, it was not an exaggeration to say that Xia Ruofei had given them a new life. Xia Ruofei laughed as he looked at Lu Jingfeng and asked, "You won't be pointing a gun at me again, right?" Lu Jingfeng's face was full of shame. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then, he immediately raised his head and said, "Mr. Xia, Jingfeng didn't know what was good for him and misunderstood your good intentions. My brothers are all following my orders, it has nothing to do with them. This spear-wielding arm will be Jingfeng's apology to you." After saying that, Lu Jingfeng secretly gritted his teeth, pulled out a dagger from his waist, and cut his arm fiercely. Xia Ruofei's eyes narrowed and he exerted a little force on his feet. He was a few meters away from Lu Jingfeng and in a flash, he was in front of Lu Jingfeng. He stretched out his finger and gently touched Lu Jingfeng's arm that was holding the knife. Lu Jingfeng suddenly felt half of his body go numb, and the dagger in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Just now, Lu Jingfeng was very determined. Although Liu Hai and the others were very close to him, none of them could react in time. When they came back to their senses, Xia Ruofei had already come to Lu Jingfeng's side from a few meters away. Then, they saw the dagger fall to the ground. Liu Hai's heart skipped a beat. Seeing that Xia Ruofei stopped Lu Jingfeng, he let out a sigh of relief. If Liu Jingfeng really cut off his arm, they would have nothing to say, they would even take it for granted. But Liu Jingfeng was Liu Hai's cousin after all. From the point of view of justice, he could not stop Liu Jingfeng, but from the perspective of a brother, Liu Hai naturally did not want to see Liu Jingfeng become disabled. If Xia Ruofei stopped him, that would be the best result. Except for being slightly relieved, Liu Hai was also shocked by Xia Ruofei's strength. The instantaneous speed that was almost beyond the limit of human beings, and the light finger attack reminded Liu Hai of Xia Tian, who had killed more than a dozen core members of the Gearman family like a ghost a few days ago. Xia Ruofei's face darkened. "I'm most annoyed with you people who live in the underworld. You cut off your hands and feet for no reason. Is it fun to make blood all over the place? Why would I want your arm? Roast and eat? Will the fishy smell be lighter if I add more cumin?" Liu Hai and the others didn't dare to speak. Liu Jingfeng also said awkwardly, Mr. Xia, you what you? Xia Ruofei said, you were concerned about Ahai's safety. And subconsciously took out your gun to protect him. What's wrong with that? You don't know that I'm showing you the function of the jade pendant. Haven't you heard of the old saying, those who don't know are not guilty? I see, Liu Jingfeng said, thank you for your magnanimity, Mr. Xia, use your brain when you do things. In the future, don't cut yourself for fun. How much meat do you have on your body? How many cuts? Is it enough for you? Xia Ruofei said. Yes. Liu Jingfeng lowered his head and said. Although Xia Ruofei's words were rude and his tone was a little harsh, Liu Jingfeng felt warm in his heart. Liu Hai was also touched. Mr. Xia, thank you. Jingfeng is just an impulsive person, thank you for your magnanimity. Ahai, you should be very happy to have a brother like Jingfeng, Xia Ruofei said indifferently. Yes, yes, yes. Liu Hai said. Xia Ruofei looked around and said seriously, I have to emphasize one more thing. What you saw in this conference room today, including this jade pendant, must be kept in your heart after leaving here. You can't tell anyone else except your foster husband, even your closest family members. Am I clear? Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power when he said this. He was already very familiar with this kind of hypnosis technique. Liu Hai and the others were all ordinary people without any cultivation. Plus, Xia Ruofei's superb skills had left a deep impression in their hearts, so they were all affected by the spiritual power at the first moment. Of course, they didn't realize it themselves. They only felt that Xia Ruofei was full of pressure when he said those words. Everyone felt a kind of respect from the bottom of their hearts. In fact, Xia Ruofei's order had been deeply imprinted in their subconsciousness. Every time they thought about what happened today, they would unconsciously think of this scene. Even if they were drunk, or if they were forced to confess, or if they were under special drugs, their subconsciousness would still tell them to keep this secret. 2070 Rapid Recovery _2 Understood. Liu Hai answered seriously, don't worry, Mr. Xia. We will keep our mouth shut about the jade pendant. If anyone dares to leak it, I'll be the first to clean up the house. Xia Ruofei dispersed his aura and smiled, of course I believe in everyone. I'm just giving you a reminder. Not until then did Liu Hai and the others feel relaxed. They found that their backs were wet with cold sweat unconsciously. They were also shocked. How could a person's pressure be so strong? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, okay, I'm done. This is my first time in Turin. Who's going to accompany me for a walk? Mr. Xia, I have nothing to do in Turin. Let me go with you. Liu Hai said hurriedly. All right. Then I'll follow your arrangements. Xia Ruofei said, I'll be going back to the Grayo family's place tonight. If there's nothing, you don't have to look for me. If there's anything urgent, you can ask Ahua to pass the message. Understood. Liu Hai said and then turned around. Jingfeng, arrange the car. All right. In the afternoon, Liu Hai took Xia Ruofei to tour around Turin. It was not a long tour, so they could only take a quick look. Liu Jingfeng wanted to arrange some people to protect Liu Hai, but Liu Hai refused. He felt that it was very safe to stay with Xia Ruofei. Even if the Glory Society wanted to assassinate him, they would not succeed. In fact, Xia Ruofei had been using his spiritual power to be on alert. Not only did he have to pay attention to his safety, but he also had to be careful not to be spied on. After all, he had come out with his original identity. If he was targeted by the Glory Society, there might be some trouble. However, Xia Ruofei did not find anything unusual in the afternoon. He did not know if the Glory Society was really willing to suffer in silence or if they had other plans. Xia Ruofei thought about it and realized that there was another possibility. With the destruction of the Gilman family, the Glory Association's power in Duning City had been reduced by half. It would not be easy to harm the Hong sect here. Therefore, it might be more dangerous for Louis Hai to go back to Milan than in Turin. Xia Ruofei also told Louis Hai his guess and reminded him to be careful. After getting the jade pendant, Louis Hai became more confident, but he said he would pay more attention to it. Louis Hai treated Xia Ruofei to a good Western restaurant in Turin and then sent a car to send Xia Ruofei back to the manor of the Grasso family. Xia Ruofei didn't want Monica to know his relationship with the Hong sect, so Louis Hai didn't send him back. After returning to the Grayo family's small manor, Xia Ruofei went straight to Luo's room. Monica was talking to Rousey in the room. When they saw Xia Ruofei, they both greeted him happily. Monica said, "Xia, Rousey feels much better today. The effect of your treatment plan is very obvious." Xia Ruofei laughed and sat down on the stool beside Rousey's bed. "That's good, Rousey. The ointment's medicinal properties have been mostly absorbed. You just have to wash it off before you go to bed." "Yes, Mr. Xia," Rousey said excitedly, and then he asked, "Mr. Xia, when can I get off the bed and walk?" Xia Ruofei said gently, "Rousey, in China, there's a saying that goes, when you're old, you have to take things one step at a time. Your leg has been injured for so many years. We can't rush in the treatment. We need to take it step by step." "I understand, I'm not rushing you," Rousey quickly said, "it's just that it's been too long since I've gotten off the ground and walked. I'm looking forward to it. Can you give me an approximate time?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Rousey, the first stage of the treatment will take about 3 to 4 days. Of course, this is only the first step. After this stage of treatment, it is expected that your leg deformity will be corrected and the nerves in your leg will recover. After that, you will need to go through long-term rehabilitation training to gradually recover your atrophied muscles. At the same time, you will also need some time to overcome your psychological barrier before you can really walk." "I see," Rousey said. Xia Ruofei could tell that Rousey was a little disappointed, so he smiled and said, "Rousey, I can tell you clearly that the real key is these 3 or 4 days. If the treatment can achieve the expected effect, it means that all the difficulties have been overcome. Then, you will be fully recovered, and the rest is only a matter of time. I'm very confident that in the future, not only will you be able to walk, but you'll also be able to run as if you're flying. You'll be a completely healthy person." When Rousey heard this, his heart was filled with burning faith again. In fact, he had complete faith in Xia Ruofei's medical skills, but his leg injury was too serious. He was not confident to what extent he could recover. Now that he heard Xia Ruofei personally tell him that on 80, he would be able to fully recover and become a normal person, he could not suppress the joy in his heart. Xia Ruofei smiled and stood up. "All right, all you have to do is to fully cooperate with my treatment. You don't have to think about anything else. If there's nothing else, you should rest early. I should go back to my room and sleep." 2071 Rapid Recovery _3 Okay, thank you, Mr. Xia Ruofei said. Before Xia Ruofei left, she winked at Monica with her back facing Ruofei. Monica naturally understood and gave a small nod. After Xia Ruofei left Ruofei's room, Monica also found an excuse and left. Ruofei watched Monica's back disappear from the door in a hurry and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "You're going to review documents at this time?" This excuse was too clumsy. "I'm not a kid anymore. But, it seems like it's not a bad thing for this Mr. Xia to be my brother-in law?" Ruofei then pressed the bell on the bed and called out, "Anna, come over and help me wash off the ointment. I'm going to sleep." Upstairs, in Xia Ruofei's guest room, it was naturally filled with the smell of spring again. For the next 3 days, Xia Ruofei treated Ruofei once a day. He still used the combination of acupuncture, massage, and external application of ointment. Every time he massaged Ruofei, he would be in so much pain that he would sweat. As time went on, Ruofei's leg recovered better and his pain nerves became more and more sensitive, so each treatment was more painful than the last. However, Ruofei gritted his teeth and endured it every time. Other than the first time when he was not mentally prepared, he did not even make a sound the other times. Xia Ruofei had chosen this treatment method because, on one hand, it was indeed of great help to the recovery of the nerves in Ruofei's legs. On the other hand, he wanted to train Ruofei's willpower. It turned out that Ruofei's will was really tough. On the last day, Xia Ruofei applied the rest of the ointment on Ruofei's calf. Then, he smiled and said, "Today is the last treatment. Monica, you can get the physical therapist you've contacted to come over tomorrow. First, give Ruofei a comprehensive examination. Then, we can formulate a recovery plan. I'm not as good as those professional rehabilitation trainers, so I'll leave it to them." "All right." Monica nodded. Xia Ruofei glanced at Ruofei's leg and felt a sense of accomplishment. A few days ago, his legs were seriously deformed, forming an ugly O shape. After a few days of treatment, other than muscle atrophy, which made his legs look thinner than normal, there was basically no sign of any abnormality. Xia Ruofei had used his spiritual power to check and knew that the nerves in Ruofei's legs had recovered. The treatment could be said to be very successful. What was even more valuable was that this time, he didn't completely rely on the petals of the spirit heart flower to complete the healing. Xia Ruofei was very clear that if it was just a single spirit heart flower petal, with the severity of Luo's leg disease, it would be impossible for her to recover to this extent. It could be said that his acupuncture and massage, as well as the muscle and bone strengthening ointment itself, played a pivotal role in this treatment. Ruofei felt like he had been in a beautiful dream for the past few days. He could feel better every day, and the feeling was wonderful. His admiration for Xia Ruofei grew day by day. Therefore, Ruofei could not help but say, "Mr. Xia, I still hope that you can come and help me with my rehabilitation training. I only believe in your medical skills now." Xia Ruofei laughed. "Thank you very much for your trust. But, Ruofei, every field has its own specialty. In terms of muscle recovery training, those professional rehabilitation trainers will definitely do better than me. You'll recover faster if you train with them, understand?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but add, "This is also one of my medical advice. Do you remember it?" Ruofei then nodded and said, "All right. I'll listen to you." "Yeah," Xia Ruofei nodded, "I'm going to return to China after I'm done with the rehabilitation trainer. Ruofei, I'll be waiting for your good news." "In China?" You're also welcome to come to China to play at any time after your recovery. 2072 Retreat after success. 1. When Monica and Rosie heard that, they let out an ah at the same time. They both felt that it was very sudden. Especially Monica, who had just been together with Xia Ruofei for a few days. The two of them had been fooling around every night. When she suddenly heard that Xia Ruofei was going back to China, she suddenly felt a strong reluctance. Xia, why do you suddenly want to go back? She asked. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I've been out for quite a long time. I even have a company in China. We can't just leave them behind. You've only been in Turin for a few days, Rosie said in surprise. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. Indeed, he had only been in Turin for 4 days, but he had actually made a trip to Italy as Xia Tian. It had been more than half a month since he came back. He had not realized this problem earlier. Xia Ruofei's brain was spinning fast. Oh. I was on a business trip for a few days before I came. After I saw Monica's email, I came to Italy directly. I haven't been back to the company for almost a month. I see, Rosie said. In that case, they couldn't keep him any longer. After all, his business was very important. Monica's heart was filled with warmth. Xia Ruofei had not replied to her email before because he had not read it. However, the moment he saw the email, he rushed to Italy even if he was on a business trip. This showed that Xia Ruofei cared about her very much. Xia Ruofei looked at Monica and then said to Rosie, Rosie, have a good rest first. When your legs are fully recovered, you can go anywhere you want. You're always welcome to come to China to play with me. It's a deal, Rosie said with a bright smile. It's a deal, Xia Ruofei said. Then, he turned to Monica and said, Monica, come out with me. I have something to discuss with you. Oh. Okay. Monica was a little distracted after hearing that Xia Ruofei was going back to China. The two of them left Rosie's room one after another. Xia Ruofei said to Monica, I'm sorry. I can't stay with you for a few more days this time. Monica smiled and said, it's okay. You've already done a lot for me. Xia, I've just taken over the family's affairs recently, so I might be a little busy. After I've sorted things out on my side, I'll go to China to see you when I'm free. Xia Ruofei could see Monica's deep affection for him. In fact, their relationship had unknowingly developed from purely physical needs to mutual admiration. Seeing the reluctance in Monica's eyes, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little lost. Monica saw this and quickly said, Xia, I know you have a girlfriend in China. Don't worry. I won't ruin your relationship. But I also hope that you don't leave me. It's enough as long as I can occupy a little place in your heart. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel pity. He quickly hugged Monica's shoulder and said gently, you've misunderstood. It's not that. I don't welcome you to China. I just suddenly thought of something. Monica, you're always welcome to go to China. Just let me know in advance and I'll send a plane to pick you up. Monica pursed her lips and smiled. There's no need to go through so much trouble. When I'm free, I'll buy a ticket and fly over. Xia. When do you plan to return to China? Monica asked. Although Xia Ruofei knew that Monica wanted him to stay for a few more days, he also knew that even if he stayed in Turin for a few more days, he would still have to go back eventually. Parting was inevitable. Hence, Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, the initial plan is to meet with the physical therapist tomorrow and leave the morning of the day after tomorrow at the latest. This will depend on my cruise application for the flight route. In other words, we have at most 40 hours left, Monica said. Then, she glanced at Xia Ruofei and said, let's go. Take me to my room. Ah? Xia Ruofei was stunned. I must treasure every minute and second that I have with you, Monica whispered into Xia Ruofei's ear, and I hope you can remember every inch of my skin and every breath. Her lazy voice and deadly seductive eyes made Xia Ruofei's heart burn with passion. Without a word, he pulled Monica and ran to his room. The next day, Xia Ruofei and Monica accompanied Rousey to a famous local rehabilitation center in Turin. Monica had already contacted everything in advance. In fact, Rousey had also received treatment at the rehabilitation center over the years, but he was in a bad condition at the time. Rehabilitation training could only slow down muscle atrophy, but it could not do anything about his leg injury. Therefore, when Rousey's former attending doctor saw his current condition, he was also shocked beyond words. Monica followed Xia Ruofei's instructions and did not reveal anything about Rousey's treatment. Rousey received a comprehensive examination at the rehabilitation center. His condition was quite optimistic. His originally deformed leg bone had now been completely corrected. Most importantly, the necrotic nerves in his leg had also been restored to full vitality, like a withered tree coming back to spring. Muscle atrophy could be recovered through gradual training. Also, after so many years without walking, Rousey might still have some psychological barriers. 2073 retreat after success, too. However, under modern medical conditions, these problems were not impossible to overcome, including psychological obstacles. They could also be gradually recovered through effective intervention by psychologists. It could be said that it was only a matter of time before Rousey's legs completely returned to normal. Everything was just as Xia Ruofei had told Luosi. Safe. When he saw the long report issued by the rehabilitation center, Rousey's eyes were filled with tears, and the excitement in his heart was difficult to describe. Although he could feel that his legs were recovering at a very fast speed these days, and there were gratifying changes every day, as a person who grew up in Europe, Rousey subconsciously believed more in the intuitive data of Western medicine tests. Now that the test report showed that his legs had recovered better than he had imagined, it was like giving him a calming pill. The big stone in his heart was finally lifted. In response to Rousey's current situation, the rehabilitation center gave a very scientific recovery plan. Now that Monica was in control of the Grasso family, she naturally had no financial difficulties, so she simply hired an experienced physical therapist and asked him to go to the Grasso family's manor every day to help Rousey with his rehabilitation training. The equipment needed for rehabilitation training was not complicated. He could just buy a set and put it at home. In this way, Rousey did not need to run to the rehabilitation center every day. He trained at home and regularly went to the rehabilitation center for a comprehensive examination. Then, he would constantly adjust the training plan according to the recovery situation. Of course, Xia Ruofei had strongly suggested this. Other than convenience, he was more concerned about safety. Although the destruction of the Gehrman family was caused by the Hong sect and had nothing to do with the Grasso family, there would still be some clues that pointed to Monica if he were to investigate. Xia Ruofei could not guarantee that the Glory Society would not turn their sights on the Grasso family, or even Monica. Therefore, Ruofei should try to reduce the number of times he went out. In addition, Xia Ruofei had specifically instructed Lu Jingfeng to further strengthen the protection of the Grasso family. Other than Ah Yong and Ah Hua, who were stationed there for a long time, there should be people secretly protecting them. When Monica left, the Hong sect brothers, who were in charge of protecting her, had to be on high alert. They couldn't afford to make any mistakes. After arranging Rossi's follow-up treatment, Xia Ruofei left Turin in the Gulfstream G650 public jet in the afternoon. Local time. Of course, before they bade each other farewell, Xia Ruofei prepared a jade pendant for Monica and Rossi. He also reminded them to wear it at all times and never let it leave their bodies. Even Liu Hai and Liu Jingfeng had received the jade pendants from Xia Ruofei, not to mention his own woman and brother-in-law. Moreover, the two jade pendants were of a higher grade than Liu Hai's Xia Ruofei chose. The jade of higher quality. There was also a mini spirit gathering array embedded in the protective array, which was mainly used to replenish the energy of the protective array. In that case, these two pieces of jade were not disposable. According to Xia Ruofei's estimation, they could withstand at least 3 to 4 attacks from conventional firearms. This was the only way Xia Ruofei could leave Turin without worry. Xia Ruofei was still unsure about the Glorious Association's problem. However, they had not made any moves yet, so Xia Ruofei could only observe. He told Liu Hai to pay close attention to the movement of the Glory Society and to inform him at once if there was any movement. If the Glory Association really harbored ill intentions towards the Hong sect and even the Grasso family, then he would definitely nip the threat in the bud. Even if he had to start a massacre again, he would not hesitate. This time, Xia Ruofei was flying to the Three Mountains. It was a private jet anyway, so the route was more flexible. The main thing was that he had already met his brothers in Beijing a few days ago. He couldn't help them with the club's specific matters. Besides, Song Wei had not returned to Beijing, so there was no point in him going to Beijing. After more than 10 hours of flight, the Gulfstream plane landed smoothly on the runway of the Sanshan International Airport. When Xia Ruofei took off from Turin, it was around 3 p.m. local time. Due to the 7-hour time difference between China and Italy, it was already 8 a.m. in Sanshan when the plane landed. In fact, it was pitch black outside the porthole for most of the flight. Hence, after Xia Ruofei ate something, he went to the private bedroom in the back cabin and took a nap. He only woke up when the air stewardess knocked on his door and reminded him that the plane was about to land. During the take-off and landing phase, passengers were required to sit in their seats and fasten their seat belts. This was also for safety considerations, even private planes were no exception. Xia Ruofei washed up and returned to his seat. After about half an hour, the plane landed smoothly. After Xia Ruofei let the flight crew handle the follow-up work, he repaired himself at Sanshan while he dragged a simple suitcase out of the business jet building. Yi Lingyun, who had been notified in advance, drove Xia Ruofei's Night 15 to the airport to pick them up. Taoyuan Farm was very close to the airport. On the way, Xia Ruofei briefly asked about the company's current situation, and then the two chatted for a while. The car had already entered the farm's gate. After the company's headquarters moved to the city center, the farm was much quieter, but it also seemed more relaxed. Of course, the expansion of the farm and the sub-factory of the pharmaceutical factory had already started construction. Xia Ruofei could see the busy construction site in the distance before he entered the door. It was just that it was quite A distance from here, so the farm would not be too noisy. Xia Ruofei asked Yi Lingyun to send him to the small mansion. When Blackie and the rest saw Xia Ruofei, who had not appeared for days, they ran up to him happily. Some licked his shoes, some tugged at his pants, and a few wagged their tails at Xia Ruofei when they could not get in. They looked very intimate. When Xia Ruofei was not at home, Yi Lingyun would arrange for people to prepare food for Little Black and the rest. He would also maintain the villa's hygiene regularly. Xia Ruofei asked Yi Lingyun to bring the luggage into the villa while he giggled and squatted down to play with Little Black and the rest for a while. Yi Lingyun took his leave after putting Xia Ruofei's luggage in. After Xia Ruofei returned to the villa, he went to the master bedroom upstairs to take a shower. Then, he took out his phone and called some people close to him. The first call was naturally to Monica. The two of them had just parted ways, so she definitely had to let her know that she was safe. Now that she was home, Monica had many advantages of both Eastern and Western women. She was very loyal to Xia Ruofei, but not clingy, unlike some girls in China who were weak in front of their boyfriends. The two of them exchanged a few words on the phone and said goodbye. Then, Xia Ruofei called Zhao Yongjun in the capital. He had flown to the Three Mountains directly from Turin and did not stop in the capital. It was reasonable to let Zhao Yongjun know. Naturally, Xia Ruofei had to inform Feng Jing. Of course, he didn't talk to Feng Jing for too long. He would be at the office tomorrow, so he could just report to her later. One more day wouldn't make much of a difference. If it was really an emergency, he would have called to report it. Finally, Xia Ruofei called Ling Qingxue. Hello? Ling Qingshue's lazy voice came from the receiver. Xia Ruofei looked at his watch and said, Qingxue, are you still sleeping? It's already 9 in the morning, don't you have to work today? Ling Qingxue said lazily, I was working on a bidding document yesterday. I only lay down at 2 in the morning. I don't feel like going to the company in the morning. Ruofei, why are you calling me now? It's still early in the morning in Italy, right? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I'm back. He's at Taoyuan Farm right now. 2074, the yacht arrives at the port. 1, Ling Qingshue's sleepiness was instantly gone. She sat up on the bed and said, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming back? I'll pick you up at the airport. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, the farm is right next to the airport. Why do you have to make a trip all the way from the city? I didn't want you to suffer, so I told you when I got home. Xia Ruofei continued, stop talking about me. Why are you making the tender? You're actually sleeping at 2 o'clock, do you want to die? Ling Qingxue replied, sometimes. Recently, the company is expanding, so it's normal to have more things to do. Ruofei, my dad is already looking for a professional manager team. I'll be able to relax slowly in the future. No matter what, try not to stay up late if you can. Xia Ruofei said, oh right, how's your cultivation going while I wasn't home? Ling Qingxue said gloomily, Ruofei, am I stupid? When a person trains alone, there's basically no improvement. I've already tried very hard, but, silly girl, didn't I tell you before? The absolute beginning scripture cultivation technique is tailored for joint training. If you cultivate it alone, this cultivation technique is even worse than some unrated rubbish cultivation techniques. Xia Ruofei said, that's why it's normal for your improvement to not be obvious. Don't let your thoughts run wild, I know you've said that. Ling Qingxue said, but you also told me that I have to persevere in my cultivation every day. That's to let you familiarize yourself with the technique and maintain your sense of qi. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, besides, if you don't practice every day, it won't just be a problem of not making obvious progress. You might even regress a lot. Cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. You can't slack off for even a moment. I know. I'll work hard. Ling Qingxue said, it's good that you're back now. We can practice together. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I've been on the plane for more than 10 hours today, so I'll take a break first. I'll go to the company tomorrow. Let's have lunch together. If there's nothing to do in the afternoon, we can practice together. Of course, Xia Ruofei also hoped that Ling Qingxue's cultivation would improve as soon as possible. It would be best if they could engage in a deeper joint practice as soon as possible. Even though he still didn't know how Ling Qingxue's cultivation had reached that level and how he was going to tell her about Song Wei, there was always a way out. He had to let Ling Qingxue experience the wonderful feeling of the complete spiritual integration first. Only then would he be able to obtain Ling Qingxue's understanding and acceptance. All right. Ling Qingxue said happily, you can rest well on the farm today. We'll contact each other tomorrow, all right. Wife, I'm hanging up. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Bye. After the call, Xia Ruofei got up and went to lock the door and windows. Then, he took out the spirit map and painting scroll, ready to go to the medium to patrol. Just then, the phone he had just put down rang again. Xia Ruofei held the painting in one hand and waved his other hand. The phone on the bedside table slowly floated to his hand. Xia Ruofei took a look at the caller ID and saw that it was an unknown number. This kind of number was often used for fraud, marketing, and other harassment calls. However, Xia Ruofei saw that this number was not marked by other users, so he hesitated for a while and answered. Hello. Xia Ruofei said indifferently. Are you Mr. Xia Ruofei? A very young voice came from the phone, as if he had heard it somewhere before. I am, and you are? Xia Ruofei asked. Hello, Mr. Xia. The young man said enthusiastically, I'm Xiao Liao, from Asmu. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. Then, he immediately remembered that this Xiao Liao was Liao Bo, the salesman of Asmu's yacht. Oh, it's Manager Liao. He immediately said with a smile. You're calling me because you have good news, right? Mr. Xia, you're really good at predicting things. Liao Bo chuckled and said, I'm just here to inform you that the yacht you ordered has arrived at the port. When do you think it's convenient for you to come and handle the delivery? Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up and he asked, Oh? Where's the yacht now? The yacht is already docked at the Three Mountains cruise dock. Liao Bo said, our company also has an office near the yacht dock. I can send you the exact location through WeChat. What time would be more convenient for you? Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, let's do it today. Manager Liao, please add me on WeChat. This is the phone number. And just send me the location. All right. Liao Bo said happily, please bring along the agreement that you signed when you made the order, your personal identification documents, as well as the receipt for the advance payment and other information. In addition, the final payment is 1.85 million yuan. Please also prepare it in advance. No problem. Xia Ruofei said. straightforwardly. After ordering the yacht, Xia Ruofei had put all the relevant information in a document bag and directly thrown it into the cave in the mountain and sea realm in the spirit map space. Under the rules of the spirit map space, only Xia Ruofei, the owner of the space, could enter the cave. It was safe enough to put it in the space, and it was even safer to put it in the cave. There was no need to worry about it being accidentally destroyed by the Hornet or the White Sector Fox, who were the residents of the spirit map space. 2075 The yacht arrives at the harbor, too. As for the rest of the money, it was nothing to Xia Ruofei. Not to mention the wealth that he had accumulated previously, just the trip to Italy alone had earned him 270 million euros. 1.85 million HXB was not even a fraction of that amount. Not long after Xia Ruofei hung up, he received a friend request on WeChat. "Hello, Mr. Xia, I'm Xiao Liao." Xia Ruofei clicked accept and at the same time, he blocked his WeChat moments. Usually, unless it was his good friends in real life, Xia Ruofei would not let his business friends or today's situation see his WeChat moments. He was still not used to revealing his privacy, so it was a coincidence that he became a popular person on the internet, envied by some celebrities. Liaobo quickly sent an address to Xia Ruofei and wrote, "Mr. Xia, I'll be waiting for you at the office." Xia Ruofei looked at the address and did some calculations in his heart. He replied, "I'll be there in half an hour." Then, Xia Ruofei kept the spirit map space back into his body. He picked up his handbag and stuffed his phone into it. Then, he walked down the stairs with light steps. The long, distant yacht pier was located on the coast of the Jiangkou district of Sanshan City. It was basically between Chongqing County and the city. However, it was a walk through from Taoyuan Farm. It was not like the airport highway to the city, which was connected to the winding city. Hence, Xia Ruofei gave an estimated time of half an hour. Xia Ruofei greeted Blackie and the rest in the village yard. Then, he got into the Night 15 SUV. With the roaring engine, the car left the farm and headed towards the Jiangkou district. 20 minutes later, Xia Ruofei arrived at the long-distance yacht harbor according to the GPS on his WeChat. From afar, he could already see Liaobo, who was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, waiting at the entrance. Xia Ruofei drove near Liaobo and honked. Then, he stuck his head out and shouted, "Manager Liao." Liaobo turned his head and looked. He quickly jogged over and said with a smile, "Mr. Xia, you're pretty fast. The yacht that I've been waiting for has finally arrived." "Of course, I had to fly all the way here," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Liaobo explained awkwardly, "Mr. Xia, I'm sorry. The yacht was originally expected to be delivered within 2 months, but there were 2 delays in the factory. In addition, there was a small incident during the transportation process, which led to a longer delay." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's okay. Good food is never afraid of late. Manager Liao, let's talk in the car." "All right." Liaobo excitedly went to the side of the front passenger seat, opened the door, and climbed in. He sat in the passenger seat of the Night 15 off-road vehicle and said enviously, "Mr. Xia, your car is really exciting." From the outside, it looked as domineering as an armored vehicle. "The chassis is so high and the view is so wide," Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "No matter how domineering it is, it's not as valuable as your yacht." Actually, Xia Ruofei was being modest. At least, his Night 15 was much more expensive than the Azim Atlantis 34 yacht he had ordered. Liao Bo guided the way in the car, and Xia Ruofei quickly drove the car to a 3-story building next to the yacht pier. "We're here, Mr. Xia," Liao Bo said. Xia Ruofei looked at Liao Bo and asked, "Why did I come to your office first? Shouldn't I take a look at the yacht first?" Liao Bo smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'll definitely ask you to check and accept it before the delivery. However, we need to go through a registration procedure to board the yacht. So, I'll have to trouble you." "I see. Then let's go." Xia Ruofei opened the door and jumped out of the car. He followed Liao Bo into the lobby on the first floor. "Manager Qin." Liao Bo greeted him as soon as he entered the door. "Manager Qin, my client has arrived." A beautiful woman in business attire walked over with a friendly smile. She extended her hand to Xia Ruofei from afar and said, "Hello, Mr. Xia. Welcome, welcome. I'm the manager of this office. My name is Qin Lan." "Hello, Manager Qin." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Nice to meet you." Little Liao has gone to go through the formalities. Please sit for a while. You'll be able to see your yacht soon, Qin Lan said. Xia Ruofei sat on the guest sofa in the main hall while Qin Lan personally accompanied him and chatted with him. Xia Ruofei realized that manager Qin was very talkative and knew the art of conversation. She could make people feel close to her. After a while, Liao Bo ran over with a few pieces of paper and said, "Mr. Xia, there are a few places here that require your personal signature. I also need a copy of your identity card. Can I trouble you to pass me your identity card?" "Oh, I have some ready-made ones here," Xia Ruofei said. Then, Xia Ruofei took out a file from his bag and took out a copy of his ID card. "To pass to Liao Bo, that's great, we don't have to make copies," Liao Bo said happily. Xia Ruofei picked up the papers that needed his signature and read them carefully. They were mostly disclaimers and the like. If Xia Ruofei went to look at the yacht, he would have to board it. He might even ask to go for a walk. If anything dangerous happened during this period, the company would be responsible. Seeing that there was no problem, Xia Ruofei picked up the pen and signed his name. At the same time, he carefully wrote the words for yacht-related procedures on the ID photocopier and stamped it on top of the photocopied ID to prevent it from being used for other illegal activities. Although it was unlikely for such a large company to sell out their customers' information, Xia Ruofei was used to preparing for the worst. Liao Bo kept the documents and said to Xia Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, please wait a moment. I'll hand in this information and we can go to the dock." Soon, Liao Bo left and returned. The man who came with him was a man in his 30s. He had dark skin and looked like he often went out. Liao Bo introduced, "Mr. Xia, this is Lu Yi, an employee of our yacht club. He has a yacht driving license. You can take a tour around the area on the yacht later." Xia Ruofei got up and said, "Let's go. Manager Qin, I'll be going to the dock first." All right. All right. Qin Lan also quickly stood up and said. At this stage in the country, yachts were still a luxury item that very few people could afford. Although Xia Ruofei had only bought a small 10-meter boat, one could tell at a glance that he was young and rich. It was natural to make friends with such a big customer. The car was not allowed to drive directly to the yacht dock, so Liao Bo asked for an electric car. The three of them took the electric car and headed to the yacht dock not far away. After a short while, Xia Ruofei and the rest had arrived at the dock. The voyage yacht dock didn't look small. There were at least dozens of yacht parking spaces, but many of them were empty. Xia Ruofei immediately saw the yacht, Azim Atlantis 34, quietly docked at berth 16, rising and falling with the waves. The yacht looked even more beautiful than in the brochure. It was blue under the blue sky, and there were eye-catching red decorative ribbons on both sides of the white hull, which looked like red lightning. At first sight, the streamlined body of the airship looked athletic. The electric car stopped next to the parking space. Liao Bo jumped out of the car and said with a smile, "Mr. Xia, this is your yacht." Xia Ruofei and Louis also got out of the car. The staff had already put down the bridge. Liao Bo came to the side of the bridge and made a gesture to Xia Ruofei, saying, "Mr. Xia, this way please." Xia Ruofei smiled and walked over to the deck. Liao Bo and Louis also got on the yacht in turn. He said, "Mr. Xia, I'll show you around first, then we'll try driving it again. How about that?" 2076 another underscore Xia Ruofei smiled as he admired the new yacht. "No problem. I'll follow your arrangements." "Okay, Mr. Xia, we are now on the yacht's underwater platform." Liao Bo immediately introduced, "This model is a sports yacht. Although the size is relatively small in the entire series, the power is very strong." Liao Bo was obviously very familiar with the business, and some data was at his fingertips. He led Xia Ruofei and introduced the yacht as they walked. Very quickly, Xia Ruofei had a deeper understanding of this yacht. The design of the yacht was very advanced and looked very high-tech. There was a large soft roof in front of the driver's seat, allowing him to enjoy 360 degrees of sun without any shade. On the lower floor, there was a circle of soft couches in the guest lounge area, as well as a large independent bedroom. Although the yacht was small, its layout was very reasonable. Every inch of space was used, and one would not feel crowded at all. There was only a luxurious and comfortable feeling. After Liao Bo showed Xia Ruofei around, the pilot, Louis, started the yacht after getting Xia Ruofei's consent. With the sound of the engine, the yacht slowly started and headed towards the sea. This model of yacht had good sports performance. When it sped up, the sea breeze blew with a trace of salty smell, and the boundless sea made people feel relaxed and happy. Xia Ruofei sat in the driver's seat for a while and then went down to the underwater platform at the end of the yacht. From there, he could see the snow-white water spray caused by the yacht, forming a white trace behind the yacht. If it was summer, Xia Ruofei would have jumped into the water to take a swim. Although it would not be a problem for him to go into the water no matter the temperature or environment, Liao Bo and Louis would find it strange. Hence, Xia Ruofei held back the urge to go into the sea. After all, he would still be using the yacht in the realm after it was delivered. By then, he could enjoy the entire sea alone and swim however he wanted. Louis drove the yacht to the calm open sea, stopped, and anchored it. The yacht swayed gently with the waves. Liao Bo started to introduce the entertainment facilities on the yacht to Xia Ruofei. In fact, many people who owned a yacht pursued a slow life. After all, only a few people drove a yacht like a speedboat. They could choose a quiet harbor to fish, swim, or lie on the yacht to enjoy the beautiful sea and sky. They could meet up with 3 to 5 confidants and have a small party on the yacht, tasting red wine and seafood barbecue. After stopping for about half an hour, the 3 of them drove the yacht back. Today, Xia Ruofei was mainly here to check on the yacht, including the custom-made interior, such as the jacuzzi. And so on. He also wanted to experience the yacht's performance. Everything was fine, so he returned to the yacht dock early. After all, there were still many procedures to be completed. Soon, the yacht returned to the Yuanhang dock. After they went ashore, Liao Bo drove the electric car and brought Xia Ruofei back to the office hall. Mr. Xia, how do you feel? The manager, Qin Lan, came out to greet him and asked, with a smile. Not bad, you basically met my expectations. Xia Ruofei nodded. If there's no problem, the yacht can be handed over to you after you pay the remaining payment. Qin Lan said with a smile. You're in charge of all the relevant procedures, right? Xia Ruofei nodded. Qin Lan nodded. We're the ones who handle all the registration procedures. We're very familiar with the maritime department. It'll be more troublesome for the customer to handle it by himself. In fact, before purchasing a yacht, one needed to apply to the maritime department, and the contract could only be purchased after it was approved. Xia Ruofei had signed a commission agreement when he made the order, so he did not have to go through these procedures himself. Now that the yacht had arrived at the port, Qin Lan's company was in charge of the follow-up procedures. It was much more convenient. Xia Ruofei smiled. That's not a problem then. I'll go and pay the rest. Mr. Xia, this way please. Qin Lan immediately said. Xia Ruofei swiped his card and paid the rest of the money. He had plenty of balance in his card and there was no limit to the amount he could swipe. 1.85 million was swiped out in one go. Qin Lan personally received Xia Ruofei. She put the card receipt, and some other administrative documents into a folder and handed it to Xia Ruofei. She said, Mr. Xia, thank you for your trust in our brand. Congratulations on owning your own private yacht. We'll hurry up with the relevant procedures and complete them in a week at the latest. When the time comes, I'll get little Liao to contact you. All right. Xia Ruofei said, if I'm not at the Three Mountains by then, please send the documents to the Peach Blossom Mansion in the Bell Tower district. I'll get someone to collect them. No problem. Qin Lan said, by the way, you can use the yacht as usual during this period. If you encounter an inspection by the maritime department, you can just show the documents I gave you just now. Xia Ruofei nodded to show that he understood. It was similar to a temporary license plate of a car. It was valid for a certain period of time. Qin Lan continued, Mr. Xia. Our company also provides yacht-related services, including berth rental, daily maintenance, and yacht driver services. You can consider applying for a member package. You will get a lot of discounts in terms of fees. 2077 Another _2 I'm not planning to use this yacht in the Three Mountains. We'll talk about it when we need it. Xia Ruofei smiled. Hearing this, Qin Lan was slightly disappointed, but she did not show it. She only smiled and said, all right, he said. By the way, when I made the order, Manager Liao told me that you provide delivery services. Xia Ruofei said, I need to transport the yacht to a warehouse in my city. Is that okay? Of course, no problem, Qin Lan replied without hesitation. These are all within the scope of our after-sales service. You just need to provide the address. Qin Lan had a fresh memory of this somewhat strange request. Generally speaking, customers would definitely not ask to store the yacht in the warehouse. After all, they bought the yacht for use. How could they use it if it was placed on land? At that time, Liao Bo had also considered that the yacht was very size, and Xia Ruofei had also guaranteed that there were no problems with the warehouse and the access road. They could definitely pass through, so he had agreed to this strange request. After all, compared to a business worth millions, the small cost of hoisting the yacht onto a flatbed cart and transporting it to the city was nothing. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei took a piece of paper from the table and wrote down the address of his warehouse in the city. Then, he handed it to Qin Lan. I hope you can arrange for the yacht to be sent here as soon as possible, he said. We'll contact the flatbed today, but it will take some time to hoist and fix the yacht. Can we send it to you by tomorrow morning at the latest? Qin Lan asked. All right, thank you for your hard work. Xia Ruofei nodded. Qin Lan smiled and nodded. The business was done now. All they needed to do was to let Liao Bo go through the procedures and transfer the yacht to Xia Ruofei. Just as she was about to send Xia Ruofei out, Xia Ruofei suddenly asked, Manager Qin, are there any discounts for buying a yacht? Qin Lan was stunned for a moment and then quickly said, there are. There were. Mr. Xia. You're our old customer. If you buy a new boat from our company, you can enjoy a discount, which is comparable to the yacht exhibition. After Qin Lan finished speaking, she looked at Xia Ruofei with anticipation. Of course, she didn't have much hope. After all, Xia Ruofei had just bought a new yacht and had not used it yet. The possibility of buying another yacht under such circumstances was too low. However, she felt that since Xia Ruofei had asked, he was definitely not just asking casually. Perhaps he was introducing a friend to buy it? Yachts were a luxury item with a very small audience. They were high-end toys for the rich. This nature determined that yacht sales could not be as high as Carrefour's stores. Therefore, it was more important to maintain the relationship with high-end customers. Of course, Qin Lan didn't know that Xia Ruofei's small sports yacht was meant to be stored in the medium. The reason why he asked was that he really wanted to buy another yacht to be used in the outside world. On one hand, he had fallen in love with the feeling of freedom after experiencing it just now. However, he was free in the space. After all, it was his secret. He had always been alone in the space. Even if it was a yacht, there was less fun. Moreover, he couldn't share it with the people close to him. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei had a lot of money now, especially from the trip to Italy. He had earned nearly 300 million euros, which was about 3 billion in Chinese dollars. Buying a yacht was a small amount. If he bought a yacht and placed it outside, he could drive the yacht out to sea with his good friends and female confidants when he was free. He could even organize a party for the company's management and treat it as company welfare. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei said with interest, Oh, really? Then can you introduce me to them? Is there anything you can recommend? Mr. Xia, let's sit over there and talk. Qin Lan said enthusiastically. Then, she turned around and shouted, Little Liao. And a cup of hot tea for Mr. Xia. Quickly. Order the fruit plate and desserts. All right. Liao Bo quickly responded. Qin Lan invited Xia Ruofei to sit on the leather sofa in the guest area. Then, she asked expectantly, Mr. Xia, would you like to buy it yourself or introduce it to your friend? I need to understand your needs before I can recommend it to you. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I want to build one myself. As for the requirements, I'm not too specific. It's just that it Has a bigger size and better performance. It'd be best if it's a new model. That way, there will be more new technology. I understand. I understand. Qin Lan said and then asked carefully, then do you have a price in mind? It was a taboo for some rich people to ask this question because it would seem like they were doubting their ability. But Xia Ruofei did not mind. He smiled and said, the price is not a problem. As long as I like it, it's fine even if it's a little expensive. Hearing this, Qin Lan was even more overjoyed. 1. Look, and one could tell that this person was not short of money. They liked this kind of customer the most. They would not be calculative about the price, and most of them were very generous. As long as they took a fancy to them, they would buy it. Mr. Xia, if that's the case, I would recommend you to buy the Azimut Feiqiao series of large yachts, such as the Azimut 84, Azimut 84S, Azimut 88, and so on, she quickly cheered up and said. While Qin Lan was introducing, she skillfully found the corresponding color page from the side and placed it in front of Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei looked at the colorful page with great interest. The yachts mentioned by Qin Lan were 25 to 26 meters long. The interior space was more spacious and the facilities were quite luxurious. There was no price tag on the colorful page, but Xia Ruofei knew that it was much more expensive than the one he had bought before. From the corner of his eyes, Xia Ruofei caught a glimpse of another colorful page. The photo of the yacht on it made his eyes light up. He could not help but point at the photo and ask, Manager Qin, what model is this yacht? Qin Lan stopped the introduction and looked in the direction that Xia Ruofei was pointing at. She quickly passed the colored page to Xia Ruofei and said, Mr. Xia, this is the Azimut 100 Leonardo. It's the size in this series. It's 30.51 meters long, 6.8 meters wide, and its highest speed is 32 knots. Qin Lan reported the series of data of the Azimut 100 Leonardo yacht without thinking. Then she said, Mr. Xia, this yacht is 30 meters long from the bow to the stern. It has a huge space and unique decorations. It gives you a very comfortable and elegant feeling. It will bring you an infinite and elegant life experience. You can invite your friends and family to enjoy the fun at sea on this huge open air deck. It had a large and variable stern deck with a U-shaped bench that could be turned into a comfortable beach bed. There was a unique passage design on the ship to ensure that the service personnel on the ship could pass quickly without affecting the privacy of the guests on the ship. The yacht had a unique, large sea view penthouse with a super large sofa and impressive furniture on the observation deck. In addition, the stern deck was also made of high-grade pomelo wood. It also has a large master room with a large wardrobe, a large resting area and bathroom, and a large shower. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. From what you've said, it's like a palace on the sea. Qin Lan laughed in embarrassment and said, Mr. Xia, I'm not exaggerating. This model of yacht is one of the top brands in the Azimut brand. Many world-class celebrities have bought yachts of this model. Xia Ruofei flipped through the introduction on the colored page and nodded. It looks good. How much does it cost to buy this yacht now? 2078 light at the end of the tunnel. 1. Qin Lan was very familiar with the business and was familiar with the prices of various models of yachts. She said without thinking, Mr. Xia, the price of this yacht is about 70 million Chinese dollars. At this point, Qin Lan glanced at Xia Ruofei discreetly. She saw that Xia Ruofei's expression was normal. He did not have any reaction to the shocking price and did not even blink. She was relieved. In Qin Lan's opinion, Xia Ruofei was undoubtedly a rich man. Otherwise, he would not have spent 3 to 4 million on a yacht. However, rich people were different. Being able to afford a small yacht that cost nearly 4 million did not mean that he had the ability to buy a luxury yacht that cost tens of millions. Now, it seemed that Xia Ruofei was very wealthy. At least, he would have no problem buying the ASMA 100 Leonardo. This also made Qin Lan more enthusiastic about promoting her. At the same time, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It was really infuriating to compare with others. This young man in front of her was at most in his 20s, but he already had wealth that she couldn't earn in her lifetime. Qin Lan was only distracted for a moment before he immediately said, "Mr. Xia, if you order now, we can give you a 10% discount. This is the maximum authority that the yacht manufacturer has given us. It's still very cost-effective." A 10% discount didn't seem like much, but this was a huge order of 70 million Huaxia dollars. A 10% discount would be about 7 million yuan cheaper. The yacht that Xia Ruofei had bought this time was less than 4 million. Oh. Xia Ruofei nodded and asked, "Other than the 10% discount, are there no other benefits?" Qin Lan said with a smile, "Mr. Xia, this discount is all real money. Moreover, it's a discount range of nearly 7 million. I've been in the business for many years. This is the first time I've heard of such a big discount range." Qin Lan was not lying. Yachts were the standard luxury goods. This industry did not need to rely on discounts or promotions to increase sales. Moreover, the total price was very expensive, so a 10% discount was indeed a very good deal. Qin Lan continued, "Of course, other than this discount, some of our preferential policies during the yacht exhibition are still applicable. This includes the 7-day stay in any luxury suite of the Four Seasons Hotels worldwide chain stores. Also, once you buy this yacht, you will automatically be upgraded to a platinum member of our yacht club. You can enjoy even greater discounts for subsequent maintenance and maintenance." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "I like this yacht, but I don't think your discount is that big." Naturally, Xia Ruofei would not agree so readily. Of course, although he did not know much about this yacht, the internet was so advanced now. He only needed to check the internet a little to know the domestic price of this yacht. He was not worried that Qin Lan would give a false price. Qin Lan had been in this line of work for many years. She had long trained her ability to read people's expressions. She could tell that Xia Ruofei definitely had the ability to buy it. However, if there were no more attractive conditions, Xia Ruofei would probably not make a decision to buy it easily. When he thought of this, Qin Lan's brain was spinning rapidly. He then gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Xia, this is the limit of the price that the manufacturer has given me. As far as I know, this discount is basically the limit on the global scale. But if you really want to buy it, we can give you some discounts through other means." Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Oh? What other discounts are there?" "Mr. Xia," Qin Lan said, "you can choose to upgrade some of the facilities on the ASMA yacht. For example, the yacht you bought last time doesn't have a jacuzzi as a standard, but you can buy it for a fee. If you order this ASMA 100 Leonardo, I can make the decision to upgrade some of the accessories for free. The upper limit is 500,000 Huaxia dollars." Qin Lan glanced at Xia Ruofei. Seeing that he still did not say anything, she gritted her teeth and said, "Also, You'll definitely need a full range of security services when you buy a yacht, including parking, maintenance, and so on. If you choose our company to provide these services, we can give you the right to use one of the parking spaces for 3 years, as well as 2 years of free maintenance, and 2 years of management fee exemption. In fact, what Qianlan said didn't require their company to pay too much for the upgrade of the parts. The manufacturer had given them certain authority. Within the range of 500,000 Chinese dollars, they could get it for free. Of course, whether the distributors used this authority or not, how much they used, would still have a certain impact on their sales share. However, after such a luxury yacht was sold, the dealer could get a very considerable sales share. Even with a discount, the money was still very attractive. Moreover, if the deal couldn't be closed, then it would be zero income. It was self-evident which one to choose. As for the security services in the future, such as the yacht berths, their company had already invested in them in advance. Leaving them idle would not produce any benefits. It was the same for management fees. The cost of personnel had already been generated. It would not increase the cost by much, just because there was an increase in the number of yachts under service. This was the same logic as those wedding photos and barbershops often used very low prices to do group purchases. 2079 light at the end of the tunnel. 2. The only thing that the distributors had to spend money on was nothing more than 2 years of free maintenance. However, such maintenance items were priced very high. In fact, the consumables and parts used for the maintenance were directly purchased from the manufacturers, so the cost was not as scary as the marked price. Of course, to Xia Ruofei, the preferential conditions that Qianlan had given him were still very practical. In total, he had saved at least 1 million yuan. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "Manager Qin, I'll think about it. You can go back to your work." Seeing that Xia Ruofei did not make a decision immediately, Qianlan could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, on second thought, this was a deal worth tens of millions. How could she expect the other party to place an order in such a short time? She revealed a warm smile and said, "All right. Mr. Xia, if you need anything, you can contact me at any time. This is my name card." After he finished speaking, Qianlan handed over his name card with both hands. Xia Ruofei took the name card and nodded with a smile. "Good. I'll contact you after I've considered it." With that, Xia Ruofei put the business card in his pocket and left. After he drove back to the little villa at Taoyuan Farm, he quickly searched for information on the ASMU 100 Leonardo on his computer. He had to admit that Qianlan's introduction had indeed moved him. The information disclosed on the internet showed that the price Qianlan gave him was not an exaggeration. Several professional yacht websites also gave a reference price of about 70 million. In addition, this yacht was indeed loved by the rich and celebrities. There were several rich and celebrities who owned this yacht listed on the internet, including the former richest man in China and a world-class sports star. Xia Ruofei had always been very decisive in his actions. Besides, tens of millions of yuan was nothing to him now. Even if he wanted to buy a private jet that was worth hundreds of millions, he had the ability to do so. However, now that he had the Gulfstream business jet that Li Yifu had given him as a gift, there was no need to buy a private jet for the time being. Buying a yacht to enjoy himself was even more simple. Therefore, after browsing through the information on the internet, Xia Ruofei found Qianlan's business card and dialed the number on it. After Qin Lan received Xia Ruofei, she quickly threw herself into other work. Their company was not only in the sales of Asmu's yachts. They were also running the yacht club and providing a comprehensive protection service for the club members. After all, the yacht consumer group was not large. It was not enough to just rely on selling yachts. The after-sales paid service could bring in more profits. Xia Ruofei did not place the order on the spot. Qin Lan felt a little regretful, but she did not feel too disappointed. After all, it was such an expensive item. She did not have much hope. Besides, Qin Lan could feel that Xia Ruofei was interested in this yacht. This was a great gain for her. The high-end customer base was built up through the accumulation of daily life. When Xia Ruofei bought the sports yacht, he had left his contact information. After sending Xia Ruofei off, Qin Lan immediately asked Liao Bo for Xia Ruofei's phone number and saved it in her phone. Therefore, when her phone rang, Qin Lan immediately saw that it was Xia Ruofei. She was overjoyed. She did not expect Xia Ruofei to make a decision so quickly. Qin Lan immediately stopped what she was doing and picked up the phone in a hurry. She said enthusiastically, "Mr. Xia, how are you?" "Manager Qin, I'm personally quite interested in the Asmu 100 Lianadu yacht you introduced this morning." Xia Ruofei got straight to the point. "If I place an order now, how long will it take for the yacht to be delivered to me?" Qin Lan quickly said, "Mr. Xia, the sales of the yacht are usually done after the order is placed. The manufacturer will then start production. Asmu is a relatively popular yacht brand and usually has a lot of orders. Therefore, the delivery period for large yachts like this is usually about a year." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but frown. "It's going to take a year?" Qin Lan quickly explained, "Mr. Xia, 1 year is already considered very fast. This is only a general model yacht. If it's a customized one, it will take even longer." Perhaps he felt that it was not very convincing. Qin Lan immediately added, "In fact, whether it's a private yacht or a private jet, the delivery period is relatively long. It's said that the Gulfstream's commercial plane takes about 3 years on average to be delivered. The Asmu yacht that Ali's boss, Ma, ordered had been in production for more than a year. So 1 year is not that long." Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "I thought 2 or 3 months would be enough, just like the yacht I bought. I didn't expect it to take as long as a year." "Forget it, Manager Qin, I'll think about it." Seeing that Xia Ruofei was about to place the order but backed out because of the delivery period, Qin Lan was anxious. However, she could not do anything about it. If it was a problem in other aspects, she could still ask for instructions from the higher-ups, but the delivery period was determined by the manufacturer. She had no way to change it. All right. You can contact me at any time after you've considered it," Qin Lan said and then added, "Mr. Xia, actually, the delivery period is not too long. You can find a friend to understand." "I understand. Thank you, Manager Qin," Xia Ruofei said. Xia Ruofei was not easily influenced by others. He felt that the delivery period was too long. If he could not accept it, he would not change his mind, no matter what Qin Lan said. At the yacht club. After Qin Lan hung up the phone, her face was filled with disappointment. When Qin Lan answered the phone, Liao Bo was reporting to her in the office. Liao Bo was going to leave, but when he heard Qin Lan call the other party Mr. Xia, he immediately knew that It was his previous client, Xia Ruofei. Therefore, he decided to stay. Liao Bo looked at Qin Lan and asked. With concern, manager, is that Mr. Xia? Yeah. Qin Lan nodded. Are you talking about the ASMA 100 Leonardo? Liao Bo immediately asked. Xia Ruofei suddenly had an idea today and was interested in the ASMA 100 Leonardo yacht. Liao Bo was the first to know about it, and that was why he asked. Isn't that so? Qin Lan sighed. I heard that he already wanted to place an order, but when he heard that the delivery period would take a year, he gave up. When Liao Bo heard this, he smiled bitterly and said, 1 year is indeed a bit long. However, we have no way to control this. Manager, forget it, forget it. It's our order, so it can't run away no matter what. It's money that we shouldn't be earning, so there's no point in being anxious. Qin Lan rubbed her temples and said, I'm just a little unwilling. I'm very close to getting this order. Sigh. Xiao Liao, where were you just now? Let's continue. Oh. Liao Bo said. Then, Liao Bo suddenly patted his head and asked anxiously, Manager, do you still remember the model of the yacht that President Huang ordered? President Huang? Qin Lan could not react for a moment. Director Huang of the Tianyang Group. Liao Bo reminded him, he's the client you personally contacted. How could you have forgotten? Qin Lan was suddenly enlightened. Her eyes brightened as she said, ASMA 100 Leonardo. CEO. Huang has ordered the ASMA 100 Leonardo. Liao Bo and Qin Lan looked at each other, and both of them revealed a look of surprise. Liao Bo then said, Manager, do you think it's possible? If it's possible, then it's the best of both worlds. 2080 Return 1. The CEO Huang that Liao Bo was talking about was the boss of the Tianyang Group in Sanshan City. He had ordered an ASMA 100 Leonardo yacht more than a year ago and had paid a deposit of more than 30 million Chinese dollars. However, the world was unpredictable. The yacht was about to be delivered, but President Huang's company was in big trouble. The Tianyang Group was a small and medium-sized real estate company. The debt rate of a real estate company was relatively high, and they often walked on a tightrope when it came to capital operations. President Huang was also unlucky. Several accidents had happened on the construction site one after another, and a project quality problem was exposed in a building under construction. All of these things piled together and made President Huang overwrought. Because of the media exposure, several problematic construction sites of the Tianyang Group were ordered to stop work and rectify. Even the application of the house pre-sale certificate was stuck. This was what real estate companies were most afraid of. If the time was delayed, there would be problems with the capital chain. Now, Boss Huang was facing internal and external difficulties. The construction team and suppliers were all looking for him for money, and the bank loan was about to expire. Initially, he wanted to sell the houses to get back the funds, but after the real estate problem occurred, the pre-sale certificate was blocked, and the company was suddenly in a desperate situation. Under such circumstances, how could President Huang still be in the mood to play with the yacht? Moreover, there was still more than 30 million yuan left, which he couldn't take out now. Not only was he unable to pay the rest of the money, but CEO Huang was also thinking about whether he could return the order. Even if he could not return all of the 30 million yuan that he had paid in advance, even if he returned a portion of it, it could at least relieve the company's financial pressure a little. Even If it was a drop in the bucket, it would still be useful. Therefore, President Huang went to Qinlan's company. In this case, it was impossible to cancel the order, because even the general model yacht was customized according to the buyer's requirements. In this sense, every yacht was unique. Who would they sell it to if they returned it? Besides, how could such a high-end toy that was worth tens of millions be easily sold? It was impossible to return the yacht from the manufacturer. The yacht had already been cleared through customs. If Qinlan's sales company bought it first, it would be equivalent to a backlog of tens of millions of funds. This was unacceptable. Therefore, even though CEO Huang had come to mediate a few times, this matter had been stuck here. This made the sales company very distressed. Today, when Liao Bo mentioned CEO Huang, Qinlan's mind couldn't help but be active. If this problem could really be solved, it would be equivalent to solving a big problem for the company. It would definitely add many points to the leader's side. Furthermore, CEO Huang would definitely be extremely grateful to her. It was equivalent to solving a big problem for CEO Huang. Qinlan asked hesitantly, "Little Liao, Mr. Xia doesn't lack money. This yacht was ordered by someone else. It's configured according to their thoughts. Can he accept it? How would we know if we don't try?" Liao Bo said. Mr. Xia didn't seem to be a particularly picky person. Besides, wasn't the delivery time the most important thing to him? If he wants this yacht, he doesn't have to wait and can use it immediately. Maybe he'll be tempted? Qinlan nodded heavily and said, "I'll call him right now and tell him about this." Liao Bo quickly stopped Qinlan and said, "Manager, I think it's better to take a break first." Why? Qinlan asked in confusion. Liao Bo said, "He just finished his call. Wouldn't it be too easy for us to reply so quickly? Why don't we do this? Are we going to send him the Atlantean 34 yacht tomorrow? Why don't you make a trip there yourself and tell him about the situation in person? Perhaps the effect will be better." Qinlan pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "You're full of ideas, kid. Let's do this. If this deal is successful, you will have done a great service." "Thank you, manager." Liao Bo laughed. Xia Ruofei didn't know what had happened at the yacht club. He didn't care about it after he hung up the phone. He heard that it took so long to pay for a yacht. Xia Ruofei was a little hesitant. After all, a yacht wasn't something he just needed. He was too lazy to start a fire for lunch. So he went straight to the farm cafeteria for a meal. Although the headquarters had been moved to the city, the farm's cafeteria had not been removed. On the one hand, there were still many workers on the farm, and providing them with breakfast and lunch was considered a benefit. They only needed to pay a symbolic little money for each meal, and everyone welcomed them. They were used to going to work early every day and eating at the farm. On the other hand, some young employees were still living in the staff dormitory. They took the bus back to the farm from the city after work and often had dinner in the cafeteria. It would not cost much to keep a cafeteria and hire a few more employees anyway. Xia Ruofei would not save money in this aspect. Xia Ruofei had not returned to the farm for many days. When he arrived at the canteen, the workers all greeted him warmly. Chao Tieshu's wife, who was in charge of the canteen, even specially cooked a small stove for Xia Ruofei and made a few of his signature dishes. Xia Ruofei happily sat at the same table with the workers and shared the extra dishes with everyone. They chatted as they ate, and the atmosphere was harmonious. he didn't put on any airs, and the benefits he gave everyone were so good, so everyone naturally liked this young boss. 2081 Return, 2. After lunch, Xia Ruofei did not leave the house. He strolled around the farm, looked at the greenhouse and the pomfret cultivation workshop, and then went back to the villa to take a nap. After he woke up, he tidied up a little and went to the cafeteria for dinner. Xia Ruofei did not see Feng Jing when the employee bus returned to the farm. Feng Jing still lived on the farm, but the company's affairs were complicated. As the president, it was normal for her to work overtime, so she rarely got off work on time. Of course, all the higher-ups in the company had their own cars, so it was convenient for her to come back whenever she wanted. Besides, if she worked overtime too late, she could spend the night in the office. Her office was second only to Xia Ruofei's huge office, and it also had its own big bedroom. Initially, Xia Ruofei wanted to talk to Feng Jing about the company's current situation. However, seeing that she wasn't back yet, he could only drop the idea and wait until he went to the company tomorrow. At night, Xia Ruofei watched TV in the living room for a while and left the small villa at around 10 o'clock. He went to the pivotal water tower in the farm and the water tower in the pomfret's cultivation workshop, and added some of the spirit heart flower petal solution. This was something he had to do every once in a while. Only in this way could he ensure that the produced vegetables, pomfret, and so on were of high quality. Although the security of the farm was tight and there were brothers from the security team patrolling from time to time, Xia Ruofei was skilled enough to complete these tasks without any effort. Very quickly, he added the solution of the spiritual heart flower petals without anyone noticing. It was not even 11 o'clock when he returned to the villa. As he had to go to the company headquarters the next day, Xia Ruofei washed up and went to bed early. After his routine cultivation, he fell asleep immediately. The next morning, he still didn't see Feng Jing when he was having breakfast at the canteen. Even when the employees at the headquarters in the city left after breakfast, Feng Jing still didn't appear. Xia Ruofei knew that Feng Jing must have slept in the office again last night, so he got up and left the cafeteria. He drove the Night 15 SUV towards the city. Although they left later, Xia Ruofei arrived at the Peach Blossom Mansion earlier than the company's bus. After parking the car in the company's underground parking lot, Xia Ruofei walked to the elevator with his handbag under his arm. He greeted the patrolling veteran and took the elevator to the chairman's office on the top floor. Every time Xia Ruofei came to this huge office on the top floor, he would feel that it was such a waste. The entire floor was occupied by the chairman's office, except for a small part of Feng Jing's office. And he only came here for a few days. All year round, and most of the time he was idle. However, it was already renovated to this extent, so Xia Ruofei could not say anything more. Besides, what Feng Jing said made sense. No matter how high the utilization rate was, the chairman's office was the face of the company. It could not be too luxurious. As soon as Xia Ruofei got out of the elevator, he saw a young lady sitting behind the desk in front of his office door. The moment she saw Xia Ruofei, she quickly stood up and bowed slightly. "Good morning, Chairman." Xia Ruofei still had some impression of this lady. If he remembered correctly, she should be a staff member in the president's office. Her name was Yao Xian. "Little Yao, what are you doing here?" he asked, slightly surprised. "Chairman," President Feng asked me to come over," said Yao Xian quickly. "She said that you'll be coming to the company today." I'll be responsible for providing you with protection during your working hours. In fact, Yao Xian had been learning from Lu Qian during this period of time. She was basically the assistant to the president's assistant. Feng Jing had the intention to transfer Lu Qian to a specific position. The position of the president's assistant couldn't be empty for even a day, so she selected Yao Xian from the president's office. Lu Qian used this time to bring Yao Xian out before she could leave. Yao Xian would then take over her position as the president's assistant. Feng Jing had received a call from Xia Ruofei yesterday and knew that he was coming over today. Hence, she had asked Yao Xian to work for Xia Ruofei as an assistant or secretary. Paradise Corporation had never set up a board of directors. They didn't even have a full-time secretary for the chairman. Feng Jing had mentioned it a few times, but Xia Ruofei felt that there was no need for a secretary since he wouldn't be in the company often, so he had rejected her. After Xia Ruofei heard Yao Xian's words, he slightly nodded and said, "All right, thank you for your hard work." "It's not hard," Yao Xian quickly said and pushed open the door to Xia Ruofei's office. After learning from Lu Qian for a period of time, Yao Xian had already mastered a lot of things to pay attention to when working with the leader. She had arrived an hour earlier today and had cleaned Xia Ruofei's desk until it was spotless. In fact, Xia Ruofei's office was cleaned by someone. Otherwise, Yao Xian wouldn't have been able to clean such a large area. She mainly cleaned the area where Xia Ruofei's desk was. Yao Xian had also sorted out some documents that needed Xia Ruofei's approval and signature. She arranged them according to their priority and placed them neatly on Xia Ruofei's desk. After Xia Ruofei entered the office, Yao Xian also came in quickly. She made a cup of hot tea for Xia Ruofei and gently placed it on his desk. After Xia Ruofei sat down, he naturally picked up the documents on the table and read them. After Yao Xian served tea, Xia Ruofei looked up at her and said, "Thank you. Xiao Yao, go and prepare the meeting room. After I'm done talking with CEO Feng, I'll call for a meeting with the company's director and higher management." "All right." Yao Xian quickly responded and then asked, "Chairman, do you need me to inform President Feng?" "No need, I'll give her a call," Xia Ruofei said indifferently. Not only was Feng Jing Xia Ruofei's most capable subordinate, but her position in the company was only second to Xia Ruofei. It was disrespectful to let the secretary call her. "All right," Yao Xian quickly replied. After Yao Xian left, Xia Ruofei picked up the phone on his desk and called the president's office. "Chairman, you're here for work?" Feng Rao asked with a smile. "Sister Ran, did you sleep in the office again last night?" Xia Ruofei half opened his mouth and laughed. "I'm going to criticize you. You're being irresponsible to your own body. Just because I'm sleeping in the office doesn't mean that I'll be working overtime," Feng Jing said. "I'm just too lazy to go back and forth. Besides, the office's conditions aren't any worse than the apartment on the farm. No matter how good the conditions are, it's still an office." Xia Ruofei said, "I don't want to be called a capitalist who exploited his subordinates." "You are." Feng Jing chuckled and said, "Chairman, I'm not joking. Are you free now? I'm here to report my work." "Come over," Xia Ruofei said. After a while, Feng Jing knocked on the door and walked into Xia Ruofei's office. She came to see Xia Ruofei and naturally didn't need the secretary to inform her. Xia Ruofei respected her and stood up to welcome her. He smiled and said, "It's all right, you look good." "That's a must. You're the boss who's out all day, and we're just employees who earn money for you. How can we mistreat ourselves?" Feng Rao said half jokingly. "Your words are not accurate." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "You're also a shareholder of the company, okay? You can't lose your sense of ownership just because you don't have many shares." Feng Rao chuckled and sat down at Xia Ruofei's desk. Xia Ruofei walked around the desk and sat down at his seat. He opened the drawer and took out an exquisite box. He pushed it in front of Feng Jing and said, "Sister Che, I brought you a little gift from Italy this time. At least you still have some conscience." Feng Jing said happily, "Let me see what you bought for me first." She put the folder aside, reached for the box, and opened it. 2082 summoning _1 It's so beautiful. Feng Rao couldn't help but exclaim. There was a drop-shaped diamond brooch in the box. The workmanship was very exquisite, and it was obvious that it was expensive. Feng Rao took out the brooch and looked at it over and over again. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. She asked happily, "Are you au fait? This brooch is very expensive, right?" Xia Ruofei chuckled. "It's not that expensive. I saw it when I was shopping in Turin. I thought it would suit you. As the CEO of the company, you have to attend formal social events. This brooch would come in handy, so I bought it." "Sister Che, do you like it?" In fact, this brooch was not just bought from a roadside stall. It was a limited edition brooch from the famous Italy luxury brand, Filch, which was the only exclusive store in Turin. The small brooch cost 100,000 euros. Xia Ruofei had asked Lu Jingfeng to bring him there when they were shopping in Duling City. When Lu Jingfeng heard that Xia Ruofei was buying gifts for girls, the first brand he recommended was Feishi. "Of course I like it." Feng Rao carefully placed the brooch back into the box and closed the lid. "Thank you, Ruofei," she said. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Hi. It's just a small gift, why are you being so polite?" Then, Xia Ruofei looked at the thick file that Feng Jing had brought and said, "Let's talk business." Looking at the situation, they might not be able to finish the discussion this morning. Let me make this clear. I still have something to do later, so I have to leave early. I know. Feng Rao pursed her lips and smiled. I'll try to keep it short. Also, you've been gone for almost a month, and it's not easy for you to show your face. Don't you want to meet the other executives of the company? Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, I've already asked Yao Xian to prepare a meeting room. However, if you're taking too long, we'll have to wait until the afternoon. Speaking of this, Xia Ruofei continued, by the way, why did you let Yao Xian come to my side? I'm not at home these days, so there's no need to arrange for a specialist, right? You wish. Feng Jing smiled and said, Yao Xian is preparing to take over Lu Qian's position as my assistant. She's been learning from Lu Qian during this period of time, so I heard that you're coming back today, so I lent her to you. You're the chairman of the board, you can't possibly not have someone to serve you tea, right? Okay, Xia Ruofei said. Oh right. Where are you going to arrange for Lu Qian? Are there any suitable spots? I was just about to report to you. Feng Rao laughed. Since you've asked, then let's report this first. Feng Jing paused and continued, I have two Suggestions for Lu Qian's arrangements. One is for the company's administrative department, and the other is for the sales department. Both departments have vacancies for deputy managers, and I think she should be able to take up the position. Ruofei, which one do you think is more suitable? Xia Ruofei smiled. Lu Qian is your assistant. She's only the assistant manager. You can decide on your own. After the relocation of the company's headquarters, the division of departments was more detailed. Whether it was the administration department or the sales department, they were divided into many second-level departments, according to their different functions and tasks. With Lu Qian's qualifications, it was more than enough to be appointed as a deputy manager. As the company's chairman, Xia Ruofei was not too concerned about such an appointment. Moreover, he had always trusted Feng Jing. As Feng Jing's assistant, Xia Ruofei would definitely respect Feng Jing's decision, no matter what it was. If we go to the administrative department, Lu Qian will definitely be able to get into character quickly. After all, she's been working in this field for a long time and has a broad vision. It might be a little difficult to start off with the sales department since she's not familiar with the work. But in the long run, it might be more beneficial for her all-round development. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Sister Che, you're really concerned about Lu Qian's matter. That girl is really lucky to have such a good leader like you. In fact, Lu Qian was about the same age as Xia Ruofei, but Xia Ruofei's tone did not sound out of place at all. I'm training talents for the company, okay? Feng Jing replied. You're still laughing. Xia Ruofei held back his laughter and said, okay. In that case, he might as well let her go to the sales department. It's all-round development. You also think that the sales department is better? Feng Rao said, all right. Since you've also agreed, I'll arrange for her to work in the sales department. Xia Ruofei nodded. You can decide on these things. You don't have to report everything to me. I can't manage everything, I know. He's just a hands-off shopkeeper. Feng Jing looked at Xia Ruofei coyly and said, later, the other higher-ups will report on their respective work. I won't go into detail. I'll pick the important ones to tell you. This is the best. Xia Ruofei said and adjusted his sitting position to be more comfortable. Feng Jing opened the folder and said, Ruofei, you'll have a few major tasks to do when you're not in the company. The first is the drug production branch and farm expansion project in Chongping County. You should have seen it when you went back yesterday. Now, the construction team has entered the field, and all the construction is in full swing. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, I saw it. You guys are very fast and efficient. You deserve praise. 2083 summoning _2 This can't be done without the cooperation of Chongping County, Feng Jing said. Especially in terms of land acquisition. Chongping County has done a lot of work and cleared the obstacles for us. Okay, I'll call the county leader later to express my gratitude. Xia Ruofei nodded. Feng Jing continued, also, we've completed the purchase of the vehicles that you've arranged for us. Now, our employees are using our own buses to and from work. The higher-ups in the company are also given special buses. At the same time, we've also hired 10 drivers. They'll be in charge of the logistics department. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, okay, you can arrange it. I can already see our bus from the farm. Not bad, the quality of the Golden Dragon bus on Heron Island was quite good. The key is that the design of the car is not bad. Our logo is big and eye-catching, and it will definitely be a beautiful scenery on the road. It's all about the economy of the eyes. We have to think of ways to increase our exposure. Feng Jing smiled. Then, she looked at Xia Ruofei with a half-smile and said, speaking of exposure, my dear chairman, how long has it been since you last updated your Weibo? Xia Ruofei scratched his head and said, I'm busy. And I think our company's operations staff will keep me updated. Is that the same? Feng Jing said unhappily, the company's operations staff can only send you some simple text at most. You can update it on your own. That's more down to earth. You're going to take a private jet this time. Can't you get one? Wouldn't it be nice to take a selfie on the streets of Italy? Wouldn't that be showing off your wealth? Xia Ruofei said. Do you still need to show off? Who doesn't know that you have a super profitable company? Feng Jing rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, you can be said to be the most popular person in the entertainment industry other than young Master Wang. You're such a good catch, yet you don't make good use of it. I'm so angry. Xia Ruofei quickly raised his hands and said with a bitter smile, all right. I'll humbly accept your criticism. I'll pay more attention in the future. This is more like it. Feng Jing said. She then smiled and continued, the reason I'm talking to you about increasing your exposure is because there's a very important task that I'll need your full cooperation with. Xia Ruofei looked at Feng Rao suspiciously and said, Sister Che, why do I have a bad feeling? You're not selling me, right? Feng Rao burst out laughing and said, who would dare to sell you? Don't be so nervous. You know about this. The one you personally agreed to was Xiangnan TV's Life You Yearned For. The TV station has already contacted us, hoping that you'd be able to participate in their first episode's recording and give the show a good start. This matter, Xia Ruofei said, since you've agreed to it, you have to do it even if you have to bite the bullet. When Xia Ruofei was in Beijing, he had heard from Zhao Yongjun and the others about this. He knew that the filming location at the club was already half completed and Xiangnan TV wanted to start filming as soon as possible. Of course, it was not enough to just build the mushroom house. Some of the basic facilities of the club had to be built. Otherwise, the camera would be full of construction sites without any sense of beauty. Then it would not be the life I yearned for, but the life of carrying bricks. Feng Rao laughed and said, so many celebrities want to go on this show, but can T? And you still look so unwilling, can I be the same as them? Xia Ruofei asked, when does their show start recording? The exact time hasn't been decided yet, but it should be in a month's time, no more than 2 months. Feng Jing said, Xiangnan TV has also said that they will contact us again before they are ready. They will also consider your schedule. Our chairman is also very busy. Xia Ruofei forced a smile and said, you guys go and arrange this. If there's nothing particularly important that you can't leave, then you can go to the shooting according to your arrangements. All right. Feng Jing nodded. Then, Feng Jing reported to Xia Ruofei about the company's recent situation, including everyone's work after the relocation of the headquarters, the company's financial situation, and so on. However, considering that Xia Ruofei still had to call for a meeting with the other senior executives, Feng Jing only gave a brief report and waited for the senior executives in charge of the related work to report the specific situation. Feng Jing stayed in Xia Ruofei's office for about an hour before she smiled and closed the file. That's about it. Let the directors report the details to you. Xia Ruofei nodded. Okay. Tell Yao Xian to inform the director-level executives at home. Tell them to come to my office for a meeting in 10 minutes. Xia Ruofei's office not only had a reception hall, a meeting room, and a bedroom, but it also had a gym and a chess room. Hence, small meetings could be held here. Although the meeting room was said to be in Xia Ruofei's office, there was actually a door that led directly to the meeting room from the elevator exit. This design was also carefully thought out. When the chairman of Chanshan called for a meeting, they couldn't just walk through the chairman's office and show off, right? This wasn't a wet market. When Xia Ruofei entered the meeting room, the company's higher-ups were already there. When they saw Xia Ruofei, they all stood up and greeted him. Xia Ruofei also smiled and greeted everyone. He did not put on any airs. He sat in the middle of the conference room and said, I've been busy these days and wasn't in the company. Everyone has worked hard. I might have to go out in a while, so I'll make it short. Everyone can talk about the work in their respective areas. If there's a long story, then it'll be short if there's no story. President Feng Jing, Administrative Director Dong Yun, Marketing Director Xiao Chong, Financial Director Peng Hao, Security Director Lei Hu, and the newly established Logistics Director Tan Ming were present. The Pharmaceutical Factory Director Xue Jinshan was at the construction site, so Xia Ruofei did not let Yao Xian inform him to come back. It was worth mentioning that Xia Ruofei had always valued the veterans. Hence, in this department adjustment, he still insisted on listing the security department, which had a relatively simple function, as a first-class department compared to the administrative, marketing, and finance departments. I've already briefly reported to the chairman before the meeting, Feng Jing said. We'll just have to talk about the specific work that everyone is in charge of. If there are any difficulties or decisions that need to be made by the leaders, we'll focus on them. After Feng Jing was done, the higher-ups began to report on their work. Starting from Dong Yun, everyone's speech was very concise. They didn't use the usual vague words of the government and spoke about their work. Even so, more than an hour had passed by the time everyone had made their reports. In fact, the company's current operations were very healthy. They had taken a loan for the expansion of the pharmaceutical factory, but the debt rate was still quite low. In addition, the products had always been in short supply. Therefore, when they reported, they mainly talked about the recent work and did not have many difficulties that Xia Ruofei needed to solve. Xia Ruofei cleared his throat. Just as he was about to conclude the meeting and ask everyone to go back to work, his phone on his table vibrated. Xia Ruofei took a glance and saw that it was a call from Qin Lan, the sales manager of the yacht club. He rejected the call and said with a smile, I'm sorry. I'm going out to do something soon, and the phone is urging me again. Then I'll make it short. Everyone's work has been very good during this period. The results were also very remarkable. As the chairman, I really don't have much to ask. 4. Everyone has done your best for the company, and the company will definitely not treat you badly. It was almost the end of the year, and the company would definitely not miss out on the benefits that they should have. There would be a bonus, and shares were not a dream. As long as everyone works hard for the company and walks hand in hand All of you here will become millionaires, multimillionaires, and even billionaires. 2084 Flexible Plan. 1. Xia Ruofei's words were like a shot in the arm, and all the executives were invigorated. The company's ability to make money was terrifying, and all the executives present were well aware of it. The salary that Paradise Corporation offered to these executives was already much higher than the average salary in the industry. If they could even get a share, even if it was only a little more than 0.1%, it would be a huge fortune in the long run. Xia Ruofei was not exaggerating when he said that he could create a house full of millionaires, multi-millionaires, and even billionaires. Xia Ruofei looked around and saw everyone's excitement. As the head of the company, Xia Ruofei did not need to have too many tactics. He only needed to grasp everyone's needs and psychology, and that was enough to mobilize everyone's enthusiasm. He stood up with a smile and said, "All right, everyone's been busy with work recently, so you can all go back. The company's future belongs to all of us." Dismissed. Xia Ruofei greeted everyone and entered his office through the door on the other side of the meeting room. Feng Jing and the others left the meeting room through the door on the opposite side. Xia Ruofei walked to his desk as he took out his phone and called Qin Lan. "Mr. Xia." Her phone rang and Qin Lan immediately picked up. She had been holding her phone in her hand, waiting for Xia Ruofei to call. "I'm sorry, Manager Qin," said Xia Ruofei. "I was in a meeting at the company just now." No. Qin Lan quickly replied. "I've disturbed you." "Mr. Xia, may I ask if you're free now?" "I'm done with my meeting." "Manager Qin, is my yacht here?" Xia Ruofei asked. "Yes, I am." Qin Lan said, "If it's convenient for you now, please come over and receive it." "You've already reached that warehouse?" Xia Ruofei was a little surprised and said immediately, "Please wait for a while. I'll drive over now." It doesn't matter. Qin Lan said repeatedly, "Drive slowly. We're not in a hurry." "All right. See you later," Xia Ruofei said. Then, he picked up his bag and car keys from the table and walked out of the office. As soon as she went out, Yao Xian quickly stood up and greeted her. Xia Ruofei said casually, "Xia Yao, I'm going out for a while. I might not be back by noon. If you don't have anything else to do, you should go back to President Feng's place first." "Yes, Chairman," Yao Xian quickly said. Xia Ruofei took the elevator to the underground parking lot. After getting his car, he went straight to the warehouse. Fortunately, it was already past the rush hour and there was still some time before noon, so the traffic was not too congested. Xia Ruofei was able to maintain a relatively high speed on the second ring road. He arrived at the warehouse in about 20 minutes. From afar, Xia Ruofei could already see a large truck parked at the entrance of the warehouse. The Atlantis 34 small yacht that he had tried out yesterday was fixed on the flat trailer behind it. The Night 15 had a striking appearance. Qin Lan and Liao Bo, who had seen Xia Ruofei drive the car, naturally saw it from afar. Before Xia Ruofei's car reached the warehouse, Qin Lan had already brought Liao Bo out to welcome him. "Mr. Xia." Qin Lan greeted him warmly. Xia Ruofei parked the car by the side, leaving some space for the trailer to reverse. Then, he jumped out of the car and smiled. "Manager Qin, sorry to keep you waiting. Why didn't you give me a call before you left?" Qin Lan said with a smile, "Our service Principle is customer first. We can wait for the customer for an hour or two. It doesn't matter. However, we can't allow the customer to arrive before we do. You've worked hard, Xia Ruofei said. I'll go open the door first. With that, Xia Ruofei quickly went to open the warehouse door. This warehouse was more than enough to store a yacht that was more than 10 meters long. The door of the warehouse was also designed to be very high, so the flat trailer could be completely overturned in. After the warehouse was opened, Liao Bo immediately ordered the workers to start directing the car to reverse. Xia Ruofei and Qin Lan also watched from the side. Xia Ruofei saw that the parts of the yacht that were in direct contact with the tow truck, as well as other important parts such as the propeller, were all tightly protected with soft foam. He could not help but nod in his heart. The car was slowly being reversed, and a group of workers went into the warehouse to set up the frame for the yacht. Although they didn't know why Xia Ruofei wanted to put the yacht in the warehouse, the yacht club had made proper arrangements. They made a solid support for the yacht to be placed. This was to ensure its safety and also to make it easier for Xia Ruofei to transport it next time. After the flatbed arrived, the small cranes and forklifts that had been prepared earlier were also driven in. The workers jumped on the flatbed and started to fix the hook. Everyone had a clear division of labor. Some were responsible for stabilizing the yacht. Some were responsible for observing, and some were responsible for protecting. After a while, the yacht was firmly hung up. And then the flat trailer was driven out of the warehouse. The workers helped the yacht adjust its direction little by little, and finally accurately landed on the frame. Xia Ruofei looked at the workers who were skillfully fixing the equipment. He wanted them to stop fixing the equipment because he would have to release the equipment later. Not only did the workers work for nothing, but he also had to go through another troublesome process. 2085 flexible plan, too. However, Xia Ruofei couldn't find any reason to do so. After all, it was $1 million item. It didn't make any sense to just leave it there without fixing it. Hence, Xia Ruofei could only watch as the workers fixed the yacht firmly on the frame. Liao Bo went over to check and then nodded to Qin Lan, indicating that there was no problem. Qin Lan smiled and said to Xia Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, please take a look and see if there's any problem. If not, please sign here, and we'll completely hand over the yacht to you." Xia Ruofei had seen the entire process clearly, so he smiled and said, "There's no need to look. Your workers are all very professional." After he finished speaking, Xia Ruofei took the form and pen from Qin Lan's hands and signed his name on it. Then, he returned it to her. Seeing this, Liao Bo called the workers to leave first. "Thank you, Mr. Xia," Qin Lan said with a smile. Xia Ruofei laughed. "I should be the one thanking you. I've caused you a lot of trouble." "Where? This is our job," Qin Lan said. Then, she looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, "Mr. Xia, do you have time in the afternoon? We would like to treat you to a meal." Xia Ruofei looked at Qin Lan and Liao Bo, smiled, and said, "Manager Qin, I've already made plans for lunch, so let's skip lunch." "I appreciate it. If you're looking for me for something, you can just say it." Qin Lan hesitated for a moment. She had wanted to find a place with a better environment to treat Xia Ruofei to a meal and then mention President Huang's yacht during the meal. She did not expect Xia Ruofei to reject her so directly. This warehouse didn't look like a place to talk about a business worth tens of millions. If he had known this would happen, he would have called her directly yesterday. In fact, Xia Ruofei was not trying to shirk responsibility. He had indeed asked Ling Qingshui out for lunch. It was just that he had more time now. Otherwise, he would not even have the time to pretend to be polite to Qin Lan and the rest. In the end, Qin Lan still decided to get straight to the point. She said, "Mr. Xia, it's like this. Yesterday, you raised the problem of the ASMA 100 Leonardo yacht's delivery period being too long. We have also reported to the leader and actively negotiated with the manufacturer. However, the manufacturer said that the orders were very full and it would be difficult to shorten the delivery period." Xia Ruofei listened quietly. He knew that Qin Lan would not bring this up again for no reason. If there was no result from the negotiation, it would be meaningless for her to bring this up again after a few days. Therefore, there would definitely be a follow-up. As expected, Qin Lan continued, "Mr. Xia, we really want to facilitate this transaction. Therefore, we have coordinated the relationship between all parties. Now, we have a flexible solution. I wonder if you are interested in it." "Oh? Tell me about it." Xia Ruofei smiled. "It's like this. More than a year ago, a customer ordered an ASMA 100 Leonardo from our company. This yacht has just been manufactured recently and was shipped to China by sea. It has already completed the customs clearance," Qin Lan said, "and this customer wants to cancel this order because of his own reasons. The model of this yacht is exactly the same as the one you took a fancy to yesterday. If you agree, we can coordinate to transfer this yacht to your name. In this way, you don't have to wait any longer and can directly drive the yacht you like." Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows. He was not overjoyed by the news. Instead, he asked calmly, "Manager Qin, is this a brand new yacht?" "Of course," Qin Lan quickly replied, "other than going through a sea test after leaving the factory, there are no records of the yacht being used. It was also transported by an ocean-going freighter. After customs clearance, it has been docked at the dock. Our customer has not completed the delivery procedures, so naturally, he can't have used it." "I see." Xia Ruofei touched his chin and said, "This will save us time. However, as far as I know, ASMA's yachts provide personalized customization. This yacht is made according to other people's preferences. It might not be in line with my aesthetic." This was the question that Qin Lan was most afraid of. She quickly said, "Mr. Xia, although ASMA provides customized designs, there are only a few overall designs. The customer can choose a variety of combinations. In my opinion, the designs provided by the manufacturer are actually very beautiful. You don't have to be in a hurry to decide. Maybe it's a style you like?" Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "That's fine. Manager Qin, how about this? Send the information about this yacht to my email. I'll take a look when I'm free, and I'll call you again once I make a decision." "Mr. Xia, I brought the rendering," Qin Lan quickly said. Liao Bo immediately handed her an iPad. Qin Lan opened it and showed it to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei raised his hand and looked at his watch. It was still early, so he took the iPad and swiped it left and right. In all fairness, the yacht that CEO Huang had ordered was in line with Xia Ruofei's aesthetics. At least it was not full of bright decorations and did not give off the aura of a nouveau riche. The interior of the yacht was minimalistic and looked refreshing. The layout of The cabin was in line with Xia Ruofei's requirements. He flipped through the pictures without saying a word and even frowned slightly from time to time. This made Qin Lan and Liao Bo, who were at the side, nervous and unable to relax, look at him. Xia Ruofei said, "Manager Qin, this style can only be said to be barely satisfactory. There are some places that I don't want." Liao Bo's heart sank when he heard that. He felt that there was probably no chance. On the other hand, Qin Lan saw a glimmer of hope because Xia Ruofei did not make it a dead end. On the contrary, he even picked a fault, which meant there was hope. If Xia Ruofei was not interested at all, or was disappointed with the proposal, he would not have said these words, and would have rejected it directly. This was similar to buying a second-hand house. If the person looking at the house didn't say a word after looking at it or vaguely said something like, "Go back and think about it," it was likely that there was no chance. And if the landlord started to pick all kinds of faults, it meant that he was actually tempted. He only picked faults to bargain. Qin Lan quickly said, "Mr. Xia, after all, this was custom, made by someone else. It's indeed very difficult to completely meet your requirements. However, if you're satisfied with the overall situation, you can also make some changes to the details." Xia Ruofei smiled and didn't say anything. He just looked at the effect picture on the iPad slowly. Qin Lan gritted her teeth and said, "Mr. Xia, if you're willing to take over this yacht, we can negotiate with the customer and give you a discount on the price. In addition, if it doesn't involve the overall structure of the yacht, we can try our best to modify the parts that you're not satisfied with." Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "I see that the internal facilities of this yacht are all standard. The discount you mentioned yesterday, for equipment selection, of course there is." Qin Lan said, "All the preferential conditions will remain the same. We will try to lower the price as much as possible. Is that all right?" After she finished speaking, Qin Lan opened her eyes wide and looked at Xia Ruofei expectantly. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and finally nodded. "You guys go talk to the client first. Whether I buy it or not depends on how much of a discount I can get. Also, send me a copy of the details of this yacht, including the relevant documents of the client's purchase." Buying a yacht that was worth tens of millions was not like buying vegetables. Even if Xia Ruofei was not short of money, he could not be so casual. He had to carefully look through all the information and documents on the yacht and compare the price before making a decision. "All right." Qin Lan immediately replied. "Mr. Xia, we'll go to the customer today to coordinate. The relevant information will be sent to you before noon." When Xia Ruofei bought the Atlantean 34 yacht in the warehouse, he had already filled in the relevant information, including the email address. Therefore, Qin Lan did not need to ask Xia Ruofei for the email address. She directly handed this matter over to Liao Bo. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Sure. That's all for today. I'll be waiting for your good news." 2086, the arrival of the materials. 1. Qin Lan also knew that it was impossible to settle this matter in one go. In order to make this deal happen, she still needed to go back and forth between Xia Ruofei and President Huang. However, no matter what, she was already very satisfied with this result. At least she could see the hope of a successful deal, so she was very happy. After Qin Lan, Liao Bo, and the rest left the warehouse, Xia Ruofei went to lock the door and used his spiritual power to check to make sure that no one was spying on them. Then, he went to the Atlantean 34 small yacht. The yacht was firmly fixed to the frame by the workers. If Xia Ruofei wanted to loosen the fastening device, he would have to remove at least a few dozen large screws. It was almost noon now, and he had asked Ling Qingshui out for lunch. Hence, after a moment's deliberation, Xia Ruofei decided to put the yacht and its frame into the spirit map space. When he had time at night, he would go into the space to remove the yacht from the frame and put it out at sea. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power locked onto the yacht and its frame. With a slight thought, the 10-meter-long yacht and its frame strangely disappeared from the warehouse. Xia Ruofei placed the yacht and the bracket on a flat beach by the space sea. Although the beach was soft, Xia Ruofei used the invisible force of space to push the tripod down. Soon, it was firmly held on the beach. There were no strong winds or waves in space, so there was no danger of it flipping. Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to communicate with Xia Qing, who was in the space. He asked Xia Qing to look after him when he was working. Then, he warned the white realm fox sternly and told it not to get close to the yacht. Otherwise, it would not be able to eat realm stones anymore. After settling down the yacht, Xia Ruofei did not stay in the warehouse. He opened the door a crack, dashed out, and quickly locked the door. Then, he drove to the Lingji F&B headquarters. The security guards of the Lingji food and beverage building were already very familiar with this flashy off-road vehicle and let them pass. Xia Ruofei parked the car in front of the building, but no one came to stop him. Xia Ruofei raised his hand to look at his watch. Just as he was about to get out of the car for a smoke, he saw Ling Qingshui's tall figure appear at the entrance of the building. Xia Ruofei put the box of cigarettes back into his pocket, pushed open the car door, and jumped out. He smiled and went up to them. Ling Qingshui was wearing a black suit today, and her black hair was tied up behind her head. She looked like a capable white-collared beauty. "Are you Ruofei?" When Ling Qingshui saw Xia Ruofei, a bright smile appeared on her face and she quickened her pace. Xia Ruofei stood at the bottom of the stairs in front of the building, smiling at his girlfriend. After she walked down the stairs, Xia Ruofei naturally held her hand and smiled. You look good." "That's right." Ling Qingshui raised her chin proudly and said, "I'm a cultivator after all. What's the big deal with staying up for 1 or 2 nights?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "With your cultivation level, if you really meet someone from the world of cultivation, don't tell them that I taught you." "I can't afford to lose face," Ling Qingshui pinched Xia Ruofei in embarrassment and said coyly, "It's all your fault." He had left for such a long time. "If you had accompanied me in my cultivation in the 3 mountains every day, my cultivation would have gone up a long time ago." Ling Qingshui naturally could not bear to hit him too hard, but Xia Ruofei still cooperated and groaned in pain. "Wife. I was wrong. Didn't he come back already? This time I'll stay a little longer and accompany you in your cultivation. This is more like it." Ling Qingshui glanced at Xia Ruofei proudly and asked, "Where are we going for lunch?" Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Let's go to the Western restaurant around the corner from last time. I think it tastes pretty good." "Sure," Ling Qingshui said. As long as Ling Qingshui was with Xia Ruofei, she didn't care what they ate. Besides, the environment and taste of the Western restaurant around the corner were very good. When they drove to the Western restaurant around the corner, Manager Bastian and Xia Ruofei's fan Qing Xiaoxiao were naturally very surprised. They treated them as distinguished guests and insisted on giving Xia Ruofei a free meal. Xia Ruofei tried his best to persuade Bastian and even threatened that he would never come again if the bill was free. Bastian finally gave up, but he still gave them a very high discount and even gave them 2 specialty dishes and a bottle of good wine. While they were eating, Xia Ruofei remembered that Feng Jing had said that she would actively update her Weibo and increase her exposure, so when Qing Xiaoxiao served them the dishes, he took out his phone and asked Bastian to take a photo of the 3 of them. Then, he took a few photos of the day's food and red wine and posted them on Weibo with the caption, "He came to the corner to check in with our CEO Ling again, and it was still the same feeling." At the same time, Xia Ruofei also tagged Ling Qingxue and Qing Xiaoxiao's Weibo accounts. To Xia Ruofei, this was just a simple action. It was more of a show of how much importance he attached to Feng Jing's suggestion. However, his casual operation had gained Qing Xiaoxiao another wave of fans, and the number of followers on Weibo had increased by several thousand. Even the Western restaurant around the corner had become a slightly famous online restaurant. Many people came because of its fame. Some were looking forward to a chance encounter with Xia Ruofei, while others simply wanted to try the Western food that even overbearing CEOs liked. 2087, the materials have arrived, too, of course, this was all a story for later. After Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue finished their lunch, they went straight to the nearby Shangri-La Hotel and booked a room. The 2 of them had not been together for almost a month. How could a meal be enough to satisfy each other's strong needs? After a round of intimate activities, the 2 of them were both physically and mentally satisfied, and they leaned on the bed while hugging each other. Since both of them had to go to the company in the afternoon, they were more or less reluctant to have more. Ling Qingxue snuggled into Xia Ruofei's arms, her fingers drawing circles on his sweat-covered chest. She pouted and said, "Ruofei, when are you going to buy a house in the city? It's not easy for us to get a chance to be together, and we have to get a room in a hotel. It's too inconvenient." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Buy. I'll buy it immediately." He had been so busy the last time that he couldn't take care of it. "I'll settle the house issue once I'm back." After the company headquarters moved to the city, Xia Ruofei also felt that it was more or less inconvenient to live on the farm. Although the farm was quiet and the environment was good, the location was a little remote. If he came to the company often, he would have to spend more than an hour on the road every day. Therefore, it was necessary to buy a house in the city. Moreover, the property prices in San Shan had dropped recently due to some adjustments. It was a good time to buy a house at this time. After getting a windfall of 200 to 300 million euros in Italy, he could even buy a building, let alone a house. Xia Ruofei immediately asked, "By the way, didn't you say last time that your family had a house for sale in the Villa District? Don't tell me it's already been sold?" Ling Qingxue smiled and replied, "Not really. Recently, the real estate market hasn't been very good, and the transaction volume of second-hand houses has dropped a lot. It's more difficult to sell high-value properties like villas, but it doesn't matter if you buy them and live in them yourself." Ling Qingxue shifted to a more comfortable position and continued, "It seems that there are a few villas in our community that are for sale. There are several types of houses to choose from, and I don't see anyone living in these houses usually. They're probably hoarded by people who speculate in real estate. Recently, the price has dropped a lot. If you want to buy them, they can be much cheaper now. Once there was any movement in the real estate market, the capital chain might have problems. Therefore, every time the real estate market was regulated, many real estate investors would sell their properties. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, yes. Then I'll take some time to go over and take a look in the next 2 days. By the way, I didn't have time to ask you just now. The batch of young geese I imported last time should be almost past the quarantine period, right? I thought you had forgotten. Ling Qingxue chuckled. How is that possible? This batch of young geese is very important to me, Xia Ruofei said. Ling Qingxue smiled and said, don't worry. I've set a reminder on my phone, and when the time is up, the Inspection and Quarantine Bureau will call to inform me. If I'm not mistaken, I should be able to get it in 5 days. I don't know if there will be any problems when they're in quarantine, Xia Ruofei said. If there is a plague or a large number of deaths during the quarantine period, the Inspection and Quarantine Bureau will inform me as soon as possible. If I didn't receive their call, it means that everything is normal. Ling Qingxue said, don't worry. I'll go with you to get them back in 5 days. All right. Xia Ruofei said, it's almost time. Let's take a shower and leave. Yes, Ling Qingxue nodded. At first, Ling Qingxue was a little shy about taking a bath with Xia Ruofei. However, after spending more time with him, she became more open. The two of them took a couple's bath in the hotel's bathroom, and naturally, there was no lack of intimacy during the process. After checking out at the front desk, Xia Ruofei sent Ling Qingxue back to the company and then drove back to Taoyuan Building. Xia Ruofei went to the chairman's office on the top floor and realized that Yao Xian had already retreated. It seemed like Feng Jing was quick to execute his orders. Xia Ruofei smiled, pushed the door open, and entered the office. There were still a few minutes before work, so he got up and went to the cabinet to take out some tea leaves. He made himself a cup of hot tea and drank it for a while, before heading to the balcony to smoke a cigarette. He then returned to his desk and sat down. He picked up the internal phone on the desk and called Feng Jing. Sister Che. Are you free? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. This is rare. I thought you were going to slip away this afternoon. Why wouldn't I be free when the chairman's calling? Feng Jing teased. All right then, come to my office. I have something to tell you, Xia Ruofei said. Okay, I also have something to report to you, Feng Ke said. Let's talk when we meet. After Xia Ruofei hung up, Feng Jing knocked on the door and came in. Xia Ruofei smiled and pointed to the chair opposite the desk. Sister Che, sit down. Pour yourself some water. I don't have anyone to serve me. Feng Rao couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, I assigned you an assistant, but you didn't want it. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. I just don't want to waste the company's human resources. Right, didn't you just report this morning? What's the matter? There's something I forgot to tell you this morning. Didn't you order a batch of strange materials from the company? These things have already arrived. Basically, we've bought everything you requested. Xia Ruofei suddenly remembered that he had indeed asked the company's purchasing department to order a batch of materials for the production of the soul puppet. At that time, he also saw that these materials could be bought on the market, but it was too troublesome to purchase them one by one, so he simply let the company's procurement department handle it. In any case, these things were not connected to each other at all. Even if outsiders saw this list, they would not know what they could do when combined, let alone think that they were somewhat supernatural. After Xia Ruofei made the arrangements, he did not bother about it anymore. He said happily, "Really? That's great. Ruofei, those materials are all piled up in the company's warehouse." Feng Jing said, "Do you need to go and take a look?" There were still a few empty floors in the company's headquarters, so there was plenty of space. They had specially made a warehouse to store some office supplies and so on. Xia Ruofei said, "I won't watch it. How about this? I'll give you an address. Get Lei Hu and the others to find a car and send all these things there." Xia Ruofei grabbed a piece of paper and wrote down the address of the warehouse in the city. He thought for a while and said, "Forget it, I'll just tell Lei Hu directly. You don't have to worry about this." "All right then," Feng Ke said. Xia Ruofei was very happy that he had collected all the materials. According to Xia Qing, his current cultivation might not be enough to make a spiritual puppet, but some preparations could be done in advance. Many materials had to go through secondary processing, and his cultivation was enough to do it. "Oh right, Ruofei, why did you call me over?" Feng Jing asked. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Of course. There's something. Sister Ran, I've asked around and found out that Qingshua's neighborhood has a few villas for sale. I'm already preparing to buy one there." "I thought you don't have a house in the city either? After all, it's not convenient to live on a farm. Why don't you get one too? We live in the same neighborhood, so we can take care of each other." Feng Jing was a little moved when she heard that. Besides, she was the first person Xia Ruofei thought of when he bought a house, so she felt a little warm inside. However, when she thought about how Ling Qingxue also lived in that community, she had a strange feeling in her heart. In her inexplicable mood, she blurted out, "Ruofei, I don't want to buy a house for the time being." 2088 dividends _1 Xia Ruofei was stunned and asked, "What's wrong?" Although the real estate market was not doing well now, it was still quite good to buy and live in it. And the price of the house has also dropped a little, so this is the perfect time to sell. Feng Rao was in a dilemma. On the one hand, she enjoyed Xia Ruofei's genuine concern. On the other hand, she was not used to living in the same neighborhood as Ling Qingxue, so she was a little absent-minded for a while. Seeing that Feng Jing was silent, Xia Ruofei thought to himself, could it be that Sister Jing has some difficulties? He thought for a moment, then patted his forehead and said with a smile, "Look at my brain. Sister Che, I know. Is it because you don't have enough funds? With the current housing prices in Sanshan City, a villa in a better location, even if it was a townhouse, would cost more than a few million. If it was a standalone villa, it would cost at least 10 million. Although Feng Jing's salary at Paradise Corporation was high, she had only worked for slightly more than a year, and the company didn't give her any dividends. Her 2% shares were just in name, and it didn't bring her any substantial income. If she wanted to buy a villa, it would be difficult to pay the down payment, even if she applied for a loan. Xia Ruofei saw that Feng Jing wanted to say something, but hesitated. He assumed that Feng Jing did not have enough money and was too embarrassed to ask for it, so she rejected him. Feng Rao was still in a dilemma. When she heard Xia Ruofei's words, she immediately said, "Yup. I don't have much savings, and it's a bit hard to buy a villa. I'll think about it later." It's quite convenient to live in the company's house now. Feng Jing thought that this was the end of the matter and was a little disappointed. After all, she was looking forward to living in the same neighborhood as Xia Ruofei. To Feng Jing's surprise, Xia Ruofei replied in a relaxed manner, "Not enough money?" It was simple. "It just so happens that you haven't received any dividends yet, so why don't I take this opportunity to withdraw some for you first?" Ah? Feng Rao was taken aback. "Wait." Xia Ruofei laughed. Then, he picked up the phone on the table and dialed the internal number of Peng Hao's office. He said, "Director Peng, I'm Xia Ruofei. Come to my office for a moment." "Yes, right now." Xia Ruofei would only address Peng Hao by his nickname Fatty in private. In the company, he was formally addressed as Director Peng. Feng Rao finally reacted and quickly said, "Are you au fait? No need, no need. I'm not short of money now, so it doesn't matter when I buy a house. I don't need it that urgently." "What? Do you mean no need? Didn't I tell you? This time, let's go look at the houses together. It'll be great if we can all live in the same neighborhood." Xia Ruofei said, "It's decided then. You have to listen to me this time." Feng Rao opened her mouth, but didn't say anything when she saw Xia Ruofei's firm attitude. In a short while, Peng Hao arrived at Xia Ruofei's office. He greeted Feng Jing with a smile. "Boss Feng is here too." Then, Peng Hao turned to look at Xia Ruofei and asked with a smile, "Chairman, you've called me here in such a hurry. Do you have any important instructions?" "Director Peng, is there enough money in the company's account?" Xia Ruofei asked. "That's plenty," Peng Hao said. "Our company's cash flow is sufficient to begin with. This time, we've also received a large sum of bank loans. The initial investment for the project was not that much at all. There are several hundred million yuan on the book now." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "That's good. Director Peng, go and make a list to withdraw 10 million yuan of dividends for President Feng. We're a little tight on time in the afternoon. So go to the bank tomorrow and get it done as soon as you start work." 10 million dividends? Peng Hao was stunned for a moment. "Is there a problem?" Xia Ruofei asked. "Oh. No, I didn't. Chairman, Peng Hao said hurriedly. "Then what about you?" Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He waved his hand and said, "I don't need it, I'm just doing CEO Feng's dividend orders. I'll just record it when I'm doing the accounts. I'll wait until the company has accumulated more funds to talk about my dividends." Feng Jing only had 2% of the company's shares. According to the ratio, she would get 10 million, which meant that Xia Ruofei would get 490 million. If they were to follow this ratio, even if they did not empty out the company's books, they would at least be unable to make ends meet. This was what Peng Hao had been worried about. Now that Xia Ruofei was not short of money and had no need to spend a large sum of money, there was no need to withdraw the bonus. Of course, although 98% of the company's shares were controlled by Xia Ruofei, the company's money was the company's money, and personal money was personal money. They could not be mixed together. Of course, there would be no problem as long as the accounts were clear. Understood. Peng Hao heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I'll get it done immediately. President Feng, I'll have to trouble you to sign this later." "I'll go with you," Feng Rao said. "In case you run back and forth." Then, she turned to Xia Ruofei and said, "Chairman, thank you. Then I'll head over first." Xia Ruofei smiled. "You're welcome. That's your bonus anyway. I'll give you a call after I've made the arrangements." As Peng Hao was present, Xia Ruofei did not mention the house, but brought it up vaguely. 2089, dividends -2. After Feng Jing left, Xia Ruofei thought about the materials again. He couldn't wait to store them in his interspace and take care of them when he was free. Refining a spirit puppet was a complicated and vast project. There were some tasks that he couldn't complete with his current cultivation base, but there was a lot of basic preparation work that could be done in advance, such as the pre-processing of materials and the carving of a large number of basic formations. A soul puppet was actually a combination of a large number of basic formations to achieve an effect similar to artificial intelligence. Xia Ruofei could understand most of the formations, but he did not know how to combine them. He had no idea why those basic formations could achieve such a magical effect after being combined in a special way. However, Xia Ruofei did not need to know the reason. He just had to follow the refining method strictly and complete the preparation step by step. Thinking of the materials, Xia Ruofei was about to call Lei Hu over and ask him to arrange for people to transport the materials to the warehouse as soon as possible. Just as he swiped his phone screen and was about to call Lei Hu, he heard a knock on the door. Hence, Xia Ruofei placed his phone on the desk and called out, "Come in." The office door was pushed open and a group of people walked in. The first one was Lei Hu. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. "They really have telepathy. I was just about to call you over. You ran over on your own." However, when he thought about how Lei Hu was a man, the idea of telepathy was a little strange. He could not help but shake his head and throw these messy thoughts to the side. "Chairman, look who I've brought," Lei Hu said, smiling. Xia Ruofei took a closer look and couldn't help but smile. He stood up and said, "Old Su, you guys are here." The people who came in with Lei Hu were the veterans who had helped Xia Ruofei deal with Lu Haojuan's problem. Su Yugang, Xing Liang, Wang Chong, and Zhang Aijuan all went to Xia Ruofei's office. "Good day, Chairman," Su Yugang and the other three said in unison. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Good, good, good. You guys look good. It seems that the environment in Sanya is really nourishing." After Lu Haojuan's matter, Xia Ruofei gave Su Yugang and the others a sum of money to go on a long vacation in Sanya. On the one hand, it was to avoid the limelight, and on the other hand, it was naturally to reward them. "Thanks to you," Su Yugang chuckled. "It's been a long time since we've had a good rest. The blue sky and blue ocean in Sanya has made us want to go back." Su Yugang and the others were all selected by Lei Hu. The common point was that the four of them had just been recruited at that time and had not even gone through the employment procedures. In addition, their situation after their retirement was not very good. They were financially stretched because of their families or other reasons. After they helped Xia Ruofei with Lu Haojuan's matter, Xia Ruofei not only provided them with the luxury tour to Sanya, but also gave them a large sum of money each. Naturally, their family's difficulties were solved. A man would die for his bosom friend. Su Yugang and the other three were absolutely loyal to Xia Ruofei. After returning from Sanya, Lei Hu had asked them to rest first. After all, Xia Ruofei was the one who decided on their arrangements. When they heard that Xia Ruofei had finally returned to the three mountains. The four of them, who were bored to death, immediately went to find Lei Hu and reported to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Since you like it there, why don't you spend more time there? Do you not have enough money?" "No, no." Su Yugang quickly said, "Chairman, we just did a small thing for you. You gave us so much money and even sent us on a trip. We feel very apologetic. Everyone wants to work for you as soon as possible. It's good that you're back." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "You guys work hard by my side. If you like Sanya, you can buy a house there and stay there for a while whenever you want to go on vacation." Hee hee. Su Yugang scratched his head. "The houses there are too expensive. We can't afford them." "Old Su, if you work for the chairman, you'll be able to afford a house in the future," Lei Hu said. That's right, that's right," Su Yugang said with a smile. "Don't just stand there, come and sit here." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "If you want to drink water, pour it for yourself. There are drinks in the fridge too, don't be shy, I don't have a secretary here to serve me." "Yes, thank you, Chairman." Su Yugang and the others followed Xia Ruofei to the reception area and sat down. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Old Su, I've thought about your arrangements some time ago. Now, I have two plans. You can choose one." Su Yugang and the other three quickly sat up straight and pricked up their ears to look at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei said, "First of all, I want to say that no matter what the plan is, it's best that you don't go through the formal employment procedures at the Paradise Corporation." He did this out of careful consideration. After all, the Lu family was a giant and their power was beyond ordinary people's imagination. Although Lu Haojuan's incident had happened some time ago, and according to Xia Ruofei's indirect inquiries, the Lu family did not seem to have found anything, it was better to be safe than sorry. If the Lu family really found any clues, Su Yugang and the others would all be employed by the Paradise Company, which might cause trouble. 2090 dividends -3. Although the possibility was small, Xia Ruofei still had to be careful. "We understand." Su Yugang nodded and said. Xia Ruofei smiled. "The first option is for you to continue working for me in secret. I'll personally pay you. As for the salary, it'll be the same as the salary of the vice president of the security department. I don't need your help in normal times, nor do I need you to be responsible for security issues. However, you may be required to carry out some tasks at certain times." Xia Ruofei was different from the other rich people. As a cultivator, he did not need a bodyguard for his own safety. If he really met someone who could threaten his safety, it was not something that the bodyguard could handle. Furthermore, the bodyguard was always with him, which made it more inconvenient for him to do some things. In addition, if the Lu family found out something, it would be easier for them to link Lu Haojuan's incident with Xia Ruofei. So, if Su Yugang and the others chose this plan, he needed to keep quiet and live like an ordinary person. When needed, he could use their investigative expertise to help Xia Ruofei do things that were inconvenient for him to do. That would be enough. Xia Ruofei did not care about the money he had to spend on these people. "What about the second plan?" Su Yugang asked. "The second option is to go abroad to work." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I have a big farm in Australia and I need someone I can trust to be in charge of security there. If I go abroad, the salary might be higher since it is based on the local employees' treatment standards. However, I will be far away from my family, so it's up to you to make the choice, Su. Yugang and the other three looked at each other and said, Chairman, we need to discuss this. Of course, you guys can discuss it slowly. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Lei Hu, come with me. I have something for you to do. All right. Lei Hu replied. Xia Ruofei and Lei Hu stood up and left the guest area, leaving Su Yugang and the others to discuss. After walking to his desk and sitting down, Xia Ruofei passed the note with the address to Lei Hu and said, I asked the company to buy a batch of materials for me. They're now stored in the temporary warehouse of the building. Help me transport these materials to the warehouse at this address. Xia Ruofei then took out the key to the warehouse and handed it over. Oh, this is the key to that warehouse. After you put the items there, you can return the key to me. Understood. Lei Hu took the key and the note and said, I'll contact the car in a while. It'll be done by today. Xia Ruofei nodded. You can contact President Feng for the details. She personally handled the materials. All right. Lei Hu said, Chairman, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. First. Go. Xia Ruofei said. Lei Hu greeted Su Yugang and the others before leaving Xia Ruofei's office to look for Feng Rao to discuss the materials. Su Yugang and the other three discussed in low voices for a while and came to a decision. They came to Xia Ruofei and Su Yugang said, Chairman, we've already discussed it. 2091 Free Gallop 1. Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, Oh? Tell me about it. Su Yugang hesitated and said, Chairman, after some discussion, I want to stay in China. The three of them are willing to work in Australia. Xia Ruofei pondered for a while and understood the reason. He remembered that Lei Hu had told him that the reason he had chosen Su Yugang and the other three to help him deal with Lu Haojuan was that they were in a difficult financial situation. Lei Hu had said that Su Yogang's parents and daughter-in-law were in poor health and had to take medicine all year round to maintain their health. Su Yugang must have chosen to stay in the country because he had to take care of his family. Xia Ruofei smiled. Of course, I respect your choice. But old Su, I have a suggestion. What do you think? Please say it, Chairman. Su Yugang quickly said. Xia Ruofei said, the four of you were originally from the same combat team. Everyone had their own duties and worked well together. It would be a pity if you were to split up. Actually, you could also go to Australia to work with Xing Liang and the others. After all, you're going to work, not be exiled. You can come back anytime when you have a holiday or something at home. Also, Xia Ruofei paused and looked at Su Yugang before he continued, considering your family's situation, I can talk to the Australian farm and ask your family to go with you. Su Yugang was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Xia Ruofei to be so thoughtful. Xia Ruofei said, of course, the elderly may not be able to adapt to life abroad, but you can bring them to live outside for a while. The medical standards abroad are better than in China. Your family can go there for treatment for a period of time. If the elderly get better and want to live in China again, you can send them back. You can come back when you have a holiday anyway. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Su Yugang was really tempted. The money he earned from working so hard for Xia Ruofei was mainly used for the treatment of his parents and wife. However, the old man was old and had many chronic diseases. He needed time to recuperate, which was not a problem that money could solve. It might be even better if the two elders could really be brought to Australia for treatment. Moreover, Xu Yugang had also heard that the environment in Australia was very good, which should be more conducive to the recovery of the elderly. Old Xu, Xingliang said, the chairman has already thought so much about you. What are you hesitating for? Yes. Wang Chong replied. Squad leader, Xu. We brothers don't want to be separated from you either. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Don't rush old Xu. After all, this matter concerns his family. Let him think about it. Xu Yugang raised his head and said with a touched expression, Chairman, thank you. I know you're thinking about me. But I have to ask my family for their opinion on this. Can you give me some time? Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Of course, there's no hurry. Go back and have a good discussion with the old man and your wife. I'll still say the same thing, I treat you as my brothers. No matter what decision you make, I'll respect it. I know. Thank you, Chairman. Xu Yugang said, I will give you an answer in 3 days. Then we'll take our leave. You can go back and rest for a few more days, especially Xingliang and the other two. Since you've decided to go overseas to work, you should spend more time with your family. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Of course, when you have a certain amount of financial power, you can also take your family out. The houses in Australia aren't too expensive, so it's not impossible to settle down there. Xingliang and the others also expressed their gratitude. Then, the 4 of them bowed slightly to Xia Ruofei and left the office. After Xu Yugang and the others left, Xia Ruofei gave Peng Hao a call to ask about the situation. He learned that Peng Hao had already completed the procedures for the dividends, and Feng Jing had signed the papers. They were just waiting for the finance department to transfer the money to Feng Jing at the bank during work hours tomorrow. In the afternoon, Xia Ruofei was in his office dealing with some documents that had accumulated over the past few days. Most of them were reports that required his signature. Of course, if it was something urgent and required Xia Ruofei's approval, Feng Jing would usually call him to report it and get his approval before doing it. Signing it now was just another step in the process. After work, Xia Ruofei did not drive. Instead, he followed a few young employees who were still living on the farm and experienced the company's commuting bus. Xia Ruofei did not put on any airs and could chat with the ordinary employees happily. The atmosphere in the car was very relaxed. When the bus arrived at the farm, it stopped directly at the complex. Xia Ruofei and the employees went to the cafeteria for dinner and then strolled back to his small villa. After he locked the door and windows, he took out the spirit map and entered the space. Master. Xia Qing immediately came over to greet Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei nodded slightly. I basically prepared all the materials needed to refine the spiritual puppet. I can bring them to the spirit map world tomorrow. 2092 Free Gallop, 2, that's great. Xia Qing said happily, I also hope that Master can refine a few helpers for me as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I want to. Wasn't this because his cultivation wasn't high enough? Xia Qing, with your understanding, what level of cultivation do I need to reach to be able to refine a soul puppet? The refining method you got is for making elementary spiritual puppets, said Xia Qing. According to your current cultivation, you'll need to advance at least 2 to 3 levels before you can successfully refine them. However, your spiritual Power cultivation is much higher than your genuine qi cultivation, and the great way of Tao and the absolute beginning. Heart Sutra that you've cultivated have very good control over your spiritual power, so I estimate that after you break through one more level, at most 2 levels, you should be able to refine a spiritual puppet. Xia Ruofei was also very happy after hearing this, because at least this goal was not too far away. At the same time, he also caught a very important piece of information. He couldn't help but ask, elementary spiritual puppet? Xia Qing, are there different grades for soul puppets? Xia Qing nodded and said, that's right. A primary spiritual puppet is the lowest level of spiritual puppets. Its spiritual intelligence is relatively low. However, it can still carry out orders to complete tasks. It's just that its autonomy is less. Xia Ruofei looked curiously at Xia Qing, who looked no different from a real person, and asked, then, what level are you? Xia Qing's degree of personification was really high. When he heard this, he actually revealed a proud expression and said, Master, I have an ultimate spiritual puppet. Above elementary spiritual puppet is intermediate spiritual puppet, then advanced spiritual puppet, and above that is the ultimate spiritual puppet. Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, what kind of cultivation is needed to refine an ultimate spiritual puppet? Xia Qing said, when the previous master made Xia Qing, he was already in the late stage of the golden core stage. According to the previous master, it was quite difficult at that time. He only succeeded with a trace of luck. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but take a deep breath. At the same time, he realized the huge gap between them. He smiled and said, it seems like I can't aim too high. Xia Qing pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Xia Ruofei waved his hand. It's okay. I'm done here. You can go back to your work. Yes, master. With a thought, Xia Ruofei used the invisible force of space and teleported to the beach by the space sea. Atlantean 34 was standing quietly on the frame. To Xia Ruofei, it was like a high-end toy. With a trace of anticipation, he reached out and touched the smooth body of the yacht. Then, he began to touch the fixing device. In the morning, the workers used spanners to tighten it, and there were dozens of nuts. Xia Ruofei didn't look for any more tools. He directly used his fingers to pinch the nut and twisted it lightly. The nut easily moved. Xia Ruofei's movements were very fast. In a short while, he had removed dozens of screws. The yacht and the frame had also been officially removed. With a slight thought, invisible spatial force gathered and wrapped around the yacht. Then, the yacht slowly floated up in the air. The spatial force carried the yacht towards the sea and then gently placed it on the sea. Xia Ruofei's toes touched the ground lightly and he leaped up lightly. He landed on the yacht like a fallen leaf and the body of the yacht did not even shake. He stretched out his hand and flipped over to the control panel of the yacht. Although Xia Ruofei had never learned how to drive a yacht, he had played with a motorboat before. The principle was basically the same. Very soon, he successfully started the engine of the yacht. He pushed the throttle lever forward, and the yacht immediately began to accelerate on the sea. As the speed increased, Xia Ruofei turned the steering wheel and controlled the yacht to change directions freely on the sea. Anyway, there would never be a second ship here, and there would be no hidden reefs or patrol boats from the maritime department. Xia Ruofei was free to do whatever he wanted. The speed of the yacht was getting faster and faster. Xia Ruofei could feel the wind blowing his hair up. The space contained a large amount of spiritual qi. It felt more relaxed and happy to be able to speed on the sea at high speed. After a few upgrades, the space ocean had expanded by 2,000 to 3,000 meters. It was no longer just a small area near the sea. Xia Ruofei was having a lot of fun. In the end, he turned off the yacht's engine and let the yacht rise and fall with the waves. He then went to the deck and lay there facing the sky, looking very relaxed. Xia Ruofei could feel that the space ocean was too quiet. Other than a few rays and abalones that occasionally appeared within the range of his spiritual power, the ocean was empty. Isn't it time to enrich the marine life community? Xia Ruofei muttered to himself. If possible, he really wanted to raise a few whales in the space ocean, as well as such an abundance of marine fish. He imagined wearing a submarine and diving into his exclusive ocean, surrounded by all kinds of fish, turtles, and so on. That feeling made him very excited. Xia Ruofei decided to find a chance to go out to sea and have fun for a few days. He would also bring some marine creatures into the space sea. He wanted to make this place full of life. If he were to go out to sea, the Asmu yacht that he had taken a fancy to would be very useful. It all depended on what price Qin Lan could negotiate. However, Xia Ruofei had already made up his mind. He was ready to buy it when the price was about right. After all, it was a brand new yacht that could be bought without waiting for a day. There were not many opportunities like this. If it wasn't for the fact that the client had financial difficulties and needed to withdraw the funds in time, even if the client wanted to make a move in this situation, he would definitely increase the price and would not give in to the interest. Hence, Xia Ruofei felt that it was time to stop. He laid down in the boundless space for a while and even took a nap on the deck of the yacht, swaying gently with the waves. After he woke up, he drove the yacht back to the beach. After dropping the anchor, Xia Ruofei jumped back to the shore. Next, he drove the all-terrain vehicle around the entire mountain sea realm. After the spatial upgrade, as expected, the area of the entire mountain sea realm had expanded by a lot. Of course, there was a deeper level of upgrade. The rules of the entire space had changed. Xia Ruofei's current cultivation was not enough, so he could only feel a faint trace of it. It was impossible to grasp it. Before leaving the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei even caught the white realm fox and gave it a good lesson. He warned it to be obedient in the space and not cause trouble, especially destruction. After returning to the outside world, Xia Ruofei took a shower and started to practice the Great Way technique. He wanted to improve his cultivation as soon as possible so that he could refine the spiritual puppet as soon as possible. The next day, Xia Ruofei went to the farm cafeteria for breakfast, as usual, and then followed the staff shuttle bus to the company headquarters. After sitting down for a while, Lei Hu knocked on the door and came in. He smiled and said, "Brother Xia, I've already completed the task you assigned me yesterday." When there were no outsiders, Lei Hu would still call Xia Ruofei Brother Xia. However, when there were other people in the company, he would formally call Xia Ruofei Chairman. With that, Lei Hu passed the warehouse key to Xia Ruofei across the table. "All right, thank you for your hard work, Hu," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Lei Hu grinned and said, "It's nothing. Brother Xia, you're welcome. If there's nothing else, I'll go down first." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. Go do your work." Initially, Xia Ruofei wanted to work for a while. However, after Lei Hu gave him the warehouse keys. His heart was no longer in the company. Hence, he simply took the keys and left the office. Skipping work in less than 10 minutes, he was the best chairman in the world. Xia Ruofei drove the night 15 to the warehouse. When he opened the door, he saw all kinds of materials neatly placed in the warehouse. He was a little excited and closed the warehouse door. Then, with a thought, he put all the materials into the space. 2093, the young goose's exit _ for the next few days, Xia Ruofei focused on processing the materials. He spent most of his time in the small villa on the farm. He locked himself in his room, or more accurately, locked himself in the spirit map space. He processed the materials day and night and carved a large number of basic formations. At the same time, during this process, Xia Ruofei's proficiency in formations had also improved greatly. He would only leave the origin space when he felt extremely exhausted. Occasionally, he would go to the company or the pharmaceutical factory to take a walk around, just to relax. After careful consideration and discussion with his family, Su Yugang decided to take Xia Ruofei's suggestion and go to Australia with Xing Liang and the others. His only condition was to bring his parents and wife there. He needed them to provide him with a place to stay and help him with the visa application. After Xia Ruofei learned about it, he was very happy. He immediately called Liang Qichao, who was in Australia, and told him that he had arranged for 4 veterans to be fully in charge of the security of Paradise Farm. He also told Liang Qichao about Su Yogong's special situation in advance and asked him to help arrange their lives. At the same time, he asked Liang Qichao to issue an invitation under the name of Paradise Farm in Australia. He also called the executive director, Dong Yun, and asked her to send someone from the company's legal department to help Su Yogong's group of 4, as well as Su Yogong's parents and wife, with their visas. In the past few days, Qin Lan of the Yacht Club had been trying her best to negotiate with President Huang and Xia Ruofei on the phone, hoping to find a balance point to facilitate this deal. As Xia Ruofei was always in the boundless space, he did not pick up her calls sometimes. Even when he did not seem very enthusiastic because he was focused on the batch of materials. This made Qin Lan anxious. She then increased her communication with CEO Huang and lowered the price from the original base. To Xia Ruofei, this was an accident. Finally, on the 4th day, Qin Lan called Xia Ruofei and told him that CEO Huang was willing to give him a 5% discount, which was about 3.5 million yuan. Xia Ruofei felt that the price should be good enough. He had studied the details of this yacht. Back then, CEO Huang might not have been short of money, so many of the configurations had been upgraded. In total, the total price should be between 72 to 73 million. Now that he had given up the interest, it was almost 5 million cheaper. This price was already very low. Therefore, he no longer held back and decisively agreed to this price. Naturally, Qin Lan was overjoyed. She eagerly asked Xia Ruofei when he could go over to complete the procedures. Coincidentally, Xia Ruofei had been working continuously in the spirit map space for more than 10 hours and felt that his mental strength was a little insufficient. Hence, he decided to sign the contract on the same day. The process of the transaction was not complicated. The yacht club was equivalent to an intermediary role, and President Huang himself did not even show up. Everything was entrusted to the lawyer to handle. After Xia Ruofei arrived at the yacht club, she signed a transfer agreement and paid 50% of the payment according to the rules. The total price was 66.5 million yuan, and the down payment was 33.25 million yuan. Xia Ruofei's cash flow was abundant now, and he paid the money without hesitation. The remaining things could be handed over to the yacht club to handle, including the yacht transfer, relevant shipbuilding procedures, and so on. The yacht was already available, but it was docked at a yacht pier on Heron Island and needed to be driven from Heron Island to Sanshan. Qin Lan promised to deliver the yacht to Xia Ruofei within 2 days. Of course, Xia Ruofei had to pay the remaining 33.25 million yuan before the yacht was delivered. At the same time, Qin Lan had promised to give Xia Ruofei another 500,000 huaxia dollars for equipment selection. Xia Ruofei could request for modification according to his needs after the yacht was delivered. The rest could be left to the yacht club. Of course, Xia Ruofei would still have to pay for the parts that exceeded 500,000 huaxia dollars during the modification process. Xia Ruofei realized that he would not be able to get the yacht that day. He was still thinking about the pile of materials in the medium. After paying and getting the receipt, he did not stay in the yacht club for long. He immediately greeted them and drove back to Taoyuan Farm. After Xia Ruofei returned to the small farm villa, he entered the spirit map space and continued to draw the formation. To refine a complete primary spiritual puppet, he would need to engrave at least 1,000 to 2,000 formations of various sizes. With his current cultivation, he was not able to complete a small part of the formations, but he could complete most of them at his current stage. All he needed was patience. Once Xia Ruofei was in, he did not eat or drink for another 10 hours. With his current cultivation, even though he still couldn't completely reach the realm of Anidia, not eating or drinking for a few days wouldn't have much of an effect. When he came out of the space, it was already the morning of the next day. When Xia Ruofei was drawing the formation, he needed to be absolutely focused. Therefore, he always left his phone outside and put it on silent mode. Anyway, he would come out of the medium every 10 to 20 hours. At this stage, there was nothing urgent. After returning to the outside world from the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei naturally checked his phone first. In the end, other than a few WeChat messages, he had 5 or 6 missed calls. 2094, the young goose's exit _2 Xia Ruofei checked the missed calls and found that they were all from Ling Qingxue. The first call was from yesterday evening, the second was from around 10 p.m., and the rest were from the morning. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but worry. Ling Qingxue had called so many times. Could something have happened? He hurriedly called Ling Qingxue back, and a monotonous ringing sound came from the phone. It rang for more than 10 times before Ling Qingxue picked up the call. Hey! You finally appeared. Xia Ruofei could feel Ling Qingxue's complaint, but he was slightly relieved. At least he could confirm that Ling Qingxue was not in any danger. He smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, Qingxue. I've been busy with something these few days, and I need to be absolutely focused, so I put my phone on silent and didn't pick up your call. I thought you were playing a game of disappear from the face of the earth." Ling Qingxue replied, "I've been calling you since last night." Xia Ruofei quickly said, "Wife. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. By the way, something must have happened for you to look for me in such a hurry, right?" Ling Qingxue pouted and said, "You're really forgetful. Have you forgotten what day it is today?" Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. Could it be some special anniversary or birthday that he had forgotten? His mind was spinning quickly, but he could not figure out what day it was. Xia Ruofei remembered clearly things like Ling Qingshua's birthday and the anniversary of their official relationship. It was obviously not today. What day is it? Xia Ruofei asked guiltily. Ling Qingxue said in a bad mood, "You really forgot. The batch of young geese that you've spent so much effort to import from abroad will officially end your closed-door cultivation today. I'm really impressed that you've forgotten about them." Xia Ruofei finally understood. He patted his head and laughed. "Look at my brain. Qingxue, I've been so busy these past 2 days, I called you immediately after I received the notice from the inspection and quarantine bureau yesterday." Ling Qingxue pouted and said, "But no one picked up. I called you many times this morning." "Xia Ruofei, your performance was terrible." Yes. "It's all my fault," Xia Ruofei quickly apologized and continued. "Then where are you now?" "I'll drive back to the city right away. Let's go and collect these precious young geese together. I've been waiting for you." "It's too late," Ling Qingxue said. "I couldn't contact you, so I came to pick them up myself. Anyway, I was the one who handled the procedures back then, so I just took my ID card and got it out." "You brought all the young geese out?" Xia Ruofei was overjoyed when he heard this. He quickly asked, "Did you lose any young geese? These little guys are very tenacious. I counted just now, and not a single one is missing." Ling Qingxue said, "Oh right, quickly tell me where to send these things." "There were 50 of them. I can't bring it back to the company. I can't raise them at home either." Xia Ruofei quickly said, "Wife, I'll send you the location right away. You can send this batch of young geese over. I'll rush over immediately. If you're early, just wait for me here for a while." "All right then," Ling Qingxue said. "Hurry up. I still have a lot of work to do in the company." All right, Xia Ruofei said. "I'll be right out." After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei washed up in the bathroom. Then, without eating, she grabbed her handbag and rushed downstairs to the warehouse in the city. When Xia Ruofei arrived at the warehouse, Ling Qingxue was already waiting for him at the entrance. There was also a small truck next to it. There were about 10 cages in it. The cages were all filled with the Strasbourg geese that Xia Ruofei had imported from Europe. There were about 4 to 5 geese in each cage. Xia Ruofei quickly pulled over and jogged towards Ling Qingxue. "Qingxue, I'm so sorry. I made you wait for me again," Xia Ruofei said apologetically. "I'm fine. I just arrived a while ago." Ling Qingxue said, "Hurry up and open the warehouse door. I'm in a hurry to go back to the company." In reality, the quarantine area for the imported live animals was not far from the airport. After Ling Qingxue collected the batch of young geese, she called Xia Ruofei on the way back. Her journey back to the city was similar to Xia Ruofei's journey from Taoyuan farm to the city. Although she had set off earlier, she had hired a pickup truck, so the speed was not very fast. Therefore, the two of them arrived at the warehouse at about the same time. Xia Ruofei nodded and walked over to open the door. Ling Qingxue did not hire a porter, so Xia Ruofei simply did it himself. 2 baskets of geese at a time were gently loosened, and in a few moments all the young geese were moved into the warehouse. After Ling Qingxue sent the pickup away, she said to Xia Ruofei, "Ruofei, I'll go back to the company first." All right. Xia Ruofei said, "It's been hard on you, wife. Drive slowly on the road. I know. Ling Qingxue said. Just as she was about to leave. She turned around and said, "Oh right, my father asked you to come over to our house for dinner today. I was so busy just now that I almost forgot about this. Why would father-in-law suddenly want to treat me to a meal?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. How am I supposed to know? Ling Qingxue said unhappily, just go and eat. Alright, I'll be leaving first. Remember to be there at 6 p.m. sharp. Yes, sir. Xia Ruofei said. After watching Ling Qingxue leave in her car, Xia Ruofei returned to the warehouse. This batch of young Strasbourg geese seemed to be in good spirits. They must have been treated well in the quarantine area. Without hesitation, Xia Ruofei kept the young geese and the cage into the spirit map space. He locked the warehouse door and drove back to Taoyuan Farm. After this round trip, it was almost time for lunch. Xia Ruofei had not eaten or drunk anything for more than a day. Although he was not very hungry, he was drooling when he thought about the food made by Chao Tieshu's wife in the canteen. Thus, he went straight to the canteen and had lunch with the farm employees. After returning to the small villa, Xia Ruofei locked the doors and windows. Then, he took out the spirit map scroll from his palm and entered the medium with a thought. Master. Xia Qing called out respectfully. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Did you see the geese I just sent in? Yes, master. Xia Qing nodded. Do you have any way to make these geese suffer from the most severe fatty liver without suffering any pain? Xia Ruofei asked. In fact, the delicious foie gras was, strictly speaking, the fatty liver of a goose. What's a fatty liver, master? Xia Qing asked with a blank expression. It's a disease. But after geese get this disease, their livers will become more delicious. Xia Ruofei replied, the liver is a type of organ. Its main function is to detoxify. Xia Ruofei's voice became softer and softer as he spoke, and he didn't think that Xia Qing could understand what he was saying. Sure enough, Xia Qing said with an ashamed look, I'm sorry, master. I don't understand what you're saying at all, and I can't help you. It doesn't matter, I'll think of a way myself. Xia Ruofei said, when you're not working, you have to help take care of these young geese. Feed them once every 10 hours or so. Let's cut some grass to feed them first. Understood. Xia Qing replied without the slightest hesitation. After Xia Ruofei left the medium, he sat by the window of his bedroom and stared blankly at the lush farm outside. In fact, his mind was completely focused on the large number of Chinese medical books. These were all the information contained in the Jade Talisman of Inheritance. Xia Ruofei was basically reading the crystallization of the ancestors' wisdom in his mind. He wanted to find an effective way to let these Strasbourg geese grow without pain and at the same time, form high-quality foie gras. Suddenly, Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up as an idea came to him. 2095, Control Experiment _1 Xia Ruofei was thinking about people with fatty liver. This disease was not particularly common in the past. With the improvement of people's living standards, more and more people slowly developed fatty liver. In fact, it was because they ate too much, and their bodies could not absorb it. In fact, modern Chinese medicine had also studied fatty liver. Besides absorbing the Chinese medicine books in the Jade Talisman of Inheritance, Xia Ruofei had also found some Chinese medicine books from the outside world to help with his research. According to traditional Chinese medicine, the diet was fat, sweet, and greasy. In other words, eating things with high fat, especially thick, and especially oily would easily cause fatty liver. Modern Chinese medicine also had a mature treatment plan for fatty liver. If he wanted to deliberately create fatty liver, he could do the opposite and think of a way to eat. Xia Ruofei did not know how different the goose's body was from a human's, but he felt that it was worth a try. In fact, the modern production of foie gras also used this method to encourage the West to use the cruel feeding method. In essence, it was to make the body of the fat goose unable to absorb it, and then the liver would become abnormally fat due to overload. At the same time, in order to ensure that the whole goose liver was fat, greasy, and tender, farm owners had to try to reduce the calcium content in the food as much as possible. Without enough calcium during the development period, the goose would suffer from osteodystrophy. It would then squat lazily in the cage without moving, and its weight would explode in exponential levels. In order to produce goose liver in this way, the goose had to go through unbearable pain. It was locked in a small space every day, and it was difficult to even turn around. Then every few hours, an iron tube would be inserted into its throat for 20 to 30 minutes, and a large amount of food would be directly poured into it. Its stomach would be stuffed like a dough bag, and before the food was digested, it would be immediately stuffed with more food. It could be said that if a goose had its own thoughts, it would not be willing to reincarnate as a goose for 10 lifetimes after experiencing such a tragic life. In order for the goose to not experience such pain in the process of growth and at the same time produce high-quality foie gras, he could only think of a way in the diet. They didn't need to eat too much, but at the same time, they had to make the nutrition and fat content of the food seriously exceed the limit, even exceeding the effect of forced feeding by Western farms. Xia Ruofei's thoughts started to clear up. In fact, there were many prescriptions that had such an effect. They were originally aimed at the situation of malnutrition, to supplement the body's qi and blood. If the dosage and proportion of the prescription were adjusted to a certain extent, it would definitely cause the Strasbourg goose to be seriously overnutrited. Of course, the body structure of a goose and a human was completely different. As for how to adjust the prescription, it still needed to be tested many times. However, he was sure that once this method was successful, the Strasbourg goose would not experience any pain in the growing process. It should be known that aside from the nerves distributed on the surface of the liver, there were almost no nerves on the inside. When a human liver area had lesions, generally speaking, they would not feel anything at all. It would not hurt or itch at all unless it had seriously spread to the surface of the liver. Only then would they feel a dull pain. This was also why liver cancer was often found to be in the late stage when it was detected. When patients felt pain in the liver area and went to the doctor, it was often very serious. Therefore, even if the liver of the Strasbourg goose became unusually fat because of the special blend of food, they would not feel any pain. As for the liver being fattened up and slaughtered, this was the law of nature. Even the most nitpicking animal rights activists could not find any fault with it. Xia Ruofei was sure of a few things. First, the herbs used in the prescription had to be common. If they used precious herbs like 100-year-old ginseng, it would be meaningless as the cost was too high. Second, these medicinal herbs must be easy to grow in large quantities. The third was to find a way to turn it into powder that could be mass-produced. Only when these conditions were met could large-scale reproduction and breeding of the Strasbourg fat goose be feasible. At this thought, Xia Ruofei raised his hand to look at his watch. It was 3 in the afternoon. Ling Qingshui had told him to come to the Ling family's house at the Riverside Villa area at 6 o'clock sharp for dinner. In other words, excluding the time he would take on the road, he had at least 2 hours. He had already formed a few backup plans in his mind. He had to test out the effects of these prescriptions and what adjustments needed to be made. He was already a little impatient. Since there was still time, Xia Ruofei immediately took out the spirit map scroll and entered the space. Xia Qing saw Xia Ruofei return, but she didn't find it strange. These days, Xia Ruofei would go into the space to deal with the materials whenever he had time. Xia Ruofei waved at Xia Qing and said, "Xia Qing, stop what you're doing for a moment. I have something for you to do." Xia Qing quickly ran over and respectfully said, "Master, please give your orders." Xia Ruofei said, "From the batch of young geese that I just sent in, you can pick 5 of them. Pick 5 and send them to the Archean realm. Calculate the time and let them be famished to the point where their stomachs are rumbling. The effect I want is that when I feed them later, even if the food is a little unpalatable, they will still be eager to eat it." "All right." Xia Qing answered without the slightest hesitation, "Master. I'll head over first." 2096, Control Experimentation _2 The flow of time in the Archean realm was 30 times faster than the outside world. Xia Ruofei wanted to make use of the difference in the flow of time to make these young geese go hungry. "Quickly. Go." Xia Ruofei nodded. Xia Qing had just circled a small area of the grassland in the mountain sea realm, built a simple fence, and put the young geese in it. When Xia Qing went to pick the young geese, Xia Ruofei was the first to arrive at the Archean realm. He used the apparatus for brewing Chinese medicine and stored some common medicinal herbs. They were all at the Archean realm. Xia Ruofei quickly picked out some Chinese medicinal herbs from the shelves. Sometimes, he would stop and think for a moment before picking a few more. Finally, he wrapped these medicinal herbs separately and placed them all into a plastic tidying box. Then, he took out a clay stove, a clay pot, charcoal, and other items to boil the medicine. With a thought, he returned to the mountain and sea realm. In the end, Xia Ruofei chose 2 prescriptions. Both of them were made of common medicinal herbs that met the requirements. They were not expensive and were suitable for mass cultivation while ensuring the efficacy of the herbs. In the cave in the mountain sea realm, Xia Ruofei was writing and drawing on a piece of paper. After a few adjustments, each prescription had 2 different ratios of medicinal materials. After all, the body of a Strasbourg goose was very different from that of a human body. Besides, Xia Ruofei did not need to consider the problem of the mild effect of the medicine. What he wanted was the strong effect of the medicine, so the proportion of the main medicine had to be increased. Xia Ruofei felt that the ratio of each ingredient was the best. With 1 prescription and 2 ratios, there were 4 plans. In addition, they had to use the ordinary feeding method as the control group. 5 young geese for the experiment were just right. After confirming the prescription, Xia Ruofei started a fire to brew the medicine. Now, he was very familiar with brewing Chinese medicine. Even if he had to brew 4 different Chinese medicines at the same time, he could still handle it easily. One by one, the herbs were placed into the clay pot, and water was added to let it simmer. Xia Ruofei kept observing the 4 clay pots and added 1 or 2 herbs from time to time. The process of brewing the medicine was orderly and busy. After more than an hour, Xia Ruofei had harvested 4 pots of Chinese medicine. He thought for a moment. Then left the medium in a flash. He found a bag of cornmeal in the kitchen of the small villa. And put it into the medium as if it was a treasure. Returning to the villa upstairs, Xia Ruofei entered the medium and divided the bag of cornmeal into 5 portions. He poured 4 portions into 4 clay pots and stirred them as he poured. In a short while, 4 pots of flour paste were produced. They had the fragrance of corn and a hint of Chinese medicine. Xia Ruofei did not know if the Strasbourg geese would like to eat them, but the smell was a little strange to him. As for the remaining cornmeal, Xia Ruofei added water and mixed it into paste. This was the food for the young geese in the control group. Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment. He didn't rush to find Xia Qing, but returned to the outside world. He used the computer to create a form and printed out a few copies. It was a comparison form. He had to divide the 5 young geese into 5 groups and mark them separately. Then, 4 of them would take the Chinese medicine flour paste he had prepared every day, and the remaining 1 would be fed according to the traditional method. The comparison form was to fill in the eating and weight conditions of the 5 young geese every day. Since it was an experiment, Xia Ruofei wanted to be as careful as possible to get the most accurate results. Xia Ruofei took the form from the printer and grabbed a carbon pen from the pen holder. He then returned to the space. Xia Qing. Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to communicate with Xia Qing. Are the 5 geese ready? Master, I've been hungry for an entire day. Xia Qing said, it looks like they're about to faint from hunger. They'll probably be able to eat anything we give them. Very good. Xia Ruofei said, bring them to the cave in the mountain sea realm. Yes. Master. Xia Qing said. Xia Ruofei also walked out of the cave. The 5 clay pots swayed and floated in a straight line behind him. They followed him. A word was pasted on each of the 5 clay pots, which were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The reason why they didn't use Arabic numbers was that the experiment was mainly done by Xia Qing. It was easier for Xia Qing to recognize Chinese characters. After a short while, Xia Qing came to the front of the cave with a bamboo cage. Inside the bamboo cage were the 5 young Strasbourg geese. Xia Ruofei didn't rush Xia Qing to release the young goose, but said to Xia Qing, in the next few days, you have to spare some energy to help me complete an experiment. No problem. Master, give me your orders. Xia Qing said without the slightest hesitation. Xia Ruofei pointed at the 5 clay pots on the ground and said, there are 5 types of food here. In a while, give the young geese their corresponding numbers. You will feed them every day. I will tell you how to prepare the food. What you need to do is to use the time flow of the Archean realm to speed up the progress of the experiment. You have to record every feeding. The form is here. You just have to fill it out according to the requirements. Xia Ruofei then handed the form and pen to Xia Qing. The comparison table was very simple, and Xia Qing understood it easily. However, the carbon water pen made him feel very fresh. This pen was very different from a writing brush, but it wrote very smoothly. No problem. He nodded. Master, just leave it to me. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, I will give you 4 prescriptions. You will decoct the Chinese medicine according to the prescriptions and mix it with the cornmeal to make paste. Give it to goose number 1 to 4 separately. For goose number 5, eat the cornmeal directly without adding anything else. After he finished speaking, Xia Ruofei handed 4 pieces of paper to Xia Qing. These 4 prescriptions were actually 2 prescriptions, but because the proportion of medicinal materials had been adjusted, it could be said that each of them had 2 prescriptions. There was also a number on each prescription paper, from 1 to 4, which corresponded to the clay pots 1 to 4 today. It could be said that it was clear at a glance. Xia Qing took a look at the prescription and the refining method, and then put them into her cufflinks. She nodded and said, "Yes, master. The brewing method is very simple. I can definitely complete it." Xia Ruofei nodded with satisfaction. Then I'll leave this experiment to you." Then, Xia Ruofei said, "Okay, let's start feeding. Let's catch one." "Yes, master," Xia Qing said. Then, he deftly grabbed a young goose from the bamboo cage. Xia Ruofei smiled. "We have to give it a mark. Otherwise, it'll be confused." With that, Xia Ruofei took the young goose. He gathered a trace of true qi in his hand and drew a line on the body of the young goose. Yellow fur fell down and the Arabic number 1 appeared on the body of the young goose. Xia Ruofei said to Xia Qing, "Remember, this represents 1. Let it eat the food in clay pot. Number 1. "Yes, master," Xia Qing said. Then, he grabbed the young goose and took the number 1 clay pot to the side. Next, Xia Ruofei followed the same pattern and marked the 5 young geese. These young geese were obviously famished. When they smelled the corn paste, they immediately couldn't wait to eat. Although 4 of the pots of corn paste had the smell of Chinese medicine, they still ate it and finished it in a short time. Xia Qing caught them one by one and locked them in the bamboo cage. Xia Ruofei said, "Xia Qing, find a place in the Archean realm and raise them separately. The place doesn't need to be too big, but it shouldn't be too cramped either. At least, it should allow them to move around normally. After that, you will brew the medicine at the mountain and sea realm. Every time you need to feed it, go to the Archean realm. This way, you can make use of the time flow to complete the experiment as quickly as possible." "Yes, master," Xia Qing said. Xia Ruofei reminded them again, "You must keep them separately. Also, don't mix up the 5 groups. Otherwise, the experiment data would be inaccurate." 2097 Father, in Law 1, "Don't worry, master," Xia Qing said, "I will definitely follow your instructions and record it carefully." Xia Ruofei nodded and asked some more detailed questions. Then, he handed the experimental work to Xia Qing. Under normal circumstances, the growth cycle of a Strasbourg goose was about 2 to 3 months. With the addition of the time flow at the Archean realm, the experiment could be completed in a few days. After Xia Ruofei left the origin space, he saw that it was already past 5 o'clock. He quickly washed up, grabbed his coat, ran downstairs, and drove straight to the Jiangbin Villa district in the city. The agreed time for dinner was 6 o'clock. It was rush hour. Xia Ruofei rushed left and right in the traffic and even stuffed himself a few times. Finally, he arrived at Ling Qingshua's villa area at around 5:50. Xia Ruofei did not even have time to prepare a gift for Ling Xiaotian when he left the house. Fortunately, most of his things were stored in the spirit map space, so he had plenty of time to think about what to give his future father-in-law. When he alighted from the car, he took out 2 bottles of expensive fermented red wine and 2 Bottles of the highest quality drunken ate immortals from his storage space. Ling Xiaotian loved to drink, so bringing him wine was the best gift he could give. Ling Xiaotian and Ling Qingxue, father and daughter, had gotten off work early today. When they heard the sound of the car, the two of them quickly walked out of the villa. Uncle Ling. Qingxue. Xia Ruofei smiled and walked over with a glass of wine. Ruofei, why are you taking things again? Ling Xiaotian said angrily, you can't do this next time. Even though he said that, his hands did not slow down. He took the 2 bags from Xia Ruofei's hands. Actually, he had already seen that the bags were filled with wine. Ling Qingxue looked at her father speechlessly, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Dad, can't you be more reserved? What's there to be reserved about with your own son-in-law? Ling Xiaotian laughed. You, Ling. Qingxue said shyly, what do you mean by son-in-law? Do you really want me to get married? Qingxue, this wine was originally prepared for Uncle Ling. Xia Ruofei quickly tried to smooth things over. Wine isn't anything. Good, Ling Qingxue said. You bring him wine every time you come. What if he gets sick from drinking? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I'm here. Have you forgotten that your boyfriend is a very good doctor? By the way, Uncle Ling. I'll check your body later. If you feel uncomfortable, let's recuperate as soon as possible. Ling Xiaotian chuckled, sure. Good. The father-daughter pair welcomed Xia Ruofei into the villa. Ling Xiaotian said, Aunt Lu is preparing dinner. Ruofei, let's go. Make some tea. It's been a while since we last met. Let's have a good chat. All right, my guest will do as the host wishes. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. In Ling Xiaotian's living room, there was a very stylish root, carved tea tray. The entire tea tray was carved from a huge tree root. After being coated with a lacquer, it retained the original color of the wood and at the same time gave people a glossy and smooth feeling. Ling Xiaotian took out some tea leaves from the tea tray and said with a smile, no matter how much I drink, the dehongpo you gave me is still the most authentic. It's much better than those Jingshan little seeds that are sold outside for a few thousand yuan per 500 grams. Uncle Ling, if you like it, I'll bring you more next time. Xia Ruofei smiled. How can I accept that? Ling Xiaotian chuckled. Xia Ruofei said, these tea leaves were originally produced by our farm. What's there to be embarrassed about giving you some tea leaves to drink? As long as you don't mind this Dehong Pao, I'll take care of all the tea you drink in the future. Good, good, good. Ling Xiaotian said happily. Xia Ruofei took the bag of tea leaves from Ling Xiaotian's hands very naturally and started to make the tea. If he let his future father-in-law be busy making tea while he sat there waiting to drink, he would be too insensible. However, just as Xia Ruofei finished distributing the first batch of tea, the task of brewing tea was taken over by Ling Qingxue. She smiled and said, Ruofei, have a good chat with my dad. I'll make the tea. After Xia Ruofei and Ling Xiaotian chatted for a while, Ling Xiaotian said, Ruofei, there's something I need to discuss with you. The winery has been asking me a lot recently, hoping to expand the production. The sales of our wine are really good, and the profits are also very impressive. The person in charge of the winery said that with such a good reputation, if we don't expand the production and quickly occupy the market, it will be a huge loss. Xia Ruofei understood what Ling Xiaotian meant. The production capacity of the winery did not depend on how much drunken eight immortals wine they could produce, but how much drunken eight immortals wine they could process. Ling Xiaotian was asking for his opinion. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, Uncle Ling, since everyone has this suggestion, let's appropriately expand the production. We can't just leave the money to be earned, right? Previously, Xia Ruofei had limited the production of the wine every month because it took time to brew the drunken eight immortals wine. In order to quickly produce drunken eight immortals of all levels, he had to make use of the difference in the flow of time in the spirit map space. Furthermore, the territory of the Archean realm had not expanded for a long time, so the space wasn't large. He couldn't possibly squeeze into the space of other precious crops just to produce more wine. However, the situation was different now. Xia Ruofei's control of the spirit map spatial rules had improved. He could now stack small spaces in the space at will so that the drunken eight immortals wine could be stacked up. As long as the space was high enough, he could stack it however he wanted. 2098 Father, in Law-2 this was equivalent to changing the original layout from a flat surface to a three-dimensional space. This way, the capacity would be increased many times, and the space would no longer be limited. After all, the drunken eight immortals wine only needed to be placed in a spatial dimension, and then cast a magic with time and spiritual energy to turn it into an unparalleled wine. It was unlike other crops, which could not be separated from the soil of the Archean realm. When Ling Xiaotian saw Xia Ruofei nod in agreement, he could not help but be overjoyed. He quickly asked, Ruofei, to what extent do you think it can be expanded? Xia Ruofei said straightforwardly, if the winery can produce it, then we'll double it. Starting from next month, send me 200 tons of 1 month, 6 tons of 3 months, 2 tons of 5 months, and 1,000 pounds of 1 year's raw wine every month. Ling Xiaotian was both surprised and happy. He had expected the production to increase by 20 to 30%. After all, he had mentioned expanding the production before, but Xia Ruofei had rejected him with all sorts of reasons. He did not expect Xia Ruofei to be so straightforward this time, directly promising to double the production. No problem. Ling Xiaotian quickly replied. The winery's production capacity has always been a little over, so there's a lot of raw wine in stock. There's no problem supplying you for the first few months. If we're going to have a long-term supply in the future, we'll have to expand the production line. This work has to be arranged in advance so that we won't be out of stock. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, sure. Uncle Ling, you can arrange it. I said before that I won't participate in the specific operation and management of the winery. I'll be responsible for the processing of the raw wine and the dividends. By the way, it's going to cost a lot of money to introduce a new production line, right? Uncle Ling, if you want to spend money, let's just invest in proportion. Ling Xiaotian waved his hand and said, no need, no need. The winery hadn't received any dividends for a long time, so there was plenty of money in its book now. It was more than enough to build a new factory and introduce new production lines. Ruofei, you don't have to worry about this. I'll arrange for my men to complete it as soon as possible. Okay. Xia Ruofei nodded. After talking about the winery, Ling Xiaotian and Xia Ruofei started talking about Paradise Corporation. He was a very successful entrepreneur and naturally had his own unique views on running a company. Xia Ruofei also benefited a lot from talking to him. When Xia Ruofei mentioned that Feng Jing had been urging him to show off more in the new media and had even urged him to participate in reality shows like The Life I Yearn For. Ling Xiaotian expressed his full approval. Although Ling Xiaotian was an entrepreneur of the older generation, he did not reject new technology and new ideas. Ling Ji F&B was also one of the first F&B enterprises to implement online food ordering. After the emergence of take-out platforms, Ling Ji F&B was also the first to enter. He also knew that Xia Ruofei was very popular on the internet because of the forced surrender of Macau Airlines. To him, this was a precious resource. In fact, many founders of internet companies were also internet celebrities. Xia Ruofei could use this popularity to promote the development of the company. After chatting for a while, Ling Xiaotian said with a smile, "Oh right. Ruofei, I heard from Qingxue that you're planning to buy a villa in this district?" "Yup," Xia Ruofei said. After the company's headquarters moved to the city, I felt that it was somewhat inconvenient to live on the farm, so I wanted to buy a house in the city. The area you're living in is in a good location and the environment is quite good. If there's a suitable house, it's not a bad idea to buy one. All right. Ling Xiaotian happily replied. We'll be neighbors then. When this community was first developed, I was very optimistic about it. At that time, the opening price was several times higher than the average price in the city. Many people were waiting to see, so I bought this villa directly. Now, the price has multiplied several times. Uncle Ling's vision is naturally good. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, even if I wanted to buy it, I didn't have that much money. I can only buy it at a high price now. Ling Xiaotian chuckled. If I buy it, I don't have to worry about the rise and fall of the house price. The real estate market is not doing well now. It's a good time to buy it. Then, Ling Xiaotian continued, I have an old friend who owns a villa in this district. Because he's from Heron Island, he doesn't really live in the house here. Now that he needs cash for his business, he intends to cash out the property here. I'll help you contact him later. His villa is quite good. Ling Qingxue, who was brewing tea at the side, could not help but ask, Dad, are you talking about Uncle Jiang? He's selling his house? Yup. Ling Xiaotian said, recently, his company is preparing for a new project, but there is a slight shortage of funds. So, not only the villa in our neighborhood, he is also planning to sell a few shops near the East Street entrance. Really? Ling Qingxue said, Ruofei, Uncle Zhang's house is very good. The location is even better than our house. It's right beside Min River and the area is much larger than our house. The key is that the developer even gave us a huge garden and a private beach. I'll take you there tomorrow. You'll definitely like it. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Qingxue, I'm already very tempted just by hearing what you said. I think you have the potential to be a real estate agent. Ling Qingxue pouted and said, I'm telling the truth. They were unlike those real estate salesmen who had a glib tongue and could even say that the dead were alive. I'm different from them, okay? Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but burst out laughing when he saw the two of them bickering. He said, Ruofei, I'll contact old Jiang later. He has a set of keys with the property management. I'll get Qingxue to take you to see it tomorrow. If you're satisfied, I'll get him to give you a better discount. All right. Thank you, Uncle Ling, Xia Ruofei said. Then, Xia Ruofei thought of looking for a house for Feng Jing, so he said, "By the way, Uncle Ling, our company's President Feng also wants to buy a house in this community. Can you help me pay attention to the sales information of the second-hand houses here? After all, you've lived here for so long, you should know which houses are better. Boss Feng, do you want to buy a set too?" Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but be stunned for a moment before saying, "Old Jiang has a smaller villa, but it hasn't been renovated yet. This time, he's planning to sell the one he used to live in when he was on vacation. After all, the price of a small villa is much lower, and he'll have to raise a lot of money." "Does he sell the smaller one?" Xia Ruofei asked quickly. "I'm not too sure about that," Ling Xiaotian said. "I remember that he said that he wanted to keep the small one and find time to renovate it so that he can have a place to stay in the Three Mountains when he's old. How about this? I'll talk to him again and try to get him to sell the two sets at the same time." "All right. You can ask him if he's willing," Xia Ruofei said. "If you really can't do it, then forget it." Qingxue said that there are many rough villas in the community that are ready for sale. "All right, I'll try my best to convince him," Ling Xiaotian said. At this time, the housekeeper, Aunt Lu, walked into the living room and said, "Mr. Ling, dinner is ready. Would you like to have dinner now or?" "Ruofei, why don't we go eat?" Ling Xiaotian asked. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Sure. Let's talk while we eat." "Ha ha ha. It's to drink and chat." Ling Xiaotian said, "You haven't been here for a long time. Let's have a few drinks today." "All right. Then let's drink and chat," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. The group of them arrived at the dining room of the villa. Ling Xiaotian opened one of the 2 bottles of drunken 8 immortals that Xia Ruofei had brought and said, "Ruofei, let's have a taste of your good wine today." At this moment, Xia Ruofei's phone rang. He took it out and looked at the caller ID. It was Qin Lan from the yacht club. 2099 acquiesce. 1. "I'm sorry, I have to take this call," Xia Ruofei said. Ling Xiaotian smiled and nodded. He picked up drunken 8 immortals wine bottle and poured himself some wine. Then, he leaned over and poured Xia Ruofei some wine as well. Ling Xiaotian and Ling Qingxue were not outsiders, so Xia Ruofei did not deliberately avoid them. He answered the call directly at the dining table. "Manager Qin," Xia Ruofei said, "Is that my yacht?" "Yes, Mr. Xia." Qin Lan said enthusiastically, "Your yacht has been shipped from Heron Island to our yacht club's dock. When will it be convenient for you to come over and receive it?" Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "It's a little late today. How about this? I'll find some time to come over tomorrow morning." All right. Qin Lan said happily, "Mr. Xia. I'll be waiting for your arrival at the club tomorrow." It was a win-win situation for everyone. CEO Huang cancelled the deal as he wished. Xia Ruofei got a satisfactory yacht at a cheaper price and faster time. Qin Lan also closed a big business deal of 60 to 70 million yuan. Her commission for this month would increase a lot. "Okay, see you tomorrow," Xia Ruofei said indifferently and hung up the phone. "Ruofei, you bought a yacht?" Ling Qingxue asked as she looked at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. Originally, it would take more than half a year for the yacht to be placed in order and delivered, but this time, they happened to have a client who wanted to cancel the order due to financial problems and gave me a big discount, so I accepted the order. What kind of yacht is it? That must be a lot of money, right? Ling Xiaotian asked, with a smile. Asmu's 100 Leonardo is considered one of the more high-end models among Asmu's yachts. Xia Ruofei smiled. The entire set would cost about 60 to 70 million. 60 to 70 million, Ling Qingshua's family was rich, but she still exclaimed in surprise. You're really rich now. He just bought a yacht worth 60 to 70 million. Xia Ruofei chuckled. My company has sufficient cash flow. Besides, I'm in light debt. I didn't think too much about it. I thought it was a good idea, so I bought it. Ling Xiaotian laughed and said, You've made the right choice. Ha ha ha. This was how young people should be. As long as you don't pretend to be rich, you can spend as much as you want within your financial ability. Ling Xiaotian was also tactfully reminding Ling Qingshui that even if she and Xia Ruofei were to get married in the future, she should not be too strict on the issue of money. Otherwise, men would have rebellious thoughts. Of course, Ling Qingshui had no intention of stopping Xia Ruofei from spending. She did not even catch the hint from Ling Xiaotian. Instead, she said excitedly, Ruofei, I'll go with you to see the new yacht tomorrow. Xia Ruofei spread his hands and said, I'm fine with it. But don't you have to work? Xia Ruofei turned to look at Ling Xiaotian after he finished speaking. Ling Xiaotian chuckled and said, Qingshui, you can go with Ruofei tomorrow. It's been hard on you during this period of time, so just take it as a break. I'll keep an eye on the company. Ling Qingshui was very happy and said sweetly, Thank you, Dad. Silly girl. Do you need to be so polite with me? Ling Xiaotian smiled and said, Come, Ruofei. Let's drink. Xia Ruofei quickly raised his glass and said, Uncle Ling, a toast to you. After the two of them clinked their glasses, Ling Xiaotian raised his head and finished the wine in his glass. He then praised, Good wine. This was the first batch of drunken eight immortals that Xia Ruofei had stored in the medium. When this batch of wine was stored in the medium, Ling Xiaotian had not even purchased the winery. Xia Ruofei had bought the wine himself and put it in. It was also because Ling Xiaotian had drunk the drunken eight immortals that Xia Ruofei had given him that he had the idea of acquiring the winery. This batch of wine had been around for more than a year. If one included the time flow difference at the Archean realm, it would be several decades. Even in the outside world, a wine that had been aged for decades was definitely of the best quality. Furthermore, it was constantly being nourished by the rich spirit energy in the medium. This batch of drunken eight immortals had absorbed so much spirit energy that it was more or less like spirit wine. Ling Qingshui had already stepped into the door of cultivation, so she could naturally feel the faint spiritual qi in the drunken eight immortals' wine. She couldn't help but say, I'll have a cup too. Ling Xiaotian looked at his daughter and said with a smile, Qingshui, when did you learn how to drink white wine? Ling Qingshui was a little embarrassed as she said, I just wanted to try it out because I saw your intoxicated look. Ling Xiaotian laughed out loud, All right, I'll let my precious daughter have a taste off this fine wine. Ling Xiaotian then passed the bottle of wine to Ling Qingshui. Ling Qingshui couldn't wait to pour herself a glass. Then, she raised her glass and said, Dad, Ruofei, let's have a drink together. All right. Come, cheers. Ling Qingshui took a big gulp. Even though it was a little spicy, it had a fragrance that made one reminisce At the same time, the faint spiritual energy in the wine excited the true qi that was slowly flowing in her meridians. Ling Qingxue took a deep breath and imitated Ling Xiaotian's expression. It's really good wine. Ling Xiaotian and Xia Ruofei looked at each other in dismay. Could it be that this girl had become a little drunkard? 2100 acquiesce, too, with Ling Qingshua's participation, the atmosphere at the table became even more lively. The three of them chatted as they drank, and they finished the 2 bottles of drunken 8 immortals that Xia Ruofei had brought. Ling Xiaotian was still a little unsatisfied and wanted to open the 2 bottles of noble wrought wine to drink as well, but Xia Ruofei quickly stopped him. Xia Ruofei would be fine. He would not get drunk from this little bit of alcohol. Even if Ling Qingshua's cultivation was still very low, she could still use her true energy to expel the alcohol from her body. Therefore, if she were to really drink, the one who would get drunk would definitely be Ling Xiaotian. Being drunk was not only bad for one's health, but being knocked out by one's own daughter on the wine table was also a bit too much of a blow, especially for Ling Xiaotian, who considered himself a wine immortal. Of course, Xia Ruofei would not say that he was worried that Ling Xiaotian would drink too much. This would only add fuel to the fire. His reason was that he still had to check Ling Xiaotian's body. If he drank too much, he would not be able to do so. Ling Xiaotian could only say, "All right. Then. It's not easy for me to drink so happily today, I want to drink more." "Uncle Ling, there's still a long way to go. We'll have many more opportunities to drink together in the future," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. The 3 of them got up and left the dining room. Aunt Lu would naturally clean up the leftovers. They made tea in the living room for a while. Xia Ruofei noticed that Ling Xiaotian reeked of alcohol and suggested that he should check on him. Xia Ruofei checked Ling Xiaotian's pulse and then looked at his tongue. Of course, to be more accurate, he used his spiritual power to check his pulse. Xia Ruofei checked carefully and said, "Uncle Ling's health isn't bad. It's just that his spleen and stomach are a little weak, and his liver fire is a little strong." "Ruofei," Ling Qingxue said hurriedly, "can you give my father a prescription? Get some medicine and take it." Xia Ruofei smiled. "It's just a small problem. Food therapy is better than medicine. I'd better give Uncle Ling too herbal recipes. It just so happens that your family does this, so it's perfect to use medicinal food to recuperate." Ling Xiaotian chuckled, "Sure. I don't like to eat bitter Chinese medicine, so it's better to use medicinal cuisine." Ling Qingxue quickly returned with a pen and paper for Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei scribbled down a prescription and handed it to Ling Xiaotian. Then, he said, "Uncle Ling, I've written down the ingredients needed for the herbal dish and the cooking method on the paper. You just have to follow the recipe. This medicinal cuisine is not suitable for daily consumption. You should probably eat it every other day. In less than a month, all these small problems will be recuperated." "Good, good, good," Ling Xiaotian said happily, then carefully kept the recipe. Then, Ling Xiaotian said, "Ruofei, you've drunk quite a lot tonight. You definitely can't drive. Why don't you stay here for the night?" Ling Qingxue turned to look at Xia Ruofei. Naturally, she wanted Xia Ruofei to stay the night. However, she was a girl after all and was embarrassed to ask her father to stay. Now that Ling Xiaotian had suggested it himself, she was overjoyed. If Xia Ruofei stayed here, not only could the 2 of them be intimate, they could even use the time formation to Cultivate. Ling Qingxue was looking forward to it. Of course, Xia Ruofei would not decline. He smiled and said, "All right. Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Ling." Ling Xiaotian smiled and waved his hand. "We're all on the same side. What's there to talk about?" "Father, I'll go prepare a guest room for Ruofei," Ling Qingxue said hurriedly. Ling Xiaotian looked at his daughter with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Why do you need a guest room? Even if it's prepared, it might not be used. When the time comes, Aunt Lu will have to wash an extra set of bedsheets." How could Ling Qingxue not understand what Ling Xiaotian was hinting at? She immediately blushed and pouted. "Dad," Ling Xiaotian waved his hand and said, all right. You've been together with Ruofei for so long, I'm not an old-fashioned man." Xia Ruofei didn't expect Ling Xiaotian to be so carefree. Wasn't it said that all fathers would pay special attention to their daughters, and even unconsciously carry a trace of hostility towards their daughters' boyfriends? "Uncle Ling, this isn't appropriate, is it?" he laughed drily. Ling Xiaotian laughed and said, "Anyway, I've said enough. You guys can decide for yourselves how you're going to stay the night. I'll give old Jiang a call and ask him about the house." With that, Ling Xiaotian left Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue behind and went straight to the study. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue looked at each other. Finally, Ling Qingxuised with a red face, "Ruofei, what should we do?" Xia Ruofei chuckled. "My future father-in-law has already made it so clear. How can I disappoint his good intentions? Ah? My dad is at home. If we stay in the same room, wouldn't it be?" Ling Qingxue said shyly. "If we don't stay in the same room, wouldn't we be lying to ourselves?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Wife, it's getting late. Let's go to bed." With that, Xia Ruofei strode upstairs and went straight to the door of Ling Qingxue's boudoir. Then, he turned around and said to Ling Qingxue, who was following behind him slowly, "Wife, do you have to walk until dawn?" Ling Qingxue glared at Xia Ruofei and said, "Fine, we'll live together. I'm not afraid of you." Then, she strode forward and opened the door before Xia Ruofei could. She glared at Xia Ruofei as if to show off her power and then walked in. Xia Ruofei laughed and entered the room, locking the door from the inside. That night, the two of them were naturally very intimate. However, because Ling Xiaotian's bedroom was also on the same floor, and it was diagonally opposite Ling Qingxue's room, the two of them had to carefully suppress their voices while they were having the most fun, so as to have a different taste of excitement. Now that they finally had the chance to be alone, Ling Qingxue naturally wouldn't waste it. In the middle of the night, the two of them put on their clothes and got out of bed. Xia Ruofei casually set up the time formation and cultivated the absolute beginning scripture with Ling Qingxue for a few more days. Of course, the few days here referred to the time inside the formation. In reality, only a few hours had passed in the outside world. The two of them only ended their cultivation at 4 a.m. in the outside world. This time, both of them had improved, especially Ling Qingxue. It had been a long time since she had felt the joy of her cultivation level rising. She had cultivated the absolute beginning scripture alone, but her progress was relatively slow. Basically, she could only barely maintain her cultivation level and not regress. If Xia Ruofei had not been worried that Ling Qingxue's body would not be able to take it and wanted to let her rest for a while before the sun rose, she would definitely have been able to cultivate all night. The two of them soon fell asleep in each other's arms. It was close to 8 in the morning when the two of them finally woke up. By the time they finished washing up, changed their clothes, and went downstairs, Ling Xiaotian had already finished his breakfast and left for the office. The housekeeping attendant, Aunt Lu, prepared a sumptuous breakfast for them. At the same time, she conveyed Ling Xiaotian's original words, saying that he would be going to the company to oversee things, so he would leave after having breakfast and let them have a good rest. Ling Qingshua's face turned red and she glared at Xia Ruofei. At that moment, Aunt Lu had already left after preparing breakfast for the two of them. Ling Qingxue pinched Xia Ruofei's soft waist and said, "It's all your fault, it's all your fault." Xia Ruofei chuckled and did not avoid the question. He said, "Didn't you oversleep? What was there to be embarrassed about? Wife, are you eating or not?" "I'm about to start eating. We still have to go to the yacht club later." When Ling Qingxue heard about the yacht, she temporarily forgot about her shyness and sat down to have breakfast with Xia Ruofei. After breakfast, Xia Ruofei drove Ling Qingxue to the yacht club in his SUV. Since they did not set a specific time yesterday, Qin Lan had arrived at the yacht club early to wait. She saw Xia Ruofei's flashy off-road vehicle through the glass wall and quickly walked out to greet him. 2101, the delivery of the luxury yacht _1. Before the car stopped, Qin Lan was already standing beside the car with a smile. When Xia Ruofei jumped out of the car, she immediately said, "Good morning, Mr. Xia." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Hello, Manager Qin." At this moment, Ling Qingxue alighted from the car as well. Xia Ruofei then introduced her, "This is my girlfriend, Ling Qingxue." Qin Lan quickly greeted Ling Qingxue and said enthusiastically, "Hello, Miss Ling. You're so beautiful." Ling Qingxue smiled and said, "Thank you. Manager Qin is also very pretty." "You're overpraising." Qin Lan replied politely and then asked, "Mr. Xia. Miss Ling, shall we go directly to the dock to see the yacht or, let's go to the dock?" Xia Ruofei said straightforwardly, "If there's no problem with the yacht, I'll pay the rest of the money today." All right. Qin Lan hurriedly said, "This way please." She waved her hand gently, and the electric car that had been arranged for them slowly drove over. The three of them got into the electric car and went straight to the yacht dock. Not far away. The weather today was very good. The sky was clear for thousands of miles, and under the blue sky and white clouds, white sails were faintly visible on the sea. It was a beautiful scene. A silver white yacht was quietly parked in a yacht berth. Under the sunlight, the 30-meter-long streamlined body of the boat glistened and gently rose and fell with the rhythm of the waves. "It's so beautiful." Ling Qingxue couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Then, she took Xia Ruofei's hand and asked, "Ruofei, is this the yacht?" Xia Ruofei had already seen many pictures of the ASMA 100 Leonardo from various angles. Naturally, he could recognize it at first glance. Although there were a few yachts docked at the yacht pier, there was only one yacht that was 100 Leonardo. Hence, the answer was self-evident. He chuckled and nodded, "That's right. Qingxue, to be able to buy a yacht like this, for less than 70 million without waiting, it's definitely worth it, right?" Yes. Ling Qingxue nodded her head and said, "It looks pretty good." At this moment, the electric car stopped beside the yacht. Qin Lan smiled and greeted, "Mr. Xia, Miss Ling, this way please." Qin Lan led Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue to the deck. of the yacht. The dark-skinned yacht pilot, Louis, was already standing on the deck to welcome them. "Hello, Mr. Xia, we meet again." Louis greeted him warmly. As a yacht pilot, Louis had seen many rich people. However, it was the first time he had seen someone like Xia Ruofei, who bought 2 yachts at once. Xia Ruofei remembered Louis, as he was the one who tried driving the yacht for him. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Old Lou, you're helping me drive the yacht again today. You've worked hard." Louis grinned and said, "You don't have to be so polite. It's part of my job. Mr. Xia, you can take a look around first. I'll go and make some preparations." Today, Xia Ruofei was definitely going to try out the yacht. Louis needed to do some preparation work before setting sail. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Louis went to the driver's seat in the cabin while Qin Lan took Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue on a tour of the luxury yacht. The huge open deck, the extremely comfortable stern deck, the unique ocean viewing platform, the super-large master bedroom, the various luxurious interior decorations, lighting equipment, and so on were all introduced in detail by Qin Lan to the two of them. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue quickly fell in love with the luxury yacht. To the rich, this yacht was like a palace on the sea. It was definitely the best enjoyment to go out on this yacht. After touring the place, Qin Lan asked, "Mr. Xia, Miss Ling, are we going to go out to sea next? You can also experience the performance of this yacht in actual use." "Sure." Xia Ruofei nodded. Qin Lan immediately went to the cockpit to inform Louis to start the yacht. The yacht slowly accelerated, leaving a spray of water as it sailed out to the open sea. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue stood on the highest observation deck, facing the blowing sea breeze. They looked at the beautiful scenery on the sea and felt relaxed and happy. Qin Lan also came to the observation deck to chat with Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue. However, she was not like Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue, who were cultivators. In the cold weather, the sea breeze was blowing, and she felt that she could not hold on for long. Xia Ruofei could tell as well, so he smiled and said, "Manager Qin, let's take a look inside the cabin." Qin Lan looked at Xia Ruofei gratefully and said, all right. The 3 of them went down the observation platform and came to the warm cabin. Only then did Qin Lan's almost frozen body slowly start to feel something. Ling Qingxue was also very interested in how a yacht was driven, so Xia Ruofei brought her to the cockpit. Louis was steering the yacht. When saw Xia Ruofei and the others come in, he did not stand up. He just turned around to say hello and then focused on steering the yacht. "Mr. Xia, you can entrust your yacht to our club for management and maintenance. If you need to use it, you just need to make an appointment an hour in advance. We will arrange for the most professional yacht pilot to serve you," Qin Lan said with a smile. Xia Ruofei nodded, but his heart was slightly moved. He sat down beside Lou and asked with a smile, "Lou, does driving a yacht require a driver's license, just like driving a car?" Lou smiled. "Of course. We all have to go through a strict examination before we can take the job. The difference between a yacht driver's license and a car driver's license is that it is issued by the Maritime Department. The Vehicle Administration doesn't have the authority to do so." 2102 The delivery of the luxury yacht _2 Xia Ruofei asked again, then. "Will it be difficult to get a yacht driver's license? Is the examination process complicated?" "Actually, it might be easier to get a yacht driver's license than a car driver's license. It's just that the training fee is higher. It's about 20,000 to 30,000 yuan now. Louis quickly realized that 20,000 to 30,000 yuan of training fees was indeed expensive for an ordinary family. However, for a rich man like Xia Ruofei, 20,000 to 30,000 yuan was no different from 2 to 3 yuan. Therefore, he quickly changed the topic and continued, the training period will take at least 10 days. After that, you'll pass a series of tests and you'll be able to get a yacht driver's license. Xia Ruofei's eyes brightened. He nodded and said, I understand. Thank you, old Liu. Louis secretly sighed and said, Mr. Xia, you're welcome. Louis could tell that the young rich man in front of him seemed to be interested in a yacht driver's license and wanted to take the test himself. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, if all the rich people are like Mr. Xia, then I'm going to lose my job. In fact, the idea of getting a yacht driver's license came to Xia Ruofei's mind when he saw Louis driving a yacht. He had planned to use this yacht in the outside world. When the time came, he would definitely bring Ling Qingxue, other elders, and friends out to sea. If he had to rely on the yacht club's pilot to drive the yacht, he would feel that it was a good idea. Especially if he took Ling Qingxue out to sea, it would definitely be a time for the two of them alone. They would enjoy the boundless ocean and the feeling of freedom. If there were outsiders on the yacht at this time, their time together would definitely be greatly reduced. Moreover, he wanted to drive the yacht around the open sea when he was free and let the white leopard sense if there were any hidden world stones in the nearby sea. In such a situation, it was naturally even more inconvenient to bring the pilot along. Therefore, the best solution was to get a yacht driver's license, which would solve the problem once and for all. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not voice out his thoughts. In fact, he knew how to drive a yacht. It was just that he had learned how to operate a yacht in the army. Naturally, he was not as good as a professional yacht pilot like Louis. However, his skills were definitely enough. Moreover, he had cultivation, and his mental power could completely make up for the lack of skills. The only problem was that he didn't have a yacht license. Under such circumstances, Xia Ruofei naturally did not want to go through the maritime department's training and then take the exam. Therefore, after he thought about it, he would find a way to find someone. Even if he couldn't get a yacht license directly, it would be good to let him take the test directly. After all, he couldn't do nothing for more than 10 days and just attend training. Xia Ruofei did not plan to disclose this matter before he was done with it. After he got the information he wanted, he did not bring up this topic again. Instead, he started to chat casually with Louis. After a few rounds in the open sea, Xia Ruofei asked Louis to drive the yacht back. After returning to the yacht dock, they took the battery-powered car to the yacht club. Xia Ruofei paid the rest of the payment happily. At the same time, he also chose a few pieces of equipment such as a jacuzzi, top-tier music and video entertainment system, etc. These were also promised by Qin Lan when she was promoting the yacht. As long as the total price did not exceed 500,000 yuan, the yacht club would upgrade and transform the yacht for free. Xia Ruofei left the transfer and other procedures to Qin Lan. He then drove away from the yacht club with Ling Qingxue and headed straight for the Lingji food and beverage headquarters. After Ling Qingxue went back to work, Xia Ruofei did not start the Night 15 SUV immediately. Instead, he sat in the car and lit a cigarette. After taking a deep puff, he began to think about who to look for to help with the yacht license. After much thought, Xia Ruofei decided to give Lu Xia a call. Lu Xia was one of the few rich kids of Sanshan that Song Wei had introduced to him. His father was the leader of the Southeast Province's state-owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission. He had many friends in Sanshan and was quite capable. Among those rich kids, Lu Xia had the best relationship with Xia Ruofei. "Brother Xia." Lu Xia quickly picked up the phone and said with a smile, "You haven't contacted me in a while." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Lu Xia, I wasn't at the Three Mountains for a while. How are you guys?" "We're all fine." Lu Xia said, "Brother Xia, if you have time, let's meet up. We haven't had a drink together in a long time." Lu Xia and the others had already taken Xia Ruofei seriously when Song Wei personally supported him. That time, when the capital's rich playboy, Tian Xiaojun, tried to take over Xia Ruofei's Paradise Corporation, he first contacted Xia Ruofei through Lu Xia. In the end, it just so happened that Zhao Yongjun and the other top rich playboys had formed a group to look for Xia Ruofei at the Three Mountains. Tian Xiaojun and the others had been humiliated. Lu Xia had personally witnessed Xia Ruofei's terrifying connections, so he paid more attention to Xia Ruofei. Since Xia Ruofei had called him, he naturally wanted to be on good terms with him. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Sure. I'll see when I'm free and I'll arrange this. By the way, Lu Xia, I'm looking for you today, because I need your help, brother Xia, please tell me." Lu Xia hurriedly said, "It's your order. However difficult it may be, I will definitely help you accomplish it." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's not that serious. Lu Xia, I wanted to ask you if you know anyone in the maritime department. It's best if they have a certain rank and are able to help." "The maritime department?" Lu Xia thought for a while and said with a smile, "I do know someone who can do things. Brother Xia, you might have seen this person before. I remember that he was there when we were drinking." "Oh? Which one?" Xia Ruofei asked. "His name is Shi Chang, and his father is the leader of the Southeast Maritime Bureau." Lu Xia said, "As long as it's not too difficult, he can handle it himself." "Is that so?" Xia Ruofei was elated. "That's great." Lu Xia asked, "Brother Xia, what do you want to do? Tell me first. I'll call Shi Chang later." Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "I can't explain it clearly over the phone. Make an appointment with Shi Chang and see if he's free. If he's free, let's have dinner together tonight. I'll arrange it." Lu Xia smiled. "Brother Xia, you don't have to be so polite. It's our honor to be able to help you with something." Xia Ruofei said, "Let's talk when we meet. Please help me make an appointment with Shi Chang and see if he's free." "Of course I'm free." Lu Xia said, "Brother Xia's matter, even if it's a big deal, he has to put it aside first." Although Shi Chang's father and Lu Xia's father were at the same level, the power of the Sasak was much greater than that of the Maritime Department, so Shi Chang had always followed Lu Xia's lead. This was also why Lu Xia had agreed before contacting Shi Chang. Xia Ruofei said, "In that case, let's set it at 6:30 tonight. Let's go to Ling Ji's private kitchen." "All right." Lu Xia said, "Brother Xia, I won't leave until I see you." After Xia Ruofei hung up the phone, he started the car and drove towards the direction of the Taoyuan building. He had gone directly from Ling Xiaotian's house to the yacht pier in the morning and had not been to the company today. Xia Ruofei arrived at the Peach Blossom Mansion and parked the car in the underground parking lot. Then, he took the elevator to the chairman's office. Xia Ruofei had barely sat down when the phone on his desk vibrated. Xia Ruofei saw that it was his future father-in-law, Ling Xiaotian, and quickly answered the call. As soon as the call connected, Ling Xiaotian's forthright laughter immediately came from the other end of the phone. Ruofei, do you have enough cash after buying the yacht? I have to prepare a sum of money in advance. 2103 A small matter. 1. Xia Ruofei was stunned at first, then he asked in surprise, Uncle Ling, is it about the house? Ling Xiaotian laughed heartily and said, I've already called old Jiang. When he heard that it was Qingshua's boyfriend who wanted to buy it, he immediately said that he would give a discount of 3 million yuan from the original price. However, this was a large bungalow with property rights of more than 500 square meters. Moreover, the housing price in this community was much higher than the average price of the Three Mountains, so even with a lot of discounts, the total price of the house was still 33 million yuan. Moreover, old Jiang was in urgent need of money and might not be able to wait for you to apply for a loan, so he would need to pay in full. Ruofei, do you have any financial difficulties? Do you want me to help you? First? Xia Ruofei said, Uncle Ling, thank you, but I have a lot of cash on hand. I can pay in full. How about this? Let's find some time to look at the house, and if it's enough, I'll take it. Old Jiang has already spoken to the property management. You can go over any time you want to look at the house. I've asked Qingxue to go to the property management today to get the key. Ling Xiaotian said. All right. Xia Ruofei said, then immediately asked, oh right, Uncle Ling, you said yesterday that President Jiang has a smaller villa in that community. Is he willing to sell it as well? Xia Ruofei had plenty of money now. He was not particularly concerned about the total price of the house he wanted to buy. He was more concerned about whether he could find a suitable house for Feng Jing. Ruofei, you're quite concerned about that CEO Feng from your company. Ling Xiaotian said with a smile. Xia Ruofei felt that something was not right and quickly said, Uncle Ling, CEO Feng has been working for our Paradise Corporation since the beginning of the company. In the past 2 years, you can say that he has been working hard for the company. As the boss, of course, I have to be considerate of my subordinates. Ling Xiaotian laughed and said, you brat. I didn't say anything. I'm still very confident in your character. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but sweat. Song Wei and Monica's figures appeared in his mind. Even though Ling Xiaotian wasn't in front of him, he couldn't help but feel guilty. Fortunately, Ling Xiaotian did not notice anything and continued, old Jiang didn't want to sell it at first, but he reluctantly agreed after I persuaded him for a long time. However, I don't think there will be any discounts on the price. Let's go with the current market price. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei happily said, that's great. Uncle Ling, this is called one thing doesn't trouble two owners. You can settle the house problem at once and save a lot of trouble. Oh right, how much does that small house cost? Ling Xiaotian said, the smaller one is a small terrace house. It's not too big, less than 200 square meters. Old Jiang's terrace house is in a very good location. It's on the second row of the river, and it's at the end of the river. The first row of the river is full of detached houses, so this house should be the best out of all the terrace houses. According to the current price of the second Hand houses in our community, the total price of this terrace house is about 13 million. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, no problem. This price is acceptable. However, as for the details, we will have to wait for President Feng to see the house. After all, she is the one who will buy it. Ling Xiaotian smiled and said, that's for sure. Ruofei, if that's the case, please bring President Feng here to look at the house as soon as possible. I asked Qingxue to take the keys to both houses. Xia Ruofei said, sure. I think tomorrow morning is better. Please tell Qingxue to wait for me at home. No problem. Ling Xiaotian said. After the call with Ling Xiaotian, Xia Ruofei thought for a while, picked up the telephone on his desk, and dialed the internal number of the president's office. Hello? Sister Che, I'm going to fly. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, don't arrange any work for tomorrow morning. I'll take you to see the house. Feng Rao hesitated for a moment and said, Ruofei, there are a lot of things to do at the end of the year. There's no hurry to look at the house, right? Shouldn't we wait for a while? Xia Ruofei said, who said we're not in a hurry? A good house doesn't wait for people. It just so happens that Qingshua's neighborhood has two very good houses. If we don't hurry and take a look, we might just sell them to someone else. There won't be such a shop after this village. After that, Xia Ruofei said, it's settled then. Tomorrow, you'll come with me to look at the house. No matter how busy you are, you can't be so busy that you can't even spare half a day's time. Besides, you're the president, not a small clerk under you. You can just arrange for others to do a lot of things. All right. Then Feng Jing said, I'll go with you tomorrow, that's the way. Xia Ruofei said happily, you don't have to work overtime tonight. Go back to the farm and stay there. I'll drive you tomorrow morning and we'll go directly to the Jiangbin Villa district. All right. This time, Feng Rao agreed more readily. She probably felt that since Xia Ruofei had already said so much, she couldn't reject him. After calling Feng Rao, Xia Ruofei called Ling Ji private kitchen and told them to leave a private room in the backyard. At the same time, they had to prepare the Buddha jumps over the wall and the Chinese perch. Xia Ruofei spent the entire afternoon dealing with some company matters in the office. At 5 o'clock, he left the office with his handbag and drove to Ling Ji private kitchen. 2104 A small matter, too. When he arrived at the private restaurant, it was a little past 6 o'clock. Lu Xia and Shirchang had not arrived yet. Xia Ruofei walked around the kitchen, gave the head chef a pack of cigarettes, and thanked him for his hard work. Then, she sneaked into the private room in the backyard, took out the tea leaves with ease, and sat alone to make tea. The manager and the service staff here were all very familiar with Xia Ruofei. They also knew that Xia Ruofei was Ling Qingshua's boyfriend, so their service was naturally warm and thoughtful. At 6:20 a.m., a waiter knocked on the door, before pushing it open. Lu Xia appeared at the door with a young man in his 20s. When Lu Xia saw Xia Ruofei, he hurriedly took 2 steps forward and said, Brother Xia, I'm sorry. How could I make you wait for us? This is really. We're all brothers, why are you being so polite? Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, I'm treating. Of course. I have to come early. Xia Ruofei then turned to look at the young man beside Lu Xia. The young man wasn't very tall, but he was very strong. His hair was very short, and his blue skull looked like He had just come out of the guard station. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "You must be Shi Chong. Nice to meet you." Shi Chong quickly stepped forward and said, "Hello, brother Xia." On the way here, Lu Zhi had told him to be respectful to Xia Ruofei. Shi Chong had once attended a dinner party with Xia Ruofei and had seen how the rich men of the Three Mountains were respectful to Xia Ruofei. Naturally, he was filled with awe. "Nice to meet you." Xia Ruofei smiled. He brought Lu Zhi and Shi Chong to the dining table, and everyone took their seats. Xia Ruofei gestured for the waiter to serve the dishes and wine. Then, he sat down and chatted with Lu Zhi and Shi Chong. Xia Ruofei's gentle attitude made Lu Zhi and Shi Chong feel flattered. Lu Zhi asked, "Brother Xia, you said on the phone that you needed Changzi's help. What is it?" "Don't worry, I've already told Changzi that no matter how difficult your matter is, I'll try my best to help you." Xia Ruofei chuckled. "There's no rush. Let's eat something and drink some wine first. We'll talk later." As the kitchen was already prepared, the dishes were served in a short while. As there were only 3 people eating tonight, Xia Ruofei did not order too many dishes. However, every dish was a hard dish, including the Buddha jumps over the wall that had to be reserved a long time in advance, and the wild Chinese perch that was so expensive that ordinary people would be intimidated by it. As for the wine, he did not prepare anything special, and only used the mass-produced drunken 8 immortals. Lu Zhi felt even more uneasy when he saw such good food. He laughed dryly and said, "Brother, you're spending too much money. If there's anything, just tell me. You're so polite." "This brother really feels uneasy." Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded, "Look at you. It's just some food, what's there to be worried about?" However, Xia Ruofei saw that Lu Zhi and Shi Chong were a little absent-minded, so he didn't keep them in suspense. He raised his glass and drank with them, then said, "Shi Chong, I have something to ask you, go ahead." "Brother," Shi Chong quickly said, "I heard that your father is the leader of the Southeast Maritime Bureau. I would like to ask if it's difficult to get a yacht driver's license now?" Xia Ruofei asked. Shi Chong heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. He had been wondering what Xia Ruofei needed his help with. He was afraid that he would not only embarrass Lu Zhi, but also offend Xia Ruofei. If it was just about the yacht driver's license, then there was nothing to worry about. "Brother Xia, it's easier to get a yacht driver's license than a car driver's license," Shi Chong said easily. "If it's a normal registration, you only need a dozen days to take the test and get a driver's license. If you want it, it's even easier. I'll just find someone to help you get one." "Is it that easy?" Xia Ruofei asked, smiling. Shi Chong said, "Brother Xia, don't worry. The person in charge of this at the Maritime Bureau is a good friend of mine. Getting a yacht driver's license is just a matter of one word. I still have to take the exam, right?" Xia Ruofei asked, unsure. Shi Chong smiled and said, "Brother Xia, these things can be operated. Just leave them to me. When the time comes, please provide me with your personal information and photos. You don't have to worry about the rest." Seeing this, Lu Zhi said, "Changzi, don't brag. Brother Xia's matter is very important, we can't afford to make any mistakes." Shi Chong quickly said, "Brother Xia, I would never dare to brag to you, Brother Xia. The person in charge of the yacht driver's license is my good brother. I don't even need to use my dad's connections to get this done. I can Get it done with a phone call. If you don't believe me, I'll make a call right now. Xia Ruofei waved his hand. No, no. I'm not in a hurry. Then, Xia Ruofei muttered to himself and said, how about this? I'll leave the driver's license to you, but you still have to find a set of yacht driver's license training materials for me to see. I have to know some basic things. Otherwise, if we really go out on a yacht, what if something happens? Xia Ruofei had no problems with yacht operation. He just wanted to understand the relevant regulations and the knowledge points that he had to master in the normal examination so that he would not unknowingly break the rules when he sailed out to sea in the future. Luja also chimed in, yes, yes, yes. Safety is not a small matter. Changzi, do as Brother Xia said after you go back. All right. Sure, Chang said excitedly, Brother Xia. I'll get you an A1F certificate directly. Xia Ruofei asked, curiously, are there different levels of yacht driving licenses? I know that only A-level cars can drive buses. Yeah, Brother Xia. Sure, Chang nodded. The B series yacht license can only drive yachts in inland rivers, and the A series can drive yachts in any open sea area. The A1F is the highest grade yacht license, and it can drive yachts of any length, and even hybrid yachts with mechanical and sailboats, as long as you report the route in advance and dock at the dock. So there are so many things to pay attention to. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Luja also teased, Changzi, how do you know so much about it? It seems like you've done a lot of paperwork for people. That's what my buddy told me. I've never gotten a yacht driver's license for anyone, Sure Chang laughed. Xia Ruofei said, Sure Chang, I'll leave this to you. Remember to find me some learning materials. All right. Sure Chang quickly said, Brother Xia, it's a small matter. You don't have to be so polite. Xia Ruofei laughed, you can't say that. If I take the exam myself, I'll waste at least 10 days. I'm quite busy right now, but you've solved a big problem for me. Come, I'll toast you. Okay. Brother Xia, I'll do it as you please. Sure Chang clinked his glass with Xia Ruofei's and then drank the white wine in one go. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would not drink a little, so he also downed his glass without hesitation. Brother Xia, the yacht driver's license is usually valid for 5 years. You can just let me know in advance when you want to renew it, Sure Chang said. All right. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, come. Luja, you have a drink too. A toast to you. A toast to you. Luja quickly said. After they finished drinking, it was already past 9 in the evening. Xia Ruofei asked the manager of the private restaurant to find 2 designated drivers. One drove Luja's car to send them back, and the other helped Xia Ruofei drive. Although Xia Ruofei was not drunk at all, and he could even force the alcohol out of his body with his vital energy, even if the traffic police checked on drunk driving, he would not have any problems. However, the waiters in the private restaurant had all seen him drinking. If he drove away directly, they would definitely think that Xia Ruofei was drunk, driving, and it would not be good for his reputation if word got out. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not ask the designated driver to send him back to the farm. Instead, he chose to go to the Peach Blossom Mansion. After sending the designated driver away, Xia Ruofei did not go upstairs. He sat in the car and smoked a cigarette. Then, He switched to the driver's seat and started the car to drive towards Taoyuan Farm outside the city. 2105 The king of the building. 1. The next morning, Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing had breakfast in the canteen and drove to the Jiangbin Villa district. Ling Qingxue did not go to work today because they had already agreed on this beforehand. She stayed at home to wait for Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing. When Xia Ruofei's car entered the villa district, he gave Ling Qingxue a call, so she had already come out in advance and was waiting at the door. Xia Ruofei stopped the car and stuck his head out to wave at Ling Qingxue. He smiled and said, "Qingxue, get in the car. Uncle Zhang's villa isn't far from here, let's just walk there." Ling Qingxue said with a smile. "You can also take a look at the neighborhood's environment." "That works too." Xia Ruofei said, "I'll park the car at your house." Ling Qingxue nodded and opened the door of the villa. Xia Ruofei slowly drove the car in. The two of them alighted from the car, and Ling Qingxue greeted them with a smile. "Hello, sister. Che." Feng Rao also greeted Ling Qingxue with a smile. "Qingxue, thank you for your hard work today." "What's so hard about it?" Ling Qingxue asked. "I'll take you to see the house." "It's much easier than working," Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Let's go. Let's talk while we walk." Come with me," Ling Qingxue said. The three of them walked out of the Ling family's mansion and headed towards the river. Ling Qingxue explained as they walked, "Ruofei, the row closest to Min River is filled with individual villas. It's just that the location of the river is different, and the specifications of the houses are different. Uncle Zhang's villa can be said to have the best view in the entire community. It's also the largest one. It can be said to be the king of apartments. Hey! It's over there." Xia Ruofei looked in the direction that Ling Qingxue was pointing at. A villa stood quietly a few hundred meters away. Among the row of villas, that villa happened to be in a protruding position. It faced Min River at least 270 degrees, without any blind spots. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It looks pretty good. Qingxue, this Uncle Jiang has good taste. When I bought this villa back then, its value has increased by more than 10 times. Ling Qingxue smiled and said, "Uncle Jiang bought it for his own vacation. It was not just for investment. Moreover, the turnover rate of the villa business is not high. When he is in urgent need of money, it is not as easy to sell it as it is for the small property. For example, this time, he raised funds to sell the villa. Not many people came to understand. Some people came to see it, and although they were very satisfied, they flinched once they understood the price." "You're saying that I'm stupid and rich," Xia Ruofei said with a bitter face. Ling Qingxue chuckled. "You overestimate yourself. I agree with you if you're stupid, but you have a lot of money. He he he." Feng Jing felt uncomfortable and jealous when she saw Xia Ruofei and his wife flirting with each other. Ling Qingxue felt it too. After all, Feng Rao was a guest. If she kept talking to Xia Ruofei and ignored Feng Rao, it was obviously not the way to treat a guest. She turned to Feng Jing and said, "Sister Jing, let's take a look at this villa first. Then, I'll bring you to another townhouse. It's not far from here. It's in that direction. It's only a 10-minute walk." "It's fine," Feng Jing said with a smile. "We'll follow your arrangements today." The three of them chatted as they walked, and they soon arrived at the villa. Xia Ruofei only realized that this villa was bigger than the Ling family's one when they got closer. From the outside, it looked like a 3-story building with a large courtyard in front. The design was very impressive, and was not the traditional style. The designer had cleverly pieced a few cuboids together to form the main body of the villa. The protruding parts of the villa had several balconies of various sizes and large glass curtains. It looked very modern. Ling Qingxue opened the door and smiled. "Let's go. I'll bring you guys in for a tour." Xia Ruofei and Feng Rao followed Ling Qingxue into the front yard of the villa. The evergreen plants in the yard were still full of vitality in the winter, and the turf was also very neat. It was obvious that it was well maintained. In addition to a few parking spaces in the courtyard, there was also a sunken garage. The car could pass through a clean asphalt path and slowly go downhill from the side of the courtyard to directly drive into the garage. Ling Qingxue led the two of them into the villa. As soon as they entered, Xia Ruofei let out a sigh of relief. He knew that this villa belonged to Ling Xiaotian's old friend, so he had been worried that he would see all kinds of Chinese-style decorations and mahogany furniture. After all, rich people of that age liked this kind of style. Although the Chinese style was not bad, Xia Ruofei preferred a simpler style of decoration. He always felt that the Chinese style of decoration was too heavy, and it would be a bit depressing to live in it. Xia Ruofei did not really like the European style. He felt that it was too complicated and not easy. After entering the house, Xia Ruofei realized that his worries were unnecessary. Obviously, this uncle Jiang was not a fan of the Chinese style. On the contrary, the entire villa's decoration style was minimalistic. It used a lot of black, white, and gray colors, simple and bright. At the same time, it was also matched with some small bright colors as decoration. It made people feel relaxed and not too monotonous. It was perfect for Xia Ruofei's ideal residence. 2106, the king of buildings, 2, for example, the TV wall in the living room had a simple color combination. Design. The sofa opposite the TV wall was wood-colored, and there were gray cushions on the sofa, which looked very soft and comfortable. All the furniture was spotless. Xia Ruofei knew that even though the owner only came over occasionally, he must have arranged for someone to clean it regularly. Otherwise, it would not be maintained so well. Ling Qingxue brought the two of them around the house, and Xia Ruofei was very satisfied. The villa had 3 floors and a basement. About a quarter of the basement was a garage, and the other 3 quarters were storage rooms, entertainment rooms, laundry rooms, and so on. It was very functional. Although it was a basement, it was not dark or stuffy at all. Because the backyard was sunken, from the direction of the backyard, the villa was 4 stories high, and the basement was 1 story, so there was no problem with lighting and ventilation. The first floor had a living room that was 8 meters tall, as well as a kitchen, dining room, nanny's room, and so on. On the second floor, there was an extra, large master bedroom. In fact, it was a large suite. In addition to the bedroom, there was a large bathroom with a jacuzzi, a spacious cloakroom, and a study. That led to a small balcony. In addition to the master bedroom, there were several guest rooms on the second floor, all of which had their own bathrooms. Half of the third floor was designed as a large terrace, which could accommodate 10 to 20 people for a barbecue or party. In the other half, besides the 2 guest rooms, there was also a clothes drying room. In addition, the sunken backyard was very spacious. An open-air swimming pool was designed, and there was a large piece of grass, looking very lively. What pleased Xia Ruofei the most was that after pushing open the door to the backyard and walking up a few steps, there was a white beach. This beach was also included in the property rights of the villa. Because Min River happened to make a turn at this position, the villa was in this protruding position, so this beach was completely independent and was equivalent to a private beach. After looking around, Ling Qingxue smiled and asked, "Are you au fait? Are you satisfied?" "I'm satisfied. I'm super satisfied." Xia Ruofei said, "This is it. It just so happens to be close to your house. I don't think you'll be dissatisfied." Ling Qingxue chuckled. "Even I want Uncle Zhang's house. I've said this to my dad before. He was a three-mountain man. The villa with the best location was actually snatched by Uncle Jiang, who is from Heron Island." Ling Qingxue continued, "Since you're satisfied with it, I'll ask my dad to tell Uncle Jiang that we'll do this. Uncle Jiang will entrust a lawyer to handle this matter. He doesn't have any loans for this house, and the property rights are clear. It will be transferred over very soon." Uncle Jiang said that he picked the best furniture and appliances in this house and gave them all to you. Compared to the house price of tens of millions, the furniture and appliances in the house were indeed not a lot of money. However, Xia Ruofei still smiled and said, "All right. Then please thank Uncle Jiang on my behalf. It just so happens that the decoration style is also to my liking, so I can just move in with my bag." Ling Qingxue nodded and said, "All right then, let's go. Take a look at the other townhouse. Sister Ran, that building over there is a rough one, so we can only look at the structure and location." "Sure." Feng Rao nodded with a smile. "Let's go and take a look first." The three of them left the villa and walked towards the townhouse area. After walking for 7 to 8 minutes, the three of them arrived in front of the set of couplets. Ling Qingxue pointed at the house and introduced it. "Sister Ran, this type of house is quadruped. That is, a house with 4 villas side by side. Uncle Zhang's house is at the end of the east side. It is also the best location among the 4 houses. Moreover, this row of villas is right behind the single house, and it's the closest to the river. The townhouses were built on a small hill, so although there was a row of individual villas in front, the view of the river was not affected. In fact, the developer had designed it well. At that time, they did not flatten the small hill. Instead, they designed the townhouses according to the actual terrain. This way, the townhouses here would also have a view of the river. Even the houses behind would not have a blocked view because of the high terrain. Of course, there were also some that were located at a worse location. They were at the back of the hill, so the prices were different. Further in was the high-rise building of the community, but the high-rise residential building was separated from the villa area. The 2 sides were not connected, and they needed to go through different doors to enter. Such a design was to ensure the privacy and comfort of the residents in the villa area. Because the house had not been renovated, no one would usually take care of it. The weeds in the courtyard were very tall, forming a sharp contrast with the house next door, which had been owned by the owner for many years. However, repairing the turf and renovating the place was not a problem, as long as the house was in good condition. After taking a look around the house, Feng Jing was quite satisfied with it. This terrace also had 3 floors, but each floor was smaller than the one that Xia Ruofei had his eyes on. At the same time, the villa also had a front yard and a backyard, and the top floor also had a balcony design. It could be said that there was heaven and earth. The location of the villa had a clear view of Min River. Another thing that pleased Feng Jing the most was that since the villa was built against the mountain, it was built by hitting concrete piles on the hillside. This would create an effect where there would be an elevated floor of different sizes under the house according to the terrain. The apartment they were looking at today had 2 floors, which was equivalent to having 2 extra floors. Moreover, the side facing Min River had no problem with the lighting. After reading it, Feng Rao was actually a little tempted. Qingxue. How much is this villa for? She asked. Ling Qingxue gave Xia Ruofei a strange look and asked, Ruofei, didn't you tell Sister Che? Xia Ruofei laughed drily and said, I might have forgotten. Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, you can even forget the most important thing. I'm impressed. Sister Ran, Uncle Jiang didn't intend to sell this house at first. He wanted to renovate it for a vacation, but he couldn't stand my dad's persuasion. And finally agreed to sell the 2 villas together. Ling Qingxue said, that's why it's unlikely that there will be a big discount on the price. It's basically the same as the current market price. Then how much is it? Feng Rao asked. She was still quite confident. After all, she had just withdrawn 10 million yuan as a bonus. Although this neighborhood was located in the city center and was adjacent to Min River, it was considered a quiet place in the midst of chaos. After all, the area of the house was not considered too big. She felt that 10 million yuan would be enough. Ling Qingxue smiled and said, the average price of a row here is about 68,000 yuan. The seats at the head of the row are even more expensive. It's about 70,000 yuan per square meter. The building area of this house is 185 square meters, so the total price is about 13 million yuan. Feng Rao couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was too expensive. The average price of a house in San Shan City was about 30,000 to 40,000 yuan, but this villa estate was worth 60,000 to 70,000 yuan. It was almost double the price. Moreover, she had been working abroad and at the Paradise Corporation all these years. Although she had a certain amount of savings, and Xia Ruofei had even given her a bonus so that she could buy a house, the sum of her savings was barely enough to buy this house. However, wasn't he going to renovate it after buying it? Such a large townhouse would cost a lot of money to renovate. If it was not renovated, there would be no point in buying it. After all, the purpose of buying a house was to move in as soon as possible. Otherwise, if it was an investment, it would be even more difficult to sell such high-end villa properties now that the real estate market in the country was relatively depressed. It was not the first choice for investment at all. Hence, Feng Rao hesitated after hearing the price. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei quickly said, I'll take it, I'll take it. This is definitely the best terrace house in the neighborhood. Qingxue, tell Uncle Ling to tell Uncle Jiang that we want both of them and we'll trade according to the price he set. 2107 Happy Decision _1 Ruofei, this price is too expensive, Feng Jing blurted out. The moment she said this, she immediately realized that something was amiss. After all, Ling Xiaotian had only agreed to sell the house because he wanted to give her face. Even though she had not known the average price of the houses in this area. Beforehand, Ling Qingxue would definitely not lie to her about this. So, saying this in front of Ling Qingxue made it seem very inappropriate. Qingxue, don't misunderstand me, Feng Jing quickly explained. I'm not saying that the house is expensive. What I mean is, I don't have enough money, Sister Ran, you don't have to explain. I'm not that petty, Ling Qingxue said with a smile. Ling Qingxue then looked at Xia Ruofei with a smile and said, it doesn't matter if you don't have enough money. A wild tycoon was here. Just ask him to lend you a little. You've been working day and night for his company, how could he not help you with this little favor? Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Qingxue, what are you talking about? What do you mean by a wild tycoon? Don't tell me you're raised by your family? Ling Qingxue chuckled. Xia Ruofei was speechless. It was not a wise choice to argue with a woman, so he decisively shut his mouth. It's fine. Qingxue. I can't live in such a big house by myself. It'd be a waste to buy it. Feng Rao replied. Awkwardly. I think I'll go and look for a suitable small apartment. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei quickly said, how can we do that? You're the CEO of Paradise Corporation, how can you live in a small apartment? Wouldn't it be embarrassing for our company if this gets out? Sister Che, this matter is settled. It's such a waste for me to live alone in such a big villa. Feng Rao said weakly. Then I'm also alone. Wasn't the one just now bigger than this? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, these are not reasons. There are 5 or 6 floors. In total. I don't have the time to clean up. That's even less of a problem. Who in the world cleans their own villas these days? Xia Ruofei chuckled. Can't you just contact a housekeeping company and send someone over to clean the house regularly? Then, Xia Ruofei said, Sister Ran, stop finding excuses. I can see that you're very satisfied with this house. You just don't have enough money, right? You can pay 10 million. I'll help you pay the remaining 3 million. Just consider it a loan from me. Anyway, your annual salary and bonus are already a few million a year. Not to mention that you still have the company's shares. I'm not afraid that you won't be able to return it. Xia Ruofei's last words were mostly meant for Ling Qingxue. After all, Ling Qingxue was his girlfriend. If he lent 3 million yuan to another woman, even if the woman was the most capable subordinate in his company, she would inevitably think too much. Feng Jing knew that she couldn't reject Xia Ruofei's offer. Besides, she really liked the house. When she had visited the villa earlier, she had already imagined how it would look after the renovation. So, Feng Jing thought for a while and finally nodded. Then. Okay then. But you don't have to lend me that much. Other than the 10 million in dividends, I still have some savings, you can keep the money for now. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, don't you still have to renovate this house after you buy it? It's such a big villa, it'll cost a lot to renovate. Feng Rao thought that it made sense. So she nodded and said, all right. Thank you, Ruofei. Ling Qingxue giggled and said, Sister Ran, you don't have to be so polite with him. A few million yuan was nothing to him. It was really good. After we buy this house, we can be neighbors. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, then it's decided. Qingxue, please ask Uncle Ling to contact the other party as soon as possible. After the transfer of ownership of this house, Sister Ran still needs to renovate it. Just leave it to me, Ling Qingxue said. The three of them chatted as they walked towards the Ling family's villa. On the way, Ling Qingxue gave Ling Xiaotian a call and told him about the situation with the house viewing. Before the three of them even reached the Ling family villa, Ling Xiaotian called back. After Ling Qingxue finished the call, she smiled and said, "Success." Uncle Zhang's lawyer came back in the afternoon, and he would be able to handle the transfer tomorrow morning. By the way, I have to pay the full amount to Uncle Jiang before the transfer. My dad asked if I should find a guarantee company as an intermediary. During a real estate transaction, a guarantee account would be opened in the bank. The buyer would transfer the money to the account, and then both parties would go through the transfer procedures. After all the procedures were completed, the buyer would go to the bank for confirmation, and the bank would transfer the money to the seller's account to ensure the safety of the funds. Of course, the disadvantage was that the seller could not get the money immediately. Another way was to find a guarantee company to do this. The guarantee company could pay the seller directly once there was any problem with the transfer of the house, such as property rights disputes or the seller's debts, causing the house to be frozen by the court. The buyer would only lose some processing fees, but the funds would not be lost. And the money paid by the guarantee company would naturally be asked for by them. What they earned was the high commission fees. As for debt collection, those who opened guarantee companies had their own ways. There were endless means of both the black and white sides, so they were not worried that someone would dare to renege on the debt. 2108 happily decided _2 Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "No need. He's Uncle Ling's friend. Why wouldn't I trust him? I'll just call him today." Xia Ruofei could also tell that Uncle Jiang was in urgent need of money. Otherwise, he would not have waited so long. Since he had already decided to buy it, why not call them a day earlier? As for the safety of the funds, on the one hand, the money was not a big amount to him. If there was a problem, he could afford to lose it. Moreover, if Uncle Jiang really wanted to play any tricks, a cultivator had more means than a guarantee company, so he was not afraid of losing money. On the other hand, Ling Xiaotian was the best guarantee. If anything were to go wrong with the deal, Ling Xiaotian would be the first to disagree. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not have any concerns. "That's great. Uncle Jiang is waiting for the money," Ling Qingxue said happily. "I'll call my dad now and ask him to get Uncle Jiang's account number." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. After a while, Ling Xiaotian sent over Uncle Jiang's bank account number. The three of them had just arrived at the Ling family's villa. After Xia Ruofei received the account information from Ling Qingxue via WeChat, he smiled and said, "Just in time, let's go to the bank to transfer the money." "Ruofei, I'll transfer the 10 million to you first," Feng Rao quickly said. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "There's no hurry. We'll talk about it when I'm free. I still have enough money in my account. Transfer the house money to me first. Let's go. Get in the car." Xia Ruofei brought Ling Qingxue and Feng Jing to the nearby ICBC branch and immediately transferred the 49 million yuan to the bank. When the house was transferred, some taxes and handling fees would be generated. According to the usual practice, the buyer would pay for it. The price of the house now was the actual amount of money earned by the seller. All the fees that both parties had to pay would be borne by the buyer. This was also the rule of the industry. Compared to the tens of Millions of house purchases, these taxes were nothing. Feng Rao went to the bank with him, but she still insisted on transferring the 10 million to Xia Ruofei on the spot. After everything was settled, Ling Qingxue made a copy of the transfer receipt at the bank and asked Xia Ruofei to send her back to work. At the same time, she would fax the proof of transfer to Uncle Jiang in Egret Island. After sending Ling Qingxue off, Xia Ruofei drove Feng Jing back to Paradise Building. "Thank you, Ruofei," Feng Jing said on the way. "Sister Ran, since when have you treated me like an outsider?" Xia Ruofei said nonchalantly. "That's a few million," Feng Rao said with a smile. "If I didn't make my own decision, you wouldn't have spent this money, right?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Sister Che, the real estate market has not been doing well recently. If the price falls, don't blame me." Feng Rao glared at Xia Ruofei and said, "If I don't blame you, who else should I blame? He actually made the decision for me for a house that's worth more than 10 million. I'm telling you, when I heard the price, my heart was so scared that it was pounding." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "No way? You're the CEO of our Paradise Corporation. A house that's worth more than 10 million scared you like this? That was too exaggerated. Sister Che, as long as you continue to work hard in the company, let alone 10 million, 100 million or even 1 billion yuan of your shares will be nothing." "I believe you," Feng Jing smiled. "It seems like I'll have to sell my life to you from now on. Not only are you my boss, but you're also my creditor." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "Sister Ran, you're making me sound like Huang Shuren, who says you're not?" Feng Rao pouted. "At least a Zhou." "No, it's Xia Bapi." As Feng Rao spoke, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. The two of them chatted and laughed as they returned to the office. Xia Ruofei had been coming to the office a lot recently, so he did not have much work to do. However, he came back with Feng Jing today, and it was not appropriate for him to leave immediately, so he returned to his own office. He had just sat down for a while when Lei Hu knocked on the door and walked in. "Brother Xia." Lei Hu greeted him. "The brother on duty at the parking lot just said that you came to the company, so I came to take a look." "What's up?" Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Lei Hu said, "It's nothing big. I just wanted to report to you that Su Yu Gang and the others have already taken this morning's flight to Australia. As per your instructions, I sent them off at the airport on your behalf. I also called President Liang in Australia." "President Liang sent someone to pick them up and arranged their accommodation." "All right." Xia Ruofei asked, "Oh right, did old Su's family go over together?" "Not yet," Lei Hu said. "Su has just discussed with his family that he will go over to work for a while and bring his family over after everything has settled down. Then we'll do as he says." Xia Ruofei said, "Huzi, you have to keep in touch with them. They're under the jurisdiction of the security department and are considered field work. In the past, our army was like people carrying out missions outside. The organization has to pay attention to them. If they have any difficulties, you have to try your best to help them solve them. If you can't solve them, report to me immediately." "Yes." Lei Hu said, "Brother Xia, don't worry. Su Yu Gang and the others are my brothers, and you've already arranged everything. They won't suffer in Australia." Xia Ruofei nodded. "Brother Xia, if there's nothing else, I'll go down first," Lei Hu said. "All right." Xia Ruofei nodded and immediately called out, "Wait. Lei Hu had been walking out, but he stopped when he heard this. He turned around and asked, "Brother Xia, do you have any other orders?" Xia Ruofei pulled open the drawer of his desk, took out 2 packs of cigarettes, and threw them over. Lei Hu quickly reached out to catch them. Xia Ruofei said, "Take it and let your brothers have a taste. I don't have many cigarettes. Don't keep them for yourself." The cigarettes that Xia Ruofei gave Lei Hu were specially supplied by Elder Song. Lei Hu glanced at the white cigarette box and his eyes lit up. Woof. This was good stuff. Thank you, Brother Xia. I didn't know that you're such a knowledgeable person. Xia Ruofei laughed. Lei Hu chuckled. Brother Xia, when we were in the army, we once worked as security guards for a big chief. The chief gave me a cigarette. I can recognize this cigarette box at a glance. No wonder, Xia Ruofei said, all right, take the cigarettes and leave. Remember, don't take it all for yourself." "I know, Brother Xia," Lei Hu said happily. He carefully put the 2 boxes of cigarettes into his pocket and said, "Thank you, Brother Xia. I'm leaving." After Lei Hu left, Xia Ruofei opened the thin stack of documents that the administrative office had sent over. They were all daily documents, reports, and the like. With his current level of spiritual power, he could basically memorize them with a glance, so naturally, he handled them very quickly. After settling the documents, Xia Ruofei made some tea in his office. Seeing that it was almost time to get off work, he immediately packed his things, picked up his bag and car keys, and left the office. Xia Ruofei drove straight back to the small villa in Taoyuan farm. After jumping off the car, he did not care about playing with Blackie and the rest who ran over and wagged their tails at him. He immediately walked into the house and rushed to the master bedroom upstairs. It was because when he was driving on the road, Xia Qing in the space had sent him a message through spiritual power, telling him that the 5 Strasbourg geese for the experiment had been raised to the point where they could be slaughtered. Xia Ruofei couldn't wait to see if the prescription he had come up with would work. He locked the door and windows as soon as he entered the bedroom. Then, he took out the spiritual map and entered the medium. Xia Ruofei didn't go directly to the Archean realm. Instead, he chose to appear in front of the Mountain Sea Realm's cave and used his spiritual power to send a message. Xia Qing, bring the 5 geese over. 2109, the optimal solution _1 yes. Master. Xia Qing replied. In the next moment, Xia Qing's figure appeared at the entrance of a small cave on the mountainside of that tall mountain in the Mountain Sea Realm. Along with Xia Qing, there were 5 cages with serial numbers on them. Xia Ruofei walked closer to take a look. The Strasbourg goose in the cage had already matured. The growth cycle of this kind of goose was not very long. They had stayed for a month during the customs inspection and quarantine. After 2 to 3 days in the Archean realm and being in an environment with rich Reiki, they naturally grew very quickly. Of course, to the other Strasbourg geese that were raised in the Mountain Sea Realm, only 2 or 3 days had passed, so naturally, there were not many changes. Xia Ruofei was full of anticipation as he took out the Strasbourg goose from cage 1. In order to ease its pain, Xia Ruofei directly released a little essential qi. The sharp essential qi instantly crushed its head. It died almost instantly without any pain. Xia Ruofei was not a stubborn animal protector. The Strasbourg goose at the bottom of the food chain was destined to be slaughtered. If they were not chosen to be exported to China, they would have been living a hellish life on a farm. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not have any psychological barriers. With a casual wave of his hand, a sharp military saber was moved out of thin air, from the primordial realms toolbox and appeared in his palm. The military knife that was infused with a trace of true energy cut through the stomach of the Strasbourg goose as if it was tofu. In a short while, 5 trays were placed neatly at the entrance of the small cave. Each tray had a fresh foie gras. The result of the experiment was clear at a glance. The foie gras on tray number 5 was the smallest, which was the size of a normal foie liver. The corresponding experimental goose number 5 had been fed normally without any Chinese medicine. On the remaining 4 trays, the foie gras were obviously much bigger, which was the effect of abnormal growth. Obviously, the prescription that Xia Ruofei had come up with could indeed allow the Strasbourg goose to take in nutrients that its body could not absorb in a short period of time when it was fed normally. This would cause the liver to overload and form a fatty liver. Although the 4 solutions of the 2 prescriptions were effective, the effects were different. The foie gras produced by the latter 2 methods were obviously larger than the first 2 methods. Xia Ruofei also used a military knife to cut open the foie gras for observation. The texture of the foie gras in the latter 2 methods was more delicate. As for the latter 2 plans, they corresponded to the same prescription, but the ratios of various medicinal materials were different. It was obvious that this prescription was more effective than the other one. Of course, the evaluation effect could not only be judged by the size and weight of the foie gras, but also by the comprehensive consideration of the taste and other factors. Hence, after Xia Ruofei weighed the exact weight of each foie gras and carefully recorded it down, he used a military knife to cut each of the 4 foie gras into a piece and packed them. He then labeled them with a serial number. Then, Xia Ruofei muttered to himself for a long time. He kept analyzing the better prescription in his mind. Based on his understanding of pharmacology, he adjusted the proportion of each medicinal material on the basis of the plan that could produce the largest foie gras and formed 5 plans. Xia Ruofei wrote down the corresponding ratio of the 5 herbs on the paper and handed it to Xia Qing, saying, "Xia Qing, for the next 2 or 3 days, you will choose 5 more geese to carry out the experiment according to these 5 plans." As for the normal, fed control group, there was no need to set up any more. Ying's experiment had already proved that the method of stimulating foie gras with Chinese medicine was feasible. What was to be done next was just to further improve on this basis and get a more optimized plan. "Yes, master," Xia Qing replied respectfully. Xia Ruofei packed the foie gras into a small cave for storage and left the rest to Xia Qing. The next day, the lawyer sent by Uncle Jiang from Heron Island, Xia Ruofei, and Feng Jing brought all the materials and went to the real estate trading center to handle the transfer procedures. Because the documents were complete, the property rights were clear, and the other party had already received the house payment in advance, the transfer was not complicated. It was basically done in half a day. After the transfer of water, electricity, and coal, it was basically noon. Xia Ruofei invited Lawyer Wang, Feng Rao, and Ling Qingxue to have lunch at Ling's private kitchen before the lawyer returned to the hotel to rest. In the afternoon, the group went to Thijiangban Villa community again and went to the property management to make the owner change. The house was handed over under the witness of the property management. After a busy day, the house was basically settled. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing had both received the property and land ownership certificates. From today onwards, the two houses had officially changed owners. The three of them stood in front of Feng Jing's townhouse. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Sister Che, leave the renovation to Uncle Liang of Jianda Group. I'm more at ease with my own people." Feng Rao liked this villa from the bottom of her heart, so she was very happy. "All right," she said with a smile. "You're more familiar with CEO Liang, so why don't you say hello to him?" "No problem," Xia Ruofei said readily. "Jianda Group can do everything from design to renovation. You won't have to worry about this." "Yeah." Feng Rao nodded. 2110, the optimal solution _2. By the way, do you have any ideas on the renovation? Xia Ruofei asked. "I do have some ideas, but I've never studied design before. I don't know if they're unrealistic," Feng Jing said with a smile. "This is simple. I'll ask Uncle Liang to send their best interior designer over. You can describe your ideal interior design to him, the more detailed, the better." Xia Ruofei said, "Then, let the designer get the proposal. After you have a look, you can modify it according to your opinion." Feng Rao happily replied. "This is good." Xia Ruofei said, "I'll give Uncle Liang a call now. We have to hurry up. Otherwise, it'll be hard to find workers if we delay it until the spring festival. It's best to finish it before the festival. After all, it will take some time for the house to be ready for living. Even if the most environmentally friendly materials were used, the decoration would inevitably produce harmful gases such as formaldehyde. The only way was to strengthen ventilation and let it dry for a while." After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he gave Liang Weiman a call and told him about the situation. When Liang Weiman heard that the Peach Blossom Company's CEO Feng wanted to renovate the house, he immediately patted his chest and promised that he would hire the best designer and renovation workers to complete the project beautifully. Xia Ruofei expressed his gratitude and the two chatted for a while more before hanging up. Xia Ruofei put his phone in his pocket and smiled. "Sister Che, we've already agreed on this. Tomorrow, the gold medal designer from Jianda Group will come to the company to look for you. At that time, you can communicate with him in detail. If you have any ideas for the renovation, you can also think about them today." "Okay, I know." Feng Jing nodded and said with a smile, "Don't just think about me. Although your house doesn't need to be renovated, you still need to buy some daily necessities, right? We can't just use the original bed sheets and blankets, can we?" Ling Qingxue, who was standing at the side, said with a smile, "Sister Che, leave these to me. I've already thought about it. I'll throw away all the daily necessities and bedding in that house and buy new ones tomorrow." Feng Jing immediately realized that his girlfriend was here, so she didn't need to care about these things. There was a slight sourness in her heart, but she concealed it very well and did not show it at all. She only smiled and nodded. With Qingxue taking care of the house, Ruofei doesn't have to worry. "Let's go. Come to my house for dinner." Ling Qingxue smiled and said, "Today, my dad came back to cook personally. You guys are in for a treat. You guys can eat as a family." Feng Rao quickly said, "I'm not going. I still have to think about the renovation." "Sister Ran, let's go together," Ling Qingxue said. "We're not outsiders, no. Feng Jing declined. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Sister Ran, Uncle Ling is not an outsider. You're very familiar with him. Besides, we'll be neighbors in the future. We should see each other more often. Let's go together. Let's go together. Yeah. Ling Qingxue said, Sister Che, my dad rarely cooks personally these few years. It's a pity to miss it, Feng. Rao couldn't stand the two's constant persuasion and finally nodded in agreement. When Ling Xiaotian came back from the company and found out that Xia Ruofei and Feng Rao had settled the transfer of the house, he was overjoyed. He put on his apron and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Feng Rao was a little reserved in Ling Qingshue's house. She didn't know if it was because of her psychological factors, but she felt like she didn't fit in. Ling Xiaotian's culinary skills were naturally unquestionable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to develop a small restaurant into the restaurant chain it was today. One had to know that he didn't hire these chefs back then. He was the one in charge. Everyone enjoyed the meal. Under Ling Xiaotian's persuasion, Xia Ruofei also drank a lot of white wine. Since Feng Jing was also here today, Xia Ruofei could not possibly let a girl like Feng Jing go home by herself. Hence, he did not stay over at the Ling family villa. Of course, Feng Jing was the one driving while Xia Ruofei sat in the passenger's seat. For the next 2 days, Xia Ruofei started to slack off again. He almost did not go to the company. He would only show up once in a while, but would leave quickly. On the other hand, Ling Qingxue had been shopping with Xia Ruofei for the past 2 days. They had bought all the daily necessities in the Jiangbin villa, changed all the beddings to new ones, and bought a lot of pots, bowls, ladles, and pans in the kitchen. From now on, Xia Ruofei could live in the villa and did not have to rush back to the farm every day. Under Xia Qing's careful cultivation, the second batch of test geese had also successfully matured. Initially, Ling Qingxue had hoped that Xia Ruofei would stay at the Jiangbin villa tonight. That way, she would have more opportunities to cultivate with Xia Ruofei. However, Xia Ruofei thought that it would be more convenient for him to enter the realm if he stayed at the farm, so he found an excuse and said that he had to go back to the farm because he had some things to pack. In the small farm villa, Xia Qing quickly brought the 5 new test geese over after Xia Ruofei entered the spirit map space. With the previous experience, Xia Ruofei was more familiar with the process this time. After a while, 5 foie gras were taken out and placed on the numbered trays. When he was killing the Strasbourg goose for the foie gras, Xia Ruofei had already felt it. He weighed the foie gras in his hand and was clear about the approximate weight. It was obvious that it had been increased after the improvement. After weighing and recording, Xia Ruofei also kept each sample of the foie gras in a vacuum bag. In terms of weight, texture, and other factors, the best solution had been chosen. When Xia Ruofei was in the medium, he had already done an in-depth analysis of the medicine and had optimized it to the theoretical limit. Of course, whether the foie gras produced by the optimal plan could reach the standard or even the high quality in taste still needed further verification. The next morning, Xia Ruofei drove to a Western restaurant at the corner of the city. Last night, he had already contacted the Western restaurant's manager, Bastian, and said that he would bring some foie gras samples today to ask him to identify it. When Bastian heard that this might be a new product of Paradise Company, he was overjoyed and immediately agreed. He already owed Xia Ruofei a big favor. Furthermore, any Western food business owner would deliberately try to get on good terms with a supplier who had a large number of high quality truffles. Even if he had no interest in the goose liver of Paradise Corporation, he would agree to help without hesitation. The Western restaurant was not open in the morning, so Bastien had the French chef of the restaurant wait with him in the restaurant early. It was not even 8:30 a.m. when Xia Ruofei's car arrived at the restaurant. Bastien personally stood at the entrance of the restaurant to welcome him. Xia Ruofei jumped out of the night 15 off-road vehicle with a thermal box in his hand. "Mr. Xia, welcome, welcome," Bastien said enthusiastically. Then, he looked at the thermal container in Xia Ruofei's hand and said with a burning gaze, "Your company is launching a new product again? I'm really looking forward to it." "It's just a preliminary idea," Xia Ruofei said humbly. "We still don't know what quality our foie gras can reach." Bastien said, "The Paradise Corporation is already synonymous with high-quality food ingredients. I have no doubt about that." "Mr. Xia, please come in." "Please." The two of them walked into the Western restaurant around the corner. Bastien led Xia Ruofei directly to the kitchen where a Westerner with a tall white chef's hat was preparing. "Mr. Xia, let me introduce you to our Western restaurant's French chef, Gore," Bastien said. "Gore's French foie gras is the best." Xia Ruofei immediately said, "Mr. Gore, I'll have to trouble you this time." "You're welcome, Mr. Xia," Gore said with a smile. "I have a deep impression of your company's truffles. I believe that the foie gras you brought will not disappoint." 2111 Beyond Imagination. 1. Xia Ruofei only smiled at Gore's unprincipled flattery and said, "Mr. Gore is an expert in this area. Please give us your valuable advice." "I'm very happy to help," Gore said with a smile. He also knew that even if this young man was a high-level executive in corner restaurant, he had to try his best to win him over. He would naturally do his best to help him. "Thank you in advance, Mr. Gore," Xia Ruofei said. Then, he placed the thermal container on the operating table and said, "There are 9 types of foie gras in here. Please identify them one by one, Mr. Gore." All right. As Gore spoke, he opened the thermal container. This kind of charged insulation box could work for more than 10 hours continuously, and the temperature inside the box was maintained at 0 degrees. In this environment, the quality of foie gras could be preserved for about 24 hours. Gore took out all 9 vacuum-packed bags and arranged them in a row on the console according to their numbers. When Gore saw the foie gras samples through the transparent vacuum packaging, he raised his eyebrows slightly. But he didn't say anything. Instead, he put on gloves, took out 9 plates, opened the foie gras samples, and put them on the plates. "Wow," Gore finally couldn't help but exclaim, "it looks really good." The foie gras had a very beautiful light pink color, and the texture was very delicate. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be Strasbourg foie gras," Gore said with a smile. "Awesome." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Mr. Gore is indeed an expert." "Thank you for your compliment," Gore said with a smile. "But this isn't a great ability. I've come into contact with too many foie gras. The color of Strasbourg foie gras is very special, so I can recognize it at a glance. Of course, Toulouse foie gras is also special, but it is usually ivory white in color. These foie gras are indeed from Strasbourg goose. This is a young goose that I specially imported from Austria," Xia Ruofei said. "We are trying a new way to breed them, so we are doing some control experiments." "Understood," Gore said. Next, Gore began to further identify the foie gras. He cut a small piece with a beautiful table knife and carefully observed each section of the foie gras sample. He even put the slices into an instrument for testing and recorded some data. After more than an hour, Gore finally finished the initial work. He took off his gloves, picked up a form and said to Xia Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, there is no doubt that the quality of these foie gras is very high. At least, they have reached the admission standard of high-end Western restaurants. I have carried out a further analysis. The data shows that the highest quality sample should be sample number 8. Its fat content has reached an astonishing 68%, which has exceeded the average level by a large margin." Bastian saw that Xia Ruofei was confused and explained. With a smile, "Mr. Xia, generally speaking, the higher the fat content in the foie gras, the better the taste and the higher the nutrition." "I see." Xia Ruofei nodded and then asked doubtfully, "It's not good for the body if the fat content is so high, right? Don't we all encourage low-fat diet nowadays?" "It's two different concepts," Bastian said. With a smile. Generally speaking, the so-called high-fat food referred to saturated fatty acid. This component would increase the body's cholesterol content, which was not good for health. However, in fact, in the fat of goose liver, about 65% to 68% of it was saturated with fatty acid, which could lower the cholesterol level in the blood and soften the blood vessels. Therefore, an appropriate amount of food was actually more beneficial to health. Of course, in the end, foie gras is still a high cholesterol food. Overeating it is not good for the body. Xia Ruofei understood after Bastian's explanation. He smiled and said, "I understand now. There's an old Chinese saying that too much is as bad as not enough. No matter how good the food is, you can't eat it without restraint." "Yes. Yes, I am," Bastian said. At this moment, Gore shook his head and said, "No, no, no. Mr. Xia, Mr. Bastian. This theory is applicable to ordinary foie gras, but sample number 8 is different. According to the data I just tested, the proportion of the fatty acid in the fat of this foie gras sample is as high as 88%. It only has a very small amount of saturated fatty acid, so it's really a healthy food." God! Bastian couldn't help but take a deep breath and asked, "Gore, is there a problem with our equipment?" "My dear boss," Gore said. With a smile, "I also suspected the existence of such a possibility at first. In fact, the data of these 9 samples were very beautiful. The worst one had a fat content of 58%, which was already a high standard for foie gras. Moreover, among the fat in these goose liver samples, the lowest amount of saturated fatty acid is about 66%, which is also much higher than the average level." At this point, Gore paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "So, I took a sample of foie gras from our store. It was ordered by Mr. Li. It was just air, flown from France last night. The test data is here. 2112, beyond imagination, 2. With that, Gore handed a piece of paper to Bastian. Bastian took it and eagerly looked at it. Xia Ruofei also curiously moved closer to take a look. The form was printed out by the testing equipment. It was written in English and Xia Ruofei could understand it easily. The fat content was 52%, of which 65% was saturated fatty acid. Gore smiled and said, "See that? This is normal data, which means that there is no problem with our equipment. The quality of the foie gras sample provided by Mr. Xia is too good. It's unbelievable." Bastian muttered to himself. Xia Ruofei was very happy. He asked, Mr. Gore, so the foie gras I provided are not bad? This is simply too good. Gore said, especially sample number 8. In my opinion, it's a perfect piece of art. Samples number 5 to number 9 were all cultivated after Xia Ruofei made improvements on the basis of the first experiment and then adjusted the plan. From the data provided by Gore, the performance of these 5 samples was also better than the first 4 samples. Specimen number 8's performance was even more eye-catching. Without a doubt, the best plan was number 8. By the way, Mr. Xia, Gore asked, did you record the weight of the foie gras when you collected them? Of course. Xia Ruofei said, these are the relevant data. Xia Ruofei knew that Gore couldn't understand Chinese, so he pointed to one of the columns and said, the weight of the foie gras is recorded here in grams. Oh my God, Gore could not help but exclaim. What am I seeing? 2,300 grams of foie gras? Mr. Xia, are you sure the unit of measurement is grams? I'm sorry, I don't mean to question your data, but, Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. Mr. Gore, you don't have to explain. I understand. I can tell you with certainty that we are indeed measuring in grams. The biggest foie gras I've ever seen is about 2,000 grams. This is already the heaviest foie gras I've ever seen in my career. Gore said, and these 9 samples of yours, the minimum weight is more than 1,700 grams. It's simply unbelievable. Bastian laughed and said, Gore, I've said it before, Mr. Xia's company has always managed the best. As long as it's a product of the Paradise Corporation, there's no need to doubt its quality. I've really seen it, Gore sighed. Mr. Gore, is our cultivation experiment a success? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. From the data, it's almost perfect. But foie gras is meant for human consumption, Gore said. So, there's still a very important indicator of the final effect, which is the texture and taste. Bastian immediately said, then what are we waiting for? Gore, it's time to show off your cooking skills. I can't wait any longer, Xia Ruofei laughed. Mr. Bastian, I think we should pick 3 foie gras with the best data and ask Mr. Gore to cook it. Let's all try it together. How about it? I completely agree. Bastian hurriedly said. The remaining foie gras sample is a small gift from me. I'll give it to you, he said. Xia Ruofei smiled. Thank you for your generosity. Bastian said, we're really in luck. The foie gras sample provided by Xia Ruofei was not complete. It was not a small amount, but it was not a lot either. At least, it was still a little lacking to make a complete main dish. Therefore, these foie gras samples could not be sold to customers. In the end, they would definitely be divided and eaten by Bastian, Gore, and the others. Bastian continued, Mr. Xia, I'll invite your friend, Miss Xiaoxiao, to share the foie gras. I'm sure she'll be overjoyed if she knows it's from her idol. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, you're exaggerating. Mr. Bastian, let's leave the kitchen to Mr. Gore. I can't wait to try some good food, ha ha ha. It's my neglect, Mr. Xia, let's wait in front. Bastian laughed and said, Gore, I'll leave this to you. You must play to your full potential. Don't worry, Gore said confidently. Bastian brought Xia Ruofei to the empty dining area and made him a cup of coffee. Then, the two of them sat in the card bag and chatted. After a while, the glass door of the Western restaurant was pushed open, followed by a surprised voice, President Xia. what are you doing here? Xia Ruofei's back was facing the door, but he could tell from the voice that Qing Xiaoxiao had arrived. He chuckled as he turned his head around and said, Xiaoxiao. What are you saying? Am I not welcome here? Qing Xiaoxiao's face flushed red. She waved her hands and said, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that I didn't expect to see you in the restaurant outside of business hours. That's why I'm so surprised. Xia Ruofei laughed and asked, by the way, why are you here so early? It shouldn't be your working hours yet, right? Bastian's Chinese wasn't bad, so he could understand the conversation between Xia Ruofei and Qing Xiaoxiao. 2113 Beyond Imagination 3. He smiled and said, Mr. Xia, I texted Xiaoxiao to ask her to come over. However, I didn't say that you were here. I only told her that there was something at the store and that she needed to come to work earlier. I also wanted to give her a surprise. However, I didn't expect her to come so quickly. Bastian knew very well that the reason why Xia Ruofei looked at the Western restaurant in a different light was because of Qing Xiaoxiao, who was a die-hard fan. So, when Xia Ruofei came here, he naturally hoped that Qing Xiaoxiao would be there as well. This way, it would be easier to close the distance between the two sides. Of course, Bastian didn't inform Qing Xiaoxiao immediately after receiving Xia Ruofei's call yesterday. The main reason was that Xia Ruofei said that he would bring some foie gras for testing, and that they were samples cultivated by the Paradise Corporation. Bastian was not sure about the quality of the foie gras, and he was also afraid that if the foie gras weren't good, Xia Ruofei would lose face in front of his fans. It wasn't until all the data showed that the quality of this batch of foie gras was higher than he had imagined that he secretly sent a text message to Qing Xiaoxiao. It could be said that although Bastian was a Westerner, he was also well versed in China. He was more familiar with the ways of the world than many Chinese people. I don't live far from here, Qing Xiaoxiao said. Mr. Bastian said something happened at the restaurant. So I quickly took a taxi here. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, he's a role model for his employees. Mr. Bastian, you have to reimburse Xiaoxiao for the fare. Of course. Of course. Bastian hurriedly said. Then he said, Xiaoxiao, in addition to meeting Mr. Xia, I called you over for something. There's a dish that we need you to taste with us later. Xia Ruofei sat at the side and watched with a smile. Bastian didn't tell Qing Xiaoxiao that the ingredients were provided by the Paradise Corporation, so he naturally wouldn't expose it. All right. Qing Xiaoxiao nodded. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Xiaoxiao, don't just stand there. Come and sit with us. After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he made way for them to sit inside, leaving an empty seat outside. Oh. Okay, Qing Xiaoxiao nodded and sat down. On the seat that still had some of Xia Ruofei's body temperature, her head still a little dizzy. Although it wasn't the first time she was in close contact with Xia Ruofei, Qing Xiaoxiao still felt an inexplicable sense of excitement and happiness in front of her idol. President Xia, are you here to try the new dish? Qing Xiaoxiao asked. Yup. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, I'm not immune to good food. If there's good food, I'll definitely rush over as fast as I can. Qing Xiaoxiao felt a little strange that a billionaire like Xia Ruofei would come here to test the dishes, but she couldn't tell what was wrong, so she could only keep it in her heart. Mr. Xia, you guys have a chat. Bastian got up and said, I'll go to the kitchen to see how Gore is preparing. All right, he said. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. After Bastian left, Xia Ruofei chatted with Cheng Xiaoxiao with a smile and even took the initiative to ask about her recent situation. He didn't put on any airs of an idol. Cheng Xiaoxiao's mind was a lot slower in front of her idol. After chatting with Xia Ruofei for a while, the little doubt in her heart had long been thrown out of the clouds. About 10 minutes later, Gore, who was wearing a tall chef's hat, came out with a small dining cart. 2114 Flawless, 1, Mr. Gore is cooking. Cheng Xiaoxiao exclaimed in a low voice, looking forward to the new dish. She was going to taste today even more. Mr. Xia, the foie gras is ready, Gore said with a smile. There were 4 plates on the dining cart, all covered with lids. Obviously, Gore had not only prepared Cheng Xiaoxiao's share, but also for himself and Bastian. They were also looking forward to the extraordinary and perfect goose liver. Gore opened the lid of the plate to the side. Cheng Xiaoxiao glanced at it and said, "Wow. It's a classic French foie gras." Xiaoxiao, it seems like you know a lot about foie gras, Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Cheng Xiaoxiao smiled a little embarrassedly and said, "Working in a Western restaurant, I have to answer questions from customers sometimes, so I take the initiative to learn some French and Western food knowledge in my spare time." Not bad, not bad. You're quite motivated, Xia Ruofei said. Then why don't you introduce me to this French foie gras? All right, Cheng Xiaoxiao said. Readily, foie gras is a famous traditional dish in France. In French, it's called foie gras. This gras means top in French. So this dish has a very high status among French dishes. Some people say that foie gras is the most romantic dish in French cuisine and is the most suitable dish for women. Xia Ruofei looked at Cheng Xiaoxiao, who was speaking with fervor and assurance. He knew that she definitely didn't know the cruel process of producing foie gras using traditional methods. Otherwise, she would never show such a yearning expression. She might even vomit when she saw foie gras in the future. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not expose her. He just smiled and listened quietly. Cheng Xiaoxiao continued to introduce the cooking method and characteristics of French foie gras. On the other side, Gore had also placed his plate on the table. There were 4 seats in the card bag. Xia Ruofei and Cheng Xiaoxiao sat on one side, while Gore and Bastian naturally sat opposite. After hearing Cheng Xiaoxiao's introduction, Xia Ruofei glanced at the plate in front of him. There were 3 pieces of foie gras on the plate from left to right. It was probably because there were not many samples, so the amount was not as large as a standard serving of foie gras. Gore didn't use too many ingredients for this dish. In addition to a broccoli, he sprinkled some black pepper and rose salt on the foie gras. The foie gras seemed to be fried just right, and the outside was a little bit burnt. Xia Ruofei sniffed and smiled. What a fragrant smell. Even if you're not hungry, this aroma will still stimulate your appetite. Mr. Xia, Bastian said with a smile, foie gras contains glucose, so it gives off an alluring fragrance after heating. Xia Ruofei nodded and looked at the plate again. He smiled and said, Mr. Gore, if I'm not wrong, these 3 pieces of foie gras should be from 3 different samples? He asked. Of course. Gore laughed. Moreover, the foie gras of each sample was placed in a fixed position. I won't tell you which sample they are. After you taste them, you can write down the order in your mind from the highest to the lowest. How about it? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, That's a good idea. In that case, let's start eating. Gore and Bastian couldn't wait any longer. They nodded after hearing Xia Ruofei's words. Therefore, everyone picked up their knives and forks and aimed at the foie gras in front of them. Xia Ruofei cut a small piece of foie gras and put it in his mouth with a fork. He chewed it gently. The goose liver, which was brown on the outside and fragrant, had a warm, smooth texture on the inside, which was quite delicate, just like butter. Xia Ruofei felt that his mouth was filled with fragrance, as if every taste bud cell was jumping for joy. He couldn't help but cut another piece and put it in his mouth. Bastian, Qing Xiaoxiao, and Gore's performance was similar to Xia Ruofei's. After the first bite, they couldn't wait to cut the second piece, not even having time to speak. Of course, the four of them did not completely forget their mission to taste the foie gras while they were tasting the delicious food. They were still trying to feel the subtle differences between each type of foie gras and then pick out the most delicious type of foie gras in their hearts. Xia Ruofei finished the 3 pieces of foie gras first, then smiled and said, "When I watched food shows in the past, I often heard the host say things like fat but not greasy, it melts in the mouth. I always felt that it had almost become the standard of food reviews. But today, I've truly experienced what it means to melt in the mouth." Qing Xiaoxiao had also finished the 3rd piece of foie gras. She chewed without caring about her image and said, "President Xia, the higher the fat content of the foie gras, the more obvious this feeling will be. Because fat is actually what we call oil, when it's heated, it will start to melt, which is why it has the melt-in-the-mouth effect you mentioned. Therefore, I conclude that the 3 portions of foie gras today have a very high fat content." Xia Ruofei looked at Qing Xiaoxiao in surprise and said, "I can't tell. Xiaoxiao, you're pretty professional." It was actually quite impressive that she could come to such a conclusion without Bastian telling her anything in advance. At least it showed that she had put her heart into this job. At this time, Bastian and Gore had also finished all the foie gras in front of them. They wanted to share 3 samples with the 4 people, but the amount was indeed a little small. 2115 irrefutable_2 Seeing this, Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Then everyone, write down the order in your mind. From left to right, they're number 1, number 2, and number 3. The plates were long and had some patterns on them. Gore's plate placement was fixed, so even though they were sitting face to face, the foie gras in front of them and the corresponding position of the sample were the same. Bastian, who was sitting opposite Qing Xiaoxiao, personally ran to the cashier to get a few pens and paper notes, and handed them out to each of them. Xia Ruofei jokingly said, "Everyone, do it on your own. You're not allowed to look around, of course. Food tasting is a very serious matter." Gore said seriously. The 4 of them already had an answer, so they quickly wrote it down. Xia Ruofei put the 4 people's conclusions together and everyone came over to take a look. The foie gras with the best taste, the 4 people voted for number 3 at the same time. As for those ranked 2nd and 3rd, their opinions were not so unified. The 2nd place had 3 votes for foie gras number 1 and 1 vote for foie gras number 2. The 3rd place was naturally foie gras number 1 with 1 vote and foie gras number 2 with 3 votes. With that, the ranking was out. From the 1st to the 3rd place, they were number 3, number 1, and number 2. Moreover, number 3 was elected by all votes, which could be said to be well deserved. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Mr. Gore, can you reveal your answer now? Which samples Did these 3 foie gras come from? Haha. Goer laughed and said, Mr. Xia, I believe you've already guessed it. This. Number 3 foie gras is the best and heaviest sample number 8. Foie gras number 1 is from sample no. 6, and foie gras number 2 is from sample number 9. Bastian immediately smiled and said, Mr. Xia, congratulations. Obviously, your company's cultivation experiment has achieved perfect results. Sample number 8 is almost flawless in terms of appearance, taste, weight, and all other aspects. I believe we'll be able to see your company's new product soon. Xia Ruofei smiled. This is just the preliminary test. There's still a long way to go before we can start large-scale breeding. Xia Ruofei wasn't being modest. The foie gras were grown in the spirit map space, which was rich in spiritual energy. Large-scale cultivation had to be carried out in the outside world. By then, it was still unknown whether the data would be so perfect and whether the taste would be so good. Moreover, the Chinese medicine had to be mass-produced to ensure the requirements for large-scale cultivation. All these had to be completed step by step. Ha ha ha. The most important core technology has been solved, it's only a matter of time. Bastian said, when your company's foie gras goes on sale, you must remember our corner Western restaurant. Of course. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I won't forget the help that Mr. Bastian and Mr. Goer provided me during the research and development process. Qing Xiaoxiao, who was listening on the side, was confused and only came back to her senses now. She asked in surprise, President Xia, was this foie gras produced by the Paradise Corporation? Yep. We're trying to develop high-quality foie gras. We've just had some results, so we wanted to come and verify it. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Xiaoxiao, you finally participated in our experiment. President Xia, you're amazing. Qing Xiaoxiao didn't hide her admiration at all. Jade skin cream, heart, nourishing. Soup, top-grade abalone, truffle, tea leaves, cordyceps. All of them are high-end luxury products. Now, there's foie gras, which is also known as the gold on the table. You're trying to monopolize the high-end food market. Qing Xiaoxiao was indeed Xia Ruofei's die-hard fan. She had a deep understanding of the Peach Blossom Company and knew its products like the back of her hand. Moreover, as a girl, she didn't hesitate to put the jaded skin cream as her first priority. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, it's not that exaggerated. In fact, I just learned about the production process of goose liver, so I had an idea. I hoped to find a way to make the goose not experience that kind of pain in the process of growing. So I tried to study it, and I didn't expect the effect to be so good. Xia Ruofei and Qing Xiaoxiao were communicating in Chinese, so Goer naturally couldn't understand, but Bastian could hear it clearly. He was stunned for a moment, then asked, in shock, what? Mr. Xia, you're saying the foie gras samples today were not produced by traditional feeding methods? Of course, I just can't stand this kind of production process, so I want to improve it. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, otherwise, what's the point of adding another product like foie gras? It's just that more geese will have to suffer. Such a tragic life. How? How is this possible? Bastian was dumbfounded. Foie gras can't be so fat if it's fed normally. Of course, he knew very well that Xia Ruofei had no reason to lie to him, so he immediately sighed. Mr. Xia, this is really amazing. Qing Xiaoxiao was confused and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Bastian, what's the stuffing? Method? How is it cruel? It's nothing, Xia Ruofei quickly replied. However, Bastian was already the first to speak. Xiao, foie gras is known as the cruelest delicacy, mainly because of its production process. Xia Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly as he watched Bastian describe the tragic experience of a goose from birth to being slaughtered. Xia Ruofei's guess was not wrong. Although Qing Xiaoxiao had learned a lot about Western food, it was obvious that the books she had read did not describe the production process of foie gras. After hearing this, Qing Xiaoxiao's face became paler and paler, and then she suddenly covered her mouth and retched. Xia Ruofei quickly stopped Bastian from continuing, then said, Xiaoxiao, you definitely didn't use this method when you ate foie gras today. It's from a normal farm. Only then did Qing Xiaoxiao feel a little better. She grabbed the cup and took a sip of water, then said, I won't eat foie gras anymore. No, I'll only eat the foie gras produced by Paradise Corporation. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Then I'll thank you for your support. Xia Ruofei stood up and said, Mr. Bastian, Mr. Gore, thank you very much for your help. I'll take my leave first. By the way, please keep our company's attempt to cultivate foie gras a secret, as well as our different production process from the traditional ones. Of course, Bastian quickly said. Xia Ruofei smiled and looked at Qing Xiaoxiao, who was still a little pale. Xiaoxiao, there are still a few samples of our foie gras in the kitchen. You can try them again in the next 2 days. Otherwise, according to what you said, if you don't eat other foie gras, I'm afraid it will take at least a few months for our company to start selling foie gras. Qing Xiaoxiao said, a little embarrassed, I understand. Thank you, President Xia. Xia Ruofei greeted Qing Xiaoxiao and the others, then left the Western restaurant around the corner and drove the Night 15 off-road vehicle to the Taoyuan building. In his chairman's office, he used his mobile phone to call the factory director of the pharmaceutical factory, Xue Jinshan. Chairman. Xue Jinshan quickly picked up the phone. Xia Ruofei heard the background noise from Xue Jinshan and asked with a smile, Kanayama, are you at the factory site? Yup. Xue Jinshan said, we have to keep an eye on this side. My main energy is on the construction of the sub-plant. The manufacturing factory was not far from Taoyuan Farm. Xia Ruofei muttered to himself, then said, how about this? At 2:30 p.m., come to the farm for a while. In the small meeting room we used to have. I have something to talk to you about. Okay, Chairman. I'll be there on time. Xue Jinshan immediately said. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, also, tell Cao Taishu that he's going too. I won't call to inform you anymore. All right. Don't worry. Xue Jinshan said.